Oh, baby. Huh. Today's edition of The Sweat is like one you've never seen before. I'm Emerson Lotzi. We've got some beefy breaking NFL news. Cam Newton has been released. The rookie Mac Dad Bod Jones will start for the Patriots. First rookie to start under center for the Pats in the Bill Belichick era. We will get the fantasy impact of that coming up. Plus, our gorgeous golf gurus are here to help you build a money-making lineup. But first, it's DOS Baseball. And tonight, we have a massive contest for the 14-game MLB slate on the final day before September call-ups. So our $2.5 mega millionaire paying out that $1 million top prize to first place. And that's not all. This contest is part of our DraftKings Championship Series, so you will also win a ticket to compete for another a fat $1 million at our Fantasy Tournament of Champions going down in January of 2022, so in just a few months. So head over to the DK lobby now, draft your team now. Spots are filling up quickly now. Now to our panel who will help you make these decisions. DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. Gentlemen, this is Chase or Fade. The following here, let's start at pitcher, where we have a couple options over 10K tonight, but one guy who stands out below that in a good matchup, White Sox hurler Lucas Giolito, 8-8. He's going up against the Pirates. In his other start against him this season, Giolito went 6 innings, allowing 2 runs, striking out 7. Good for just under 20 DK fantasy points. Chase or Fade, this man is your favorite pitcher on tonight's slate, Matt.
He's my favorite pitcher if you're playing cash games. So I think Giolito has a case actually to be the highest scoring pitcher overall. He obviously does have a great matchup. And Walker Buehler and Lance McCullers have not really the same quality of matchups. I think Giolito and McCullers are probably similar overall pitchers. Buehler is currently the favorite for the NL Cy Young, but he's facing the Braves. So from that angle, Giolito should be the best. But I also think he is very likely to be just incredibly popular for GPPs. And there are so many good pitchers on this slate. You have Brandon Woodruff, Blake Snell, Buehler, McCullers, Mike Minor's in a good spot, Austin Gomber's in a good spot, Hyunjin Ryu's in a good spot. And there's probably 6 or 7 more guys I can name that I think are worthy of consideration. So for that reason, I just don't think you want to play a pitcher who's 40 to 50% owned in tournaments when there are just so many other good pivots to have.
Okay, Paul, let me know what you think here. Giolito, favorite pitcher on tonight's slate, yay or nay?
You know what? The case for Giolito is a strong one tonight. But before we get to him, let me address the reason why I fade Walker Buehler. He and the Dodgers faced Charlie Morton, who's the 4th most expensive starter on tonight's slate. His strikeout rate, whip, and opposing batting average are at better levels and impressive season-long levels. So the Dodgers are in tough despite starting Buehler. They almost negate each other tonight, and I could build a similar case for other top pitchers until I get to the guys below $9,000. I'm looking for a better win probability than the big tickets give me tonight, and that's where the case for Giolito begins. First off, he's been a very good over his last 10 starts, limiting opponents to a 109 whip and a 239 opposing batting average in that stretch, while keeping a lid on walks and homers allowed, while striking out almost more than a batter an inning, actually. Then consider that he faces the Pirates, who rank 14th overall in the NL standings, despite their 6-4 record over the last 10. Their starter tonight, Bryce Wilson, has been lit up pretty good over the last 10 starts that he's made, pitching to a 4.44 ERA and allowing a 280 opposing batting average in that stretch. That's a mismatch that's worthy of paying up for Giolito. But he's the second best option among the high-priced pitchers, in my opinion. Hyunjin Ryu at $8,600 against the Orioles, and Keegan Aiken is my best bet in this range. That's the case if you want to spend over the $8,000 for a starting pitcher tonight. The Ryu pick, actually, any starting pitcher who faces the Orioles these days feels a little dirty, though. It's like betting on the free spot in your bingo card. Chalk all over that one.
Ooh, I love the free spot on the bingo card. Eric, talk to me here, dude.
Yeah, I think I'm more or less with Matt here. I think Giolito is the best option, to the point where the only reason really to not go with him is that everybody else will be. He's not quite as good as he's been in previous years. His strikeout rate was north of 32% the last 2 seasons. It's down at 28.3% this year. Sort of settling in as maybe a second tier ace, not quite the top tier ace he was looking like in previous seasons. But that's more than enough against the Pirates. So again, I would expect a ton of people to be on him. If you want to differentiate yourself from the crowd, you could look at guys who cost a little bit more, who have worse matchups, but have the potential to have just as good a day as Giolito if things break their way. That would be, I think, the two guys just ahead of him in price. Charlie Morton at 8,900 with a tough matchup against the Dodgers, but he's been excellent since the break. He's striking out 31.7% of opposing batters, and he's really just having another late career peak season. Again, tough matchup, but he's got the potential to have a great outing against anybody. So if things break your way, you could get the same score as Giolito's providing with lower ownership rates. Same deal with Brandon Woodruff, comes in a little more at 9,400, facing the Giants. Not a friendly matchup. It's at least in San Francisco, not Milwaukee, so much better park than it could have been. Woodruff has been even better than both of those guys, striking out just shy of 30% of opposing batters, walking just 6.3% en route to a 2.38 ERA. And again, if that matchup scares some people away, I think he has the potential for just as good a day as Giolito. Only costs you a little bit more and should be lower owned.
Guys, Red Sox slugger JD Martinez, he's been struggling lately, I'm not going to lie. But over his last 10 games, listen to this, he's hitting just .215 with only one home run. But tonight may be just what the doctor ordered as he goes up against the Rays' Ryan Yarbrough. Now, the splits against Yarbrough are tough to ignore. In 21 at-bats, he's hitting .571, 8 extra base hits, 8 RBI. Chase or fade, JD breaks his slump tonight and is worth rostering at $5,000, Paul.
Look, we knocked around this topic last week, AJ, on the panel here with the topic of batters versus pitchers, histories with some of our answers last week. And I think I do consider them more than the other guys on this panel, quite honestly. However, I also lean on the recent performance of power hitters and the pitchers that they'll face. So I like to pair up both sets of these numbers if they point to a batter's advantage. I just don't have faith in Martinez to pick this spot to dust himself off and get going, though. The fact that the Tampa is the opponent also factors into my decision here. In my opinion, Kevin Cash and crew do the best job of matchup analysis of any club in the majors, and I count on that to limit Martinez again tonight and actually look elsewhere for a better matchup.
Okay, Matt, you looking elsewhere for a better matchup, or you like this one?
No, I actually don't think that anyone will really be on the Red Sox tonight. Part of the problem is that when they're in Fenway as opposed to playing this game, which is in Tampa, it's just a much better park, especially for a righty to have the Green Monster there. In Tampa, it's just more of a pitching environment. So even though Martinez is likely to be 1% owned at most, I still don't really want to go there because this is such a massive slate, and the opportunity cost, especially at outfield, I think is just really large. So even if you consider the matchup against Yarbrough as a good one, you do have to look at recent performance. I guess like you can't really have one without the other. I personally don't care a lot about either of those things. I just think that there are a lot of outfielders who are much cheaper, who are facing lower quality pitchers. And even though the ownership on Martinez will be low, I think it'll be low on many, many other outfielders just because there are so many of them to choose from. So even though he's contrarian, I still don't really want to go with him tonight.
All right, Eric, how about you? You want to go with him?
Yeah, I like when we can talk a little philosophy on this show. I am not somebody who looks at batter versus pitcher stats at all. The numbers are pretty clear there. You just learn way less from looking at 23 plate appearances than you do from looking at Martinez's 526 plate appearances on the season or his over 5,000 career plate appearances. There's just no real need to ignore, 98% of what he's done over his career and look at just what he's done against Yarbrough. That said, what he's done over his career and this season has been very good. So it's pushing you in the same direction. And this does seem like the kind of game where he could bounce back. The one thing I'll note in his recent streak, I'm not a big fan of looking too much at recent streaks either, except for things like strikeout rate. If a guy's striking out a normal amount and balls are just being hit right at fielders' gloves, I'm not worried. In Martinez's case, though, 32% strikeout rate over his last 12 games does worry me a little. So I don't love the play here. There are some similarly priced DH types. Franmil Reyes, 5,400, going up against Mike Minor. Reyes has been on a tear lately, 4 homers in his last 10 games, I think 324. Giancarlo Stanton at 4,800, 5 homers in his last 7 games facing Jaime Barria. So if I want a DH slugger type, those two are guys I like more than Martinez, and it's mostly because Martinez is striking out too much in recent games.
Maddie, who was a value play you are chasing this evening?
So I'm actually looking to some of the Pirates hitters against Lucas Giolito. And this is obviously purely a tournament move. I think for a cash game play, the Pirates would be a little bit insane, honestly. But for tournaments, Giolito could be as much as 50% owned. And there will be a lot of very popular, cheaper outfielders. I think Byron Buxton's price at 3,200 against Zach Davies. There's just, like, he is the chalk, guaranteed. And then you have some Nationals guys against Matt Moore, Victor Robles, and Lane Thomas are really cheap. So I just think those are the popular plays. And with the Pirates, it's actually, like, the prices are good. It's not just that you want to play the guys going against the chalk pitcher every time. Like if Jacob deGrom is the #1 pitcher on the slate, you don't need to play hitters against him. He's too good where he doesn't really fail very often. Giolito is pretty inconsistent, and Brian Reynolds is actually a really good hitter. So for 3,900 and no ownership and a ton of leverage, I like him a lot. I think Ben Gamble, 2,200 if he leads off. That could be the way to save salary too. I think that price is too low. But there are just going to be a lot of outfielders in this $2,000 to $4,000 range that I think are really popular, and no one's playing Brian Reynolds tonight, and it's actually kind of a decent spot for him.
All right. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, I took a look at the RotoWire value report, as I often do when we get this question, because I'm a company man.
Good.
And the second best value behind Lorenzo Cain, who I'd be a little bit nervous about given how he's done pretty much all year, although he is priced quite well tonight. The second best value is Nick Solak at 2,400. He was pretty darn mediocre for most of the year, hit 225 with 9 homers before getting demoted in late July. It seemed like a pretty deserved demotion, not much to get excited about there. But in 22 games for AAA Round Rock, he got things together, hit 353. He came up 8 games ago and has a hit in all 8 games, hitting 364 over that stretch with just 3 strikeouts and with 2 home runs. So he's a guy who has shown things at the plate at times, not a ton, but a lot more than $2,400 level talent at the plate. Maybe, a mid 3,000 kind of guy. And he'll get the platoon advantage against Austin Gomber, who's broke out, maybe you could say, to be a completely fine option this season, but he's been quite cold over his last 3 starts, has an 8.56 ERA over that stretch, striking out 18.6% of opposing batters, walking 10%. So things have not gone well for him lately, which I think makes Solak at a price this low, I think definitely one of the best values on the day.
Paul, your favorite value play. Go ahead, give it to me.
Well, with all the talk of high-priced starters likely attracting a lot of attention, as the guys are suggesting, this is the spot where I will look to spend only $7,300 on Jameson Taillon tonight. Look at what he's done over his last 10 starts. He's 5-0 with a 106 whip, a 212 opposing batting average allowed, and is pitching to a 267 ERA with a 52 strikeouts in his last 57 and a third innings. And we all know that the Yankee offense is in gear. His mound opponent's Jaime Barria of the Angels, meanwhile, and he struggled in his 8 appearances, especially in his last 3 where he's been torched for 18 hits and 9 earned runs in only 8 1/3 innings pitched. That's resulted in 2 negative DraftKings scores and 1 other of just 5.3 points. I point to Taillon and a big win probability for him and the Bombers tonight.
All right, guys, super quick here on Slate Approved Pick, please. So, your favorite DFS play tonight is who, Eric?
Yeah, I think there's some pitchers that are under 8,000 that I like a lot. I'm not sure if I like Blake Snell at 7,700 or Tarek Skubal at 7,400. I think I'm going to go with Skubal here. He's facing an A's team, which is pretty good, but Skubal's been pitching like an ace recently. His last 4 starts, a 1.59 ERA, striking out 30% of opposing batters, walking just 3.3%. Doesn't really get much better than that. And actually, he's been quite good since the start of May after a really bad April. 28.7% strikeout rate versus just a 6.4% walk rate, leading to a 3.57 ERA. I think that more than justifies his price already. And when you consider that he's been, again, as good as anybody over his last 4 starts, I think 7,400 is an absolute steal.
Paul?
There's a lot of cheap bats that make good sense tonight, Emerson. I like Lourdes Gurriel at $4,000. He is 11 for his last 33, and I look for him to have a breakout power night against the Dreadfellows and their awful starting pitcher Keegan Aiken. In that same game, I really like Ryan Mountcastle for $3,900. He comes to this game on a tear, going 12 for his last 39 with 5 homers. And along the way, and he has had great success against Jays all season long. Gets a platoon advantage against Ryu, who has had his issues with the long ball. But my top option in this lower range is Josh Donaldson, a notorious power hitter who's wavered between very hot and very cold all season. Well, he's on fire right now with 12 hits, including 5 homers over his last 37 ABs. He faces Zach Davies, who's been terrible over his last 10 starts, pitching to an unsightly 6.49 ERA with 13 homers allowed in only 43 innings pitched. Take the hot batter over this frosty pitcher tonight.
Okay, Matt, bring us home.
So as much as I love team stacks of teams that are bad just to get leverage against highly owned pitchers, I do think some of the best opportunity we get in DFS is when there are actually really good offenses that just aren't getting attention. So with the Twins being way underpriced and the Yankees to a lesser extent, Blue Jays too, I think that the Dodgers just won't get a lot of attention here. And I always talk about the Dodgers, so I'll throw in one more because the Dodgers do have this Hall of Fame level lineup. And even though it's Charlie Morton, there's tons of upside for them. But maybe better than the Dodgers is that the Rockies have Coors Field level prices tonight, which is going to keep a lot of people off of them. And they're in Texas, so it's not Coors Field, but they're facing Jordan Lyles. And there's still a ton of upside for them in this matchup. Trevor Story had 2 home runs last night. If the roof is open for the game, even better, and then Texas actually turns into the hitting environment that we're used to seeing. But even so, even if the roof is closed and it's more of a normal stadium, the Rockies actually have some power, and Lyles is bad enough that I think there's a lot of upside there, and there just won't be any attention to that stack because of the pricing.
Guys, phenomenal job here to start off this Tuesday edition of the Sweats. We've got PGA Tour price check with our gorgeous golf gurus coming up next. The final leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs. That is just like what's going on? Why do I hear people laughing in my ear? I don't know what's happening. We have a very important segment here because we are coming down the home stretch of the PGA Tour season. In fact, these are like the last 30 men standing on the planet when it comes to professional golfers. They're all trying to play for a lot of money. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Sweet T. Fowler are here for some PGA Tour price check. Your favorite plays the following price ranges for this week's Tour Championship from Eastlake. And just a heads up, everybody, if you don't get all the information you're looking for in this segment, Reed and I will be hosting a special edition together of Get the Green today on the Dream Stream at 3 o'clock. Anywho, 11K, 11K or more, man. Reed, who's your dude?
Highest rated show yesterday, Emerson, in Get the Green history. So could be worth something there that Jeff and I did take over the helm there. But you're right. More updates to come in a little bit. But 11,000 and over, I got to go with my guy, Tony Finau. I mean, Tony Finau has been the guy. He won the Northern Trust. He shot 9 under par on Sunday, Emerson. And this guy's got confidence. If he's got confidence with this putter, Jeff, like it's Tony Finau to the moon, right? He's starting in second place right now, 2 strokes back. And if you're trying to find someone that can rack up the birdies to go along with the placement points that these guys don't get coming into the tournament, or they do get, but they don't get the birdies or better that they would have gotten if they, obviously got second place towards the end of the tournament or for the end of the tournament, Tony Finau is your guy. There's a lot of guys to go in this range, and I'm sure I know who Jeff's going to talk about, but give me Tony Finau.
Jeff, who are you going to talk about? And then Reed, let me know if it's the guy that you thought Jeff was going to talk about.
I mean, it really does feel like we have a 4-man tournament this week. I mean, it's obviously not impossible for other players to catch these guys, but you've got Finau, Rahm, Cantlay, and Bryson. They're playing so good, and they've got leads, and it just feels like almost an impossible task. I don't mind the Finau play. It just feels like he's up against a couple buzzsaws here with Rahm and Bryson. And for me, again, fading Jon Rahm this week, it doesn't feel good, doesn't feel comfortable. And I think the choice for me comes down to Rahm and Bryson. Maybe you want to play both these guys, but I think for GPPs, Bryson is the play. He's the lower sentiment play. I think a lot of people seeing Jon Rahm as the second most expensive player are just going to hop right on board. And for good reason. I definitely don't mind it. I mean, as a cash game play, I would probably prefer Rahm, but we're talking tournaments. Bryson absolutely smashing off the tee. His ball striking is there. And we've seen throughout the last year and a half since his transformation, his body transformation into a pure power player, that when his ball striking is consistent, it's just a matter of time before he breaks through. He looked great by all means last week. He's made 76 birdies over the last 3 weeks. I think there's a chance he could just come in and take out his frustrations on East Lake. So for tournaments, I do like Bryson, but Rahm, obviously the best player in the world. Those are my two picks right there. And like I said, GPPs, I'll lean Bryson for the ownership leverage that you're getting.
Reed, you have the DK Sim fam over on YouTube and Twitch right now, absolutely shocked and floored that you are taking Tony Finau once again.
Well, I mean, it's true to brand here, right? I mean, the last tournament where you could win $15 million, win his first tournament after the Puerto Rico Open, and then the FedEx Cup Championship. It's a movie script ending here. Don't get me wrong.
2 wins and 3 tournaments for Tony Finau after the 20-year drought or whatever it was. It'd be amazing.
Where's Louis in all of this, Jeff? Where's Louis?
He's injured. He's win the without strokes competition.
Okay.
Just get me all the money this week. We don't care about the prestige, just me.
I did find it very ironic that Finau's latest victory was when Reed was standing like 10 feet from him.
I'm not going to say I'm a good luck charm to the Finau camp, but that's exactly what I'm saying.
But maybe you want to get Reed on the payroll. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, Jeff, slow down. 9 or 10K, between 9 and 10K here. Like, what do you want to do?
Really, boss, you're hearing voices this morning. Like, what is up with you? I want to take the discount here, and I want to take the discount on a guy named Sam Burns. He's starting at 4 under. He's the cheapest play at 4 under. Again, I don't think sentiment is going to be super high. People definitely chasing that sweet course history we're getting with Rory and Xander there at 8,993. But those guys are priced up. I mean, you've got 2 guys in Rory and Xander. Remember, they're starting at 2 under. Sam Burns, 2 top 10s in his last 3 starts. This guy absolutely dominates Bermuda greens. I mean, to the point of it's almost absurd. Plus 40 strokes putting on Bermuda greens over his last 50 events. He's the best Bermuda putter just in terms of stats and splits in this field. He's got a good Donald Ross course history, and he's playing well. And look, for a young guy like Sam Burns, you don't think that getting in the top 5 this week and getting that extra $3 million is a big deal. It's a massive deal for a guy like Burns. I think 8,500 for GPPs, absolutely. That is where I want to go. I will buy in there.
Okay, so I needed you to buy in actually on the 9 or 10K department. You went to 7 or 8K, so that's fine.
Pretty sure you said 8 to 9K, but okay.
Guys,
we'll roll the tape after.
Let's roll the tape. We got an all-star crew behind the scenes. They will turn this around in the next 2 minutes. I guarantee it. Reed, 9 or 10K, please.
Yeah, something is up with him, Jeff. I think he's a little high and tight on the cut here. But
what? I hate this haircut.
It's a great haircut. I love it. I like Sam Burns for the 8K. We'll get to that in a little bit. But is anybody going to play Dustin Johnson, Jeff? Is anybody going to play this guy? I mean, talk about sentiment not being very high on essentially one of the best golfer in the world, not named Jon Rahm, it's Dustin Johnson. Like, you know, par 70s aside, like he destroys every single course he goes to. You don't have to filter in the stats to see what he does on par 70s, what he does on Donald Ross courses. Look, off the tee does play a part here. Emerson, it does play a part, and we know Dustin Johnson is one of the best, but also shows same putting. And look, we know that DJ can be on and off with the putter, but if this guy is playing at his ceiling game, and the sentiment on DJ as the fifth most expensive guy, fifth or sixth most expensive guy, yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in on Finau and DJ to start my lineups. I'll be extremely happy whether in GPP or cash with that lineup start.
Okay, I'm not kidding when I say this. Producer Slate's in the back just got me here and said, I did say 9 or 10K. I did.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. That's fine. It's on me.
I know.
I'm a big enough person, though, to admit.
100%.
So there was a strategy to that, as it all get revealed if you just keep watching the rest of the segment, though.
Okay, excellent. So since you gave us kind of our 7 or 8K guy, do you have your 9 or 10K guy?
No.
Okay,
No, I
great.
don't.
Awesome.
Just keep going. You're ruining it already.
I'm killing the vibe here, man.
Moment.
Hey, Reed.
I just needed you to keep going to the 7 or 8K range, if that's possible. Okay, I'm gonna give you a 10K guy that I like. Reed brought out since I feel the pressure now to give a pick in this range. Reed brought out Dustin Johnson. This is just going straight off the rails at this point. Abraham Answer is going to be really low owned in the 9K range because everybody is going to play Rory and people are going to pay up for Dustin Johnson. So I mentioned Sam Burns getting lower sentiment in the 8K range. Abraham Answer, same deal. This dude's uber straight off the tee. He's playing great. It's a complete tournament pivot because this week it's all about ownership, in my opinion. You could perhaps get Answer at half the ownership of Rory. You got to take those deals when you get it because, again, we only got 29 people in the field here. So leverage, ownership percentages, big deal this week in the big GPPs.
Fowler, 7 or 8K?
You're really making sure you get the right question, huh? Yeah, look, I mean, Jeff's going all like GPP lineup here. I'm excited for an EVR stack at the very bottom at like 20% roster percentage. Look, we talked about Morikawa yesterday at $8,300, and that's someone like, boy, I mean, talk about no one who's going to play someone who's arguably playing the best golf over the last 2 months or so, right? Is Morikawa coming off an injury, coming off a couple of bad tournaments, in the playoffs. But I mean, Harris English strikes me as someone, again, who's kind of in that mark of someone who's not necessarily going to get a ton of play. I know Jeff's going to go low 7K, so I'll keep that guy for him. But Harris English, to me, par 70s. Now I'm talking about how do we filter in to see how this guy could play well. Par 70s, Bermuda putter. We know that this guy's played well on those types of courses, right? This Donald Ross feels like a Harris English type of course. He's got 2 wins already this season. He's not done well in the playoffs so far, but a top 5, especially where he's starting right now, I think at 4 under par. I could see him going after pins very early. And this guy, again, on Bermuda greens, one of the best not named, the guy that Jeff's going to mention in a little bit. And so I like Harris English at 8,700.
All right, is the guy Jeff's going to mention under 7K? We got to be quick here, I'm told, for the value pick.
Okay, 7 to 8K range. I'm going to stick to what's on the script this time.
No,
Sunday M.
We're going under 7K. We're going under 7K now.
So I can't even talk about Sunday. Okay.
All right, no, you can do whatever you want. That's just ridiculous. All right, so like you're thinking 9 or 10K American is like 7 or 8K Canadian. Is that like your mindset here?
Oh, okay. I like Sanjay at 7,300, but let's look for a value pick as well. Hideki Matsuyama, 6,400, guys. Again, we got to look at what is projected. Scotty Scheffler at 6,800, going to be a very popular pick. Hideki, low sentiment coming in, hasn't done much the last 2 weeks. But you look at his last time out at TPC Southwind on a ball striker's course, another par 70. He even putted well on Bermuda that week. I think Hideki is the type of player who's going to get up for this week. He's played Eastlake a ton of times. And again, you're probably going to get him at half the ownership percentages of guys like Daniel Berger, guys like Scotty Scheffler in this range who have great name value, going to be higher sentiment. So for me, the pivot in this range is going to be Hideki. I recognize that a guy like Berger also a good pick, but from a leverage perspective, Hideki looking good to me.
All right, we go ahead, Reed, real quick, under 7K. Sorry.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler for cash. I think Jeff mentioned him. And EVR at the very bottom, $5,000. He's been playing well. Tee to green, fantastic. He's going to be popular, but he allows you to get a couple of guys at the top.
We have also done a quick study in the back. And Jeff, you are being confused by the word or. So usually we do 7K to 8K. So there's that like $1,000 range. Just because the prices are jacked up this week, that's why we're saying like 7 or 8K. So it can be in the 7K range or the 8K range. So really that's 7 to 9. You know what I mean? Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Jeff.
Stellar performance there, Lazio. Stellar performance, man. Emmy award winning. Keep the Emmys coming in the Lazio household, baby.
This
They're
is
gonna
my
go to
Emmy
this
right
clip.
here. This is my Dude, it's a microphone. So I don't know what I'm saying when I'm talking into one. All right, guys. I will see you later. I love y'all. We have large breaking news in the NFL. We will discuss the fantasy impact of Cam Newton's release right after this. All right, everybody, now that that golf segment is over with, let's talk NFL. We have an incredible panel here with us. Jeff's back. And then Kenny Ducey as well, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. I love you
What
guys.
happened last segment?
Dude, you're asking the wrong guy.
Blacked out. I don't know.
Okay, so this is NFL high or low. We know the preseason is over with, so we're going to revisit some week 1 spreads in the NFL. But before we do that, if you're on Twitter, unless you've been, living under a rock here over the past hour, we do have some major breaking news this morning. The Patriots have reportedly released quarterback Cam Newton, meaning like the Mac Jones era is here. It is beginning in New England. Kenny, let's start with you. You love the Patriots. What's your biggest takeaway from this news?
I actually do like the Patriots. I like them quite a bit. This is fantastic news for Patriots fans, for those trying to take Patriots in fantasy drafts. I think that what this means is, Mac Jones now has the job stress-free, doesn't have to worry about anyone breathing down his neck. There's going to be no more competition there. And it was a little bit of a surprise, I would say. I think that there were a lot of people out there thinking that Cam Newton could win this job. At the very least, was going to start the season with the job. But if you look at the way that he played in the preseason and all the reports coming out of camp, this shouldn't have been a shock. Everyone was saying that Mac Jones clearly had the leg up in the quarterback race. So good for Mac Jones. And I think, if you want to take Damian Harris now early in your fantasy drafts, even more of a reason to do that. I think that this should be a better offense with Mac Jones. And this is a team that last year probably could have made some noise if they had a competent quarterback. So I think that this could actually be a decent season for the New England Patriots as long as Mac Jones doesn't stink like Cam Newton did last year.
Yeah, AJ, who benefits the most from this move, like fantasy-wise?
Well, I'll just start by agreeing with Kenny on one side of it. I don't think it's a surprise that Mac Jones won the job. I think the surprise here is that Cam Newton is completely out. I mean, I definitely expected him to maybe be the number 2 here. Do they really want to go into the season with Brian Hoyer as their backup if something happens to Mac Jones? That seems a little risky to me. I get what Kenny's saying about the breathing down your neck kind of thing, but ultimately I was surprised by the outright release. And then to Kenny's point, Damian Harris, I think, is the biggest beneficiary here in terms of getting more running opportunities and more touches here. And young quarterbacks tend to default a little bit to that check down option. So it could be some more backfield catches and targets in that sense. So I agree. I think Damian Harris, biggest DFS beneficiary here. outside of obviously Mac Jones.
Okay, what do you got here, Jeff? Bring us home.
Damien Harris, the biggest beneficiary by far. Cam Newton took 22 rushes inside the 5-yard line last year. The Patriots RBs as a group took 10 as a whole. Damien Harris is absolutely the biggest beneficiary. There's no doubt about it. But like Jonnu Smith, 8 touchdowns last year. All of a sudden, is he going to be the red zone target? Probably. I feel like that's why a big reason why the Patriots brought him in. Jacoby Myers in that Julian Edelman role. We've seen that role with Josh Daniels in the Patriots offense be absolutely big for PPR. Those guys could all of a sudden be fantasy relevant if Mac Jones can keep it together and just get off to a good start here. But Damien Harris, the clear winner with the Cam Newton news by far.
All right, guys, now let's go ahead and play a little bit of NFL high or low. Jeff, I'll start with you here, and we will start with the Saints and the Packers. So a lot has changed between these two teams since odds were released on the DK Sportsbook. So we didn't really know who either of the starting quarterbacks would be, with like Aaron Rodgers' status up in the air, and the Saints had yet to name Jameis Winston the starter. The Saints opened as a 2.5-point favorite and have since moved to a 3-point underdog at home in Week 1. Is that too high or too low, Jeff?
I would say even at 3, it's a little bit too low. I mean, I know that the 3-point swing is big, and that probably leads some people maybe to taking the field goal with the Saints. But, I would try and wait to get this line at -2.5 Packers. And I do feel like with Jameis Winston starting, enough people will feel good about the Saints that they'll say, okay, well, I mean, the Saints are offering us value +3, but this is the Packers. This is the best team in the NFC last year in terms of record. Obviously, they didn't win the NFC Championship, but in the regular season, they've been very good at covering the spread under Matt LaFleur. They've been good road teams as well. The Saints actually really haven't been that good at covering spreads in the Dome either over the last couple of years, and now they're going through the big quarterback change. There's too many things going on in the Saints, and we haven't even mentioned the injury issues at wide receiver. I think you wait and you see if this dips under -3, excuse me. But even at -3, I think this is too low. The Packers aren't getting enough respect here.
All right, AJ, how about you? Too high or too low, this spread?
Well, I agree it's too low, but I think we could see some movement here in light of today's news that they're not going to play this game within the Dome. The fact that they're not going to be, or expected not to be, in New Orleans, at least for all of September here now, I think that's a big factor here, that suddenly, even if they pick a neutral site to avoid giving the Packers home field advantage, the fact of the matter is it still becomes a road game for the Saints. And so I think that's a big concern here. I thought Jameis Winston did a decent job during the preseason, 219 yards, 3 TDs, 1 interception. But they're missing Michael Thomas, obviously. Traquan Smith is dealing with an injury as well. So I think, -3 is too low, and I would expect it to creep up now to favor the Packers a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see this end up at, around -5 by the time we get to kickoff.
Yeah, that's a good point there, AJ, too, with the devastation, really unknown from that hurricane. They already canceled that final preseason game. They moved their practices to Dallas, and that's reportedly where they could play Week 1. Kenny, this spread, is it too high or too low in your eyes?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff here. It's too low. I mean, I think that the Packers should be pretty decisive favorites. Look, I think that we've made fun of me. We've made fun of those who have read too much into the preseason. But if you think that watching Jameis Winston and Marquez Callaway means that somehow the Saints are, in the preseason against backup defenders, means that somehow the Saints are going to win this game, you're fooling yourself. Now, perhaps they could, but it has nothing to do with the preseason. I'm not taking what I saw from Jameis Winston in the preseason and saying, oh, yeah, the Saints offense is going to be just the same as it was. Now, obviously, you're betting on the Saints defense if you want to take New Orleans. But, I mean, look, the Packers offense, one of the best in football last year. I think that they should get even better this year with Aaron Rodgers, perhaps even more upset and with more of a chip on his shoulder, and perhaps more weapons as well to throw the football to. And yeah, when you look at the other side of the coin, I just think that there's a big question mark with that Saints offense. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know if they're going to bring in Taysom Hill for part of the game. We just don't know. So with that uncertainty, I absolutely cannot, in good conscience, back the Saints. And as AJ pointed out, now the venue change sort of makes it even more difficult to get a read on.
All right, let's go to opening night, guys. Cowboys at the Super Bowl champs, the Buccaneers, who opened as 6.5-point favorites. A week ago, they were 9.5-point favorites. Now they are sitting at 7.5-point favorites. What do you make of this line movement? And is it too high or too low, AJ?
Well, I think, the movement speaks to the uncertainty around the preseason, right? We've talked about not reading too much into it. You have the injury concerns for Dak Prescott. So, he was okay, then he wasn't going to play. Now he is potentially going to play. So I think that's a lot of what you're seeing on the line movement here. I think it's too high for me. To really get into this, I would prefer it to be at like 6.5 max for me to take the Bucs. I definitely think they're going to win, but I'm just hesitant to give up more than a touchdown, especially in a week one matchup. Look, we've potentially got Prescott healthy, Zeke Elliott, Amari Cooper, all rested in that final preseason game. So, should be good to go, should be healthy. And I think Dallas is capable of keeping this closer than 7.5 would reflect. So if it drops around 6.5, that's probably where I would jump in on this one.
Okay, Kenny, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm with AJ here. I think that this is a team that's going to get disrespected here because we haven't seen this offense at full strength in literally a year or just under it. So I think that there's a lot of forgetfulness as to how high-powered this Cowboys offense can be. Obviously, this defense is a big liability. But look, I know that this Buccaneers defense just shut down the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl the last time we saw it, and it was spectacular. What a great performance that defense had. But the rest of the season was kind of ugly for the Buccaneers. It was very up and down. It was a roller coaster. And I think that we might see something similar this year where maybe they try to find themselves along the way and, towards the second half of the season, pick it up and go into the playoffs strong and try to defend their title. I just think that this is a huge spread here. And I think that the Cowboys have a good chance of maybe even winning this game. So to get a touchdown, I think is fantastic. And I absolutely love this.
Jeff, do you love it as much as Kenny?
This is one where you just almost, I just feel like laying off. I mean, plus 7.5, you've got the Super Bowl champions. You've got Tom Brady coming back, huge momentum. We've seen the Super Bowl championships in these openers perform quite well, but the spread, over 7 points with now Dak Prescott and the entire Cowboys offense, as Kenny was alluding to, at full strength all of a sudden, it's big because one thing we saw with the Cowboys last year, Dak and those receivers will keep them in games. They won some ugly games where their defense allowed 30-plus points, and Dak has that in him. Now, we don't really know where exactly he is in his recovery because he hasn't played all preseason. That's probably why we're getting such a big line. At this line, at plus 7.5, if I was forced to choose, I would probably just take the points with the Cowboys because, again, there's just a good chance that you're probably going to get even just a garbage time Dak touchdown perhaps to hit this spread. But I feel like the real bet in this opening game is the over 51.5 point total. I think both these offenses are going to come out flying. We saw the point totals at the start of last season, the first few weeks. Ton of overs hit. I think the two offenses you're getting here, 51.5, too low. So I like the over in this game the most. But if I'm choosing a side here at 7.5, I'm definitely taking the Cowboys.
Well, apologies to the Seahawks and the Colts here and the Browns and the Chiefs. We have run out of time. Thank you, guys. Last block of the show coming up. Little sports book look at the MLB slate is next. All right, we took a DFS look at the Major League Baseball slate for tonight earlier in the show. Feel free to rewind the YouTube. I don't know if you can do that on Twitch or not. But right now, we have Steve Buchanan, Nick Fryer, and GARION THORNE here to take a sports book gander at this slate. Little fun segment we like to call Cover the Bases. All right, first base, run line or money line? Go ahead, Steve.
We're going to start with the Padres at -1.5 at even money against the Arizona Diamondbacks. For whatever reason, this club cannot figure out Blake Snell. There are 29 other teams that have figured out Blake Snell, but the Arizona Diamondbacks cannot. He has a 1.08 ERA against this team, which is backed up by a 1.96 FIP. He has dominated this team in 3 starts already. On top of that, a team that doesn't strike out a lot, the Arizona Diamondbacks against lefties, Snell has a 14.6 K9 about that team. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's just put that little nugget to the side. Admittedly, the Padres are not a great team on the run line. They haven't been good in this scenario all season long. They've only covered 44% of the time. This Diamondbacks team does not bring much of a threat to the Padres. They should be able to cover that -1.5, and you'll double your money in the process.
Ooh, Fryer, how are we feeling about that? What do you got?
I don't like agreeing with Steve as general rule, but I think that is a good pick. But that's not where I'm going to go tonight. I feel weird about this one in that I'm going against Walker Buehler, but at the same time, I still feel like it's the right move. I'm going to go with the Braves money line tonight as the underdogs with Charlie Morton on the mound. This is a lineup that just hasn't done anything against Morton in the past. I mean, you look at Mookie Betts and his numbers against him, and the only guy that's taken him deep is Justin Turner. So I know you can make a case that somebody's going to be due. Maybe they go and take him deep. Sure, that could happen. But this is the Dodgers lineup that's not hitting right-handed pitching well at all recently. And then when you look at the bullpens, both of them are pretty strong. But if there's one that's kind of due to regress, it's definitely the Dodgers when you're looking at their ERA and FIP differences. So yeah, I know it's weird going up against Buehler, but this is a guy who is not, as much as he's Cy Young candidate and everything, he's not unbeatable. I think it's the Marlins. We saw him beat him not too long ago. So it can happen. And with this Braves lineup, I feel comfortable backing them with Morton on the mound.
GARION, run line or money line you like tonight?
I'm going to go with a money line bet. I'm going to take the Tigers on the money line at +100, a little home dog action. Basically, if you've been betting the Tigers on the money line at home since the middle of May, you're probably a millionaire, so you might not even be watching this show. That's how good the Tigers have been at covering at home. They are 8-3 in their last 11 home games against specifically left-handed pitchers as well. This lineup sets up really well against southpaws, and Cole Irvin, one of those guys with decent surface stats, but horrendous underlying statistics. His last 7 starts, 5.64 xFIP. He's not striking out anyone. Just 3 strikeouts total his last 3 starts. So I think the Tigers are able to do some damage. I also think Skubal is really one of the better pitchers in the American League. At least he has been the last 3 months. He's been fantastic in August, 1.59 ERA. So I think a lot of things point towards the Tigers tonight, and the fact they're +100 is great.
As we continue to cover the bases, we will now go from first base to second base. And Mr. Fryer, game total. Yeah, I know. It's crazy how baseball works.
Weird how that works. Yeah, normally I go with a specific team total, but I actually do have a game total that I like quite a bit today, and that's the White Sox Pirates going under 9 runs. Lucas Giolito going up against the Pirates, and Bryce Wilson, of course, going for the Pirates. First on Giolito, when you look at the Pirates, I mean, they're just – that should be fairly easy. You should shut them down 6-7 innings, you would think. They have not hit right-handed pitching well at all this season, bottom of the barrel in OPS, ISO, WOBA. They recently, too, have not been hitting well. I think they have the worst OPS versus right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. And then I know the White Sox do hit righties well, but there's a lot of wiggle room for them to do well because I think Giolito will have that much success against the Pirates tonight. Even still, Bryce Wilson, he's been better since he went to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to go and make a case like you should have him in your DFS lineup or anything like that tonight. But he did do well against the Reds earlier in the month when the Reds were on a tear. He's only had 1 hiccup, and it was the second time he saw the Brewers in short time. So since he's joined the Pirates. So, yeah, I feel comfortable with this going under 9 tonight.
Steve, I heard you make some kind of noise when Nick started giving his answer. Was that approval or disgust?
I mean, I just knew he was going to ramble, so that's more of the acknowledgement. Like, here comes a rambling answer.
Rambling. I'm the one rambling today. Okay, interesting. All right.
Today, Nick, always. Oh, always a rambler. Let's talk about the game total, a game total that we like tonight. It's the over the Blue Jays and Orioles game. Let me let you in on something. The Orioles are trying to lose. They're trying to lose every single night. I've actually come up with an idea. I just might bet the over on the team total of whoever they're facing for every game in the month of September. And then come October, I won't be working here anymore because I am just flush with cash, because that's how it's going to end up going. But look,
great.
this game should go over. Shut up. This game should go over that total easily tonight. 3.5 run total for the, team total for the Orioles. That should be an over. Going up against a lefty, they're great against lefties. So always take the over, especially when it's a run total like that. The Toronto Blue Jays, Bo Bichette starting to come around. Some of these bats starting to come around. Corey Dickerson, one of the best acquisitions during the trade deadline, in my opinion, before the trade deadline, but love what he's doing over there too. The biggest thing for me here, the Orioles bullpen has been absolutely horrific in the month of August. 5.97 FIP, 1.9 home run per 9 inning, and a 4.9 walks per 9 inning in the league. Those are either second or first or second worst in the league for the entire month. So even if for whatever reason they can't get Keegan Aiken, which believe me, everybody can get to Keegan Aiken, they'll get to that bullpen. This should go over tonight. Not even a question. No problem.
Ooh, Garion, game total, please.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I have the same answer as Steve. I was shocked this game wasn't double digits, 10.5, maybe even 11.
Correct.
And it's not worth getting into the Jays against Keegan Aiken. That's pretty obvious, especially with George Springer back at the top of that lineup. But Hyunjin Ryu has not been good lately. He's got a 7.84 ERA across his past 4 starts. He's got an ERA over 5 if you go back to the beginning of June. So if he's the reason this number is below 10, which you'd have to think he is, I really can't justify this because, as Steve mentioned, the Orioles crush left-handed pitchers. So I think this game goes way over 9.5 runs.
All right, guys, we still have a couple more to get to. So Slate's, producer Slate's, not me. I could do this all day. He would like you to pick up the pace a little bit. Gary in third base, player prop.
Let's go back to that Blue Jays game. Teoscar Hernandez, the highest qualified WOBA and WRC plus against left-handed pitching in the American League so far this season. I think he goes over 1.5 total bases at -120. Quick and easy. Just take the over on Teoscar.
Bukes.
No, it's really upsetting because Kenny can't shut up that we have to hurry up. But whatever, that's fine. We'll keep going. Over 7.5 strikeouts for Blake Snell tonight at plus money, plus 110. In the 3 starts that he's made against the Diamondbacks, he's gone over this total in 2 of those 3 games, 13, 8, and 6. So he was just at that total in the one that he hit the under in that one. What makes this all more impressive is that the Diamondbacks only have a 21.3% K percentage against lefties. That's one of the lowest in the league. But for whatever reason, Snell makes them strike out. Take the over tonight.
Fryer.
I'm going to take the over on Matt Moore giving up a home run tonight against the Nationals. He's seen them twice.
Real bold.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Anyways, we're having a time issue here, so I'd appreciate if you could shut up for 2 seconds, okay? Since July 9th, he's seen them twice, giving up 3 home runs in that stretch. He gives up his fair share of fly balls, and he's gotten roughed up in his last couple starts. So I'm going to go with Matt Moore giving up at least 1 home run tonight.
Home plate. Favorite DK odds boost. I need to know, Steven.
I mean, if this was like nitpicking, he'd be like, oh, there'll be a hit in all of Major League Baseball tonight because that's how obvious his answers are. Just give me Vlad Guerrero to hit a home run. I mean, please, everybody's going to be hitting home run on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. If there was an odds boost that involves a Toronto Blue Jays player, you take it. So I'll take Vlad to hit a home run tonight.
Gare Bear.
Yeah, I don't really like the Chris Bryant one too much. I don't really like the Red Sox on the road, especially against Tampa, too much. So I think you just have to take Vlad, plus 270 to hit a home run.
And Nick, bring us home, please.
Vlad's the way to go. He's taking Keegan Aiken twice in taking him deep twice in limited opportunities, and the Orioles give up a ton of home runs. Their relievers do. So yeah, definitely that one.
Great answer.
Ooh.
Steve, if we didn't have to go, unbelievable.
That's too bad.
All right, guys. Love y'all. Mean it. This is the final day of Sims with our award-winning commentary. We have 6 of them on the slate. It's a celebration of life, really. It's not a goodbye. It's an I'll see you later, maybe after football season. Who knows? But at high noon, Chargers at the Giants. Yours truly, Adam Coppin, Brendan Glasheen, the GOATs will have you to kick off this final day. I love you, every single one of you. Farewell. In the arms of the angels. In the arms of the angels. On a head at me.
Dude, you've changed, huh? Wow.
Dude,
You can sing now after a year and a half.
In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, as we have our celebration of life begins. Whose phone is that? I didn't know.
It was mine. It was mine.
Okay. I thought you walked off to call Glash.
To call Glash. I can't do it anymore. This guy. I'm done. I'm done. I thought we were done. I'm done.
Cough, can you talk today? Or you're going to have trouble.
I'm going to have trouble during the 10 for sure, but I think I'm okay right now.
All right.
What? See, once again, the Patriots screw things up, right? Because, like, if this were a normal day and not our Sim send-off day, we'd probably spend the next hour just talking about Cam Newton, Mac Jones, Stephon Gilmore, whatever else, mainly the quarterbacks. But now, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we're going to talk any football today.
Nah, I'm good with the football. See you next week. So,
Yeah, same
there
here.
is a sim.
Dude, you look great today, Glash.
We
and
were
then
trying to-
Kaufman, is that the uniform from that like show you were telling me to watch?
No, but how's that going? About a year ago, I think I told you to watch that. You start that yet?
I have not started yet. I'm focused
Been
on
busy?
Ted Lasso right now. Well,
Oh, it's a good
I'm
one.
I'm a goldfish. I have like a 10-second memory, so I forget.
Ted Lasso's a good one. There's no doubt about it. It's a great one, even. No, it's not a Blue Mountain State jersey. I should get one of those. Get myself an Alex Morant jersey. This felt like an appropriate one today. This is a Shane Falco jersey, a replacements jersey, because for about 4.5 months there, we replaced sports. Now it's back, and so we're leaving.
Well, we're going to be pretty active here today, right? We got 6 sims, and then tonight, like the 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock is going to be wild.
So wild.
I want to know what to expect from you tonight, Latzia in particular, because I don't know if you know this. Glash knows this only because we were promoting it last night, but I don't know if you know this. So tonight, for anyone out there that may be unaware, we're just having a 4-hour hang. We're starting with that 8 o'clock, and we are on until midnight. We're just staying on until they make us leave September 1st. So after I know you're on for the second half of the 10 o'clock. You just going to hang with us all the way to the very end, or is the sim going to end and you're going to go to bed?
No, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It would be more of once 11 o'clock rolls around in my house, it's this time that my wife calls quiet time. She reads her books, and I can't have the volume up very high on the television. And I respect my roommate.
Sure.
And usually I had just spent some time with the dogs. But tonight I may ask her to
extend the quiet hours.
Yeah, I may ask her to deal with it. Because this is my real family, and I'm a real boy.
Lindenbaum in the chat. Happy final announcer day, Coffin Emerson and Glash, I assume.
No, it's okay. You don't have to say it.
Oh yeah, no, he gave you one before. He said Glash yo, and then he said happy final announcer day to the others of us. So yeah.
There's must be. I would like a large pepperoni pizza at your convenience, because I'm sorry, Cam Newton will not lead the Patriots to 12-5 divisional round weekend. That's too bad. Sorry.
Did you guys had a fun little
pizza bet?
Yeah, sure did. Oh, must be. It was all along. Bill loves Cam. Loves him enough to cut him a week before the season. Oh, what a shame. Really, what a shame.
I mean, Koff, I think he did. I think he did love Cam a lot, but I think Mac Jones was making it harder and harder for him to stick with Cam Newton, right?
Honest question to both of you.
Yeah.
Did you see this coming? Because I would be lying if I said that I saw Cam Newton getting released and Mac Jones being named the starting quarterback coming. I saw, there was a universe in which I could see it existing, but in terms of actually predicting it, of course not.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then there was one little sign, like yesterday, when I noticed Brian Hoyer was the one doing the interview on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this has got to be because they just don't know who the starter is yet. So they're going to throw Hoyer on the radio. I said, what could it happen? But no, today I was still floored. I was shocked.
I mean, I think it makes sense for a world of reasons. I mean, you were just talking about it, Emerson. There's no doubt if Bill Belichick, and others have said this is not a hot take. I mean, everybody has been saying this, and every former Patriot who is now an analyst working in the media has said this. If Bill Belichick was going to, in fact, stay true to the mantra of we do what is best for the football team, neither of the three of us, despite, playing whatever we play here in Simland, we're not experts. We're not experts. We don't know the game the way Bill Belichick or anybody in that stadium, let alone the locker room, knows the game. But I know this. I know what my eyes told me. I got a pretty good idea what Emerson's and Glash's eyes told them. And if we can see that Mac Jones was just that superior to Cam Newton, both in preseason and training camp, how could Bill Belichick not see it? So it was just a function of whether he felt comfortable rolling out the rookie for week one, as we've gotten more and more accustomed to in the NFL in recent years, and obviously multiple other teams are doing this season. Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, to name a couple. It makes sense. I'm excited about it.
Weren't you the same guy who also said the best thing to happen to the New England Patriots in 2021 was Cam Newton having a great season and leading them to the postseason? Was that what you?
Ooh,
yeah,
wow!
I did. I still felt that way.
But so what's the spin on this take?
Because what I said was the best thing that would happen for the Patriots would be Cam Newton being good and giving Mac Jones a year in the system to get more comfortable with the NFL. Turns out Cam Newton not very good. Mac Jones obviously was better. And so great, good. I didn't think, here's where I was among the areas that I was wrong. I felt Cam Newton, please. Yeah, settle in. I
am strapped on in, as a matter of fact.
Good. Get on the bus. I felt that Cam Newton had the higher ceiling than Mac Jones.
Take your time. Deep breath.
I felt Cam Newton had the higher ceiling than Mac Jones this year. Not long term, obviously, this year, but that Mac Jones had the safer floor because he's just not as mistake prone as Cam. And I think what we saw over the course of the preseason was off. I mean, Mac Jones clearly has a higher ceiling than Cam Newton right away. I didn't see that coming. I didn't. I'll own that. I'm not hiding from that.
Thank God.
And I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. And now we're going to get Brady against Mac in week 4 and all that. I mean, this is good. It's an exciting time to be a Pats fan. Exciting time to maybe think about Mac Jones for Offensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL.
Yeah, Bright Guy, it's a good point too. Mac versus Tua in week 1. Roll Tide, boys.
Maybe. It's really not, but the Mac Jones Offensive Rookie of the Year stuff is not ridiculous because
it's not at all ridiculous.
Urban Meyer, Trevor Lawrence, that looks like a train wreck already. I mean, unless
chill. No way, dude. Did you not watch the 3rd preseason game? We are so back. Yeah. Actually, the biggest storyline from that one.
Visca connection.
I thought Lawrence would be the storyline in that one, but it turns out it was like a coach smelling salts in a bottle that went viral from the Jags game. Had nothing to do with Trevor Lawrence, but whatever. I see what you're saying, Glash. Man, I love you. I'm gonna miss you.
Yeah. And then
here's one thing that you could definitely tell the second Mac Jones was drafted by the Patriots, though. And I'm not saying you could tell he was going to start right away because obviously I didn't feel that way. You could tell that of all the quarterbacks, and this doesn't mean he's going to be the best one of the 5. He's probably not. But of all the quarterbacks that were drafted in round 1, was there a more perfect fit for the Patriot system and the way Bill Belichick likes to run his offense in terms of just short little passes, don't make mistakes, turnover-free football, precision, accuracy, move the chains. Like Mac Jones is that guy, or at least he seems to be that guy. He was that guy in college. He was that guy in the preseason.
Yeah. I think.
Screw
I
it.
think
You want to
it's
just go back to not talking about football? That's fine. We can do
No. What I was actually thinking was yesterday we had a little conversation with Jerome Bettis here, and I'll take you behind the scenes. Hasn't even been tweeted out yet, but he kind of agreed a little bit with what you were saying. With he believes out of all the rookie quarterbacks, he thinks Mac Jones is actually going to have the best career long term. Maybe not this year. Thinks that could be all Trevor Lawrence. Really like Trevor Lawrence, but when we're talking a whole career, he was all about Mac Jones in this rookie quarterback class.
Is that a function of his strengths and playing within the Patriots system, or
it had more to do with where he landed and who was coaching him.
He wouldn't feel that way if like he was a Jet right now, for instance.
No, or in Jacksonville. No, absolutely not. You are spot on with that.
Jason Rossi in the chat, who will join us throughout the day today, says needs way more likes. That's right. I'm running out of time to tell the people. Smash that like button. Smash the like, hit the subscribe button. We greatly appreciate it. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow. Did you guys make lineups? We didn't reveal ours.
Yes. I did.
Yes. What'd you go with? What'd you decide to do? I'll tell you, I'm off to a blazing start. 118 out of 140.
Keenan Allen is my captain. I rostered Eckler, the badge, Michael Badgley, Barkley, Shepard, Slayton. No quarterbacks, no defense, no kicker. One kicker.
Sure.
Jason. One kicker for you.
Oh man, where are we at? So this is good stuff. I'm off to an awesome start. Looks like 135 out of 140.
Good.
Hunter Henry in the captain spot, quad father, Jones, Herbert, Squarebert, Slayton, and Reed. Sweet Reed tea.
Yeah. It's a good drink at the Krusty Kaufman. I'll have one of those later tonight.
We'll even get him a little later on, Reed T. Fowler. I went your guy, the quad father in the captain spot. Not as chalky as I would have expected. Only about 9% captain in our contest, 81% overall. Austin Eckler is there. He is the chalk today. Hunter Henry, new Patriot. Contractually obligated to tell you that. Golden Tate, Darius Slayton, Joe Reed. I was between Joe Reed and Graham Gano, and then I said, what the heck? Let's go with the receiver. Third and inches. Almost picked.
Oh. It's 3-0, man. This is a wild one. This is the perfect way to go out. This is the ultimate noon sim. 3-0 after one quarter, about to be 3-3.
Do we think every sim today is going to go to overtime?
That'd be awesome. Is there, or what are we still doing? Like, we're not going straight through the whole day, right? Are we still doing the sweat coming up, and then we got to get the green at 3? Okay. And then is there an addition of the slate?
The norm is we're going straight through 8 to midnight.
Rock and roll. I gotcha.
This will surprise no one. Mike Reese, ESPN. Mac Jones jerseys at the Patriots Pro Shop sold out already.
Wow. That's huge. Did you get one yet?
Well, how many do you think were there? Or maybe like 10 or 10 on the shelf, on the rack?
10?
Yeah, 10.
No, I bet there were a lot there.
Well, I bet there's a boatload of jerseys.
Yeah, it's probably a lot of that. Do I have one? No, Glash, I don't have one. But I will tell you my
do you have a bobblehead?
My mom texted me. I do have a bobblehead, actually. My mom texted me a couple days ago saying that she was going to order Mac Jones jerseys for the kids for the holidays. So so she already placed her order. Maybe she knew this was coming down the pipe.
Dude,
listen to mom.
Mama coughed the insider here.
Apparently.
This is awesome.
He texted me this morning. Said, "I guess it's a good thing I got those jerseys."
Care Bear says they look like a preacher at the Salem witch trials.
Burn them at the stake.
Sort of feels that way, right?
Mac is the starter. Help me! It's hot. It's hot.
Dude, what a crazy time in this world, huh? We don't have to go there.
But see, like
Wow.
that little exchange there was normal last April.
It's
Now
true.
it's like, yeah.
What do you mean? It's still normal. Anything goes on the Dream stream.
All right, don't yell at me.
I'm not. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, babe. I didn't mean to do that.
When do you think it's gonna really set in for you guys that these are done? Like for
I think
Emerson,
Friday when we don't put our
4 o'clock this
when we don't
afternoon.
put our availability in. Like when
Yeah.
I go to check the talent stream schedule Word doc, and there's nothing there. There's
Oh,
just
I mean,
nothing.
like, listen, our production crew. Well, I'm gonna put this on Drew. I'm gonna call out Drew because I don't know if he's listening, but if he is, he'll slack me and say that he is. I mean, he's just moved on and given up. Like, you go into our talent sign up sheet, doesn't even say who's playing in the Sims anymore.
No, that's true. I'm looking
Yeah,
at this now.
It just says the assignments, like who's working it, and that's it. I had to go somewhere else to find out who was playing.
Yeah, I ran into that issue last night doing the schedule. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that's not there anymore. I gotta find it somewhere else.
Like, on to the
Honestly,
next.
it's going to sink in for me tomorrow. It's going to sink in for me tomorrow when I wake up, and I'm typically on those noon sims, and I'll make a contest right before I leave to take my wife to work. So around like 9:30, 9:45, where I'm like, dude, I feel like it's just empty. It's just pain for me now. Like, you could still make the free rolls. Yeah, maybe we'll
Right.
pop in every once in a while and do it just to show everyone how good I am and remind everyone that I own everybody in free rolls. But it's going to be emotional. I think tomorrow I think the rest of the week I'm going to have to take off from free rolls.
We
not
read this
strong
comment from Crackle, Glashkoff Emerson, together by far favorite 3. Thanks, guys, for keeping these pandemic times sane over the last 15 months. Please come back on air with live sims after NFL is over. Any
I'll see what I
developing
can do.
opinions on the word pause? Anyone? Do we really think this
I
is
like
a
it.
pause? Okay.
I think it's a great way to phrase it. Leaves the door open, even if we have to approach it right now as though it's closed.
Baby, it ain't over till it's over.
Rossi says his life's a little more open for talking to Emerson on the phone now. That's
It's
important.
interesting.
Instead of
It's
3-minute
all-
conversations, they can be 5.
Yes. Short and sweet, Bubs. And also, he's terrible. You reply to, he'll occasionally post something on his Instagram story, and like you'll reply to it, and then he won't reply to you back for like 4 days. Like, I was just talking mad smack about his son, and he just got back to me.
He accused you yesterday of that same thing, except on text.
No, that's BS.
Said you'll text him hi, he'll write back hi, you don't respond.
Yeah. What's going on, guys? Don't talk to me. I'm live.
Who's in there?
Thank you.
Who's in there?
There was
Who's come by?
Slate, there was
Yep.
Samir, and there was Regia.
Oh,
They all
Turns out
walked
these
in here.
things-
They
They don't
looked
wanna
at
say
stuff.
bye?
They looked at stuff and walked out. I don't even know what they were looking at.
Turns
That
out
was
the
weird.
ending is Samir's fault, though.
Samir's been on a bad friendship stretch. Let me
He
put
really,
it that
you
way.
know, and wasn't
Ever
he the
si-
one who
ever since he
begged
got a
before to be
girlfriend.
on air? He begged before, I can come on and do the game with Emerson.
Yeah.
I can do it. Now he's too cool. Now he's out with Billy and Slates doing shoots and meeting golfers. Guess he's too cool for us now.
No, Koff nailed it.
No, it was
Koff
ever since he ever since he got a girlfriend.
Yes.
We like to rip on Emerson and say he's changed. Ever since Samir got a girlfriend, he has changed.
Yes,
Samir's
literally
such a sucker with
changed.
this girl now. I don't like her.
It was interesting. Last week we went golfing. It was early in the morning. He picked me up at like 7:30. His girlfriend's in the front seat.
Oh,
Right? I know. I got to load
Ask
my
her to
clubs in
move
the
in
back. We take her to her apartment, and it was an awkward moment.
Oh,
There's
they
an
had to
awkward
sleep
moment
over?
that I found out later. I said, this is interesting. We take off in like 30 minutes. She's asking Samir, hey, can you come upstairs? Like, are you going to come upstairs? I said, well, what's going on here? This is weird. And I found out later her sink is messed up. It's like really clogged. And like Samir didn't go up to help her like unclog her sink.
Oh, what a great little Mario opportunity for him to get under there, roll up the sleeves, and go full on plumber.
I know, but he won some brownie points in my eyes again when he said, "No, I'm not going to do that." Yeah, it was awkward. I don't know. I think they may be breaking up.
Wait a minute. So you got picked up after they had a sleepover?
Yeah. And then I had to third wheel it to Dunkin' Donuts with them.
That's weird.
It was.
Why would he put you in that situation?
Well, I asked them to pick me up, and then I was surprised when the front seat was taken. I said, well, this is awkward, because I've got longer legs. Yeah. I said, there's no way, lady, your quads look like mine. I need more room. But I took the high road. And then when she got out of the car, I stayed in the back seat on the ride to the golf course, and Samir was so ticked off. He said, please come up to the front. I'm not driving away until you come up to the front seat. I said, no, I'm going to stay back here. I'm comfortable. I feel good. I'm in a good mental space right now. We're focusing. We're about to go play golf. And he refused to move the car. And it was this stalemate for 5 minutes. I refused to go, and then he finally took off because he's weak.
Also, he's the one to blame. He put you in that position. Everybody knows. Everybody knows if you're going to be the first one dropped off, you don't sit in the front.
Bingo.
Absolutely. That's true.
Bingo, dude.
I mean, that's a household rule, Samir. Get it together. You put yourself in a position to be the chauffeur. You got to own it.
Does he talk? So Emerson, did he talk different to her? Did he change his voice?
Yeah, I know. He does have a different tone.
Oh, I hate that. Oh.
I know. He kind of sweet talks her a little bit, but also when I'm just broing out with him in the back seat, and I'm like, dude, you ready to shoot the round of your life today on the course? He's like, I'm going to give it my best effort. And I'm like, dude, you don't talk like that.
Flash, which of your voices do you use with Sarah?
This one, the one I'm using right now. Sarah, want to come say hi and bye to everybody? This is it. This is it. I'm going to Kaufman's at 6. So.
I mean, your sim starts at 6. You better be here before that.
Are you? What is the game plan like for tonight? Are you guys going to be in the same? Are you going to be in the same room together this time? Is that cool? Or are you guys going to be?
No, Flash is going on the porch, man.
Just
Flash is going on the porch. Yeah, here's the best part, because we're on, as you know, starting at 8 together, but he has a sim at 6, so he has to come early. So he's going to do a sim while I'm just home at 6 o'clock. So I'm going to put him out there on the porch. I'm going to close the door, and I'm going to have dinner with my family. Well, he's just out there on the porch doing a sim.
Yes. Oh man.
Maybe I'll give him some scraps. Touchdown Giants. Quad father, Saquon Barkley.
Last time you can.
What's going on, Sarah? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, it's Emerson. Love you. Miss you.
Hi, Emerson. It's Sarah.
It's good to see you.
I think we established that.
What would you like to say to everyone?
I would like to say it's been an honor making landmarks with all of you. What a time. And my closet is always open.
Open closet policy here at the Glasheen Privatera residence.
Yeah. You can always check
full
out.
house, but with clothes.
Yeah, so also, I have a lot of Cam Newton outfits now that are just going to be sitting here. So I don't know.
Sarah, in all truth, do you understand the importance of your role in Simland the last 17 months?
I think so. I dressed the character.
You can trust
and the landmarks. I mean, not just the Krusty Cop. There's the Emerson Gym. There's Moose Air, which is my favorite.
That's true.
Babysitter Billy's, whatever we called that daycare center.
Billy Madison.
Yeah.
That was the hit. Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
Say something to the Sim fam.
Oh my God.
Well,
we have all day. Don't force.
Yeah, but she
your
doesn't.
girlfriend
she
to
doesn't.
say something. She doesn't have something to say. She's emotional too. We're all emotional.
You know what?
I'll get in the chat later.
Get over it.
I have to work.
Okay. Go work.
Oh my God! Stop it!
Quit strong arming her.
What is happening?
You
BK's in the
just
chat.
snapped.
Rossi's in the chat.
Oh, he muted himself.
Didn't come through.
Did he? No.
No, he's still talking. Dan Russell, behind every great man is an even better woman. Much respect, Sarah.
Yeah, 100%. I can always tell like her fashion of the season because I see Glash wearing it on TikTok. Oh, wait a second. Was that an interception or a fumble? No, fumble. Okay.
Rossi asked, I think it was Rossi in the chat, if the three of us went on a road trip, who would drive?
Me.
I want shotgun. I don't want to drive because I want to like be able to be on my phone and eat snacks and stuff and
potentially fall
talk.
asleep.
Yes, that's huge.
Yeah.
Koff would
No,
need to
I'm
tweet, so
fine
Koff
not
ain't driving.
I guess that leaves you then, big guy.
React at all times.
No, I said it's me. I said I'll drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I would let I'd say, okay, since Koff is sacrificing himself to let me have shotgun, I also get car sick in the back seat. Like I can't, Ubers are very tough for me, like real talk. Head spins, I sweat, it's disgusting. We'd let Koff control the music.
Oh, wait a minute. Sarah's got one last thing to say.
I would just like to tell everybody that when we get Meowster, we need to do some sort of live event where everybody
This
can
is
see him.
this is an empty promise, Sarah. I'm
Put it on
sorry. You guys are
Periscope.
never getting Mouster. You had 2 years to do this. You guys haven't done it yet.
We are. Don't you worry.
Hey, don't talk to her like that.
way to stand up for her, Glass. Good job.
Oh boy, Glass Daddy.
Don't you talk to her like that.
Okay.
When we get Meowster a year ago, when it was promised, BK says if I get invited, I'm fine sitting in the back. We'll get a clown car. We'll just get as many people as we'll bring all the commentators.
We'll get the stim bus. If it's still available.
Yeah, Bry Guy says RV. Which of us, and not the three of us, like which of us commentators, could be one of us, I guess, would be the most intolerable on like a 12-hour drive?
Most tolerable?
Intolerable.
Kenny.
Yeah.
Automatically?
God. Yes.
I was going to say.
Why did you take this exit? Why did you go that way? I know that way's faster. Why did you take that exit? What are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. First of all, that is not the way to go. You actually can go this highway to that highway to that highway. Here's the thing, okay? You gotta go this way, not that way. That's Kenny for you. The sentence starts with, here's the thing, or first of all, every time.
First of all.
You work with people enough, you definitely learn their crutches. Like I mean, I love working with Moose. Well, if I'm being dead honest, or I don't hate it. Those are the big Moose ones. 13-3 at the half. If anyone out there actually,
time and
cares
score
about that detail.
There's the play-by-play.
I think it was first time over on Twitch who asked if you would be taking Sarah's last name. when you guys are at the altar.
Yeah, way to blow an opportunity, Glash. I mean, that would have been a heck of a sim send-off.
That would have been sick if you would have, and maybe it's still in the car say, who knows?
Yeah, maybe he's saving it to the end of the fourth quarter.
A live proposal? Is that why
Right?
you look so nice? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got the suit on.
I mean, it's a funeral for you.
It's gonna have to be like you open the box, it's Meowster with the ring on like the flea collar.
And you hold it up like Lion King.
She doesn't even notice. It takes her like 10 minutes to notice there's a ring.
She's
on
so
it.
excited about the cat, doesn't even care about the ring.
Yeah. I'm just an afterthought. I normally am anyway, so. It's a great idea. I'll think about it. I'll sit on that today. I'll sit on the idea.
Well,
Maybe
I mean, not to alarm you, but you're running out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
13-3.
This is the first
third quarter.
Time and
First
score.
halftime. Yep. First halftime of the first game of the last day of commentating on the Sims for the indefinite future. It's just a pause.
It's a pause.
Well,
I mean, when are the three of us going to work together next? Is the question.
well, we're going to work together tonight.
Yeah,
Well,
cough.
after today, I meant.
I don't know. Let's do like a weird podcast or something. Let's do like a once a month podcast. Just about where we talk about nothing. We'll treat it like one of these Sims.
In.
Me too.
I'm a maybe.
A
No, you're
hard
not.
maybe.
You got nothing going on. I'll just
Well, I have
email
to-
your agent. I'll email your agent and ask him if you have 30 minutes a month to do this with us.
Sorry, I can't do that. I have to go to Salt Lake City thanks to Germ and do DoorDash.
What?
Why don't you ask Emerson what they were up to on Friday?
What were you up to on Friday?
What do you mean? I wasn't here on Friday, was I? You're honestly
Jeff,
asking
and
me if I can
Emerson.
remember something from Friday.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is Tuesday already.
Thank you.
So much has happened in his world. Plus, he has the attention span of a gnat.
That wasn't very nice.
Well, what happened on? That's not mean. It's an observation.
No,
What happened on
he's
Friday?
calling it how he sees it. He's calling it's very accurate. Like there's a reason I'm not telling him to shut up. Like he's right.
Yeah, Mac Jones is better than Cam Newton. What do you want?
Yeah.
Some things are just an observation. So what happened on Friday, Glash?
Christian, Jeff, and Emerson. And I'd like to think Emerson was the one who spearheaded this idea, but
Catalyst.
maybe not. They decided to send emails to my agent inquiring about being a clown at a birthday party or working DoorDash in Salt Lake City, as Germ did. I was getting screenshots texted to me, and he's like, what the hell is going on?
Okay. All right.
So there were no
All right.
really
I
good
remember
offers.
now.
And then I
right.
had to explain, like, I'm sorry, this wasn't, but he said he loved it, so it was good. That doesn't mean you should all go do it now.
So he didn't say, do me a favor and take my email address out of your Twitter bio?
No, it was his idea.
Well,
you see
in
what
that-
I mean? Like
at that point, you're
cough.
just you're doing it to yourself.
Yes, cough. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even the one who brought it up. It was DeAndrea at the time who said, yo, have you seen like his new Twitter bio? I said, no. I went over there. I said, well, what's going on here? I said, well, we all are busy. We all have things going on in life. And if you guys would like Glash to help out, we have someone to contact now about that.
I mean, it just says inquiries. I'm looking at it.
True. It doesn't specify like sports stuff. It could be
Right. Yeah. We need a clown for a birthday party. Reach out.
That's pretty good though. Hey, you need a clown. You need a clown for a birthday party. We hear you dress up. Can you do it for us?
Yeah. Carolyn producing. I'm contacting your agent. I need you to clean my house.
I can clean.
I'm a housekeeper.
I can do that.
TL producing, Cobra K, Tate, and Ops. Getting it done with our guy Kyle, Bry guy on the 1s through 7s. Very nearly a safety. But we have a flag.
Good crowd here. 420 people watching.
Not bad.
About 50 on Twitch.
Bucky asks, you know what? This is an important question. Bucky asks, is the sweat still going to be a thing after today? Sure is. Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here, DraftKings YouTube and Twitch channels. Check it out daily. The slate will be available to you multiple times a week. Get the green. I mean, look, here.
Yeah,
There's
are
still
we
gonna be-
continuing to get the green? The season comes to an end.
Right. I mean, I don't know if it's
after this
continuing.
week.
Right. I don't know if it's continuing like in the next couple weeks with the
Okay,
season
but
ending,
also,
but you know, long
the new
term,
season-
it's probably coming back. I'm guessing.
Yeah, and the new season starts in like a month. You know, they do
Yeah,
that
I
like
mean, that's
wraparound
golf
schedule
for you.
now.
Right. Bry guy says there'll probably be Ryder Cup stuff. So look, if you like hearing from us, granted not in the same format where we're just talking a whole lot of nothing.
I like you.
If you like hearing from us in general, and, you know,
Love that
us
voice.
and Moose and Lamarca and Reed and a whole
Flash.
bunch of others, you know, you'll continue to. We'll be around. We hope you'll continue to tune in.
Good note from Bry Guy. Each stream starting tomorrow, will be titled Fantasy Madden Sim. Each sim will have its own individual stream, like the old days. We're going to go back to digging individual holes.
What? Okay.
All right.
Andy in the chat. What's up, buddies? Here to get down and clown around.
We can do that.
I don't mean to bring this back to Kenny. It just, that comment reminded me of him. Was the anti-buddy stance the wildest thing you can remember hotly discussed or debated in the history of these sims? Or was there something bigger?
That's a great question.
I truly couldn't believe it. I felt bad because I really thought it bothered him. Because it was a thing for a whole sim. And he claims he was joking.
No
I
way.
don't think so,
No
initially.
chance.
Maybe what it turned into, he thought it was fun to keep egging it on, which was good. That was well done by Kenny. But in the moment, I was at lost for words. I felt bad. I didn't mean for it to come off that way. I was also complimenting his lineup. Michael Thomas scored a touchdown. He says, "Hey, nice job, buddy. You have him." Turned into me demeaning him for.
Well, didn't you know calling somebody buddy is incredibly condescending?
Yeah.
You may as well have called him sport or champ or pal.
Or man.
No, man, you're
Bro.
putting some respect on him.
So, yeah, we've come a long way since. You know, we've met in person, went to a Yankees-Red Sox game together. Kenny's a good time. I'm not so sure I love his approach here on these streams, but not a bad guy in person.
Sarah in the chat. You felt bad about it. You wouldn't shut up about it.
Right, because I was so rattled. I felt bad about it. Twitch, do you have the clip? Anyone from Twitch have that clip of Kenny's supporters?
The only time I can ever personally remember getting like really rattled meaning not like fired up, but rattled being like, oh man, like did I cross a line here based on reaction, was when I was teasing you about, you know, not working, whatever, after your jaw injury that I didn't even know about. I just thought you had a pimple on your nose, and you were none too happy about that. And that was about the only time that I can remember where it was like, oh man, do I need to like smooth this out?
Yeah, I was actually hurt. And just because you didn't know about it doesn't mean that it wasn't true.
How about you, Emerson?
I didn't understand the buddy.
Anybody in Simland?
Yeah, I didn't understand the buddy thing. How he got so upset with that.
Whatever. Google it. There's an article on it.
Emerson's just posting stories on Instagram right now. We'll include.
No. My wife's talking to me back and forth about stuff, and I'm just like super confused. She's not being.
Is this because you told her you were extending quiet hours tonight?
I need complete sentences here.
She's changed a lot.
She really has, though.
Just say, like, Meg, use some punctuation so I can follow what you're talking about, please.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
All right, here's when I lost my ish on Kenny.
Fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dicky Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. There's negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support. It's fantastic.
All right. That's enough.
Yeah, I don't. That voice at the end there.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing.
Started a little whistle kind of thing. What about my supporters, man? Emerson will be, he's going to be busy throughout the day today. Hosted the Sweat earlier. Obviously, he is here on this sim. He'll be doing Get the Green with Reed after the 2 o'clock, coming on back for parts of the 8 and 10 tonight. You're going to hear folks from basically everybody today. Basically everyone. Full Sims combinations of Rossi and Christian and Zach and BK. Later on the slate talking baseball, we'll have Bukes and Garion tonight. Julian Edlow is going to return. Felix,
what's
Ben
up with that guy?
Wyman,
Who
Benny
invited him?
Bandana. No Shirag, sadly. We were unable to get Shirag on today, but he has obviously been a fixture in what we've been doing.
Whatever. We don't need him.
What is
Pop,
the so what's
Lamarca, everybody?
yeah? What's how is that going to work? Like, do we know how we're going to do? Is it everybody on at one time? Or are we bringing people in like by quarter to make it a 3 box?
No, so it's we're gonna have 6 people per half of each game.
I want you to close your eyes. Imagine you're in aisle 3 of Market Basket.
Okay, visualize this.
That's usually like the spices aisle, but okay.
All right, whatever one the cereal is, and you just see.
Okay,
Which
like
one's
7.
the cereal? Do you know?
It's 7.
And
Yeah,
then
it's closer to 7.
There's going to be just a bunch of boxes of cereal.
Okay.
Every individual sim host is its own cereal.
Oh my god,
All-
that's tasty.
It's going
Who you eating?
It's going to be 2 rows, 3 in each row. Think of your favorite 6 cereals, and they're all just going to appear.
Oh my god.
And then your next favorite 6 at 10 o'clock, they're just going to appear, and you get to touch them and look at them and feel how tasty they are. That's what tonight will be. Just a lot of good cereal in their own boxes
2%.
on Zoom.
2%.
2% milk too. I'll bring the milk.
Ooh, soggy, real soggy. Some
Your
crunchy,
milk can be my milk too.
some chocolatey, some fruity.
I think I'm
some
gonna
marshmallowy.
cut that analogy off before we're not allowed on tonight.
Oh.
13-3. Giants leading.
Who's
Rossi living in the chat? So Rossi says, so I don't know. I don't have a clue what this is. Rossi says he's making history at 6 o'clock in the sim tonight. You're going to be with him, Glash, from my porch.
It will
Do
be
we know
my
what
porch
he's going to be
later.
up to?
No idea. He's got some big surprise coming up.
Does that concern anybody?
Wait a second. All right, I'm back. I've figured it out with my wife, so now I can dial back into this.
Good.
He has a surprise.
Yeah, he says he's breaking out something at 6 o'clock tonight. He's told
Oh,
no
he
one about
is.
it.
This is. I guarantee you 1,000% it's going to be so freaking underwhelming.
So this is
But
Stat
I'll
Trick
tune
level
in.
announcement.
Yeah.
The announcement of the announcement.
Been there.
All right, hold on a second. I'm really enjoying the chat right now. Now telling us what kind of cereal Kenny is. Kenny is Raisin Bran, but it's all out of raisins. Because I like Raisin Bran. I really do. It used to be one of the cereals they offered in here when they had all the food at DK. Man, I miss those days.
So it's just plain old bran then, huh? Just the flakes.
I guess. We have Kenny is grape nuts without any sweetener.
See this one from Andrew. Kenny cereal is the kind you eat live on air.
You know what I was thinking? Because my favorite cereal, the one I eat more than any other one, is French Toast Crunch. And you know who I was thinking of when I had my eyes closed, thinking about filling my mouth with French Toast Crunch?
Me.
Nice bowl of it, because I eat like 4 bowls a night. Lamarca.
We got to get Sexy Christmas tonight, right?
So I was talking to him yesterday, day before,
Yeah.
I can't remember, and he said that if he had to, caveats, if he had time today, maybe, possibly, could be, he was going to try and write a sim send-off song that he would sing on air tonight.
That would warm my heart.
And because there's been so much back and forth about Lamarca versus Freeze Pops singing songs and having, their karaoke battles or whatever, he might even make it a duet so that he and Freeze Pops could sing it together.
Oh, no.
Wow.
I'd love it. Give me that in the second half of 10 o'clock. You know what? Because I know we have, 500 people or something like that watching just on the YouTube and however many more on Twitch and everywhere else. If you guys could do me one solid tonight, if I can ask for but one favor, DK SimFam Friends League Lobby, okay? All the contests for today are posted. As far as I know, at least all the ones that I'm part of. So those 4 sims are posted. So we got the Madden After Dark, Primetime, Madden Matinee coming up next. Can we fill one last free roll? Can we get 200 out of 200 on the Madden After Dark? We're at 83 out of 200 right now. 9 hours to fill. It's going to run regardless. It's a free roll.
There it is.
But I would love one last 200 out of 200 to send us out. Is that too much to ask? It's a reasonable
Dude, that's
request.
amazing. So which one do we need 200 in? All of them?
Just the last one would be great. Just the Madden After Dark.
That would be awesome. That would be ideal.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
It would be fun. You know, we'll still get the 130, 140 or something like that, but 200 would be nice. Enough people are out there listening. You know where to find this stuff. Let's do it.
All right. I think they heard you.
Good. Great.
Is there a contest made already? Did you say that?
A lot of Kenny cereal comments now.
I'm going into the league right now.
There's a chance Kenny's not on today.
He said he's going to attempt to come on from the U.S. Open a little bit later on because that's why he's not on tonight.
That would be kind of funny, actually.
But I said to him, I go, just remember, buddy, like you're
buddy. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, I do it all the time.
Don't do that.
I do it to him all the time. I do it deliberately. It's like calling Lamarca like, big guy. Like, hey, big guy. He doesn't love that one either. So sometimes I ironically call him Slim. I told Kenny.
That's worse.
I know, but that one he seems to like. I told Kenny, just remember, they're going to have to unlock the meeting for you. You can't just hop into the Zoom all willy-nilly. Someone's going to have to let you in. So don't sit around thinking you're making the rules here.
Well, you think you make the rules all the time, so.
Yeah, but in reality, I know I have no control. It's just a front I put on.
All right, fair enough. Wow. Nice punt.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember we kicked field goals. That was a good time. From 50.
That was great. We should do that again before the field is frozen over. We could really put our leg strength on display. Although it was strong on ice.
Guys. I don't think I've seen Emerson in like a year and a half.
Bro, all you do is hang out with Glash. You guys all hang out on your patio. Aren't you supposed to be doing like a party?
Who? Me?
You. I thought you were doing like a party with everybody on the team. That was
never
a rumor.
Never materialized.
You didn't get the invite.
I talked about it as being like a fun idea. Just never actually happened.
I don't think you got invited, Emerson.
There was no party. Don't you do that. Don't you create that havoc.
But I heard.
I'm dead serious, dude. I thought about when this was announced, I was told there was going to be a gathering of all of us.
Well, I thought
your house was the central location.
So I thought about that for tonight, and then I thought that might like really overcomplicate the Zoom thing, because how many of us are even local that theoretically would have come over tonight? I guess the two of you guys.
I would have been there in a heartbeat. I took off.
Rossi.
Took off tonight for this. I would have been
Marilyn,
there.
Bry Guy, maybe.
I'd be inside having dinner with your family with you, and you would explain to your kids how you have adopted me. This is your new brother.
This is your new brother. He also likes to play sports, and he will have a great time with you throwing the pigskin around the yard.
Like Gadge?
Wow. I don't think he got invited, Emerson.
This is brutal, dude. I'm having major FOMO, and this is not good for me.
Ooh,
the only one who got invited over tonight to honor the full circleness of the porch sim was Brendan Glashing. Wish it wasn't a school night though. Legitimately.
Oh, I'm happy
because I am concerned.
Oh, this has already been addressed.
Concerned about how loud you're going to be.
You want me to just pull up tonight? Just go knock on all the doors? Hey,
like just so you know,
got something coming up tonight. Producer Michael, who will be producing tonight's late slate.
Yeah, fits the name.
I just saw the email. Did you see that?
No, I haven't read it.
Oh, what happened?
Do we cancel our plans? Turns
Yeah,
out there's no
right.
8 to 10 tonight.
There will be no more Sims after the noon today.
This is the last one. Sorry, guys.
No, he's just saying, yeah, straight live, straight
Rossi would
through,
never
8
recover
to
if
midnight.
this was the last sim.
I know. You see how emotional he's been.
Rossi's really invested in today's fight, which I respect. I'm not digging at him. I love the enthusiasm. It'd be soul crushing if all of a sudden Michael sent out an email saying, yeah, it turns out we're done with the noon.
The final nooner. 2 minutes to go in the nooner. Cough, you
Oh,
want to
man,
do
final
do
nooner with
buzzwords
commentary.
for each sim, and we'll just yell your titles? Nooner. Nooner.
I think it's too early for that. It's still the morning on the West Coast for our West Coast fam.
Plus,
All
you
right.
have to yell Madden After Dark, tonight. Have you thought about, I mean, this is your thing. Have you thought about what the final 10:59 buzzword is going to be?
So last night we did play in response to pause. We want to play, not paused. So
Sure.
we played. We played
Yeah.
for a minute last night.
I mean, is it just like bye, see ya, so long,
We could
farewell?
do bye, 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 bye. That's actually pretty good. You could just do Sims.
What about Toodles?
Maybe it's just everyone
Toodle.
does their own variation of bye.
So, you know how you started the sentence about 30 seconds ago? This is your thing.
He's taking it over already. What the hell's happening?
Go
You must
ahead.
have forgot.
Hang on, let me mute myself. Go ahead. What do you think?
I don't see you muted.
I've just gone silent till that. Go ahead.
All right. I think bye is good. Toodles is certainly a good one. I would like to establish it. Typically, it's an organic thing. We come up with it as the sim is underway, but I think this is a special occurrence. Bye's good.
Chow.
What was that, Emerson?
I said chow.
Chow. Sounds like you're stealing Kaufman's idea of just using different variations of bye.
Oh, wait, what?
See ya, so long. Auf Wiedersehen.
Deuces.
Farewell.
No, Deuces is too close to
Deuces.
Deucey. Deuces is too close to Deucey. That's too much respect for Deucey. We'll come up with something, but bye is good. Or you know what we could do? How about thank you?
Yeah.
Gracias. Wait, I'm doing the
You're doing the thing again, yeah.
Yes.
I don't like this.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. I don't know if we'll know what we'll do until we do it. But you know what I was thinking would be kind of funny for the moment right before we're done, 11:59 or whatever it is.
What's that?
Touchdown! Potential overtime coming in this one. You can't
Yes!
get rid of us yet.
We're not going to call this sim. Move on. What
Go
was your
read.
idea?
I was thinking that it would just be because, to really play up the pause thing, to leave that door open that maybe at some point in time we come back. I just thought it would be kind of funny if at, 11:59, if we're signing off at midnight, if everyone who's on at that time, however many people are in our Zoom window, we're just all talking at the same time, and then they just pulled the plug. We're all just talking about whatever it is we want to talk about. Cut. There's no, fade to black. Lindenbaum. For you Sopranos fans.
What is the ideal ending, though? Is there an ideal ending or for the pause?
No matter what, it's gonna be a better ending than The Sopranos.
How do we tease people?
You just make fun of them. We've been doing it for 18 months.
I mean, like, How do we tease the next season if we come back? You know how it goes. Like some of these
Well, I
shows.
don't think we know. We don't know. You can't teach something you don't know anything about.
Yeah, nor do you want to
Why
make a
not?
promise that we can't deliver on.
Come on, Emerson. We wing these every day. You'll be fine. Come on.
Don't be an empty promiser. You are lowering yourself to Samir's level. Do not
You're
do
right.
that.
Wow. I just did some reflection. I won't do it. We gave Samir a solid 5 minutes on this. I hope he goes back and listens and figures it out.
Are you kidding? He was listening. He's crying in a corner right now. Self-reflection, trying to figure out what the heck happened.
He's trying to edit the sweat from this morning, but is having trouble. He's in a fight now with his girlfriend.
Michael says, coming in hot. Ideal ending is you guys actually commentating the final game.
Yeah, that ain't it.
No.
That ain't it.
That ain't it.
Time.
Next.
Could be fun, but I'm good. Joe says we'll be back in a month.
Great.
Wrong.
Love to.
Who won't miss us?
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan likes me. He just doesn't like you.
I was gonna say, yeah. Broby and I are tight.
Yeah. That's a cough problem.
Yeah.
What happened? Cough. What happened between you guys?
I don't know. Maybe Obi-Wan could tell me.
Obi-Wan, a clear, concise sentence, please. No like forward thoughts. What happened?
How did I hurt you?
Yeah. How did cough hurt you? It
Yes,
happens.
this is the time. Like real talk. This is the time. We've all been together for almost 2 years on this thing. And sometimes, yes, since we are family, we're dysfunctional. Some days we like each other. Some days we like each other a little less. Now is the time, though, with an uncertain future, to squash any kind of beef.
This is
rise above it, hold each other, love each other, send virtual hugs, virtual smooches, and have the beef squashed.
Air your grievances.
That was really nice.
It was
This
nice.
is it, man.
Bills fan won't miss us. I respect it. I respect the transparency.
Yeah. Look, we're not for everyone. That's fine. I get that. But you're here. Means the world to us.
All right. I like this, the airing of the grievances. So everybody, if you have a thought that you've just been waiting to get out for the last year,
Keep it clean so you don't wind up in timeout.
if you have a thought, something you hate about someone, something you love about someone, get it out now.
Here's what we're going to do until the end of overtime. Here are your mean tweets. Here's your hate mail. Anything that you can't stand about any of us, whether they're on this sim or not.
Oh, no.
We'll read it.
I love this. Yes.
We'll read it.
We'll
All
dance
of them.
around the bad words, but don't use bad words.
Yeah, no bad words. Like, be appropriate. Just call us out. Go ahead.
A lot of people hate.
Gone fishing.
I'm
Ducey,
seeing-
I'm sorry for hating on you for not letting anyone else have an opinion.
Oh, that was nice.
Emerson, I'm upset that your quads are so large.
making
and
this
I wish
one
that
up.
was me.
Daryl, y'all talk too much about BS.
Fair.
Take Cobra K and
That's
offs.
not true.
I hate when they
That's
talk
not
about the
true.
sim.
Oh my god, this is epic. Tater Hater, who Tater Hater and I are together on our season-long fantasy team. That is my team name. Proud to have it. I hate that Kenny never watched my Tater video.
Sloppy says Zach Thompson's the worst over talker on these sims, especially when he works with Kaufman.
This one, Kenny's semantics are so annoying. Tyre Woods, I hate how LaMarcus sounds like he's on SNL's Coffee Talk.
That's my favorite one.
Jared
right
Wood,
now.
I hate how Emerson calls me out. Never calls me out in the chat. It hurts, bro.
Who said that?
Jared Wood.
Wood, what are you talking about? Wood, you stop that, please? I always talk to you. You never message me back.
Go. Tara Lynn didn't call me back. The guru. I can't stand how much you guys slurp off the city of Boston as if you've been nowhere else, and you have. Hate everywhere else. Bonzo, I hate that Emerson has changed so much.
'93 says, genuinely annoyed. Emerson thinks he can outrun Derrick Henry. Outrun, yes, not necessarily outplay. You know what I mean?
Mark says, you brought me light through the darkness. You're all so hilarious. Without these Sims, I'd have no clue who any of you are, except Emerson, I'm a big missing guy.
Field goals away. It's good. David, I hate that Rossi didn't use a voice changer. Can't stand his voice.
Yeah, me too. I agree with that one. That's why I text him. I don't want to call him. I don't want to listen to that thing.
Corey Grievance, Cristal covertly mentioning his relationship with retired Broncos players and also Christian's entire vibe in life. On Twitch, someone says, I don't like people who don't like pizza.
Oh.
Ooh, someone, Retease Did You Know has shared, crust was called Crusty Pants. Let's give this a quick listen.
Let's give this a quick listen. You're like such a little local news guy. Take a quick listen.
He says, I call Kaufman crusty pants. That's good. That's good.
I don't know why, but like anytime you say someone hates something, that it just makes it funny. Can't stand it when I say this.
Crusty Pants.
What else do we have here? Daniel says, I secretly love Kenny Ducey's hot takes. Bucky, I hate that the Sim fam killed Skip Perkins.
Yeah.
DeMac Line Glash, I hate that I won't hear the Aaron Rodgers slander coming from your mouth.
Hope he has weapons this year. Hope it helps him out. Looking forward to the next offseason.
No, let me put you in your place. Tissitsod, I hate the mistreatment of Koff. He's led you all like Hannibal. Bow down and recognize.
I disagree.
Of course you do.
I've been just fine here.
Tater Hater said, Koff said Emerson looks like a better athlete than he really is. 100% I said that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I also exceed expectations at times. Oh my God. How did they just let Jones do that? That was annoying. I'm really hungry right now, man. I look at both of you and everyone looks
My
like
stomach
a snack
is
right now.
growling,
I'm
man.
starving.
Jason says, I love Rossi's positivity, but he's sometimes too sensitive.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is. Oh, speaking of that, he just sent me a 6-second audio message, but I don't know if I can. Let me mute this and see if
you
I
may
can.
want to listen to that on mute first, yeah.
Tara Lynn's phone charger. I hate Glash's nipple. It's unsettling.
Yes! Yes! I love that thing. Just surrounded with hamburger meat.
That actually filled 2 days of content. Me at the beach with Cheez-Its and Emerson zooming in on my nipple. That covered 2 days on this stream. G-Man says, I hated Glash when he had no eyebrows.
I think they grew back.
It's weird. A lot of people liked me more when that happened.
That was picked, and that's going to do it. Game over. Neville cleanup hitter. Tom's
Game
take
over.
Is the juice at the bottom of the trash can the day after a tailgate.
Oh,
That's
God.
descriptive, huh?
Here we go. Here's Rossi's message, by the way. It's definitely appropriate.
I just wanted you to hear my annoying voice. God, I love you. Talk to you soon, bud.
Our guy Bert Bobo, I'm going to miss hearing about BK's conversations with John Elway's wife. A lot of good topics here.
Yeah.
This is great. Save this.
Second quarter or something.
Yeah. Bottle up this hate, everybody, and share it throughout the day. This is the last time.
Yeah, this is fun. Maybe we should do this again at 2. I like this.
Or maybe tomorrow. Oh, wait. Never mind.
Oh, you did not.
No, you can still do it tomorrow. It's just no one will be here to read it.
And
watch.
producer Drew hasn't put the schedule in yet, so we don't even know.
Yeah, we don't even know who's on. Nam Tab 17 is the predicted winner of our free roll here, with Eckler at captain, Barkley, Mike Williams, who had himself a good day, about 23 points, Sterling Shepard, Joe Reed, Chargers DST, 49th place for me, gentlemen, out of 149. What about you?
I don't care.
Okay.
Wait, what did you get, dude?
All right,
What place?
83rd.
Okay, what about you, Koff?
49.
Mm,
Oh, wait, here.
95.
Obi-Wan. He put me and Rossi together. It says, too fake for my taste. I dislike people who put themselves above everyone else. So there you go. I mean, he kept it concise for you.
Michael Irvin, yeah, the Emmernet. That was never my fault. The Emmernet was never my fault. Okay.
Ooh, I like this idea, Tara Lynn.
We got.
So only for not my kid award and the player of the game, we should just do commentators. Who is the Krusty Kaufman Award winner amongst the three of us?
For this sim?
Who brought it today?
Well, not Emerson. He was on his phone half the time.
No. I was gone for one quarter because I was having a disagreement with my wife, one that I felt I was going to win, and it ended with me saying, okay, I'll ride with your idea. I gave in.
Well, I mean, Obi-Wan said I put myself above everybody else, so I'm going to pick me for the Krusty Koff.
Yes.
All right. Put down
So
Kaufman.
perfect.
It's about how you finish, not how you start the day.
Also, guys, tonight, I love this idea.
Oh, and hold on, real quick. And then the Not My Kid Award it's Samir. Samir wins the Not My Kid Award.
Yeah, Samir is definitely the Not My Kid Award.
Samir.
Figure it out, Samir. Guys, my goal is to have them broken up by midnight tonight when the stream goes down, when the stream is over with. Also, I like this idea by JJ. Says, I think Emerson should give each commentator a serial they most resemble with a short description and why. So I'll do that tonight when we're all back together at 8 o'clock. I think I'm on the first half of the 8 and then the back half of the 10.
Now, just remember, somebody in the chat's going to have to remind Emerson of that because there's no chance he'll remember. Are you all right?
Oh my God, dude! Do not go up. Do not let him over at your place.
Don't you bring that
not
sickness
let him
over here.
at your place.
Trying to keep everybody healthy. The kids are back in school, for God's sakes.
Don't. Hey, do not. That's a major red flag.
Locking
Major red
the
flag.
porch door. You can't come in. Table scraps. That's what you'll get while we're having dinner.
You guys done?
Just see you throwing like a pork chop bone like on the back porch.
The dog carry it out to you.
Oh man.
All right. Well,
hold on a minute. Kaufman like coughs like 7 times a sim.
I haven't heard him cough once today.
He hasn't coughed today, but
Thank you.
he'll get his 7 in at one point.
Thank you. Yep. Super healthy.
Maybe I shouldn't come.
Next up.
So who's next? Yes, I need to know.
You've got me, BK, Rossi, maybe Kenny. I'm not sure. All of that was very confusing, but definitely the first 3 that I mentioned. After that, that's the Mad Matinee. I know this is Kenny like backing out of a sim and then trying to get back in. It's I don't know. Early bird special at 4, Rossi, Christian, and Zach. Okay, that'll be a good time. 6, happy hour sim from my porch. I won't be there. Rossi, Glash, Tom, and then at 8 and 10, everybody over the course of the 8 and 10.
This is your last look at Leafy, by the way. This is it. This is the Glasheen bedroom. This is it.
Can we take a full screen of Glash on the YouTube? Really show him Leafy.
Okay, that's enough time, I think.
Okay, good.
Okay, so here we go. Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn all of the lights on over every boy and every girl.
So long, farewell. Okay, bye. See you guys later at 6. I think everyone's gone now. All right, that's it. That's a show. See you at 2. Well, they'll be.
Did they leave yet? Did they go?
Yeah, it's over, Kaufman. Bye.
All right, I just want to make sure we're clear.
Oh, baby. Huh. Today's edition of The Sweat is like one you've never seen before. I'm Emerson Lotzi. We've got some beefy breaking NFL news. Cam Newton has been released. The rookie Mac Dad Bod Jones will start for the Patriots. First rookie to start under center for the Pats in the Bill Belichick era. We will get the fantasy impact of that coming up. Plus, our gorgeous golf gurus are here to help you build a money-making lineup. But first, it's DOS Baseball. And tonight, we have a massive contest for the 14-game MLB slate on the final day before September call-ups. So our $2.5 mega millionaire paying out that $1 million top prize to first place. And that's not all. This contest is part of our DraftKings Championship Series, so you will also win a ticket to compete for another a fat $1 million at our Fantasy Tournament of Champions going down in January of 2022, so in just a few months. So head over to the DK lobby now, draft your team now. Spots are filling up quickly now. Now to our panel who will help you make these decisions. DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. Gentlemen, this is Chase or Fade. The following here, let's start at pitcher, where we have a couple options over 10K tonight, but one guy who stands out below that in a good matchup, White Sox hurler Lucas Giolito, 8-8. He's going up against the Pirates. In his other start against them this season, Giolito went 6 innings, allowing 2 runs, striking out 7. Good for just under 20 DK fantasy points. Chase or Fade, this man is your favorite pitcher on tonight's slate, Matt.
He's my favorite pitcher if you're playing cash games. So I think Giolito has a case actually to be the highest scoring pitcher overall. He obviously does have a great matchup. And Walker Buehler and Lance McCullers have not really the same quality of matchups. I think Giolito and McCullers are probably similar overall pitchers. Buehler is currently the favorite for the NL Cy Young, but he's facing the Braves. So from that angle, Giolito should be the best. But I also think he is very likely to be just incredibly popular for GPPs. And there are so many good pitchers on this slate. You have Brandon Woodruff, Blake Snell, Buehler, McCullers, Mike Minor's in a good spot, Austin Gomber's in a good spot, Hyunjin Ryu's in a good spot. And there's probably 6 or 7 more guys I can name that I think are worthy of consideration. So for that reason, I just don't think you want to play a pitcher who's 40 to 50% owned in tournaments when there are just so many other good pivots to have.
Okay, Paul, let me know what you think here. Giolito, favorite pitcher on tonight's slate, yay or nay?
You know what? The case for Giolito is a strong one tonight. But before we get to him, let me address the reason why I fade Walker Buehler. He and the Dodgers faced Charlie Morton, who's the 4th most expensive starter on tonight's slate. His strikeout rate, whip, and opposing batting average are at better levels and impressive season-long levels. So the Dodgers are in tough despite starting Buehler. They almost negate each other tonight, and I could build a similar case for other top pitchers until I get to the guys below $9,000. I'm looking for a better win probability than the big tickets give me tonight, and that's where the case for Giolito begins. First off, he's been very good over his last 10 starts, limiting opponents to a 109 whip and a 239 opposing batting average in that stretch, while keeping a lid on walks and homers allowed, while striking out almost more than a batter an inning, actually. Then consider that he faces the Pirates, who rank 14th overall in the NL standings, despite their 6-4 record over the last 10. Their starter tonight, Bryce Wilson, has been lit up pretty good over the last 10 starts that he's made, pitching to a 4.44 ERA and allowing a 280 opposing batting average in that stretch. That's a mismatch that's worthy of paying up for Giolito. But he's the second best option among the high-priced pitchers, in my opinion. Hyunjin Ryu at $8,600 against the Orioles, and Keegan Aiken is my best bet in this range. That's the case if you want to spend over the $8,000 for a starting pitcher tonight. The Ryu pick, actually, any starting pitcher who faces the Orioles these days feels a little dirty, though. It's like betting on the free spot on your bingo card. Chalk all over that one.
Ooh, I love the free spot on the bingo card. Eric, talk to me here, dude.
Yeah, I think I'm more or less with Matt here. I think Giolito is the best option, to the point where the only reason really to not go with him is that everybody else will be. He's not quite as good as he's been in previous years. His strikeout rate was north of 32% the last 2 seasons. It's down at 28.3% this year. Sort of settling in as maybe a second-tier ace, not quite the top-tier ace he was looking like in previous seasons, but that's more than enough against the Pirates. So again, I would expect a ton of people to be on him. If you want to differentiate yourself from the crowd, You could look at guys who cost a little bit more, who have worse matchups, but have the potential to have just as good a day as Giolito if things break their way. That would be, I think, the two guys just ahead of him in price. Charlie Morton at 8,900 with a tough matchup against the Dodgers, but he's been excellent since the break. He's striking out 31.7% of opposing batters, and he's really just having another late career peak season. Again, tough matchup, but he's got the potential to have a great outing against anybody. So if things break your way, you could get the same score as Giolito's providing with lower ownership rates. Same deal with Brandon Woodruff, comes in a little more at 9,400, facing the Giants. Not a friendly matchup. It's at least in San Francisco, not Milwaukee, so much better park than it could have been. Woodruff has been even better than both of those guys, striking out just shy of 30% of opposing batters, walking just 6.3% en route to a 2.38 ERA. And again, if that matchup scares some people away, I think he has the potential for just as good a day as Giolito. Only costs you a little bit more and should be lower owned.
Guys, Red Sox slugger JD Martinez, he's been struggling lately, I'm not going to lie. But over his last 10 games, listen to this, he's hitting just .215 with only 1 home run. But tonight may be just what the doctor ordered as he goes up against the Rays' Ryan Yarbrough. Now, the splits against Yarbrough are tough to ignore. In 21 at-bats, he's hitting .571, 8 extra base hits, 8 RBI. Chase or fade, JD breaks his slump tonight and is worth rostering at $5,000, Paul.
Look, we knocked around this topic last week, AJ, on the panel here with the topic of batters versus pitchers histories with some of our answers last week, and I think I do consider them more than the other guys on this panel, quite honestly. However, I also lean on the recent performance of power hitters and the pitchers that they'll face. So I like to pair up both sets of these numbers if they point to a batter's advantage. I just don't have faith in Martinez to pick this spot to dust himself off and get going, though. The fact that the Tampa is the opponent also factors into my decision here. In my opinion, Kevin Cash and crew do the best job of matchup analysis of any club in the majors, and I count on that to limit Martinez again tonight and actually look elsewhere for a better matchup.
Okay, Matt, you looking elsewhere for a better matchup, or you like this one?
No, I actually don't think that anyone will really be on the Red Sox tonight. Part of the problem is that when they're in Fenway as opposed to playing this game, which is in Tampa, it's just a much better park, especially for a righty to have the Green Monster there. In Tampa, it's just more of a pitching environment. So even though Martinez is likely to be 1% owned at most, I still don't really want to go there because this is such a massive slate, and the opportunity cost, especially at outfield, I think is just really large. So even if you consider the matchup against Yarbrough as a good one, you do have to look at recent performance. I guess like you can't really have one without the other. I personally don't care a lot about either of those things. I just think that there are a lot of outfielders who are much cheaper, who are facing lower quality pitchers. And even though the ownership on Martinez will be low, I think it'll be low on many, many other outfielders just because there are so many of them to choose from. So even though he's contrarian, I still don't really want to go with him tonight.
All right, Eric, how about you? You want to go with him?
Yeah, I like when we can talk a little philosophy on this show. I am not somebody who looks at batter versus pitcher stats at all. The numbers are pretty clear there. You just learn way less from looking at 23 plate appearances than you do from looking at Martinez's 526 plate appearances on the season or his over 5,000 career plate appearances. There's just no real need to ignore, 98% of what he's done over his career and look at just what he's done against Yarbrough. That said, what he's done over his career and this season has been very good. So it's pushing you in the same direction. And this does seem like the kind of game where he could bounce back. The one thing I'll note in his recent streak, I'm not a big fan of looking too much at recent streaks either, except for things like strikeout rate. If a guy's striking out a normal amount and balls are just being hit right at fielders' gloves, I'm not worried. In Martinez's case, though, 32% strikeout rate over his last 12 games does worry me a little. So I don't love the play here. There are some similarly priced DH types. Franmil Reyes, 5,400, going up against Mike Minor. Reyes has been on a tear lately, 4 homers in his last 10 games, I think 324. Giancarlo Stanton at 4,800, 5 homers in his last 7 games, facing Jaime Barria. So if I want a DH slugger type. Those two are guys I like more than Martinez, and it's mostly because Martinez is striking out too much in recent games.
Maddie, who was a value play you are chasing this evening?
So I'm actually looking to some of the Pirates hitters against Lucas Giolito. And this is obviously purely a tournament move. I think for a cash game play, the Pirates would be a little bit insane, honestly. But for tournaments, Giolito could be as much as 50% owned. And there will be a lot of very popular, cheaper outfielders. I think Byron Buxton's price at 3,200 against Zach Davies. There's just, like, he is the chalk, guaranteed. And then you have some Nationals guys against Matt Moore, Victor Robles, and Lane Thomas are really cheap. So I just think those are the popular plays. And with the Pirates, it's actually, like, the prices are good. It's not just that you want to play the guys going against the chalk pitcher every time. Like if Jacob deGrom is the #1 pitcher on the slate, you don't need to play hitters against him. He's too good where he doesn't really fail very often. Giolito is pretty inconsistent, and Brian Reynolds is actually a really good hitter. So for 3,900 and no ownership and a ton of leverage, I like him a lot. I think Ben Gamel, 2,200 if he leads off. That could be the way to save salary too. I think that price is too low. But there are just going to be a lot of outfielders in this $2,000 to $4,000 range that I think are really popular, and no one's playing Brian Reynolds tonight, and it's actually kind of a decent spot for him.
All right. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, I took a look at the RotoWire value report, as I often do when we get this question, because I'm a company man. Good. And the second best value behind Lorenzo Cain, who I'd be a little bit nervous about given how he's done pretty much all year, although he is priced quite well tonight. The second best value is Nick Solak at 2,400. He was pretty darn mediocre for most of the year, hit 225 with 9 homers before getting demoted in late July. It seemed like a pretty deserved demotion, not much to get excited about there. But in 22 games for AAA Round Rock, he got things together, hit 353. He came up 8 games ago and has a hit in all 8 games, hitting 364 over that stretch with just 3 strikeouts and with 2 home runs. So he's a guy who has shown things at the plate at times, not a ton, but a lot more than $2,400 level talent at the plate. Maybe, a mid 3,000 kind of guy. And he'll get the platoon advantage against Austin Gomber, who's broke out, maybe you could say, to be a completely fine option this season, but he's been quite cold over his last 3 starts, has an 8.56 ERA over that stretch, striking out 18.6% of opposing batters, walking 10%. So things have not gone well for him lately, which I think makes Solak at a price this low, I think definitely one of the best values on the day.
Paul, your favorite value play. Go ahead, give it to me.
Well, with all the talk of high-priced starters likely attracting a lot of attention, as the guys are suggesting, this is a spot where I will look to spend only $7,300 on Jameson Taillon tonight. Look at what he's done over his last 10 starts. He's 5-0 with a 106 whip, a 212 opposing batting average allowed, and is pitching to a 267 ERA with a 52 strikeouts in his last 57 and a third innings. And we all know that the Yankee offense is in gear. His mound opponent's Jaime Barria of the Angels, meanwhile, and he struggled in his 8 appearances, especially in his last 3 where he's been torched for 18 hits and 9 earned runs in only 8 1/3 innings pitched. That's resulted in 2 negative DraftKings scores and 1 other of just 5.3 points. I point to Taillon and a big win probability for him and the Bombers tonight.
All right, guys, super quick here on Slate Approved Pick, please. So your favorite DFS play tonight is who, Eric?
Yeah, I think there's some pitchers that are under 8,000 that I like a lot. I'm not sure if I like Blake Snell at 7,700 or Tarek Skubal at 7,400. I think I'm going to go with Skubal here. He's facing an A's team, which is pretty good, but Skubal's been pitching like an ace recently. His last 4 starts, a 1.59 ERA, striking out 30% of opposing batters, walking just 3.3%. Doesn't really get much better than that. And actually, he's been quite good since the start of May after a really bad April. 28.7% strikeout rate versus just a 6.4% walk rate, leading to a 3.57 ERA. I think that more than justifies his price already. And when you consider that he's been, again, as good as anybody over his last 4 starts, I think 7,400 is an absolute steal.
Paul?
There's a lot of cheap bats that make good sense tonight, Emerson. I like Lourdes Gurriel at $4,000. He is 11 for his last 33, and I look for him to have a breakout power night against the Dreadful O's and their awful starting pitcher Keegan Aiken. In that same game, I really like Ryan Mountcastle for $3,900. He comes to this game on a tear, going 12 for his last 39 with 5 homers. And along the way, and he has had great success against Jays all season long. Gets a platoon advantage against Ryu, who has had his issues with the long ball. But my top option in this lower range is Josh Donaldson, a notorious power hitter who's wavered between very hot and very cold all season. Well, he's on fire right now with 12 hits, including 5 homers over his last 37 ABs. He faces Zach Davies, who's been terrible over his last 10 starts, pitching to an unsightly 6.49 ERA with 13 homers allowed in only 43 innings pitched. Take the hot batter over this frosty pitcher tonight.
Okay, Matt, bring us home.
So as much as I love team stacks of teams that are bad just to get leverage against highly owned pitchers, I do think some of the best opportunity we get in DFS is when there are actually really good offenses that just aren't getting attention. So with the Twins being way underpriced and the Yankees to a lesser extent, Blue Jays too, I think that the Dodgers just won't get a lot of attention here. And I always talk about the Dodgers, so I'll throw in one more because the Dodgers do have this Hall of Fame level lineup. And even though it's Charlie Morton, there's tons of upside for them. But maybe better than the Dodgers is that the Rockies have Coors Field level prices tonight, which is going to keep a lot of people off of them. And they're in Texas, so it's not Coors Field, but they're facing Jordan Lyles. And there's still a ton of upside for them in this matchup. Trevor Story had 2 home runs last night. If the roof is open for the game, even better, and then Texas actually turns into the hitting environment that we're used to seeing. But even so, even if the roof is closed and it's more of a normal stadium, the Rockies actually have some power, and Lyles is bad enough that I think there's a lot of upside there, and there just won't be any attention to that stack because of the pricing.
Guys, phenomenal job here to start off this Tuesday edition of the Sweats. We've got PGA Tour price check with our gorgeous golf gurus coming up next. The final leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs. That is just like what's going on? Why do I hear people laughing in my ear? I don't know what's happening. We have a very important segment here because we are coming down the home stretch of the PGA Tour season. In fact, these are like the last 30 men standing on the planet when it comes to professional golfers. They're all trying to play for a lot of money. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Sweet T Fowler are here for some PGA Tour price check. Your favorite plays the following price ranges for this week's Tour Championship from Eastlake. And just a heads up, everybody, if you don't get all the information you're looking for in this segment, Reed and I will be hosting a special edition together of Get the Green today on the Dream Stream at 3 o'clock. Anywho, 11K, 11K or more, man. Reed, who's your dude?
Highest rated show yesterday, Emerson, in Get the Green history. So could be worth something there that Jeff and I did take over the helm there. But you're right. More updates to come in a little bit. But 11,000 and over, I got to go with my guy, Tony Finau. I mean, Tony Finau has been the guy. He won the Northern Trust. He shot 9 under par on Sunday, Emerson. And this guy's got confidence. If he's got confidence with this putter, Jeff, like it's Tony Finau to the moon, right? He's starting in second place right now, 2 strokes back. And if you're trying to find someone that can rack up the birdies to go along with the placement points that these guys don't get coming into the tournament, or they do get, but they don't get the birdies or better that they would have gotten if they, obviously got second place towards the end of the tournament or for the end of the tournament, Tony Finau is your guy. There's a lot of guys to go in this range, and I'm sure I know who Jeff's going to talk about, but give me Tony Finau.
Jeff, who are you going to talk about? And then Reed, let me know if it's the guy that you thought Jeff was going to talk about.
I mean, it really does feel like we have a four-man tournament this week. I mean, it's obviously not impossible for other players to catch these guys, but you've got Finau, Rahm, Cantlay, and Bryson. They're playing so good, and they've got leads, and it just feels like almost an impossible task. I don't mind the Finau play. It just feels like he's up against a couple buzzsaws here with Rahm and Bryson. And for me, again, fading Jon Rahm this week, it doesn't feel good, doesn't feel comfortable. And I think the choice for me comes down to Rahm and Bryson. Maybe you want to play both these guys, but I think for GPPs, Bryson is the play. He's the lower sentiment play. I think a lot of people seeing Jon Rahm as the second most expensive player are just going to hop right on board. And for good reason. I definitely don't mind it. I mean, as a cash game play, I would probably prefer Rahm, but we're talking tournaments. Bryson absolutely smashing off the tee. His ball striking is there. And we've seen throughout the last year and a half since his transformation, his body transformation is into a pure power player, that when his ball striking is consistent, it's just a matter of time before he breaks through. He looked great by all means last week. He's made 76 birdies over the last 3 weeks. I think there's a chance he could just come in and take out his frustrations on East Lake. So for tournaments, I do like Bryson, but Rahm, obviously the best player in the world. Those are my two picks right there. And like I said, GPPs, I'll lean Bryson for the ownership leverage that you're getting.
Reed, you have the DK Sim fam over on YouTube and Twitch right now, absolutely shocked and floored that you are taking Tony Finau once again.
Well, I mean, it's true to brand here, right? I mean, the last tournament where you could win $15 million, win his first tournament after the Puerto Rico Open, and then the FedEx Cup Championship. It's a movie script ending here. Don't get me wrong.
2 wins, 3 tournaments for Tony Finau after the 20-year drought or whatever it was. It'd be amazing.
Where's Louis in all of this, Jeff? Where's Louis?
He's injured. He's win the without strokes competition.
Okay.
Just get me all the money this week. We don't care about the prestige, just me.
I did find it very ironic that Finau's latest victory was when Reed was standing like 10 feet from him.
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a good luck charm to the Finau camp, but that's exactly what I'm saying.
But maybe you want to get Reed on the payroll. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, Jeff, slow down. 9 or 10K, between 9 and 10K here. Like, what do you want to do?
Really, boss, you're hearing voices this morning. Like, what is up with you? I want to take the discount here, and I want to take the discount on a guy named Sam Burns. He's starting at 4 under. He's the cheapest play at 4 under. Again, I don't think sentiment is going to be super high. People definitely chasing that sweet course history we're getting with Rory and Xander there at 8,993. But those guys are priced up. I mean, you've got 2 guys in Rory and Xander. Remember, they're starting at 2 under. Sam Burns, 2 top 10s in his last 3 starts. This guy absolutely dominates Bermuda greens. I mean, to the point of it's almost absurd. Plus 40 strokes putting on Bermuda greens over his last 50 events. He's the best Bermuda putter just in terms of stats and splits in this field. He's got a good Donald Ross course history, and he's playing well. And look, for a young guy like Sam Burns, you don't think that getting in the top 5 this week and getting that extra $3 million is a big deal. It's a massive deal for a guy like Burns. I think 8,500 for GPPs, absolutely. That is where I want to go. I will buy in there.
Okay, so I needed you to buy in actually on the 9 or 10K department. You went to 7 or 8K, so that's fine.
Pretty sure you said 8 to 9K, but okay.
Guys,
we'll roll the tape after.
Yeah, let's roll the tape. We got an all-star crew behind the scenes. They will turn this around in the next 2 minutes. I guarantee it. Reed, 9 or 10K, please.
Yeah, something is up with him, Jeff. I think he's a little high and tight on the cut here. But
I hate this haircut.
It's a great haircut. I love it. I like Sam Burns for the 8K. We'll get to that in a little bit. But is anybody going to play Dustin Johnson, Jeff? Is anybody going to play this guy? I mean, talk about sentiment not being very high on essentially one of the best golfer in the world, not named Jon Rahm. It's Dustin Johnson. Par 70s aside, he destroys every single course he goes to. You don't have to filter in the stats to see what he does on par 70s, what he does on Donald Ross courses. Look, off the tee does play a part here. Emerson, it does play a part, and we know Dustin Johnson is one of the best, but also shows same putting. And look, we know that DJ can be on and off with the putter, but if this guy is playing at his ceiling game, and the sentiment on DJ as the fifth most expensive guy, fifth or sixth most expensive guy, yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in on Finau and DJ to start my lineups. I'll be extremely happy whether in GPP or cash with that lineup start.
Okay, I'm not kidding when I say this. Producer Slate's in the back just got me here and said, I did say 9 or 10K. I did.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. That's fine. It's on me. I'm a big enough person, though, to admit.
100%.
So there was a strategy to that, as it all get revealed if you just keep watching the rest of the segment. Though.
Okay, excellent. So since you gave us kind of our 7 or 8K guy, do you have your 9 or 10K guy?
No.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Just keep going. You're ruining it already.
I'm killing the vibe here, man. Hey,
I just needed you to keep going to the 7 or 8K range, if that's possible. Okay, I'm gonna give you a 10K guy that I like. Reed brought out since I feel the pressure now to give a pick in this range. Reed brought out Dustin Johnson. This is just going straight off the rails at this point. Abraham Answer is going to be really low owned in the 9K range because everybody is going to play Rory and people are going to pay up for Dustin Johnson. So I mentioned Sam Burns getting lower sentiment in the 8K range. Abraham Answer, same deal. This dude's uber straight off the tee. He's playing great. It's a complete tournament pivot because this week it's all about ownership, in my opinion. You could perhaps get Answer at half the ownership of Rory. You got to take those deals when you get it because, again, we only got 29 people in the field here. So leverage, ownership percentages, big deal this week in the big GPPs.
Fowler, 7 or 8K?
You're really making sure you get the right question, huh? Yeah, look, I mean, Jeff's going all like GPP lineup here. I'm excited for an EVR stack at the very bottom at like 20% roster percentage. Look, we talked about Morikawa yesterday at $8,300, and that's someone like, boy, I mean, talk about no one who's going to play someone who's arguably playing the best golf over the last 2 months or so, right, is Morikawa. Coming off an injury, coming off a couple of bad tournaments, in the playoffs. But, I mean, Harris English strikes me as someone, again, who's kind of in that mark of someone who's not necessarily going to get a ton of play. I know Jeff's going to go low 7K, so I'll keep that guy for him. But Harris English, to me, par 70s. Now I'm talking about how do we filter in to see how this guy could play well. Par 70s, Bermuda putter. We know that this guy's played well on those types of courses, right? This Donald Ross feels like a Harris English type of course. He's got 2 wins already this season. He's not done well in the playoffs so far, but a top 5, especially where he's starting right now, I think at 4 under par. I could see him going after pins very early. And this guy, again, on Bermuda greens, one of the best not named, the guy that Jeff's going to mention in a little bit. And so I like Harris English at 8,700.
All right, is the guy Jeff's going to mention under 7K? We got to be quick here, I'm told, for the value pick.
Okay, 7 to 8K range. I'm going to stick to what's on the script this time.
No,
Sunday M.
We're going under 7K. We're going under 7K now.
So I can't even talk about Sunday. Okay.
All right, no, you can do whatever you want. That's just ridiculous. All right, so like you're thinking 9 or 10K American is like 7 or 8K Canadian. Is that like your mindset here?
Oh, okay. I like Sanjay at 7,300, but let's look for a value pick as well. Hideki Matsuyama, 6,400, guys. Again, we got to look at what is projected. Scotty Scheffler at 6,800, going to be a very popular pick. Hideki, low sentiment coming in, hasn't done much the last 2 weeks. But you look at his last time out at TPC Southwind on a ball striker's course, another par 70. He even putted well on Bermuda that week. I think Hideki is the type of player who's going to get up for this week. He's played Eastlake a ton of times. And again, you're probably going to get him at half the ownership percentages of guys like Daniel Berger, guys like Scotty Scheffler in this range who have great name value, going to be higher sentiment. So for me, the pivot in this range is going to be Hideki. I recognize that a guy like Berger also a good pick, but from a leverage perspective, Hideki looking good to me.
All right, we go ahead, Reed, real quick, under 7K. Sorry.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler for cash. I think Jeff mentioned him. And EVR at the very bottom, $5,000. He's been playing well. Tee to green, fantastic. He's going to be popular, but he allows you to get a couple of guys at the top.
We have also done a quick study in the back. And Jeff, you are being confused by the word or. So usually we do 7K to 8K. So there's that like $1,000 range. Just because the prices are jacked up this week, that's why we're saying like 7 or 8K. So it can be in the 7K range or the 8K range. So really that's 7 to 9. You know what I mean? Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Jeff.
Stellar performance there, Lazio. Stellar performance, man. Emmy award winning. Keep the Emmys coming in the Lazio household, baby.
This
They're
is
gonna
my
go to
Emmy
this
right
clip.
here. This is my dude, it's a microphone. So I don't know what I'm saying when I'm talking into one. All right, guys, I will see you later. I love y'all. We have large breaking news in the NFL. We will discuss the fantasy impact of Cam Newton's release right after this. All right, everybody, now that that golf segment is over with, let's talk NFL. We have an incredible panel here with us. Jeff's back. And then Kenny Ducey as well, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. I love you
what
guys.
What happened last segment?
Dude, you're asking the wrong guy.
Blacked out. I don't know.
Okay, so this is NFL high or low. We know the preseason is over with, so we're going to revisit some week 1 spreads in the NFL. But before we do that, if you're on Twitter, unless you've been, living under a rock here over the past hour, we do have some major breaking news this morning. The Patriots have reportedly released quarterback Cam Newton, meaning like the Mac Jones era is here. It is beginning in New England. Kenny, let's start with you. You love the Patriots. What's your biggest takeaway from this news?
I actually do like the Patriots. I like them quite a bit. This is fantastic news for Patriots fans, for those trying to take Patriots in fantasy drafts. I think that what this means is, Mac Jones now has the job stress-free, doesn't have to worry about anyone breathing down his neck. There's going to be no more competition there. And it was a little bit of a surprise, I would say. I think that there were a lot of people out there thinking that Cam Newton could win this job. At the very least, was going to start the season with the job. But if you look at the way that he played in the preseason and all the reports coming out of camp, this shouldn't have been a shock. Everyone was saying that Mac Jones clearly had the leg up in the quarterback race. So good for Mac Jones. And I think, if you want to take Damian Harris now early in your fantasy drafts, even more of a reason to do that. I think that this should be a better offense with Mac Jones. And this is a team that last year probably could have made some noise if they had a competent quarterback. So I think that this could actually be a decent season for the New England Patriots as long as Mac Jones doesn't stink like Cam Newton did last year.
Yeah, AJ, who benefits the most from this move, like fantasy-wise?
Well, I'll just start by agreeing with Kenny on one side of it. I don't think it's a surprise that Mac Jones won the job. I think the surprise here is that Cam Newton is completely out. I mean, I definitely expected him to maybe be the number 2 here. Do they really want to go into the season with Brian Hoyer as their backup if something happens to Mac Jones? That seems a little risky to me. I get what Kenny's saying about the breathing down your neck kind of thing, but ultimately I was surprised by the outright release. And then to Kenny's point, Damian Harris, I think, is the biggest beneficiary here in terms of getting more running opportunities and more touches here. And young quarterbacks tend to default a little bit to that check down option. So it could be some more backfield catches and targets in that sense. So I agree. I think Damian Harris, biggest DFS beneficiary here, outside of obviously Mac Jones.
Okay, what do you got here, Jeff? Bring us home.
Damian Harris, the biggest beneficiary by far. Cam Newton took 22 rushes inside the 5-yard line last year. The Patriots RBs as a group took 10 as a whole. Damian Harris is absolutely the biggest beneficiary. There's no doubt about it. But like Jonnu Smith, 8 touchdowns last year. All of a sudden, is he going to be the red zone target? Probably. I feel like that's why a big reason why the Patriots brought him in. Jacoby Myers in that Julian Edelman role. We've seen that role with Josh Daniels in the Patriots offense be absolutely big for PPR. Those guys could all of a sudden be fantasy relevant if Mac Jones can keep it together and just get off to a good start here. But Damian Harris, the clear winner with the Cam Newton news by far.
All right, guys, now let's go ahead and play a little bit of NFL high or low. Jeff, I'll start with you here, and we will start with the Saints and the Packers. So a lot has changed between these two teams since odds were released on the DK Sportsbook. So we didn't really know who either of the starting quarterbacks would be, with like Aaron Rodgers' status up in the air, and the Saints had yet to name Jameis Winston the starter. The Saints opened as a 2.5-point favorite and have since moved to a 3-point underdog at home in Week 1. Is that too high or too low, Jeff?
I would say even at 3, it's a little bit too low. I mean, I know that the 3-point swing is big, and that probably leads some people maybe to taking the field goal with the Saints. But, I would try and wait to get this line at -2.5 Packers. And I do feel like with Jameis Winston starting, enough people will feel good about the Saints that they'll say, okay, well, I mean, the Saints are offering us value at +3, but this is the Packers. This is the best team in the NFC last year in terms of record. Obviously, they didn't win the NFC Championship, but in the regular season, they've been very good at covering the spread under Matt LaFleur. They've been good road teams as well. The Saints actually really haven't been that good at covering spreads in the Dome either over the last couple of years, and now they're going through the big quarterback change. There's too many things going on in the Saints, and we haven't even mentioned the injury issues at wide receiver. I think you wait and you see if this dips under -3, excuse me. But even at -3, I think this is too low. The Packers aren't getting enough respect here.
All right, AJ, how about you? Too high or too low, this spread?
Well, I agree it's too low, but I think we could see some movement here in light of today's news that they're not going to play this game within the Dome. The fact that they're not going to be, or expected not to be, in New Orleans, at least for all of September here now, I think that's a big factor here, that suddenly, even if they pick a neutral site to avoid giving the Packers home field advantage, the fact of the matter is it still becomes a road game for the Saints. And so I think that's a big concern here. I thought Jameis Winston did a decent job during the preseason, 219 yards, 3 TDs, 1 interception. But they're missing Michael Thomas, obviously. Traquan Smith is dealing with an injury as well. So I think, -3 is too low, and I would expect it to creep up now to favor the Packers a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see this end up at, around -5 by the time we get to kickoff.
Yeah, that's a good point there, AJ, too, with the devastation, really unknown from that hurricane. They already canceled that final preseason game. They moved their practices to Dallas, and that's reportedly where they could play Week 1. Kenny, this spread, is it too high or too low in your eyes?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff here. It's too low. I mean, I think that the Packers should be pretty decisive favorites. Look, I think that we've made fun of me. We've made fun of those who have read too much into the preseason. But if you think that watching Jameis Winston and Marquez Callaway means that somehow the Saints are, in the preseason against backup defenders, means that somehow the Saints are going to win this game, you're fooling yourself. Now, perhaps they could, but it has nothing to do with the preseason. I'm not taking what I saw from Jameis Winston in the preseason and saying, oh, yeah, the Saints offense is going to be just the same as it was. Now, obviously, you're betting on the Saints defense if you want to take New Orleans. But, I mean, look, the Packers offense, one of the best in football last year. I think that they should get even better this year with Aaron Rodgers, perhaps even more upset and with more of a chip on his shoulder, and perhaps more weapons as well to throw the football to. And yeah, when you look at the other side of the coin, I just think that there's a big question mark with that Saints offense. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know if they're going to bring in Taysom Hill for part of the game. We just don't know. So with that uncertainty, I absolutely cannot, in good conscience, back the Saints. And as AJ pointed out, now the venue change sort of makes it even more difficult to get a read on.
All right, let's go to opening night, guys. Cowboys at the Super Bowl champs, the Buccaneers, who opened as 6.5-point favorites. A week ago, they were 9.5-point favorites. Now they are sitting at 7.5-point favorites. What do you make of this line movement, and is it too high or too low, AJ?
Well, I think, the movement speaks to the uncertainty around the preseason, right? We've talked about not reading too much into it. You have the injury concerns for Dak Prescott. So, he was okay, then he wasn't going to play. Now he is potentially going to play. So I think that's a lot of what you're seeing on the line movement here. I think it's too high for me to really get into this. I would prefer it to be at like 6.5 max for me to take the Bucs. I definitely think they're going to win, but I'm just hesitant to give up more than a touchdown, especially in a week 1 matchup. Look, we've potentially got Prescott healthy, Zeke Elliott, Amari Cooper, all rested in that final preseason game. So, should be good to go, should be healthy. And I think Dallas is capable of keeping this closer than 7.5 would reflect. So if it drops around 6.5, that's probably where I would jump in on this one.
Okay, Kenny, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm with AJ here. I think that this is a team that's going to get disrespected here because we haven't seen this offense at full strength in literally a year or just under it. So I think that there's a lot of forgetfulness as to how high-powered this Cowboys offense can be. Obviously, this defense is a big liability. But look, I know that this Buccaneers defense just shut down the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl the last time we saw it, and it was spectacular. What a great performance that defense had. But the rest of the season was kind of ugly for the Buccaneers. It was very up and down. It was a roller coaster. And I think that we might see something similar this year where maybe they try to find themselves along the way and, towards the second half of the season, pick it up and go into the playoffs strong and try to defend their title. I just think that this is a huge spread here. And I think that the Cowboys have a good chance of maybe even winning this game. So to get a touchdown, I think is fantastic. And I absolutely love this.
Jeff, do you love it as much as Kenny?
This is one where you just almost, I just feel like laying off. I mean, plus 7.5, you've got the Super Bowl champions. You've got Tom Brady coming back, huge momentum. We've seen the Super Bowl championships in these openers perform quite well, but the spread, over 7 points with now Dak Prescott and the entire Cowboys offense, as Kenny was alluding to, at full strength all of a sudden, it's big because one thing we saw with the Cowboys last year, Dak and those receivers will keep them in games. They won some ugly games where their defense allowed 30-plus points, and Dak has that in him. Now, we don't really know where exactly he is in his recovery because he hasn't played all preseason. That's probably why we're getting such a big line. At this line, at plus 7.5, if I was forced to choose, I would probably just take the points with the Cowboys because, again, there's just a good chance that you're probably going to get even just a garbage time Dak touchdown perhaps to hit this spread. But I feel like the real bet in this opening game is the over 51.5 point total. I think both these offenses are going to come out flying. We saw the point totals at the start of last season, the first few weeks. Ton of overs hit. I think the two offenses you're getting here, 51.5, too low. So I like the over in this game the most. But if I'm choosing a side here at 7.5, I'm definitely taking the Cowboys.
Well, apologies to the Seahawks and the Colts here and the Browns and the Chiefs. We have run out of time. Thank you, guys. Last block of the show coming up. Little sports book look at the MLB slate is next. All right, we took a DFS look at the Major League Baseball slate for tonight earlier in the show. Feel free to rewind the YouTube. I don't know if you can do that on Twitch or not. But right now, we have Steve Buchanan, Nick Fryer, and GARION THORNE here to take a sports book gander at this slate. Little fun segment we like to call Cover the Bases. All right, first base, run line or money line. Go ahead, Steve.
We're going to start with the Padres at -1.5 at even money against the Arizona Diamondbacks. For whatever reason, this club cannot figure out Blake Snell. There are 29 other teams that have figured out Blake Snell, but the Arizona Diamondbacks cannot. He has a 1.08 ERA against this team, which is backed up by a 1.96 FIP. He has dominated this team in 3 starts already. On top of that, a team that doesn't strike out a lot, the Arizona Diamondbacks against lefties, Snell has a 14.6 K9 about that team. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's just put that little nugget to the side. Admittedly, the Padres are not a great team on the run line. They haven't been good in this scenario all season long. They've only covered 44% of the time. This Diamondbacks team does not bring much of a threat to the Padres. They should be able to cover that -1.5, and you'll double your money in the process.
Ooh, Fryer, how are we feeling about that? What do you got?
I don't like agreeing with Steve as general rule, but I think that is a good pick. But that's not where I'm going to go tonight. I feel weird about this one in that I'm going against Walker Buehler, but at the same time, I still feel like it's the right move. I'm going to go with the Braves money line tonight as the underdogs with Charlie Morton on the mound. This is a lineup that just hasn't done anything against Morton in the past. I mean, you look at Mookie Betts and his numbers against him, and the only guy that's taken him deep is Justin Turner. So I know you can make a case that somebody's going to be due. Maybe they go and take him deep. Sure, that could happen. But this is the Dodgers lineup that's not hitting right-handed pitching well at all recently. And then when you look at the bullpens, both of them are pretty strong. But if there's one that's kind of due to regress, it's definitely the Dodgers when you're looking at their ERA and FIP differences. So yeah, I know it's weird going up against Buehler, but this is a guy who is not, as much as he's Cy Young candidate and everything, he's not unbeatable. I think it's the Marlins. We saw him beat him not too long ago. So it can happen. And with this Braves lineup, I feel comfortable backing them with Morton on the mound.
GARION, run line or money line you like tonight?
I'm going to go with a money line bet. I'm going to take the Tigers on the money line at +100, a little home dog action. Basically, if you've been betting the Tigers on the money line at home since the middle of May, you're probably a millionaire, so you might not even be watching this show. That's how good the Tigers have been at covering at home. They are 8-3 in their last 11 home games against specifically left-handed pitchers as well. This lineup sets up really well against southpaws, and Cole Irvin, one of those guys with decent surface stats, but horrendous underlying statistics. His last 7 starts, 5.64 xFIP. He's not striking out anyone. Just 3 strikeouts total his last 3 starts. So I think the Tigers are able to do some damage. I also think Skubal is really one of the better pitchers in the American League. At least he has been the last 3 months. He's been fantastic in August, 1.59 ERA. So I think a lot of things point towards the Tigers tonight, and the fact they're +100 is great.
As we continue to cover the bases, we will now go from first base to second base. And Mr. Fryer, game total. Yeah, I know. It's crazy how baseball works.
Weird how that works. Yeah, normally I go with a specific team total, but I actually do have a game total that I like quite a bit today, and that's the White Sox Pirates going under 9 runs. Lucas Giolito going up against the Pirates, and Bryce Wilson, of course, going for the Pirates. First on Giolito, when you look at the Pirates, I mean, they're just... that should be fairly easy. You should shut them down 6-7 innings, you would think. They have not hit right-handed pitching well at all this season, bottom of the barrel on OPS, ISO, WOBA. They recently, too, have not been hitting well. I think they have the worst OPS versus right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. And then I know the White Sox do hit right as well, but there's a lot of wiggle room for them to do well because I think Giolito will have that much success against the Pirates tonight. Even still, Bryce Wilson, he's been better since he went to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to go and make a case like you should have him in your DFS lineup or anything like that tonight, but he did do well against the Reds earlier in the month when the Reds were on a tear. He's only had 1 hiccup, and it was the second time he saw the Brewers in short time. So since he's joined the Pirates. So yeah, I feel comfortable with this going under 9 tonight.
Steve, I heard you make some kind of noise when Nick started giving his answer. Was that approval or disgust?
I mean, I just knew he was going to ramble, so that's more of the acknowledgement. Like, here comes a rambling answer.
Rambling. I'm the one rambling today. Okay, interesting. All right.
Today, Nick, always. Always a rambler. Let's talk about the game total, a game total that we like tonight. It's the over the Blue Jays and Orioles game. Let me let you in on something. The Orioles are trying to lose. They're trying to lose every single night. I've actually come up with an idea. I just might bet the over on the team total of whoever they're facing for every game in the month of September. And then come October, I won't be working here anymore because I am just flush with cash, because that's how it's going to end up going. But look,
great.
this game should go over. Shut up. This game should go over that total easily tonight. 3.5 run total for the, team total for the Orioles. That should be an over. Going up against a lefty, they're great against lefties. So always take the over, especially when it's a run total like that. The Toronto Blue Jays, Bo Bichette starting to come around. Some of these bats starting to come around. Corey Dickerson, one of the best acquisitions during the trade deadline, in my opinion, before the trade deadline, but love what he's doing over there too. The biggest thing for me here, the Orioles bullpen has been absolutely horrific in the month of August. 5.97 FIP, 1.9 home run per 9 inning, and a 4.9 walks per 9 inning in the league. Those are either second or first or second worst in the league for the entire month. So even if for whatever reason they can't get Keegan Aiken, which believe me, everybody can get to Keegan Aiken, they'll get to that bullpen. This should go over tonight. Not even a question. No problem.
Ooh, Garion, game total, please.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I have the same answer as Steve. I was shocked this game wasn't double digits, 10.5, maybe. Even.
What's up, everybody? We are back. We've traded out a couple of bozos, as our producer Tara Lynn would say. Emerson Latzia, Brendan Glasheen, they are gone for now. They'll be back later. You'll hear from all of us over the course of this stream day. But as we head on back to Simland for the Madden Matinee, Adam Kaufman still with you, along with Jason Rossi and Brandon Cristal, two guys that you not only know because you know them, but because they were also in the chat hanging out with us during the nooner. Boys, hello.
Hi.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you both. Rossi, everyone is, I think, eager and nervous about whatever it is you have planned for 6 o'clock.
Why? What happens at 6?
We're breaking sim history. We're going to do something that should have been done a long time ago. That's all I'll say.
Yikes.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yep.
All right.
Something that I believe 99.99, kind of like your disinfectant wipes, I believe has never happened.
So I'm looking at our 3-shot.
Yeah.
You can't even tell I got DraftKings logos behind me. Should I slide over so that and give DraftKings a proper love?
Screw them, BK. They don't care.
I think the people have seen your TVs enough. We,
Sure.
we know what you're repping back there.
No, that's true. So I made a lineup for all 6 contests today. First time I've ever done that. Yep.
Good for you.
All 6 contests. I realize there's still a couple of players the Broncos may cut. So if I duck out, it's just because I'm getting a call or a text.
Because you have actual work to do?
Because breaking news every
actual work. We'll put that in quotes. Well, I've only had a couple today, because my job responsibilities changed. I'm not our Broncos insider. I'm our station's lead sports reporter and anchor. So main fill-in host.
Does that give you like the sports director title or what is
No, we have a sports director above me.
Okay.
No, it means I cover everything. So that's why I was at Nuggets playoffs and Avs playoffs and still every Broncos practice. And, as soon as I get done here, I got to hop in the old ride. Actually, I do have a station vehicle for a couple days. The old Subaru Outback with the KOA logos and head over because George Payton will talk about his first cut down day and Vic Fangio will talk. So, but that's not until that was in the middle of the next sim. That's why Christian and I flip-flopped today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since Kenny's not here.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't know if we were going to have Kenny Ducey for this sim or this day for that matter. And I guess it looks like we're not. He may have just said his goodbye by just ghosting everybody on the final day. I'm not quite sure.
That's kind of a good way to do it, actually. If that's what he does, and he doesn't check in. If he doesn't check in from the U.S. Open.
Right.
And I like that approach.
It's hell of a move. It's a hell of a Kenny move. But I just want to say that obviously, BK, I was informed that you took my conversations, messaged to Kenny, so Kenny's all taken aback by me. All I gotta
be
say,
fair, it was what you said on air. I was relaying. Yeah. So I don't think I was.
Also, full transparency. I am the one that delivered that message. I stirred that pot. I want that out there. I
just pointed out that you didn't like him, and I didn't realize it.
Yeah, I heard from the through the grapevine, or somebody DM me on Twitter. No. I told Rossi what you said about Kenny just to really move this whole thing along for us because I think it's fun.
Yeah, my thing is two things. One, do I dislike Kenny in any way? Not really. Does Kenny get on my GD nerves? Yup. Do I think Kenny blows, and I would say it's right to his face. I'm going to look at BK, pretend like he was Kenny, or Coffee, you were Kenny, or Bry Guy, and all of them. The everyman shtick that he thinks he plays while actually being so not is the part that aggravates me. He's probably the superest dude outside of these sims. He probably gets almost caught up in his own situation here. I love Kenny because he brings something different, so different. But that's the only thing that's gotten me, how he talks about how busy he always is, all that stuff. Like, dude, you don't have to say that stuff. Like, look what we all do for a living right now. Like, Koff, what you do for a living, BK, like, it's a blessing in a lot of ways. A lot of the people that are watching these sims are working those 9-to-5 jobs that are not what any of us would want to do. That's what I used to try to talk about. Like, don't say how busy you are when you're writing articles and placing future bets. Like, that's a cool job. It's a good thing to be busy in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being like, I'm driving the oil rig across the country. Like, that's busy. That's work. But aside from that, Kenny,
we play in the toy aisle.
We do.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
In the toy aisle. Yeah, this is the candy store right here.
100%, and that's all I really thought. But I love his energy.
Sorry.
When Kenny wants to be on and he wants to have his takes and all that, like, good, you should have takes. That is part of what we all should do. So I love that part of him. All that other stuff started bothering me. And one time me and him had a little dust up. Not real. That's a funny way of saying it. And we had our out after that. But listen, I was once considered the Kenny Whisperer, and then Koff heard that once and stole the title and said, I will take that crown.
It's mine.
But yes, I do love it, and I respect everybody for what they do and their thoughts about Kenny either way. So I just want to say that. Who gives a crap? I love Kenny. I'm going to miss working with him. Like, I'm going to miss working with every single one of these sons of guns that I've been so freaking fortunate to work with. And I'm going to miss the TK Sim fam. Like, you guys are the best. There you go. We'll talk a lot more about it, but there it is. Clip it, send it, suck it. I don't care.
Put it out on all your socials. Send it to Kenny. Just let him know. Smash Kenny, Lana, are you still out there? Smash Lana, reteased it. You guys know.
I did tell Kenny. I did tell Smash. I better see him today.
Better see Smash.
Yeah,
folks, hit that like. We're getting close to 200. I mean, this would be I'm a realist. It's not going to happen, but it would be lovely if this were a throwback day where we had
let's do it
1,000 likes. But take as many as we can get. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on the YouTube. If you are with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. I see ya. Yeah, I'm here. Retease, did you know I see you there? So no one's clipping that. No one's clipping that. Fine, don't. But I'm here with you. And remember, the contest exists for you folks in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. By all means, get them in. I mentioned earlier during the last sim, would love it if we were able to fill up, go a full 200 for 200 on the final sim.
All of them. I'm going to push
Dark final sim with commentary, by the way.
Yeah, but no, let's have them all. Like, there's 4 more contests after this. Fill them up, people. Let's have some fun. If you ever, like, I was
wonderful.
Yeah, if you ever want there to be that snowball's chance in hell of Adam Kaufman, BK, Rossi doing sims in the near future or the future, or in general in the future in the world here with DraftKings, the one way to show them is for them to ever have the data to look back upon and be like, wow, look, when we made this big thing, like, everybody came. Everyone liked. I think we can get over 500 likes easy in the first half of this day. So we just need you all to do it.
Love it. You just got to tell your friends and family to get on in here and watch with us, because
I might
getting around 300 and the math isn't going to check out on us.
No, we're going to listen. The math doesn't matter.
I don't know why you can't hit the like. You should be able to, because you're chatting with us on YouTube. Maybe tonight we'll have Moose tell people how to find that like button again.
Hilarious.
Throw it back for the people. It's been a while. What's your lineup look like for this one, by the way?
No, I don't. Who cares? Who cares what my lineup
I want to know.
All right.
We're going to go to the trouble of making lineups. Got to have it.
You know what? You're right. You're right. I shouldn't say who cares about anything. Today is the day of celebration. Today's the day
that we care about everything.
Care too much, maybe. Maybe I care too much. I'm in 97, so I went.
It's your greatest weakness. You care too much.
I do. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm not afraid to be emotional about stuff, and I don't really care. I am who I am, and I like it. Zeke Elliott is my captain. Greg, I stacked them kickers. Went with a couple of vultures here. I got Marlon Mack, I got Schultz, and I got Zach Pascal. And I left about $40,000 left in my account. I'm hoping that can pay for my future bills.
There you go. For me, Trey Burton, he's pretty chalky. 15% captain in our contest with 150 entries, by the way. Not bad. It's not 200, but 150 is not bad. Let's keep on climbing over the course of the rest of this day with 4 more sins after this one. I have Ezekiel Elliott, super jockey, 20, about a quarter of your lineups in the captain spot, 80% overall. Amari Cooper, T.Y. Hilton. Thank you, Hilton. Zach Pascal and C.D. Lamb, all in my build. We'll get BK's momentarily. He went to go change his shirt, and
no, you gotta pretend like he's here.
No, he may have gotten shocked by his dog collar or something like that. I'm not quite sure. It's been turning
by the way,
up a couple levels for that pooch.
I have to say that all of you cowards talking about Blake Jarwin, you're the worst. So Blake Jarwin needs to go. We need to boot him out of Madden because he's a coward. And so are you. If you ever anybody who played
Miguel wants a Jarwin TD just for old time's sake.
No, get out of it. Get rid of Jarwin. That's why I went with Schultz, the real tight end.
Score right there. Dak up to 45 passing. First and goal from the 2 on the way. Cooper. Hey, BK, what's your lineup look like? I know who you captained. It's the guy who just caught the ball.
Koopa. My lineup has not only Koopa. Man, am I on 112th right now? That's not great. I have Koopa in the captain spot. Zeke, Dak, Pascal, and Campbell, which could be, they could cancel each other out, and then Rodrigo.
Eagle Blankenship. There's a touchdown. C.D. Lamb.
C.D. Lamb.
Yeah. Got him.
That hurt.
Breakout year for this guy.
Got him.
So I finished 26. I finished 26. Although I've already jumped to 47 since we've been talking. But I finished 26th in the last sim in Vipers Early Classic. I am 36 out of 53.
Ooh. Look at you jumping in the users. I love it.
But my it was free roll, and my quarterback is Deshaun Watson, so I'll jump way up late.
I've heard of him.
Yeah. Well, I heard somebody say, Rich Eisen said this, which surprised me. He goes, it'll be interesting. We'll see if Deshaun Watson's on the Texans 53. And I was like, well, they're definitely not cutting him because the cap hit would be like $90 million or something. So
imagine that Nick Casario goes there and that's his big move. Like, I'm going to cut a $90 million. I'm just going to eat $90 million, which no, that's not going to happen. The only thing I've heard is that they're trying, again, you probably see this, both of you probably see it from the people you follow, the people you know, that I've seen, they're trying to get him on the commissioner's exempt list. Like, they're actually,
of course.
They're trying. They're like, please just do it today. So
yeah, make our lives easy.
It's not going to happen. They're going to have to carry probably 4 QBs at least through today. But hey, man, this is a very interesting day, and there's a lot of teams that are going to be making some moves that are going to shock you. Obviously, the Patriot news that you guys covered in the first one, and
sure,
will be a conversation for probably non-last day of Sims. Which, by the way, DraftKings, we couldn't have done this tomorrow, and I understand why you didn't. But there's obviously so much football news, and
it's cut down day.
They're like, yeah, screw them.
What was your reaction to the Cam news, Goff? I mean, I texted you guys a sweet picture of Mac Jones.
You did, yeah.
To my trio of favorite Patriots fans. I guess Emerson's not a Patriots fan.
My reaction was surprise. I mean, it depends, I guess, on there are different avenues. My overarching thought was surprise. I thought Cam Newton would win the job, not because, well, let me rephrase that. Would get the job, not win the job. He didn't win the job. Mac Jones won the job. Mac Jones was superior. He was better. And he deserves the job. So I think that's terrific. But I did think that Cam Newton ultimately he would go with the vet in the same way that Nick Folk over Quinn Nordine. I thought Bill Belichick would go with the vet, not throw the rookie right in, but obviously Jones, he fits, regardless of what you think about Jones as a prospect, as a pro eventually. No better landing spot for him than New England. He fits that system. He fits that coaching staff with regard to the fact that he's accurate, generally mistake-free, doesn't force the football. He's comfortable in the pocket. And I say this I want to phrase this the right way. He is stylistically a little mini Tom Brady. I'm not saying he's ever going to be Tom Brady or win as much as Brady or anything like that. He is stylistically a little Tom Brady.
Other than maybe Patrick Mahomes. What's up, Rossi? No, Rossi was about to jump in on Cam Newton. I was saying, other than Patrick Mahomes, who has one ring, so he's 1/7 of the way there, to say that anyone is the next Tom Brady in any situation is obviously just madness.
Of course.
And silly to predict. Because they could win 5 Super Bowls and they still would not be the next Tom Brady, which would also make them the second best quarterback of all time in terms of Super Bowl rings, or 6 rings even. I guess I meant like 5. Mac Jones could win 5. You'd be like, well, they're 81-6. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. And just quickly,
still going.
This move was a borderline no-brainer. And I know it sounds easy to say this, 4 hours after the news, almost like legit to the second. But Belichick also isn't dumb. Like a lot of things. Like I think he was very honest with Cam. I think he was leaning to Cam to start. I don't want to talk conspiracy. We'll go down, cough the old, which street do we, Narrative Street. Remember that old? Let's go down Narrative Street for a second. I still believe somewhere in my sick, twisted brain that it was going to be Cam for the first 3 because it was tough pass defenses. Well, the Jets, maybe not so much, but you were going to try to run the ball down some throats, try to get to the 3-0 record. Then you go up against Tom Brady, Sunday night football, or 4 o'clock, whatever time. I think it was Sunday night, actually. But anyways, and that's when you were going to roll out the Rook. Give him 3 weeks to get ready because you know you're going to have to pass against that team. You know you're not just going to run the ball down the throats of the Bucs. Now, obviously, they didn't go that route. Clearly, what's happened, in my opinion, is that this whole 5-day thing that's going to be happening potentially several times throughout the year, there's not enough reps in practice. BK, you're at practices.
No, hang on. The 5-day thing isn't going to keep happening. The reason it happened was a little fluky because he left town. Him running into a COVID issue could be longer than 5 days, but falling out of the cadence, I think, was more fluky. It could happen again this weekend to a number of guys if they don't handle their business correctly. But then you're on a regular routine.
It makes you wonder, though, if the COVID situation doesn't happen, Cam isn't missing for 5 days, and Mac Jones doesn't have the opportunity to go up against Giants ones in a joint practice and show out. If this does happen, and and look, to each their own with regard to the vaccine, obviously. But Cam's decision to be unvaccinated and run into that decision, or that situation where he has to be away for 5 days, he may have inadvertently cost himself the job.
I just think at the end of the day, that being around Belichick, being around those conversations, being a part of those interviews, he's honest with his players, almost to a fault. Nobody talks about him about that. And second of all, I think he knows there's not enough reps throughout the week to have 2 quarterbacks ready just in case. And I think that played a huge factor. Oh, take it all off, Koff.
Yeah, wanted to show you because I know BK likes to flash these. Yeah, let's see yours, Rossi. Yeah, show it to us. Nah, you're part of the A team.
Well, he has a WWE championship belt, so.
Woo, here's my clip.
Hey, it's a kick up.
That's how I enter the house.
Your kick up, anyway. It's not the tried and true kick up.
Just hope everyone's doing well.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off and distract there.
No, I don't. Listen, you can cut off. You do whatever you want. It's last day. There's no rules.
I will say, though, and I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier, but I said it to somebody. The one thing I distinctly remember saying on The Sims, while being fully transparent, again, thought Cam Newton would get the job, so I was wrong.
Damn.
I am not at all surprised, and I think it makes sense, that Cam Newton would be cut if the decision was to go to Mac Jones. There's no sense in keeping him there as a distraction, in keeping him there over Mac Jones' shoulder as a potential, if you falter. And plus, even bigger than that,
they have Hoyer and Stidham still, right?
Well, Stidham has surgery. He's out.
Oh, okay, but they have Hoyer. Why was Dak running so slow there on 4th down instead of trying to run for or 3rd down?
But from the standpoint of Hoyer, you mentioned Hoyer. Institutional knowledge, unless you were sure that, like, if you cut Hoyer, he, winds up on the practice squad, or you add him to the coaching staff, as a QB coach's assistant or whatever, I think that this isn't about Brian Hoyer, the player. This is about Brian Hoyer, the guy who has had 4 tours through New England. And who is more important to Mac Jones if Mac Jones is your starter? Brian Hoyer, who has all the knowledge in the world of the playbook, or Cam Newton, who has not been able to get the playbook down in the year plus that he's been with the team. So that makes perfect sense. And here's the other thing. let's say, and I don't think this is realistic, but I'll just put it out there for the sake of it because, hey, we're talking about it. I don't believe there is this like universe where Mac Jones just struggles so badly that Bill aborts ship and says, damn it, I made the wrong call and I want Cam back. But if, by some virtue of lack of reality that happens, he's still going to be there. He can go sign him. Who's Cam Newton? Who's rushing to sign Cam Newton right now? So Cam Newton's just going to be out there and available. I firmly believe that. I will be surprised if another team adds him as a backup.
Yeah. Rushing, no. No one's rushing to sign Cam Newton. But I could see, Washington with his old coach. I could see a team even like Houston if they don't love their backup situation. I'm just throwing out teams that I think there's potential for. A Chargers
Jets could use a backup, right?
Oh, boy. They sure could.
That's true.
They sure could. Yeah, no. They have as much experience as the three of us at quarterback in that locker room. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very intriguing. It's very intriguing. Great storyline for the season. You got a lot of early picks in that at AFC East. So you're going to have Zach Wilson against Mac Jones week 2. That's going to be fun. You're going to have obviously Tua to see how he develops. So Tua, who was the 5th overall pick, he went 1 year ago, and you got Josh Allen, who's just in his 4th year, and he was a 1st round pick. This is stuff we're not used to, seeing this many early young quarterbacks in one division.
Bry Guy, our technical director, Taryn, our producer. We got Daniel as well as Bailey and Ops doing the manual scoring. Bry Guy points out, and I saw this on Twitter earlier today as well, so it's a fair point. What if Cam said, "I'm your starter," or "Cut me"? I don't want to be the backup.
Yeah, I bet you Belichick gave him the out. I bet you Belichick said, "Hey man," I'm sure he didn't say that. He probably said, "Cam, how you doing? Good to see you. We're gonna end up going with Mac here. I'm sorry that I know this didn't work out the way you wanted to, but it is 2 weeks out. We're gonna make the roster cuts today. So if you want to hit the road and go check out a couple teams, I can make a couple calls for you. Today could be that day." And he's probably yeah, I'm out. That's my guess. I think he was honest with him. He said this. I don't think Cam was demanding it. This is just my opinion, just knowing the way he's handled things before. But either way, done. Cam Newton era. Again, I appreciate Cam Newton. I think I tweeted this, very light tweet by half a person, was that he was the David Lee Roth after Howard Stern left terrestrial radio to now segue over. And if people don't know what that means, that explains everything. Or maybe for you West Coasters where BK is, that would have been who was the guy from the Man Show? Who did the other coast? The guy who used to be with Jimmy Kimmel.
Adam Carolla.
Adam Carolla. He was the one who did the West Coast radio, and that also failed.
Jimmy Kimmel's carved out a nice little career for himself. He's doing okay.
You think?
Yeah, I think he's doing all right. I think he was doing all right before he got the primetime gig.
I'm quite sure frankly.
Heck, even
I didn't realize my mic was off for who knows how long. I keep talking and figuring y'all are just rolling along.
No, we haven't heard you in minutes. No,
I honestly thought BK you just stopped you were doing something.
No, I was like, you know what, you guys are going Patriots, but no, I would chime in. I've chimed in a bunch.
All right, I guess on the last day they're just ignoring me.
I kept trying to pause. I kept trying to pause because I know I could go.
If Kenny were here, I would just kind of sit back like I did it in stretches yesterday. But both of you guys are far too courteous, and we've worked together so much. Real quick, because Miguel 1984 asked, he drafted Burrow and Jamar Chase and asked, do we like that stack? I guess I don't know what the rest of your roster looks like and how healthy Joe Burrow is going to be. If he's slinging it all over the yard like last year, then maybe, because I think Jamar Chase is a stud. He was my favorite receiver in college football 2 years ago. He just wasn't eligible to come out. He was awesome for LSU when they won the title. I liked him more than Judy and more than Ruggs and more than CeeDee Lamb and everybody else. And so we'll see it more than Jefferson. So we'll see. I think he's going to be a stud, though. I may overdraft him, including in our league. Just be forewarned, guys.
I think it's a great stack, to be honest. I don't know if those are going to both be your starters. Chase will be. I don't know if Burrow's going to be your starter. I don't know how much I like that, but I like the idea of taking that wherever you probably got him late in the draft. So, yeah. Giddy up. I'll tell you, that Bengals team is not going to be an easy out offensively. I don't have much faith in their defense, but I think they're going to be fun to watch offensively.
I'm still laughing at you just sitting there talking, and we're just completely ignoring you and continuing on with the conversation, just the two of us.
Well, and here's the thing: both of you guys, because of the types of mics you use, you can see your mouth moving. But because I use a mic with the windscreen over it, you can't see my mouth moving all the time and you're not looking. And you're not looking necessarily.
I didn't know you were talking.
Yeah, so there's about 3 or 4 times where I chimed in on Mac and Cam and how I thought Belichick handled it.
Oh my God! That
Any of
makes
those thoughts you want to share now that we can hear you?
Washington doesn't make sense unless there's an injury, because you've got Fitzmagic and you paid Heineke. So, but if Fitzmagic went down, you don't trust Heineke, and in fact, he and Cam are probably similar. Indy makes sense in just you don't trust Wentz, but now you're going to bring in another COVID risk. But because Sam Ehlinger is banged up, who they liked more in the preseason, the Chargers don't make sense because they have Easton Stick, who I think they like to kind of be Justin Herbert's caddy, and Chase Daniel, who is making, stealing another couple $1 million. So Cam doesn't. Dallas, because it's a splash, and Cooper Rush stinks, and the Nooch also stinks. It's like, maybe Jerry gets his way there, but he's not going to play.
No, I don't see anywhere where he's going to play as of like today. Like, there's no spot.
No, right, or even have a chance to play. I guess where's there a place where you think he might get on the field? And I don't know what that answer is.
I don't think there is one. Like, people want.
No, not today, and even down the road.
People want to say Houston, but I think Tyrod Taylor. And then you draft a kid in the 3rd round with your first pick.
Zeke. All right, I got both those dudes.
There you go.
Neither captain, but that's okay.
You got the Dak Zeke stack. Touchdown.
I was in 74th, then 104th. I bet you I'm much higher.
I just want to say to people too that everyone's like already calling like the Patriots are done. This is great. The Patriots are going to stink for a few more years.
To me,
it's not going to be that way. I just don't believe it. Like, I know I'm a fan, trust me, and I wear my fan hat before any coverage, even when I worked, whatever. But
you're not even wearing a hat, but I get it.
I know it's my metaphysical hat. But I just don't see the Patriots being a bad team. Like, I don't see them being like as bad as last year.
They're a double-digit win team.
I'll take the under on both, and I'm happy to make a offline bet with both of you.
I will do it.
I will do that.
Oh, Danucci got cut. There you go. See, because he stinks.
Oh, Danucci just got cut too. So it's just Cooper Rush and Dak right now?
I guess it's what Mark Hodgson was saying.
There.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. And here's the thing: Cam may not sign anywhere this week because
he doesn't. If he doesn't want to be a backup, and he's looking for someone to go down and get a starting job.
But it's less about that, and maybe that's part of it. A team's not, even though he's only going to make $1 or $2 million, there's no reason to put that on the books when you can just wait till week 2. Yeah, Alex Fox says Garrett Gilbert's there too, so they have.
No, he got cut today.
Gilbert got cut too.
Yeah, I know he was. I don't know.
Wait, all three. Garrett, Cooper, and the Nooch were released, so that makes it a little more likely. And look, we know that Jerry was fine overpaying. That's one of his favorite things. So maybe he does pay Cam $2 million to come in and back up Dak in case Dak's shoulder goes out or his ankle or leg is an issue again. Although that seems to be pretty well healed since it was a break, more than a ligament. But I don't know. I don't know where Cam goes and what makes sense. If anything, it probably doesn't make sense to stick around. But if you couldn't beat out Mac Jones, why would a team be like, "Yep, let's bring in Cam"?
Just for maybe the offensive style. That's the only thing.
I wonder. And look, there's plenty of honest things you would want Bill Belichick to tell you about before why he cut Cam Newton. But I wonder how much the COVID issue last week played a part where he's like, it's just not worth the headache. I don't want to deal with this during the year if he's going to choose not to get vaccinated.
I think the talent with that is the combination.
Yeah, sure. Right. If he's Patrick Mahomes, you say, okay. Or Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, let's just say you're running a business. I don't know. Say you're running a business that has these let's say simulated football games, and you're looking at your numbers and you're looking at things and you say, I don't need those 16 people. I'm going to go another direction. That could be the way they look. It's all business. I'm joking about that last part, but it's a very fascinating thing. It's a great conversation topic. It's good for national hosts, local hosts here. I only could take so much, Coffee. I know you were on the noon, but I don't know if you ever tune into any radio, not on your own, that.
Cooper Rush, hang on, sorry. I'm cutting you off. Cooper Rush is still on the roster. Jordan Schultz tweeted that the Cowboys are exploring Cam as an option. Cooper Rush there, Gilbert and the Nooch gone.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like Cooper Rush, they talked about, I watched that preseason game on television the other night. They were talking about how he's the guy, but it's still a failure in my opinion if you don't bring in someone with some form of veteran presence. But And oh boy.
Look at this. See you later.
Trey Burton.
Touchdown.
Anyway, Captain Trey Burton's probably winning this sucker.
Cut that deficit in half. Well, you would think, right? You would think. But, you know, I did Captain Trey Burton, and I'm very much middle of the pack right now. 66-yard score.
You know who I got to give a shout out to? Who's the person who sent me? I'll do a lot of the shout outs to the 4 too, but no, Emerson.
Have you made a list?
Oh yeah, I got all the producers, all the hosts. Oh yeah, I'm not messing around.
I'm going by my office on my way to the Broncos. Sorry, I'm gonna get my cup today. I think, assuming that mine came like everybody else's did.
I do have a list of I think anyway. I don't think I'm missing anyone, but I do have a list of all the ops people. I don't have a list of all our production people yet, and there are a couple. I don't think I would forget anyone. Like there's one person that there's one person that jumps out. There was someone named Anna that was with us very briefly a long time ago, who like that's the type of person that I could see myself forgetting. But other than that, I mean, basically our entire department has had a role in these things since they began.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Because I don't know, Rossi, was this your idea, or were you just asking, are we doing this and getting clarification about us hanging out in between the 8 and the 10?
It was more, I know a lot of us, like Koff and I had talked on some Sims, some others. I was just making sure that wasn't going on. Like when I saw that email come across from our producer, Michael will be with us tonight. Like I was just like, hey, like we're going to do this, right? Like we got to like, it would be no point. I still, in my opinion, with all due respect to the great, get the greens, cool, the slate, that's content. But like, even after the last Sim, like, I guess replaying the sweat, okay, see it. But like after even the 6 o'clock, like why not just let it rip from there?
Sure. I'm gonna be tied up, but I'll be able to chime in probably between the first two before I come on. I'm not on until late. I'm on in the first half of the 10 o'clock Madden After Dark, alongside Glash, ZT, Koff. No Emerson. That's a bummer. And Bry guy, Christian.
Hang out, come back. I don't know. We'll see how it all.
Yeah, I think the ops are going to be tested as far as how they handle the in between quarter, just the in between quarters. Everything else we're just talking, right? You can have a million people on a Zoom. That's not a big deal.
Well, but it's got to look a certain way too.
Well,
the look will be the issue.
I saw it. It's going to be 9 of us in the box, and some people you won't see, but they might pin every so often the audio. So let's just say I'm not in the box with 9 people. I
get the box.
Koss says, "Oh, Rossi blanked," and I start talking. They would just put a pin to me during that moment, or trade me in for Moose or somebody at that moment. I was talking to TP about it. I was very intrigued.
Kind of like Hollywood Squares.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you can only see some of the squares.
The dorky version with us.
Well, the way they should have built it is the box of 9 or whatever, and if you only have 8 people on, you just throw a DraftKings logo up right there. Because then, or however many are we ever going to have more than 9 people on?
Who gets to be center? Who's center square? That's what I want to know.
I would put
Probably
you and Glash.
You
at that point,
Tommy Free Spots.
You and Glash are going to be in the same room together, whether you want to. It's just going to help us.
So I guess if you all are in the same room, you should be in the middle.
No, we're not physically in the same room. We're just going to.
No, you're gonna.
He's going to be on the porch.
But why wouldn't you be in the same room? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, after the game.
Well, that's up to him if he wants to come inside. You
have that mic that would pick up both of you guys, right?
Yes.
Should, yeah.
They did. Yeah. They did it before when me and Koff did a Saturday night Madden After Dark Sim, and Glash was there.
That's true.
Yeah. So
that was the last time we had big news to come on a Sim.
I know. That was the last unannounced surprise.
Yeah,
by the way, somebody had followed up and asked, do we like Higgins or Chase more? I like Chase more. I like Higgins' size, but I think Chase is going to be a more well-rounded, all-around type wide receiver.
Yeah. And I will answer these questions. We will not get stat trick today. We will think of him.
There's no stat trick there. And anyone that's wondering about Bukes, Garion, they will be on today earlier. They'll have their MLB Slate show. They will not be part of the Sims later on. Not because they were not invited. They're just unavailable in the evening. Shirag was another one that was, unfortunately not around tonight. I'm trying to think of who else.
They're all not going anywhere either. And I don't mean that in any offensive way. Like, you're going to see a ton of those
around. Absolutely.
So don't that was the one thing that was like nice about it. Like I would have been really bummed if like BK wasn't available. Like that would bum me out.
What about Kenny not being available?
No, it bums me out. I want him to be there because but even though he's still going to be around, so in some ways.
Well, that's true. That's a good point.
So the people that are like no longer like tomorrow is like, again, we don't know the content things, and a lot of us are having conversations. DraftKings is very open to saying no to me, so like the door is always open. But yeah, like we're not going to be.
Door is always open except when it's closed.
Yeah, exactly. Except when we lock it. For Windows, baby. I told, as I said to one of our bosses recently, I said, don't leave that door a crack because I'll find my way in.
You guys remember Ray Crockett? Played 15 years in the league as a corner, won a couple Super Bowls with the Broncos.
Sure.
He's active on Twitter at SlickPicks. At SlickPicks639, Croc says
5 times fast and get kicked
says,
off.
I'm going on record. Mac Jones is a good QB, but is about to have problems against the starters and real defenses. And he has the hands up emoji 100. I like his skill set, but he is not better than any of other top rookies, i.e. both Mannings, that struggled. The Patriots will not compete with the AFC's big three, which I don't think is the craziest statement. I think the crazier statement would be like, hey, Mac Jones is going to come out and win 10 games, which is what you just said.
Yeah, I agree with him. Like, yeah, I don't know the big three. Technically, the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Browns.
Browns, yeah.
Someone asked about a buy stream trash. By the way, you keep talking. I'm gonna collect.
I want, do it all day, Koff. Oh, look at him. I like when Koff gets up. You notice his shoulders just rise right to the ceiling.
And he's wearing an Amari Cooper jersey, which is cool.
Yeah, I am.
Koopa.
Captain Koopa.
Well, Trisha, we don't know yet, but no, like as of tomorrow, I will not be a regular person here with DraftKings anymore. Obviously, I'm tied in with my my podcast partner, who will be on later today, Babysitter Billy, making his splash back in. But
yeah, same with me. I do DraftKings related stuff in Denver, but that's mostly just for my radio station. But both Rossi and I are available if DraftKings has stuff that might involve us. And in the past, I've hopped on different shows with Koff to talk Broncos over the years. So
I think it's a no-brainer. You're gonna see BK again. I even want to say you'll see me again. You'll see Freeze Pups because like once that starts, like being someone that's worked in media enough, like hey, as long as we're active enough and asking questions, they'll find like
well, and also Tommy living back there now, just like you, Rossi, but especially Tommy, there might be something that makes sense for him when he can drive from Providence to up by you guys.
Sure.
I got movies. I got films. All right, buy stream trash. Here we go. Tommy boy. We were talking about Tommy. Tommy boy.
I'm already gonna buy it. I'm not even looking. Doesn't matter. One of the best movies of all time.
You're gonna have to come strong if you want to get something that's gonna.
And like Citizen Kane.
I don't think we're gonna trump that one. In fact, I think it's gonna be fairly predictable.
Unless it's
Kenny Ducey, Employee of the Month.
Oh, I like that one. I like that movie.
I watched it the other day. It was on HBO or something, and it's always amusing. But
Comedy Central.
And Dak Shepard said on his podcast that is without question the best acting job of his entire life, and he had more fun on that than anything else he's been in.
Really?
Love that.
Yeah, because he said there was hardly any script, and he just kept going and going, and they let him try stuff and do stuff, and he said there was nothing on the page, but they just kept letting him go. I think did Todd Phillips direct that? Maybe.
Yes.
Todd Phillips, did he?
He's involved. I don't know if he directed, but he was involved in some weird way.
I don't know. I'll look it up. The third one, which is what we all will be come September 1st. Speechless.
Oh, please. Get that right.
Yeah, trash that right now.
Like literally trash.
Michael Keaton.
I like Michael Keaton a lot. I just did a podcast about Michael Keaton characters, but I will just say that that movie stinks. No, it doesn't stink. It's just not as good as.
It is a comedy beyond words, Rossi.
Thank you for reading the title of the.
You're welcome.
Subtitle.
It is a world-class romantic comedy, might I add. That's according to David Sheehan from CBS TV.
Yeah, trash it. You shouldn't even be reading it.
You went in the order. Buy Stream Trash.
Why wouldn't you give us one that could even compete with Tommy Boy to make it like a real challenge?
Because it's a fairly random selection.
It's a random go.
The random draw.
I appreciate. When did you buy like Speechless? Like, where does that come from in your like fandom to say like I need to own that?
So there was a point in time, obviously long before streaming, when the vast majority of these DVDs were purchased. So let's just call it like 20 years ago, or in that like, 20 to 25 years ago, kind of that range of time. Yep. I love Michael Keaton. Somebody just asked in the chat for me to tell a story. Here's a story. I love Michael Keaton. I love a few actors in particular. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. But I thought to myself, Rossi, PK, everyone, you know what I want? Like, way to see streaming coming, Cuff. You know what I want? I like Michael Keaton so much. I want to support him to such an end that I want to own every Michael Keaton movie. Doesn't even matter whether I've seen it, whether I like it. I just want to have it to say one day I own every Michael Keaton movie. And so I have a lot of Michael Keaton movies. I basically bought not all of them, but most of them to that point when I saw them, on sale or something like that. I wasn't buying them for 10, 15, 20 bucks a pop. And Speechless was one that I bought. I'll show you this. Other people won't see it. It's still in the wrapping.
Yeah, I noticed that about Employee of the Month too.
No, that's not in the wrapping. That has a previously viewed Blockbuster sticker or something.
Oh, nice. The Guru wants to know if you like The Founder. I like The Founder.
Okay, first of all,
really well done.
Michael Keaton is really a highly underrated actor. His movies on Speechless, that's a good where you're going with this, Goff. I applaud you. I did that with so many actors back in the day. I was
Wasn't he nominated for an Oscar for Birdman? That kind of rates you higher than you're saying. He's rated. He's not underrated once you're Oscar nominated.
Yeah, I don't think people look at Michael Keaton until that was just a few years ago. Overall, I'm talking about back to the early 80s.
Yeah,
Mr. Mom, Night Shift.
Honestly,
yes.
In this era, let's call it the last 30 years, 25 years, something like that. I think Michael Keaton's about as versatile an actor as you'll find.
Exactly. He crushes comedies.
He's really funny.
Villain.
Good villain in Spider-Man.
Awesome in drama.
Spoiler alert.
Last 10 minutes. I mean, last 10 years has literally been an insane. But
he's really good in Spotlight.
Yep.
There's a Boston movie for you.
You're just naming recent stuff.
There's a
stuff in the
movie
80s and 90s was incredible.
If you watch
Multiplicity, are you kidding me?
He played 3 characters. Actually,
he played 7 characters.
Yeah, but there was only 3 real ones.
Obviously, Batman.
Well, who do you think he is? Eddie Murphy? I mean, look, Eddie Murphy had that market cornered.
That was before Eddie Murphy.
No, Coming to America, he played 6 characters.
Oh, yeah, good point. But I will just say that the thing with going just quickly to Birdman, just in case anybody cares about this, that movie.
The ending bothered a lot of people.
The movie's not good. It's just not a good movie, but he's really good in it. The movie's compelling, but I don't think it's a good movie. But he is.
Emma Stone, right? Emma Stone in that also?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ed Norton.
Yeah. It's one of those movies, and it also was just so, it smelt its own poop the whole
Rounders came on last night.
Guru mentioned Beetlejuice.
Oh,
Beetlejuice is phenomenal.
And he's only in 13 minutes, 46 seconds of that film, which is
that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. The other guys is just, I was about to say it's a phenomenal movie. It's not a phenomenal movie, but it's funny as hell. And Michael Keaton is such a scene stealer in that movie.
As the boss? Yeah.
As the boss, as the cop, but he also works at Bed Bath & Beyond. And he's, frequently, inadvertently or mistakenly quoting TLC or referencing TLC songs.
Yeah.
He's amazing in that movie.
Yeah, sure. Well, then why don't we buy Stream Trash 3 Michael Keaton movies?
Sure. Throw them out. Anybody in the chat, or Bry Guy, or Tara Lynn, or
Mr. Mom. The first Batman. Trying to think.
First Batman.
And then Birdman.
Movies that I
Birdman. He was nominated for an Oscar for Birdman.
So are we talking about his role or the movie?
Are we rating his performance? They're all kind of tied together, unfortunately, because you can't buy his performance. You have to buy the movie.
Look at Will Smith and Ali. He was
no,
amazing.
sure. But I'm saying if you have 3 DVDs there and you're gonna buy one, throw one in the trash, and stream the other.
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
It's like Al Pacino's best performance was in Godfather 3, but the gap between that and the first 2, it's not even worth having a conversation about, let alone trying to rank where the first 2 movies are compared to how bad Godfather 3 was, unfortunately. But Al Pacino, I thought, gave his best role, though.
In that situation, I would buy Batman, I would stream Mr. Mom, and I would trash Birdman, but I really like Birdman.
I think I would flip Batman and Mr. Mom. Mr. Mom is outstanding. If it comes on again, watch it, and you're like, holy crap.
And it's perfect 80s comedy, too. For people that know what that means, all those 80s satire films. By the way, earlier Emerson played some clip that I sent him, so I guess I have to...
He sent you something?
He sent me a response. First, he told me something that I can't repeat.
Sure.
And
I get
then
those texts from him a lot.
Don't air that.
but he sent me this, right? That's it.
Kiss you all over and over and again.
Wait, more? There's more. Hold on.
Kiss you all
It's a different.
That's a different one.
done. Till the night closes in. Till the night closes in.
There you go. That's because I was dead right in my assembly. He texted me something. I text him back. He never responds, and now he's feeling guilty. And I love him anyway.
The Giants O line is so bad. They traded for Billy Price yesterday, and today they're trading for Ben Bredeson from the Ravens.
Don't worry, Giants still gonna make the playoffs this year, baby.
I'll take the under on that too.
Okay, we'll talk.
I'm winning so much money from you guys. It won't even matter how much I beat you in head-to-head.
If you were to lock Glash and Emerson each in a separate rubber room,
okay,
which one would have legitimate multiple personalities first?
Well,
Like,
Glash
Perkins.
and
Like it would be
Perkins.
no, but think it through.
It's
It would
Emerson.
be easy to just default to Glash because he's done so many characters on the streams and all that. I don't think Glash is the answer here.
No, it's clearly Emerson. The guy already has multi-personality when you do a sim with him. 1 second he's hot, next he's cold, he's all over the place. And then he starts turning all of his like frustration on things. He's the man. He's hilarious, but he is definitely the one. If it would take 7 minutes, and he'd be like talking to himself about stuff where I think Glash has a little more patience with himself.
B-Man throws out Pacific Heights, which might be, in my mind, Keaton's most underrated role. He's so good in Pacific Heights.
He's a bad guy in that, right?
Yeah.
Yep. There's a great.
There's another one too. Was it Desperate Measures? I think is another one.
Oh, I don't know.
Now
I
gotta
will
check
tell
the
you
wall.
that there's a great article that was written by someone, and he commented on it that he could have played the Joker in Batman instead of Batman. And it's pretty fascinating because you look at like the Beetlejuice role, which I know is different, but like just the visual, like kind of a similar-ish look to what.
How about how Jack Nicholson, who's one of the greatest actors of our time, if you sit and think about it, kind of played the what was his character's name in The Departed that I'm drawing a blank on? Whitey.
Well,
Whitey Bulger's Takeoff. He wasn't Whitey Bulger.
I don't remember
right
the
now.
name, but
Yeah. Kind of the same way he played the Joker at times.
Well, the way he spoke is specifically.
Yes, thank you, Giggle Pigs. It is Desperate Measures. Jordan Lindenbaum throwing out Keaton's performance in American Assassin as well. Very good.
I wanted that movie to be better. I enjoyed it, but I was like, this kid's just not gonna.
Yeah, but Keaton was good in it.
Yeah, sure, but he's only in like 4 scenes.
Herbie Fully Loaded, says Bry Guy.
Yeah, Herbie
Why
Fully
not?
Loaded,
Lindsay
sure.
Lohan. Yep. But like that's a perfect, going back to the beginning of this whole thing, that's a perfect example. Like I distinctly remember like shopping for Herbie Fully Loaded. Not because I wanted it, but just because Michael Keaton was in it.
Do you remember the song that Lindsay Lohan put out for that movie?
No, I don't.
Do me a favor. When you're sitting on the toilet during the 4 p.m. sim, give that one a bang.
I can play it. You want me to play it if I go get it?
No, I don't think we can.
I'm going to play
No,
music
license
at like
and
11:30, 11:50. That's when you can do it, BK. But yeah, check it out for yourself.
Well,
It's ridiculous.
but
He has-
we're on YouTube, and we're not making money.
No. It doesn't matter. My podcast, Babysitter Billy makes a lot of very creative videos that include music. They'll pull you right down. They don't care.
Yeah, but
As
you
soon as-
may notice he no longer exists on Twitter as a result.
He also got banned from Twitter, which was probably a low-key laugh for Koff, even though it really had nothing to do with him being a dweeb. It was more just him not realizing the better way to do this is to have a burner account and retweet your burner account's audio.
Sure.
You get the credit. Twitter can't find you that way. That's where burner accounts are good. Creative people that make good videos for us to laugh at need burner accounts, not like people trying to troll other people. Those are lowlifes.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, not worth your time. Much better things you could do with your time than that.
Top 20 over here, by the way. Where are you guys at in the contest?
Hold on.
DW Nasty is sitting in front right now.
I'm 146.
It's not great.
My kicker stack and all vultures is not doing it today.
Did you roster Quinn Nordine?
I know, but I got
You're second to last because 3 people didn't make lineups.
yeah. So Zeke Elliott in my captain spot's the only thing that that's even anybody that's over 4 points, and Blankenship is my second highest point getter with 4.
Oh, there you go, Giggle Pigs. Don't forget, Michael Keaton
Yes.
killed it in Jackie Brown.
Dude, Jackie Brown is definitely not talked enough out of all the Tarantino films.
Yeah,
I love that film. I think
he was the same character in Pulp Fiction as well.
Mm-hmm.
You love Jackie Brown, but if you're going to rank Tarantino films, it ranks last.
Maybe
I
not
don't-
my personal.
I don't personally feel that way, but I understand why like consensus people would put it that way. You know,
Okay,
like,
tell me a movie that you like less, or you think. I guess what you like versus what's a good movie, but even still, I put all his movies ahead of that.
let me
That's fair,
Google
but
them
I
all
wasn't
so
even
I'm not
thinking about
forgetting.
liking.
He's only done 9 movies.
I know.
Right?
I
He's waiting
just
to do
wanted
a 10.
pull them up.
But
No,
I can do them
I-
off the top of my head. Pulp Fiction is still probably one for me.
I just think it's not talked about enough. That's my point.
Django's very high up there.
Yeah.
Both Kill Bills are above it. Does Reservoir Dogs count as his? Right?
See, I like, again, personal preference. I like Jackie Brown more than I like the Kill Bill movies.
Same.
No, well, that's wrong.
I would no, but that's an opinion. You can't have a wrong opinion.
You can in this case.
No, you can't. It's an opinion.
Dude, every time Kill Bill comes on, I watch the very end of Kill Bill Volume 2, and even like the last 12 minutes of it are compelling.
Yeah, but that's the last 12 minutes. I'm talking full.
The whole thing is.
That's your opinion, and I love you for that. What the hell's it? Lindsay Lohan. I'm going to post this.
I'm looking this up. Hang on. No, not right.
Here it is.
Somebody, Bizzle said to me, Keaton was never in Pulp Fiction. I could have sworn he was in like a scene.
I don't remember that either.
I don't think he was.
Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm fine being wrong. Then what? There was another one. Oh, wait. Was it
Are you confusing him with Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction?
No. Michael Keaton played. I'm certain he played the same character from Jackie Brown in another movie. Certain of it.
Maybe, because there are definitely weird overlaps in some of those
Was
quintessential.
it Out of Sight? Was Michael Keaton in Out of Sight? I know
No, George Clooney was.
George Clooney with J-Lo and the scene that's very famous. Is that the movie you're speaking of?
I guess on Mark Maron's podcast, Steven Soderbergh said that, or maybe Matt Damon said about that Soderbergh told him that's one shot he would never, or one movie he would never change.
This is our last sim together. This is what we're doing. I love it.
13 things you never knew about Out of Sight. Michael Keaton's character, FBI agent Ray Nicolette, is the same one he played in 1997's Jackie Brown.
He used the same name. Soderbergh used the name Ray Nicolette and gave him the same job.
Boom.
Love
All
your
right.
cough. Never
How
going
about-
to cut you again.
How about Soderbergh? I'm sure he called up Tarantino. Was like, hey, I'm going to name this character Ray Nicolette. Unless did Tarantino have something to do with Out of Sight?
Maybe,
the script.
I don't know. Yeah, he's the same. It's not like even just had the same name. He's the same character.
But Matt Damon said the other day that Soderbergh told him that's one of 2 movies he would not change a frame of. That he felt that strongly about it.
Out of Sight?
Yeah. Or he told that to Mark Maron, who then told to Matt Damon, because I haven't heard the Soderbergh episode.
I really like Out of Sight. If anyone hasn't watched
I like
it,
Out of Sight too.
I like that one scene. There's a really good scene.
Jayhawk legend Keith Loneker, who was an offensive lineman in the early 90s, shoots himself when he slips on the stairs. He plays what's his name? White Boy Bob?
Steven.
Not the one.
I like
Gung Ho. People are just naming Keaton.
Gung Ho's a great movie too.
Can I just say I love this comment? Travis comes and says, sorry, I'm back. I checked the NFT. Who the hell picks them? I just love when people tell us when they're back. I'm going to miss this so much. That's the stuff I'm going to miss.
I told you guys when I was back earlier.
Well, you're on the...
No, I don't mean when I was on camera. I'm saying last sim where I was in the chat and then walked away to break
Well,
the
I laughed about
Marquise
that.
Spencer release.
Yes.
3rd and goal from the 1. I just want to see
doing
what
this
it felt like to play.
Wow.
as
Steven Soderbergh has 278 credits on IMDb.
Really?
Including 53 producer credits.
Well, I was going to say he's been...
Oh,
he's
total
touched on it.
credits. Okay.
Yeah, when you get look at some of the famous directors and writers and stuff. Their IMDb's are ridiculous.
Also, did you guys know this?
remember back-
Hey, real quick, did you guys know that if you direct, like David Fincher directed the first 2 episodes of House of Cards, if you direct it, you get credit as the director of the show and get residuals for the entire run of any TV show or multi-episode show. So the very first director is the director of record. Even if Fred Savage comes along and directs an episode down the road, or Timothy Busfield, or name somebody, the first director. So like if you watch The West Wing, the first director is I think like Tommy Schlamme or one of those producers. There's my captain.
Tommy
Schlamme.
That's the greatest name I've ever heard.
Yeah, he big time producer. He's actually from Dallas. Grew up with my mom and aunt. He told Kristen Chenoweth, "I'm the only Jew you'll ever meet from Texas." And when I met her, because a friend was training her, I was like, "No, that's not true." I go, "There are lots of Jewish people in Texas, including at his high school." I'm like, where my mom and all of her siblings went.
Shalami.
Salami.
There's some people that like the last name is like their name now. I'm sure Kaufman, you get Koff probably. Like that's probably
my captain just scored on an 82nd. Come on.
It feels odd when somebody calls me Adam at this point.
Yeah. Like so BK, do you feel like you're called BK the most by people? Like what's
I'm definitely called BK more than I'm called Brandon in everyday life. Everybody at work calls me BK more than they call me Brandon.
What does your wife call you?
My wife
Sugar Bear.
When there aren't expletives.
Yeah.
Mostly babe or baby. I don't get Brandon a lot unless she's trying to yell at me, but then it's Brandon. It's definitely not BK.
We've talked about this before, and I swear I have no idea what my wife calls me. If you could ask me, I have no idea.
Close your eyes and think about when she's talking to you to make dinner or grab the kid or whatever.
I swear I don't think she addresses
Jay or Jason.
No, Jay is only my sister. My oldest sister is the only one that my mom occasionally.
Okay.
One of my favorite stories is still Koff telling us he's sitting on the couch and your oldest son, was it your oldest or your middle son, comes down and goes, "Hey, Adam."
Yeah. They do that all the time. Like that, they just do it to amuse themselves.
Yeah, that age group is perfect for that.
I asked my now 3-year-old what my name is, and sometimes he gets it, but sometimes he says, I go, "Well, what do I say on the radio?" And he goes, "Go Broncos." It's like, yeah, exactly. I didn't want to clarify that I don't say "Go Broncos," but
every day, that's what BK signs off. I'm Brandon Crisell with your update. Go Broncos.
Then I said, so Eli's my middle name. I go, "Well, what's my name?" He goes, "Eli?" Except he can't really pronounce his L's, and his name's Leo, so he pronounces his name as Leo.
On the just circle back, and then we can move on. The acting credit thing, because we used to play this game all the time on sims that I was on anyway. Every sim that Moose and I would do, or some other people, it was we just name like a couple of, or the chat would name a couple of random people, and it's like, all right, so go to IMDb, go to their let's just guess how many career acting credits they have. The two that blew us away more than anyone else were, and I don't remember the exact numbers, I'd have to look it up. Eric Roberts, of course, Julius.
Yeah, he probably has like 500, right?
Yeah, Eric Roberts and I think if I remember right, Danny Trejo.
Danny Trejo, that makes sense. Danny Trejo's been in a million things.
An absurd,
including Anchorman
credits.
Yeah, because he's been in a ton of TV shows too. Is that same like role-ish that you're talking about, like from like a lot of the movies? That's a funny one.
Well, and Eric Roberts will do anything. Like everyone jokes like, "Oh, Samuel L. Jackson's in everything." No, Eric Roberts is in everything.
Yeah, people don't realize he's in the Dark Knight series. He's been in there. He's been in literally.
Was he in like the Sharknado movies too?
Yes.
So I'm looking at Tarantino's IMDb writing section, where he has only 28 projects that he's been credited with writing, and none of them are out of sight or anything I can tell that he did with Soderbergh, but I guess I got to go look at what Soderbergh did.
And I'm sure there's an article about.
But he also wasn't listed as a producer there either. Yeah. So, but maybe they're pals, and he's called up and said, "Hey, do you care if I use this name? Keaton's going to be in the movie. Can I use the same character? I think it'd be funny that plays an FBI guy again." Or maybe it was Keaton's idea, and he's like, "Hey, why don't we go with this name?" And he's like, "We'll call Quentin. I'm sure he'll say yes."
How about our dude Bry Guy throwing us his IMDb page?
He has an IMDb page?
Apparently. This is a humble little brag here.
Just pops it on there. I'm gonna favorite this and look at it quite often.
Oh, how about this?
All the time.
Yep.
Wow. I'm on here twice. Once as myself on the show Lead Off that Doug Gottlieb and Ali LaForce did.
I remember that. I was on that show.
And then
do I have a page?
Brandon Chris Stock with a K instead of an L at the end. NFL top 10s, 2013 to 2018. Sell.
Hey, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah. I've seen you on there. That's real.
It doesn't say all the episodes, but that's what I'm known for, except for the part where my name is misspelled. I don't know if I can edit it. I cannot.
I'm gonna go ahead and not even Google mine.
Maybe I should have them just combine the two to bolster my. I was also an extra on a show on like the CW in the mid '90s in LA for 2 scenes that Kadeem Hardison directed, that Ray J was on. I'll tell you the name of the show because I do not remember it.
Remember, everybody, you're not getting this content anymore as of.
Yeah, you guys are gonna
It's
miss
funny-
this.
It's funny. I had totally forgotten that I had even done this. So I'm thinking about IMDb. I would not have gotten a credit for standing in the background. I got $50. What was the name of that show?
Hey, hit the like. Can we get to 250? One last push before the end of this one.
We're not at 250.
Likes.
One on one.
Like
One
it.
on one is the name of the. No,
Rivers.
that's not it.
CK.
That's not it.
Yeah,
That's
but
not it.
Down.
Gotta
Thank
get the
you,
likes.
Milton. TY with the score.
Get the godforsaken likes.
Get them
Oh, oh.
likes. We need the likes.
I want this thing to be shut down at 11:59:59 at like 600 or 700 likes.
Oh, so you were in the chat for this. I don't know if BK was at the time when we were talking about like how should this end.
Yeah,
No,
can I
come midnight. How should this end? Do you have a view on this?
I completely want to criticize Glash. This guy is off his rocker. He's just like, yeah, we'll
Flash
just.
Day, it should end with the quiet word or whatever.
No, I don't even mind if we do a buzzword. That at least like is
No,
symbolic.
no 11:59 buzzword.
I'm just saying that at least.
I'm vetoing that right now.
Okay.
Wait,
all right.
Kenny Ducey's really, really horrible takes is 0 energy in the sim. I think we're just trying to be a little too courteous. I mean, well, that's not true. We're
Don't
just
read the
courteous of
negative.
each other.
BK,
Yeah.
BK, you didn't read anything. Don't read the one negative. Don't read
Yeah.
that.
Well, then hear about this. Executive sessions. BK is a rock star. That's better.
There you go.
Well, now it's all about you. You know, you freeze pops in this. But I think you should decide. If Emerson's going to hang around in Glash, you guys are the pillars. You guys have been
I
the
just
guys.
don't know how many people are gonna be here. I don't know if
If you
we'll
just start playing Don't Stop Believing and then fade to black.
No, none of that garbage. No,
I
no.
said my idea earlier was that just whoever's on at the time, however many people, we just all start talking at once and talk over one another completely, and then T Pike
Perfect.
just ends it, just cuts it.
All right, everybody.
That's
Like
our-
I could. Oh, it'd be madness.
That's our pause.
Oh,
All right, like everyone, for the next 30 seconds, talk about whatever you want to talk about. You out there listening, choose who you're going to listen to, and then we're gone.
wow. Aliens took it. Sorry, I just read what you were saying because I'm like, wait, what happened? What the heck? Tara Lynn's looking to be taken by aliens. Tara Lynn, I got to tell you right now, 4 o'clock. I'm back. I don't even know what the score is. If this game have a chance of going overtime, it's not even in my vision.
No.
Okay, Tara Lynn, we're gonna pull you out of that dark place. 4 p.m. I don't know where you are right now. I've seen you tweeting stuff.
I kind of need the pace on this to pick up, not because I don't love you guys, but because I got to run by my office to get that
You
cup
can
and
just
see my boss. And and then I got to get to Broncos GM and coach talk at 2:30. So I got 90 minutes.
PK, are we done here? Or
He's like, wait a minute, guys. I gotta be somewhere. What is this? I gotta go.
Rossi's sitting here like, I wonder what the possibility of overtime is. PK's going.
Yeah, he's doing the
The
math.
next 250 go by a little bit faster. Like,
Not until we get those likes. Yeah, boys to men. I actually have a couple of songs I've mimicked. I have a couple things I wrote down because I'm just.
How
this
about
is
Cam
what-
Newton to the Vikings, by the way?
Was it?
Cam Newton to the Vikings. I mean, I think her Cousins kind of sucks. So. Or you know what he is. And they're waiving Jake Browning.
Ooh. I didn't know who the player you first said was, but
Cam Newton to the
oh,
Vikings.
Cam Newton. Oh, wait, that just happened?
No, I'm just throwing it out there. Somebody,
Oh, gotcha,
a
gotcha,
Vikings friend said, let's bring him in. He can't be worse than Kirk. I don't know.
It could be, but.
But I cut you off. You're about to go on something. So
No, you're fine. I was just saying that I jot things down. And yesterday I was jotting down names and a couple of songs I was having mimics of.
I see Charlie in the chat. I got a friend in the Air Force. I said he had an F-17 fly over by Copp's house at midnight.
Dude, call him up. Oh,
That'd be
Emerson. Is that
great.
the Emerson or is that a fake Emerson?
Yeah, it's Emerson's in the
Hey,
chat.
did you guys see the
He's just
Bishop?
waiting for Get the Green to start.
Did you guys see the debacle with this Bishop Sycamore fake high school story?
That's the wildest story.
It's wild. But Andrew Hawkins, who's pretty funny on Twitter at Hawk, Bishop Sycamore, when they find out Cam Newton needs a team, and then it's an actress like standing up looking when they won an award, like surprised. Like, oh, that's a good idea. Cam on Bishop Sycamore. That would work. He could pass as a high schooler.
I just can't believe that actually happened. I saw an interview with Trent Dilfer, and he was like, he does all these scouting on the teams he's playing. Like, nobody did any form of report or called the officials.
How about
this? This is what I'm saying.
Never mind.
No, say it anyways. There's no never mind. Just let it out.
Don't.
Don't. Swear if you need to. BJ. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
Not bring you back?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I bet you they'd still bring him back. I'm just saying.
Oh, so the kid, that's what I was going to say. The kid that was talking trash to Cam at that football camp, that was before last football season, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It was before, I think it was before he even was signed with the Patriots. I think it was in that weird,
maybe
April, May-ish time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of attitude.
So the Giants are trading a 4th rounder to the Ravens for Ben Bredeson and a 2022 5th rounder and 7th rounder. Wow. So a player, 5th and a 7th in exchange for a 4th.
Listen, I love when you see trades right now, because that's just you don't believe you're going to get them in the free agency round table. That's what's great.
So Rolling Stone tweeted 4 minutes ago, Gene Simmons has tested positive for COVID-19, forcing Kiss to postpone more dates on their end of the road tour. And my pal Russ Bankston tweeted, it's wild because Kiss previously had a farewell tour postponed due to the 1918 flu pandemic.
That's a quality tweet. Because this is their 5th farewell tour, by the way, which is amazing.
I always, whenever I hear the word farewell and it relates to this, I always think of the movie Forget Paris, where
really enjoy that movie,
where Kareem and Billy Crystal are going at it, and Kareem goes, "It's my farewell tour," and Billy goes, "Let me be the first to say farewell."
Can I tell you guys a very funny story about that movie?
Sure.
You have 27 seconds.
Yes. That movie is how I found out where babies come from. That is not a lie. That is not hyperbole. That is not made up for this. I literally, because there's a scene in that film where the man and the woman start doing a little smoochy, and then they say, and 9 months later, and I was like, I don't know when that came out. I'm just going to say 96.
Yeah, thereabouts.
And I just put it, I was like, wait.
I feel like I was still in high school, so it could have been, I graduated in 96.
It's when everything got connected, and I had to talk to my friend about it, and I was like, I think.
It feels like 94-ish, but let's.
Yeah, so just wherever it was, I know it was in around 10 years old, and I said, I don't think this story.
95.
All right, so I was 10.
There's a scene in that movie that I think about at least once a month, if not more often, that still makes me laugh just as hard as the first time I saw it, which is when Billy Crystal's character is driving her father around. And
the signs. He's reading the highway. Yeah, he's reading the billboards or doing the jingles.
You asked for it, you got it.
Toyota. I finished in 70th place. That's kind of gross.
Every time.
Gross.
6th for me.
Look
Hey,
at
time
you.
for 6 with Ashley Edwards. Dom Mafia 89, our projected winner.
Who's the crusty crystal player of the game? Is it Koopa? 38 points.
No, it's not the players. We're doing the sim commentators.
Yeah,
right?
so it was Tarolyn, I think, or someone suggested earlier that the Krusty Koff and Babysitter Billy awards go to the people on the commentating team.
Trey Burton got 38.4 points. All right, well then I definitely finished third because I didn't even know my mic was on.
No, you win. I'm giving it to you.
Shirt.
I'm giving it to BK.
No, I think I finished third, and I'm trying to get out of here because I got to go.
BK tried to leave
job.
the sim. Muted himself. He wins.
Yeah, and he's in a hurry to get out of here. So he's the Babysitter Billy. Rossi, you get the you get all the passion and the surprise coming up at 6. You get the
you could have the Krusty Crystal and then the Krusty Coffin being above it.
Listen, you both stank today. I was great. Let's just sum it up.
There you go.
All right. Well, so the emotional roller coaster ride of the Stream Tuesday to complete August, and obviously commentary on these Sims continues on with 4 more Sims today, folks. You can see it on your screen. You have got, those matchups to look forward to, and you'll hear from, I'm not even going to break down the announcers because you're going to get everybody basically over the course of this day. Next up, though, I will tell you this one at 4, less than an hour from now, it's Rossi, Christian DeAndrea, and Zach Thompson coming on in. So one more sim for Rossi to promote whatever it is that he's going to be doing at 6 without actually doing it, because that's coming at 6, including tonight. You will have Reed T. Fowler and Emerson Latzia, who are going to be with you right meow for a little Get the Green, little golf talk. They will put their emotions aside and focus on sports and chasing the season title in the PGA. Thanks to TL, Taryn Asak, our producer, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s, our technical director here, and of course, Daniel and Bailey getting it done as they always do with the manual scoring and ops. I'll see you tonight. 8 and 10, Glash will be on the porch. Looking forward to it. BK, Rossi, see you guys a little bit later on as well. Reed, Emerson, all yours.
Emerson is not here. He is undisposed. He is out. He is gone.
Right,
He's doing something.
All yours.
Great. I finally get a chance. This is exactly what I was hoping for, that I get a show all to myself. Emerson Latzia is no longer the highest paid person at DraftKings. He has now since been released. This is cut day, Cough. This is cut day. We made our cuts. Emerson Latzia is our first and last cut in NFL cut day. Oh, there he is. Nice of you to join us. Any parting words from your DK employment?
What's happening right now?
Yeah.
What are we talking? We're talking about the John Deere?
Something is up. We're talking about the Wyndham Championship. Something is up with you, man. This morning on the Sweat, you were all over the map. You were crying bloody murder. You're bleeding from the ears. I don't know what you were doing, man.
I was bleeding from the neck on the Sweat today, but I kept it together. Look what they just did to Puff the Magic Dragon. Look at the face of this thing now. It looks like the Demigorgon thing from Stranger Things.
Yeah. Oh, that thing's scary.
Yeah, it certainly is, man. Especially when they all got like little legs. It became like Tremors 2. That's what the second season was.
It's coming out soon.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the third season of it. I love the first two. What?
No,
what?
I'm just saying. You know, people do that. Like, oh, you haven't seen that show yet?
Yeah, that's like when you mention a movie that.
Oh, you haven't read that book yet?
Oh well, no one does. No one does the book thing around here. I'm talking like with Cough with the movie thing. You'd be like, you haven't seen that movie?
It's like, okay, Judgy McJudgerson, I don't have 19 hours a day to sit down and watch a movie. I'd love to. Actually, before we get into the Tour Championship, Emerson, I went to a drive-in with the missus and the little one, the fur baby. That was fantastic. Fantastic.
How is the drive-in experience in the year 2021? It was making a comeback there for a while because of the whole pandemic.
I mean, I don't know, like the news alert. Pandy is still going on here. I'm saying it's not like we're out of the woods yet. Only thing though are if you have a newer car, and this is something you can't get. It was great. So we saw that movie with Ryan Reynolds, the new one. The guy
is that the one where he's the superhero guy?
Yeah, it's really good. I highly advise everyone. It's a fun movie to watch. Something guy or guy something. Anyway, Carolyn's going to give us the free guy. Thank you, TA.
Okay.
Free guy. Great movie. It was hilarious. Vintage Ryan Reynolds. It was a double feature. So we got to see 2 movies. But what I will say though is that if you have a newer car and your lights don't turn off if they're on the off setting, that is tough because it started raining for about 20 minutes. And in order to turn on our windshield wipers, we needed to turn on our car. But if we turn on our car, the lights turn on. So if you're going to the drive-in and it's supposed to rain, if you have the option to take an older car where you can have your windshield wipers on, the lights off, please do that. That's all.
My old 98 Cherokee Sport that I had when I was back in the day. Yeah, your car is too smart. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Speaking of smart, I'm glad it's you and me on a Tuesday edition of Get the Green. Shout out to Jeff Ulrich, who really struggled to understand the questions today. That was not me today on the sweat. If anyone caught that in the wild train wreck that was our golf segment, for once, listen, I screw up 90% of the things that I do. Today fell into that 10% window where literally was Jeff getting confused between American currency, Canadian currency, and then DK currency. But anywho, let's buckle down here a little bit. This is it for the season until the next season starts in like a week. It's that whole wraparound schedule. I know that Jeff was really high on the one dude who we love because he reps DK, just lost in that 6-hole playoff last week. And then I asked you who you are a huge fan of that you're going to be paying up for. And to no one's surprise at all, you went with the Tony Finau. But this week, I think you've got some meat on the bone in your argument. Can you tell me why you like your guy even more this week than you typically do?
Emerson, I'm going to take you on a little story. Okay, a little story time.
Let's go.
All right,
baby.
everyone, get your favorite chamomile tea, get your favorite coffee, get your favorite beverage, maybe a Gatorade, maybe a Zero. Please, no added sugars. Do it. It was a humid, hot day in New Jersey, Jersey City, New Jersey, to be exact. And it was Friday. This is when we interviewed Bryson DeChambeau. And it was great because he shot 6 under, I believe, that day. It was a good day. He was feeling good. So we caught him on the good day because his other 3 rounds at the Northern Trust, not that great. As Emerson, as the interview concluded, all-star interview, by the way, Bryson and I, BFFs, laughing, he, ha, 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 inside jokes and everything.
That was your fake laugh. I make you real laugh. That was a fake laugh when I was watching that.
So camera shuts off. Samir is packing up. Samir is carrying like 9,000 things. Glennon carrying nothing. Billy also carrying 9,000 things. That's how we know it's a real shot. Guess who walks by? Oh, yes, it is. It's Anthony Finau, also known as Tony the Tiger. Fantastic Finau. And I saw this stallion walking from about 10 miles away. Yeah, I have 2016 vision. Okay. And I see him galloping towards us. And everybody not everybody, the 3 guys that are on our team know that I am infatuated with Mr. Tony Finau. Not because he's 6'4", got recruited out of high school to play basketball, chose a career of golf, and is one of the better golfers in the entire world, but because he's just a nice guy. If you hear this story, if you hear anything about Tony Finau, he's a great, great guy. Everybody loves him. Anyway, and he's got ties to Hawaii. Anyway, he sees us interviewing and he shouts out, which you can't do now. Well, if you're a fan, he shouts out to Bryson, "Nice job, Brooksy."
No, he did not. Did you share? Have you shared this story at all yet?
No one.
This is awesome. That is hilarious. What was Bryson's reaction? I have to know.
Laughed hysterically.
Oh yeah.
Like he was fine. He was fine.
Did he look? No. Did he look first and see who it was?
Oh, he knows. He knew it was Tony Finau. Like they were going back and forth. Anyway, so moral of the story after that happened, they exchanged. How'd you shoot? Bryson's like, shot well, shot 6 under. Eventually we know Tony Finau was, got the better of those 2 at the Northern Trust. But that just adds to the story, the absolute legend that is Tony Finau. And what a punctuation it would be after 5 long, grueling years, 4 of them of which I've been touting Tony Finau at least twice a month, at least.
More than that.
At least. I'm trying to lowball it, at least twice a month. I don't know why I'm holding my mic still. That this would be the punctuation on a course that is suited for him. Off the tee, yes, putting you need. And this guy now has got confidence with the flat stick, Emerson. It's like if you get these guys confident who don't know, who haven't been putting well, and you give them the momentum. Geez, momentum is so huge in every sport. That's why I like Tony a little bit more than Bryson. Bryson, from all the stats, from what Jeff was mentioning when he was trying to figure out what question we were asking, he makes a lot of valid points for Bryson. But give me Tony Finau at the top, because who am I if I'm not going to, at the playoff finale, not tout my guy that I've been doing 9,000 times a year?
All right, so you're talking about Finau having this confidence right now with the short stick. How do you think last week's ending will impact Bryson DeChambeau? Because that was tough to watch. I'm on a group chat with you and Samir. We're texting each other. We're like, oh my God, he missed another potential tournament winning putt. And scores are inflated this week because there's 29. Did y'all hear you guys say there's 29 or 30?
Well, Jeff mentioned 29 because he doesn't count Patrick Reed, even though he's in the field.
Okay.
He's coming off a double pneumonia, ankle injury. So he's like tongue in cheek. He's
salty?
saying that was Jeff. That was Jeff just trying, tongue in cheek. But yes, 30 officially, 29.
Jokes. Yeah.
Seriously. Right
so
over here, shaved head.
I'm going to message you later. All right, Bryson DeChambeau. He's 12. He's 12-3. He's the third highest price guy here.
Yeah.
Last week's finish though. Like, how do you think that impacts him?
I don't think it impacts him negatively. I think he's the type of guy that, if you follow him on social media, he's posting all these things like without the struggle, right? What's it all worth? You're going to be on an island if you're, because you're so dedicated to your craft, because you're so obsessed with being the best, you're going to be on an island. So there are a lot of things around Bryson that, potentially are giving you negative feelings about the guy. But from all of my experiences, obviously, I have nothing but glowing remarks to say about Bryson. And look, right now his game is there, man. He shot, look at 66, 67 on the weekend, Emerson. He gained, what did he gain? 5 strokes putting on the weekend. He lost 4 strokes through approach on the weekend. So that's the one part that does scare me a little bit with Bryson. But this is for everything, man. You kind of yes, you want to be the guys that are coming into this tournament with momentum. And that's what all playoffs are, right? The teams and the players who are doing the best towards the end, who have the momentum, are going to be the ones that prevail. Bryson is that guy. He's got 1,000. Look how many birdies he's made over the last, 3 tournaments. Look at that. Something like 70 something birdies.
Yeah.
Or 80 something birdies too. But yeah, it's unbelievable. 70 something birdies for him. That's wild. That is wild. So when you're doing that, you're going to have a chance to win, especially where he's starting against Patrick Cantlay. And the playoff, I think it only does someone like Bryson better, like it did. And this is only for an analogy, not as a comparison, but like it does for someone like Tiger, right? Like Tiger is someone that rises to the occasion. So is Bryson. Bryson's got to get out of his own way. But once he does, and he's been dealing with a lot, once he does, then you'll see this guy play extremely well. But, for bang for buck in terms of DK Sportsbook or on the DFS side, I like Finau. But Bryson, I am not going to talk anybody off of this guy. He's playing fantastic golf right now.
He is such a polarizing guy. You hear that word and Bryson in the same sentence all the time because there's no middle ground. A lot of fans, you either love this guy or you hate this guy being the muscly scientist that he is who can bomb drives 400 yards. I'll tell you this though, when he's playing and he's in contention, like him or not, it's like appointment television. I have to tune in and watch this guy. I really do. It's a little bit of the personality. It's the way he hits it off the tee. It's what we all wish we could do, just bombing it. What is he whipping out pitching wedges for these 185-yard shots or just something incredible. It's kind of cool to witness. I'm not quite sure if you or Jeff talked about this yesterday, Reed. The format of this tournament is so different. Yeah. And I think that's obviously why you see Cantlay, highest priced guy, up there, because the number 1 seed, which he is, starts with a 2 shot lead. So it's a handicap tournament, just to remind everybody. So then the number 2 guy will be 8 under. There's Bryson 7 under. So he starts 3 shots back. The way this format is, how does that change your strategy when it comes to DFS or, as we're looking at odds, sports betting? Doesn't it all, or do you approach this tournament the same way you would a regular tournament?
So I'll take that last question first. No, I don't. It's a 30-man field, officially 29 if you're Jeff Ulrich. And the starting strokes make a huge difference. And, I think right now in the DK Sportsbook, I think Georgie is plus 250 to win the battle behind you. I'm going to take those odds on Georgie plus 250. But if I'm going on the sportsbook side, I am trying to stay away from picking winners who are on the starting strokes, right? So how the format is right now. So Cantlay, like you mentioned, starting at 10 under, Finau's at 8, Bryson 7, Rahm 6, Cam Smith 5, and then JT English, Answer, Spieth, Burns are at 4, Morikawa, Im, Hovland, Usti, and DJ are at 3. Rory, Schauffele, Jason Kokrak, Kevin Na, and Brooks are at 2 under, and then 21 to 25 are at 1, and then the rest are at even. So trying to pick a guy on this market, Emerson, this is what Jeff and I talked about yesterday. It's kind of a fool's errand unless you get someone, right, like Cantlay and these guys moving back, right, which is feasible, right? Cantlay's you got to be sleeping on a lead for 4 days or 3 days, and you got some guys chasing. I would be inclined to spend a lot of my betting card on the betting market winner without starting strokes. So as a regular tournament, right? So and Xander won last year in this market. Xander's fantastic in a no-cut events. We know he's great at the Tour Championship at East Lake, 2 runner-up finishes and a first place. I think he won 2017, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere around there. I'd rather go here. And some guys that we mentioned yesterday, Sungjae Im was Jeff's favorite at plus 3,500. Now Sungjae is at plus 3,000. So now you see he's gone down close to 20%. And that's a move because you see that number with what Sungjae has done so far this season. It's been fantastic. So plus 3,000, I don't think that's a bad number. Obviously you'd want a bigger number, but a guy that I really like in this market is Scotty Scheffler at plus 2,000. So I'm staying more so from the outright perspective on the winner without starting strokes. And if I'm going on this side, Emerson, I like obviously Finau at plus 700. He's starting in second place, but he's 4th on the odds board, even though that number is extremely short. This is a wonky tournament. I never like to bet numbers like that, but that's something that if you want to, that's one that I like. And then someone else too that I think could top 5 is Harris English at plus 330. He's starting at that 4 under. He's starting at that 4 under group. He's 6 back. Top 5 is, I don't think, out of the question for someone who plays par 70s well, plays Bermuda greens well, and has 2 wins this season. What we mentioned on the sweat earlier today.
So yeah, just to confirm, you had it right. Xander winning here in 2017 was also the low 72 hole scorer last year.
Yep. Yeah, he's great. He's great here. So like from a DFS, if you wanted to attack him on DFS at 8,900, he's going to be popular. He's going to be, very highly rostered. No one in this tournament, Emerson, is going to go unrostered, right? There's 30 guys.
Yep.
30 players. So everyone's going to have some roster percentage. Xander's probably going to be projecting close to 25%, 30%, which again, like I don't mind. I think that's sort of a free square. If you want to box that out and totally fade Xander, most people are going to be playing Rory and Xander because of that course history. That's why I think English, Sam Burns, and even as an extreme contrarian play, which wouldn't be 3 weeks ago, is Colin Morikawa at $8,300.
Finished 6th in his debut here last year, but miscut Northern Trust T63 finished last week in the 70-man field.
Yeah, he was bad.
Is that just him? Like, is that fatigue and exhaustion for this young stud?
Could be. We hearing a little squeaky toy.
Yeah, dude.
Like
there has been like battle royale. We've got. Yeah. I've got everyone. Our incredible DK Sim fam who is spending time with us here watching a Tuesday edition of Get the Green on Twitch and YouTube. Everyone's placing bets. Everyone's placing bets back here with what's happening. I love these girls. Things are breaking. Things are being chewed. But you know what? My focus is you and golf.
Which I understand. I get it. It's funny. If your attention was elsewhere, I would not fault you for that in the slightest. But Yeah, Morikawa didn't have any good rounds last week. I liked him last week as a contrarian play at $10,000. So in 70-man field, now he's at 83 in a 30-man field. So, if again, he's a game theory play. The stats aren't going to point to it. He's not hitting his irons well, which is weird. He's not hitting off the tee well, which is weird. That's not like him. And so maybe fatigue. He got that little injury in the Olympics that we heard about after the fact. He has some swing mechanic changes, which again, if you're doing that right now, and that was for his back injury, if you're doing that right now, it's not going to give you a lot of confidence. So maybe he goes back to what he was doing when he won the Open. Maybe he's saying, screw these changes. I'm going to, this is it. I'll put a heating pad on my back. I'll do whatever I can to feel good. And so I'm taking that more so than trying to figure out if he's tired or not. No one is going to be playing him. You got Brooks, you got Louis, you got Hovland right there. I really don't think people are going to be playing Morikawa.
Remember that one question I asked Jeff today? I think I was looking for the 8 or 9K range, and he came back, or maybe it was the 9 or 10K range. I mean, I'm getting myself confused now. And he came back and he was loving and praising Burns, Mr. Burns. And I heard you mention earlier, I think, wasn't this year when he won his first tournament on tour?
Yeah.
Valspar,
it is.
Right?
And Valspar at Innisbrook, that's a tough course.
Is that the one in Tampa?
I believe
I want to say it's. I want to say it's down that neck of the woods or Naples or something. I don't know.
Copperhead. Yeah, I forget where it is.
Okay,
in Florida. It's weird down there.
It is. It's another planet now. In fact, a planet you should steer clear of. But anywho, he's one of 2 golfers making their debut at Eastlake this week. First time playing this course. I wish I had the numbers in front of me, guys, what their numbers look like in the first time on this course. Is that one, maybe off the top of your head, is this one that will chew guys up or no? First time.
It can, but Scotty Scheffler and Colin Morikawa, first time last year, 5th and 6th, right? Like,
okay,
if you're good, doesn't matter, right? Scotty Scheffler low round on Sunday last year. And much like Scotty Scheffler was last year, he was playing really well right at this point. So was Sam Burns, 21st at Northern Trust, now at 8th at BMW. I mean, this guy is, I hate to use this term, but he's trending in that direction that you need to, right? I mean, he's been playing really, really well, and he's at $8,500. Get him on Bermuda greens, and he is really, really good on Bermuda greens, which is what we're going to have. So you look at a 64 in round 1 at the BMW, a 65 in round 3, a 70s in both 2 and 4 didn't help, but look, still 8th. And what he did last week and what he's been doing essentially for the last month is hitting his irons really well and putting extremely well. And that's what you need here. Putting is going to matter. These are like average size greens, maybe a little bit below average, but not enough to really sway me into think that, okay, you really need to hit greens in regulation. You really need to be astute with your proximity. So putting is going to matter, and rightfully so, right? 30 guys, you got to win. All are essentially the best players this season so far. Who's going to win? The guy who makes the most putts. And that's what Sam Burns has been doing over the last handful of weeks. 25 birdies, 21 birdies, 22 birdies, only 3 double bogeys over the last 3 months, or 3 tournaments. Like, that is a recipe for a guy who could do very well here at 8,500, but he's going to be popular this week from the DFS standpoint.
One question I love to ask you every week when we're together on this show, only because the first time I asked you this question, you told me what a great question it was. Is there a golfer you like more on the sports betting side versus the DFS side and vice versa there? Like your approach with this guy will be totally different.
Yeah. Like Finau on the DFS side, I think is way more appealing than him on the sportsbook side, right? Just because on the sportsbook side, if you're doing it with starting strokes, he's at plus 700. No one's going to be playing JT. So again, I'm taking this from like without starting strokes. So I'm looking at these odds more so than the other ones. And look, you have Tony Finau at plus 2,000 without starting strokes, right? The reason why he's so like his numbers are so short is because the mentality when you're only 2 back is not to be as aggressive, right? As if you were 5, 6, 7 back. So, right, more birdies are going to be potentially, the more birdie opportunities are going to be had theoretically from the guys who are further back. And I think that if you take a look at winners without starting strokes, I think Bryson is great here at plus 1,500 on the DK Sportsbook. I like him here more than I like him on the DFS side. And a guy that, again, I really like on the DFS side, and obviously I don't on the sportsbook side, is EVR. EVR is plus 5,000 to win this tournament with the low aggregates, with the low score, winner without starting strokes. But like, I don't see him doing that. But on the DK side, on DFS side, guy's a min price at $5,000. And look what he's done the last 2 tournaments, 7th and 5th. Like, I watched him in that last group with Rahm and Cam Smith, and he had one bad hole, Emerson, that par 3. It was on the back 9. He had a triple bogey, Samir style. Shout out Samir.
Dude. Oh yeah,
I'm just kidding, Samir. I heard. Look,
No,
I've seen
you're
Samir.
not kidding.
I've seen Samir swing. I've seen Samir swing. It actually looks a lot better. And I'm not just doing this and saying this to be nice. Looks a lot better.
Last week, he kind of figured out his drives, and he's piping them. It's really like cute and adorable to see him like hitting his driver 220, but he's piping them right down the middle.
22 birdies in the last 2 tournaments. Tee to green. Guess who was number 1 last week? Tee to green. It wasn't Cantlay. It wasn't Bryson. It was this guy, EVR. EVR was number 1 in strokes gained tee to green. He's $5,000. You want to get 2 guys, and there was a comment on the Twitch stream about going heavy on the top guys who have done well in this, in this type of format. You can, right? Again, something to think about too. This is what I mentioned yesterday. Is that the guys at the top, Emerson, the Cantleys, the Rahms, Brysons, Tonys, they'll start with their points as if they finished in that position right after the round. But what they don't get are the points that they would have gotten right by making birdies, potentially an eagle birdie streak to get to that point. They're only going to be starting with those starting points. If they fall out of that position, those points go away. So keep that in mind when you're rostering these top guys, is that you're going to like to see your lineups in the number 1 spot early in the tournament, but the positions could change drastically. So keep that in mind.
You like John Rahm being the favorite on the sportsbook side?
I mean, he should be, right? He should be the favorite because John Rahm is.
Look at that. Look at the big. What do we have here? What did you have before? What was the
winner without starting strokes?
Oh, okay. So this is all right. Can you explain this to me?
So this is like what you said with Xander, right? He had the low score as if it was a regular tournament.
Okay, I see what you're saying. We're just looking at 72 hole score. We're not looking at where you are necessarily on the leaderboard. Okay.
Right.
And so they like Rahm to go out there and shoot the lowest score out of all these guys by far. I mean, that's a pretty heavy favorite there, no?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at what he's done over the last 2 weeks. Like it's been underwhelming for Rahm standards. And this is what we do every year, right? Rory, when he top 5s 3 out of 4 tournaments, we're like, oh, but he hasn't won in like 3 years. Rahm, when he only goes out and does 1st at the US Open, 7th at the Scottish Open, 3rd at the Open Championship, 3rd at the Northern Trust, just missing out on a playoff, and then T9 at BMW, we're like, oh, what's wrong with Rahm? Well, I mean, like, he is unbelievable guy and what he doesn't get credit for, which he should more often, is his short game. His like around the green touch, his putting has been stellar. It's just right. I'm not willing. I'd be more willing to do it here than anywhere else, Emerson, is to try and go after these top guys because there's only 30 in the field. But having said that, you're giving me a chance to get DJ at twice the odds of Rahm. Like Rory, who's absolutely dominated Eastlake.
Yeah.
Who won, 2 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago, 5 back, shooting like gaining over 11 strokes tee to green at East Lake to win. Yeah, like if I'm getting double the odds on those 2 guys over Rahm, that's why for me Rahm isn't necessarily, like, he deserves to be at the top, but not a bet I'm willing to make just because you have the best in the world right now chasing, even though he is the best in the world.
Yeah, and DJ, I like how you brought him up too, because what was he? So I'm looking at it now. T6 showing last week, 4th top 10 finish in his last 8 events. Remember how slow he started the 2021 calendar year as well? It seems like he's just coming into form. And I mentioned this the other day, yesterday on the Sweat with Jeff. What it was, John Rahm. John Rahm was asked, he was talking about Ted Lasso, and he was asked, hey, like, I got to be a goldfish, got to have like that 10-second memory, move on. And then someone asked him follow up, who's the goldfish on the PGA Tour? Who's the best one you think about? It says Dustin Johnson. Guys, yep. So like, and some people like to criticize him a little bit for that body language, like, look like you care a little more or whatever, you know, like he makes a mistake, kind of just moving along, doing his thing because he moves past it. And you got to have that mental strength to be one of the best in the world. You got to.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, like it's Ricky Bobby for him over the last 5 tournaments. It's like, if you're not first, you're last. If you're not top 5, top 10, you're last. Right. It's like he's got a cut in Northern Trust, and he comes back and he T6s. That's what you're getting with DJ right now. You know, 3 out of the 4 rounds in the 60s, 27 birdies at the BMW championship. Now, granted, like the BMW championship, Caves Valley was a birdie fest, which is, you know, for me personally, I think it's fun to see and it's fun to watch, but I'd rather have some, you know, a little bit of a challenge in the playoffs, right? Like that's just what I want to see. I want to see these guys grind it out. And so here, whoever's got the most, you know, fortitude when it comes to the mental and physical aspect of it, I want that guy to win $15 million, right? Look at but look at what he's done in the Tour Championship since 2012. He's got 2 top 5s, a 6th in 2016, a 3rd in 2018, and he won last year because he was coming in as the winner. So he has a lot of positive vibes. And I mentioned this on today's show, or the Sweat earlier today, is it doesn't matter what type of course it is. Like, he's won on par 70s. He's won on long par 72s. He's won on he's won overseas. He's won, you know, on coastal courses. Doesn't matter for DJ. Like, he is a primetime player. So if you want the contrarian build, I think in DFS, I do think that, you know, 15% DJ is like a 10%, sub 10% DJ in a regular field. And I think that's leverage. I think that's positive EV. On an outright side, I know I mentioned that you're getting double the odds from DJ, but if between the two of Rory and DJ to bet, like at this number, I bet Rory. Just because, I mean, look at what he did at Caves Valley. Like, he, especially on the weekend, Rory absolutely destroyed on the weekend, especially tee to green, almost 4.5 strokes tee to green. He shot, you know, he was top 5. He was 22 under par. And now Rory's feeling it, coming into one of his favorite courses of all time. Yeah, plus 1,200 ain't bad for Rory.
Care Bear over on Twitch is asking, Reed, do I go with Stewie Sink or Billy Horschel?
Stu Monge? You want to go Stu Monge?
48, won twice this season for his first 2 victories since 2009. Seriously, some of these guys in the back end of this group of 30 are like, how are you here? Like, it's just dudes who were consistent, kept their head down and grinded. Yeah. And kept going and going and going.
Yeah. I mean, I was on Mayo's show a couple of weeks ago and he's like, who's safer? You know, Stuart Sink, or I think at that point it was Johnny Vegas. And there was still a cut involved, right? This was a Northern Trust, so there was still a cut. And I was like, I don't know why, but it's Stuart Sink for me. And this is right after like Vegas went like top 2, like he, you know, runner up finishing like 2 of his last 3 tournaments. Vegas ended up missing the cut. Stu Sink ended up going T21. And boy, like I don't want to say Stuart Sink over Billy Horschel, but I'm going to keep on doing it because this guy has just been consistent. He's just been consistent. Now there's no cut. So maybe you want to go after Billy because it just feels better. right? 17, 18, 16 birdies. They're both starting near the bottom, right? If you look at Stumange, like he's, his game log 17, 18, 13, kind of the same, right? So I think it comes down to personal preference. I like Sink just because he's just been doing it all year.
Okay.
2 wins. I mean, yeah, like he's got his son on the bag. I don't know if you guys have heard that from every announcer that his son is on the bag as a caddy. So that makes him, such a great story, such a better play than everybody else. But again, EVR 5,000, like it. Sergio is at 5,400. Like Ryder Cup, is right around the corner. Sergio is lobbing for that captain's pick here. There's a lot of guys, DB, Daniel Berger at 58, 7th in tee to green in the last 50 rounds. Like, yeah, I wouldn't choose either Stewart or Billy, but if that's the number that you need, someone under 5,300, I'd go EVR, Stumange, and then Billy Ho.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's Sink's first trip to East Lake in 12 years, and I guess he's never played it great, according to the PGA Tour's website, which I think they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Last one here, real quick, just because Giggle Pigs.
Great name.
I love that name, man. Okay, so Giggle Pigs was just saying Justin Thomas at plus 1,400 looks tasty.
Looks tasty. Yeah, it looks tasty. Looks tasty, but Bryson's at plus 1,500. Bryson's at plus 1,500 behind him. I think you can find guys who are a little bit deeper on the odds. JT is such a great play, but give me BD, give me Bryson plus 1,500 over JT. If you're starting without starting strokes.
Brian guy, why are you rushing us? It's 3:45. We usually go out to like 4 o'clock or something.
Yeah, I think they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to.
Because everyone, he's a lot like the new Brian is a lot like the old Samir. How Samir would panic. Samir's like, guys, can you come into Zoom like 3 hours before your sim so I can get everything set up? And I'm like, dude, I'm living my life.
And then
leave me alone.
3 minutes before the sim, Samir's like, oh God, everything is broken.
Oh my God, it would. Half those Sims guys that would start 10 minutes late is because Samir was on them. And it's like, I don't know which button to press or which cord to cut. And so it's like, if you're ever in one of those situations, like you don't want him cutting the cord or pushing the button.
Yeah. Red cord. It's always a red one, right?
Is it? Nah, I think it's the green one. Anyway, don't let Samir make that decision. Also, is this show, we'll continue. How long is the break? How long is the break before the season starts again?
Like a day.
It feels like it's a couple weeks.
Well, we got the Ryder Cup.
Be back. Oh yes, we're gonna definitely do Ryder Cup stuff.
Yeah,
that's important.
Yeah. So there's no off season for golf. So in 2 weeks, you'll see us again.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Because this show's awesome. It's definitely better when you and I are on it compared to you and Jeff. But we love our Canadian kumquat. Everybody, hang tight because coming up next, Terrelyn, help me out with this. It's another game.
Expand.
And it's another 3 human being booth.
Placeholder.
Is like Rossi. Rossi is all over the map today. He really needs us.
I think Greg Ehrenberg is coming back.
There's no way Ehrenberg's coming back. You're popping in tonight on the Sims, right? Rossi, ZT, and Christian. That's who is next. And then you're going to be back kind of sprinkled in throughout the 8 and 10 or throughout that 4-hour window. And I'll be with you a couple of those times.
Oh, I'm sprinkled. Oh, I'm sprinkling.
Yeah, you are.
Who won the fight? Did Georgie win?
It appears Winnie has the high ground. This is how we're going to wrap up our hour show. We're going to, Winnie, did you put Winnie or Georgie as the favorite?
I went Georgie. Oh, I went Georgie as a dog. A plus 250.
Seasoned vet taking it. All right, we got to get out of here. Brian is threatening us now. I got to go. I love you guys. I'll see everyone later tonight in that 4-hour nonstop, 8 to midnight. Smooches, babes.
DK Sim fam, how the hell are you? You're going to help us tear this old girl down today or what? I am Jason Rossi, and I used this joke behind the scenes, but you didn't hear it, and I didn't have to say that. Looking like Freddie Mercury if he ate Freddie Mercury. With me today, my two partners, two of the best dudes to be hooking up with here on the Dream Stream. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, whatever.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I mean,
listen, if I had a pick, I'm just saying. But one of them is the godfather of the Madden simulation, formerly the CEO, but he would never ever take the sim commentation away. But he is at ZT_sports. He is one of the best dudes, the air fryer of Dreamland. That's it now, Dreamland. Yeah, it's turned into a Freddy Krueger movie. Anyway, he's ZT. Zach Thompson, how the hell?
I'm here. I'm very good. How are you?
Dude, I could not be better. Look at me. And with us in this three-man weave is the hair coming from the middle of this country. He's repping that tank top. He has got conditioner for days. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for at Train Island. Make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. He is Christian DeAndrea. What's up, my dude?
Ooh, the final three-man booth of my sim career. Yep. I will be back later. But, this is a great trio to end the regular sim season with. And more than anything, Rossi, I'm just happy that you were able to take Kenny's shift earlier today so he could leave the entire sim fam properly Irish goodbye his way from Simland. No see you laters. No, it's been fun. Just a straight up blank slate. The man decided he had had enough. And we will only be seeing him from now on in the DK Sim Fam Fantasy Football League. A glorious finish. Kenny going out the way he came in terribly.
Yes, sure. He also didn't thank me for taking a shift. But I do love Kenny, and I love all of you guys. We'll have a lot of fun. Obviously, a lot to get to. We're definitely going to rip open our hearts a little bit second half because it's going to be a boatload of talking tonight. And True. I don't know where we're all going to get our edges in and stuff like that. So definitely want to give you two enough time as we go on with this. But obviously the news of the day, sports related, cuts are being made. Cut deadline just passed here in the East Coast. Stories won't break over. We'll continue to break over the next 45 minutes, give or take. So if anything major comes, we will let you know and drop them in the chat. But Christian, ZT, biggest news of the day, Cam Newton no longer a New England Patriot. Sayonara out of New England. Mac Jones, a starting quarterback. So now we have 3 out of the 5 first-round draft picks starting week 1 with Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. We'll see about the others. But what are you guys' thoughts? Let's go with ZT. Kick us off here. What's your thoughts? Cam Newton out of New England. Mac Jones starting.
Love it. Love it. I said I wanted it to happen earlier rather than later. Glash said, is it happening week 1? I said, I hope so. I would do it. And they did it. I didn't call it, though. I will say I did not say, yes, it will happen. I did not think that they would do that and cut him. I thought they would just make the decision to play Mac Jones. But I'm for it. No going back. I mean, there really was no going back anyway. It would be very hard, barring injury, to go back to Cam after Mac. I'm a big fan. I think he looked sharp in preseason. While he is definitely not the most physically gifted of the rookie quarterbacks, he is in such a perfect spot, and he can run that system. Everybody is a system quarterback to some degree, and in that system, he can be very efficient and effective. His timing has been on. He's looked good. I think New England's going to be solid this year. I think they're a playoff team. I think he's got a shot at Rookie of the Year because his numbers will be solid enough, and he'll lead his team to the playoffs. Now, again, he's not the most physically gifted, so Zach Wilson has a higher ceiling. If Trey Lance takes over there, he's probably got a higher ceiling. Lawrence, I don't think he's got the team around him to get it done, but those guys have higher ceilings, both this year and long term. But I'm in on Mac Jones. I stole him in a couple other drafts late, and now I've got a starting quarterback to decide if I want to use it or not. This starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson, picking up a bunch of yards. He is my cap, in case anybody,
I was dying to know. Christian, what's your thoughts on Mac in, Cam out?
Well, I appreciate the toss here, the softball lob, because today we had a special
edition of the post route go out. What does Cam Newton's release mean for the Patriots? Where not only, I mean, ZT, I think everyone was surprised that Cam got straight up cut, because earlier today, Belichick was like, Cam Newton's moving, quote, definitely moving in the right direction. Apparently the right direction for him was right the hell out the door, and maybe to these Houston Texans to start down there. Who the hell knows? I feel badly that it ended up like it did for Cam. I think he does still have some good football left in the tank, but I know a lot of people are out there like, oh man, well, this means the Patriots deep ball game is going to be cut short. No, it's not. Cam Newton threw 27 deep balls last year, okay? Even if Mac Jones just keeps up his preseason rate, they're going to throw deep more often. And Mac, I think you can very reasonably point to his arm strength as a bit of a concern, especially for a guy who's taken a few too many sacks in the preseason, 4 sacks against the Giants. Maybe lacked a little bit of pocket awareness, like he did at Alabama, where he's only sacked 13 times in 16 games or whatever. So that is a bit of concern, because if he does get in trouble, he's going after brute strength and passes out there like a Patrick Mahomes type. And that's going to be an issue, but the touch on his deep balls has been great. He has made the right reads downfield. He has put the ball where only his guys can get him. He is low-risk quarterback, and I think for the Patriots, the variance between having to go from Cam Newton, who is mobile and can't throw accurate passes, 31st last season in bad throw rate out of 36 quarterbacks, to a guy who is accurate and can't run, was too much of a task for them to handle. So they did Cam Newton right. They said, sorry, bud, you got to go, but you have enough time to catch on somewhere else. I like the move, and of course you can read all about it in today's post route, which I will be plugging incessantly, a special edition of the newsletter breaking down what the Patriots offense is going to look like in 2021.
What did you think of Mac's timing? Follow-up. Mac's timing routes have been impressive too.
I love that's the decision. So very quickly, 2 things. We got a touchdown. What would he do? 2 things. One, I said this in the last time, so I won't repeat myself too much. I think this came down to Bill Belichick working around him, being on a radio show that had interviews, asking the man a question on the off occasion that they let the schlums like myself ask. More funny stuff than any hard hitting, but listening to him, he's honest with his players. So my belief, with my little experience here, is that he knew if this decision, once this morning came up and he knew it was going to be Mac, he went to Cam and gave him the out. I don't think Belichick upright cut him. I just don't believe it. I think Cam, he said, we have a spot here for you, or you have 2 weeks to go find a job. It's up to you. And he said, I'm going to go find it. I think this all comes down to the potential of what we saw last week. And I'm not getting into the whole, we don't have to get into it. This is too nice of a good day to dive into the details. You know what I'm talking about. There's not enough practice reps to have 2 quarterbacks ready every single. And Belichick has never been that guy. Young coaches that don't have, like what the Jaguars did last year, if you read about it, insane. Gardner Minshew was taking half the snaps, and then Mike Glennon's taking half the. It's stupid. It's a bad way to run any football team. You need a starting quarterback that is your number 1. They made the decision, so I like that call. I think it's a great move for the future of the Patriots, because why wait? 15th overall pick. Yes, we've seen more success by guys that wait a little bit longer, but I just think in this offense, Cam doesn't have the timing anymore, as ZT said.
That's the key.
Yes. He holds the ball, he stares at the receiver, and he waits for them to get open. All of your best quarterbacks, or even your middle of the pack quarterbacks, throw the ball to where they anticipate the receiver to be. And unfortunately, watching all 17 or 16 games last year, and Cam only played 15 of those, he does not do that. He waits, he throws once the guy's open. It's like you playing football down the park with your friends. It's because of the shoulder injury. He wasn't like this 5 years ago. Good luck to Cam. Appreciate you coming in. But I'm all in on this move for Mac Jones.
Yep. No, a great point there, ZT. He was throwing guys open in a very, very useful way. You know, he knew where the hook route was going to be. He knew where his guys were going to be. So the anticipation was there. He can definitely work within that game plan. And he understands the back shoulder throws that veteran quarterbacks make. He just seems to grasp the offense very well for a rookie. And I'm very interested to see what the game plan is going to be like. So we saw a very deliberate pattern in the Patriots preseason games. Game 1 was all check down. Make sure you can read these defenses. Make the right decision. And Mac, didn't throw for many yards, threw a lot, but only threw for like 80 yards. Second game, he worked that intermediate zone a little bit more often. And third game, he was willing to throw deep a little bit more, which did include a very nice strike, back shoulder, Devin Asiasi, in traffic. Got the gif of that ready for you over on the poster if you want to take a look. So he progressed, I think, faster than most of us would have expected a guy who really only had one season as a starter at Alabama, and a guy who really was the beneficiary of a tremendous group of players around him. Like Mac Jones, like we said, he's not a fast guy. He's not a guy who's going to escape pressure. Only sacked 13 times last year because his offensive line is mostly NFL guys. He didn't throw to his tight ends that often because the 4 guys he had at wideout and running back are all first-round draft picks or first-round caliber draft picks. So I thought there was going to be a steeper learning curve making that adjustment. And to be fair, most of the work he did was against second-team defenses with a handful of starters in the lineup. So it will still be a learning curve. But no, I agree with you guys. I'm happy with the move as a Patriots fan. Very excited to see what Mac Jones puts out there. Excited to see what comes next for Cam Newton, too.
Sure. So here's a comp that I haven't heard a lot, but I think as we're watching here, Matthew Stafford, I think the easy comp is Brady, right? As far as not his greatness overall, but as far as non-mobile quarterback reads, not necessarily the most outstanding arm strength, but just playing smart. I'm not saying he's going to win that many Super Bowls or be that good, but the style of play in a one-year sample, I'm not saying career, 1 year, tomorrow, the game plan that's put in place for Mac Jones and Tom Brady, not dissimilar. I think Matthew Stafford's another one, not very mobile, reads well, and it's all timing. That's what doesn't always show up on the box score. And when you watch the games, which I know both of you guys did, you could see that he was hitting those timing runs. That he was throwing the guys open. He was throwing the ball before the receiver made the break. And as he showed that, I think he did check all the boxes, like you were saying, Christian. In each game, it was very much, can you do this one thing? Yep. Let's do the next thing. Yep. And I think we're going to keep seeing that. We're going to not see Mac Jones fully unleashed, whatever, until about week 4, week 5. I think after the Tampa game, week 5, is when we'll start to see him really get the full run of the offense. They're going to be very careful with him. They're going to have him focused on things he can do, and they're going to ride that defense, which has looked really good. And I know they don't have Stephon Gilmore, but they may end up adding him into a already very good defense. And I think because of the way Gilmore plays, that's not a difficult addition. He kind of takes his guy out, right? Like just takes that side out of the play. The rest of the defense can still be really good. And then you add that in, it doesn't shift everything.
Yeah, when he comes back, yes. But
right, if he comes back.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's also a lot of conspiracy theories that are out there because he's getting paid $7 million. Now he's only going to get paid $7 million for 11 games instead of the 17. And I get it, the weeds, man, the weeds. Anyways, breaking news here for your Detroit Lions.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
The Lions have released kickers Randy Bullock and Zane Gonzalez, leaving them with nobody.
Burn the boats, man. Burn the boats. There's no turning back. We will not settle for field goals.
I'm telling you right now.
Dan Campbell team, we're going to bite kneecaps and go for it on every 4th down.
This is the
what
most.
What do we got to lose? We are the Detroit Lions.
This is the most disrespectful thing an organization can do to disrespect the kicking position. Just like any of you cowards out there that are in fantasy football leagues that don't have kickers, show some respect. Kickers are very important. They lead the league in scoring every year. Show some GD respect around here. All right? My guess is Nick Folk will be signed to the Detroit Lions by about 6 p.m. tonight. But once he's...
How about the Pats going with the rookie kicker? Why aren't we talking about that, Rossi?
Let's just go with all rookies. I'm nervous. I'll tell you, that made me so uncomfortable. Nick Folk was so good for this team, and I really don't get it. But hey, as we know as Patriots fans, and we won't we belabor the point anymore because I know you guys hate the Patriots in the chat. We'll talk about the Raiders next, I guess. We'll just say in Bill we trust. And I still have them projected 11-6, and I'm not coming off of that because of this. I don't think the Jets are going to be great.
Sounds
I think
right.
Miami early. That New Orleans team I think is going to stink a little bit, especially early as well. You can get 3 quick wins. I'm not stupid enough to think they're going to beat Tampa as much as I want them to. I'm just not there yet. But anywho, Christian, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Follow him.
Get it done. Sorry.
Okay.
There it is.
There it is. There's the Mac Jones explainer. What comes next for the Patriots? Why Mac Jones is the right fit here. Get it all at the Post Route. Subscribe for free. Postroute.substack.com.
And make sure you also follow our guy at ZT_sports. Yes, we are going away. The Sims are not. We as people are not going anywhere in this world. They can't take us away from the world. So please do follow us. Well, that's a little dark, I know, but please do follow us. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, wherever you get your podcasts. Again, shout out to our great crew here. We got Bry Guy, and we have the Swiss Army knife crew. We got TL, Terrell and Azak. We got Bry Guy, who both host, produce, are technical advisors, and we got Bert, we got Zach. We got such a damn good crew, and it has been so much fun here on these Sims each and every time out. I was talking with ZT before. Now, we're all going to be appearing later tonight. We're all going to be back. But it's going to be a cornucopia of voices, faces, and a lot of things. And I hope those that are quote unquote driving the ship are smart enough to give everybody a little bit of extra time, especially people that, will no longer be seen. There's not going to be as much, some of the hosts will be on the sweat, breaking down things. Some of us will be doing other things, but other people, not so much, at least not right now. They are ramping up the content. You never know. Do I think someone like Christian would be a perfect fit for some of the stuff we're doing here? Hell yeah, I do. Yeah. Look, listen. I'll toot the horn, man. You just don't want me asking because I always get told no. Does ZT put together some great stuff with DK Live? Oh hell yeah, he does. So this is still, we could go 2 ways here. We could go down the woe is us, poor is us, but it's not. I don't think that's who the people I'm with who are on here. This has been delightful. It has meant a lot. So I just want you guys to have the floor, some memories, things you want to say to the chat. And please do smash that like. The one thing we can leave here with is let's get over 500 likes again. Let them leave remembering August 31st was the last time they dominated that like button. Because you never know. But anywho, please do smash the like. But yeah, would you guys, any funny things that come to mind or just things you want to say? We'll just scat from here the rest of the way.
So I started pretty early, right? I helped put the first few together, and then they said, "Do you want to announce them?" I was, "What? No, I'm just here to write the articles about who people should play." But then they got me on this side of the camera. I've done a little bit of this before, but usually behind the scenes. I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know everybody on the production side of things, the co-hosts, all that good stuff. I mean, it has been such a meaningful time. I feel like we've hung out, we made friends in the chat, all our fans on Twitter interacting with us. We've done some weird things. We've talked about all kinds of stuff. I stopped doing show prep because the first time I came with notepad, it was 8 pages of notes for my first 2 Sims with Emerson, including, and I haven't told him this part, including a whole section on snack food that I knew he would want to discuss. And that was about the only part of the pages of notes that we got to, was his love of Dunkaroos. Other than that, it was all, riffing all over the place, which is how we normally do this. And it's been just so much fun. It is how it will be always the high point of the COVID experience for me, was spending the time here with you guys, the Sim fam, the commenters, the announcers, the guys behind the scenes. This has been the highlight of my life, quite honestly, for the last 18 months. And I appreciate all of you. Look forward to continuing to connect with you in meaningful ways on Playbook and on Twitter and other places as we continue to, as Rossi said, figure out new content moving forward, what that'll look like and how we can be involved in that together. And it does feel so much like a family in a way that I don't think any other professional experience I have has lent itself to. So thank you.
That's Delightful, man. It's so nice. Yeah, it's tough to disagree with that. I mean, this is really just an awful time in general, but through getting laid off and through it all, I got to not only find a job that helped keep the lights on over here, but meet a whole lot of great people and get paid doing the dumbest thing imaginable, which is talk about simulated football, talk about real football against the backdrop of simulated football, let's say. So yeah, it's so tough to be upset about this coming to an end when it was just such a wonderful experience to begin about, it's tough to be that mad about it. And maybe we do come back, or maybe it just opens up the door to something else, or maybe it's just a bridge between things where I get to put it on my resume and people look at it and go, huh, weird, and then move on. No matter what it was a lot of fun doing so. We got paid, honestly, too much money to do it, and no regrets.
I agree, and it really is true. And this is what I think a lot of these conversations are going to be like. I do want to just make sure everybody does remember at the 6 o'clock, me, Glash, and Tom, I will not. There will be sim history being made in the 6 o'clock sim.
Yeah.
And it's hard. What history is there left to be made on the last day, right? Well, tune in at 6. With that being said,
professional level T's right there.
Yeah, baby. We've talked about this a lot, and some of the best brain, smartest people. I think we talked about this in a sim recently. Who do you think is the smartest person in the sims? Who do you actually think is the most intelligent? And it was undoubtedly Christian. People talk because Christian has he does you can laugh about a Christian, but it's so true. The way you go on about things, it can be looked at as oh, look at him waxing poetic. But no, it's the passion that you have for certain things and the attention to detail that you have for things is unlike anybody else. And then there's guys like ZT. I'm going to speak about you guys first, then we'll talk about some of the others. But these are two dudes I would have never met. And me and ZT, I just feel it's easy clicks with both of you. But when it came to ZT with certain things, it was just boom, easy. Got this, got that. And we would laugh. He would, I would say the most ridiculous things potentially people have heard that I get no discredit for, which I appreciate you, fam. But ZT's eyes, and I said this to you last week, literally would open wider than the Zoom box. He'd be is this guy serious? And yes.
Lions? Did he just say the Lions?
Go Giants this year. They just traded for 2 offensive linemen the last 2 days. Going to the playoffs, baby. But seriously, you guys are great. It really has been let's not pretend. And that last March when everything happened the way it did, it sucked out loud. A lot of us weren't able to see family. A lot of us weren't able to be with the friends and those normal watering holes, we'll say, that you normally went to, or just the conversations changed with family and friends. And then this little community was built. And this little community blew the bleep up when there was no sports on. There was literally over 1,000 of you watching because you chose to come here for your entertainment. And that right there means the world. Back in the day when I first started watching these, it was Christian getting Amazon packages in the middle of Sims. It was Babysitter Billy doing them with Statric. Yes, I can talk about him because what does it matter? Yes, he was let go. He made a mistake. We all make mistakes. It's just unfortunate he did it during a sim. It's a publicly traded company. Be careful. But all that stuff, all these things happen. We had all these adventures, dumb takes. We joked about this earlier, but the whole being called buddy with Kenny became this big topic. Reed's thought on Ryan Fitzpatrick literally lasted 3 weeks of content. It's just that stuff's irreplaceable. And the way you all helped us, helped ZT, helped Christian, being here, having people to talk to, having an audience, having people we actually really, really like talking to, and things we were doing outside of here, family, friends. I put all that aside because I wanted to be here. I see a hole with ZT, I'm jumping in. I see a hole with Christian, I was jumping in. Hole with Kenny, hole with everybody. It's just I raised my hand like these guys did, and that is not something. I'm always kind of I'll step up kind of guy, but the enjoyment is a little different. And this was always enjoyable. It's literally, at worst case, it's an hour of talking to a like-minded person and a crowd of people that want to hear something. And the fact that you allowed us to entertain you and chose this means the world. This is legit, will never not be an outstanding memory, especially when I had to tell my in-laws what I did and they thought I was just playing video games all the time. It's an avoiding my family.
Yep. Same. The explanation of what we were doing eventually I gave up.
Yeah.
But
I know now it's going to be so easy to say what you do. It's foolishness.
Not nearly as fun though.
Yeah.
But it is definitely just the community we built, and there's a lot of heightened awareness for mental well-being, and that is all totally legitimate, and I'm 100% on board with it. But I just, this community is why I have whatever level of mental well-being I have after the last 18 months. It is because of this time that we get to hang out together, and it has helped me, and I know that we've heard from so many people that are part of the community that it helped them through. So way to go, everybody, just working together and pulling together in a community where we can hang out, watch some simulated football, play some fantasy football. Remember when we used to actually watch games with fans in the stands like this, which we'll get to do again. And it you know, all that's coming back to us. This will always be the placeholder for me as what we've done over the last 18 months to build this community. And it's been so much fun to do it with each of you.
Oh yeah, man. Hell yeah. And guys, throw out your favorite memories. Throw out some stuff. This is about you all. As much as this is our last day being here, it's also the last day people are going to read your snarky, unintelligible reading comments. Like we all make misspelled.
When you read them out loud and it doesn't make sense, and
Yeah.
then I can't answer that question because I don't even know what you just asked.
You started and it's like, huh.
And again, spoilers, these sims weren't rigged. Spoilers, we have legit live people doing this. Right now, Bry Guy is making sure this game is going. And there were times that, guess what? People's PlayStations fried on them or like died off.
Yep.
I can tell you many times, just like Christian's internet during a 6 o'clock sim throughout the greater winter season, Daniel's internet was like, sometimes the game was just like malfunctioning. And his games were always the longest games always. So I was like, oh, I guess I'm in for longer. That's just
My longest game ever was with Tara Lynn. We started the Chiefs Steelers. It was her first time in the one chair. Her and I did it together, and the game crashed after the first quarter, disappeared, and we started over. And it was an hour and a half. I had a Little League practice that I was supposed to be at 5:30. The sim started at 4, so I'm sweating it out towards the end. And yeah, it was a rough one, but we made it through. And I don't think people hated us too much, at least not now. From that, I mean, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
Maybe they've forgiven us, and we had nothing to do with it. But it was a ride. It was the longest one ever for sure.
Yeah, we had a similar one where I think it was the snowstorm in Boston, and Sim basically got canceled. And people, as you can imagine, the chat not happy about that. So I think it might have been one of the only games refunds were actually issued. But like we still had to stay on for like an hour and 45 minutes to wait to see if we could boot it game back up. Yeah, I think it might have been Glash, like a lot of nice Glash, apologies and whatnot.
Yeah. And then I also
Is it
always
really gone? Oh wait, we might get it back. No, it's really. Is it really? Yeah,
it's done. Charlie in the YouTube says, guys, you all did great. Between crappy games, hostile trolls, etc., it was always better having TV on while I was working. Kudos. Yeah, and to all those that have like literally millions of things you could be watching, that was it's always appreciated. Freak of Nature, by the way, Freak, great energy in you, my man. Says that was a nightmare, ZT. Referencing that.
It was rough. Thankfully, both Terlin and I had Travis Kelce as our captain, and he caught the touchdown in the first quarter that disappeared and never happened. So they weren't blaming us for rigging it because it was our captain that lost all the points.
Rigged. It's rigged.
Yeah.
If it was rigged, I would have won a lot more money. Choker says, Rossi, you're 3'2", 220. You'll never convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever denied that.
No, I did stand up a couple times recently. Am I saying Crybell 17 says, thank you guys for entertaining me for the last 18 months. I get off of work, rush home, and do the pay-to-win sims until my wife gets home. You are my entertainment.
Oh, the good news is the pay-to-win sims not going anywhere. Just us.
Nope. Neither are the freebies. This is kind of Emerson's for it. This is kind of like going to a restaurant and finding your favorite dish, and then you go there the next time and it isn't on the menu anymore. Brutal. Now that's worse. I'll be honest. Appreciate the compliment, but that's worse.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I hate that. That's literally aggravates me.
At least you get in this, you get the this is leaving the menu soon, right? So you can really enjoy it today.
Yeah, soak it in.
Order the dish twice.
Mo says Christians like the internet were the good days.
Yeah, way back when.
Those are the days.
Hey, another touchdown.
Touchdown.
As expected, a Lions sim is going poorly for them. But pretty well for Brandon Cooks, who has a touchdown, a whole bunch of points now. Deshaun Watson already up over 21 points. Got a rushing touchdown, passing touchdown, and everyone else very much having a Lions kind of day.
Yeah, Conco Cab says, Rossi, the first time you did the Emerson impression was one of the many times I've been in tears here. I don't remember the first time, but appreciate that. I was always goofy, I can tell you that. Let's see what else we got here. This is like Taco Bell getting rid of the double-decker tacos. Nailed it, Mike Fizzle.
Those are good. Now, a good thing it's Tuesday because now I want tacos.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Tank Top Tuesday is Christian's repping. We are in big taco night at the Thompson household. Get the air fryer.
You know it.
Also, you know what is a great memory, Christian? When I showed my air fryer finally, because we talked enough about it.
Yep.
And then Christian started talking to me as if I was like up in a penthouse with the way the prices of air fryers. Like, look at you with your massive air fryer. I'm like, I was like, Christian's like $100. He's like, no, dude, that's like industrial.
Yeah, I think it was carved out of marble, man. I saw it.
There you go.
It was like an ancient Roman air fryer.
I'm sorry to break in here with big news here. They just named the starting quarterback for the Eagles. It's Jalen Hurts, guys. Didn't see that one coming.
Minshew didn't get a chance. Poor guy.
Well, we've also had some important Simnetland news where Jeremy Sprinkle released today and Chris Herndon traded from the Jets to the Vikings. Now the Jets are maybe going
that actually
we'll see.
That actually could be important. The Herndon trade and then the Jets bringing in Ertz or whoever they bring in to play tight end. That is a fantasy relevant situation to watch.
Absolutely.
Nice catch and run here, but it's coming back. Sorry.
Roughing. No, it's cheating. Cheating on the Lions. Of course it is.
Cheating. If the Lions got a first down, they must have cheated.
Booman Foo 67 over on the Twitch says, I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to always change this word. The commentation made the Sims entertaining, just not going to be the same without you.
Commentation.
That's it.
That
Fred.
on my resume.
Please, that's exactly what you should. Fred over on YouTube says, I think the new announce took a little heat when they arrived. CDA, Statrick, Rossi, Kenny, even Lamarca, but they all have a fan or two in here somewhere. Fred, that's a really odd way of complimenting us, but thank you.
Yeah. So maybe someone somewhere likes you, but not most of us.
And first of all, I like how those are the people who say when they arrived, we were all here for like way before some of the other, the two others after us. But Fred, I appreciate you, and I like that people have their favorites. Like, listen, the pillars of these things, in my opinion, I said it's Koff, Glash, and Emerson. Like, in the early stages, there was a lot more Reed. You got some Bukes. Like, this was this whole thing has been fun, and like, we're lucky. Like, we are very, very lucky to be doing these. Like, that does not fall short on the three guys here, and I don't think it falls short on anybody. They just won't realize it till the checks don't come in a month from now.
I'm seeing a lot of requests for one final comment on Adam Gase, and I'm happy to oblige there. Adam Gase, the man who drinks a 6-pack of Red Bull and 24-ounce coffee throughout the day. The only thing he eats every night in Miami, he would order a large pepperoni pizza. That would be it. So the money the Dolphins saved alone in plumbing costs must have offset whatever buyout they had remaining on his contract. This is a man who in 5 NFL seasons had 1 year with a winning record. He's supposed to be an offensive mastermind. Here's where his offense is ranked in yards gained every year he didn't have Peyton Manning at quarterback, whether he was an offensive coordinator or a head coach. 21st, 24th, 25th, 31st, 32nd, 32nd. The man is trash.
So you don't like him?
I do not. And I know
Do you think he ever gets in that?
He likes him because BK used him as a source when he was with the Broncos, and Adam Gase was a nice guy to him. But BK doesn't realize that Gase is a terrible, awful head coach who somehow gets credit for things he had nothing to do with. Nothing.
You think he gets another NFL job?
God willing,
Yes.
no. But you know what? Hopefully he does. So we'll have something to rant against going forward in the future. Because he's going to go out there and he's going to do what Adam Gase does. That is fall flat on his face with giant googly eyes like the world's least attractive Muppet.
What is he doing now? Like,
I swear there was talks with the Patriots for a little bit, if you remember, because him and Belichick are pretty close. But I don't know. Look at that, a deep field goal attempt that's caught and goes nowhere. Let's see, what's Adam Gase doing? What is Christian's favorite head coach doing?
It would not surprise me if he took an unpaid assistant role with the Patriots, like Brett Bielema, like Matt Patricia. When it turns out you're a dummy who can't earn the respect of your team, that's where you wind up. That pass lands nowhere. Stafford, 2 quarters, 21 passing yards. The Texans in firm control of this one. The Lions going out like we expected Lions to. With
you want to know where Adam Gase is?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Are you gonna? Did you see? I think Christian might have written this one. According to the top Google result, former Jets coach Adam Gase accepted a job as offensive coordinator of a local high school team. That is from dailysnark.com, though. Are we sure that is?
It's not real, probably, but it's hilarious. It's not on his Wikipedia, so take that for what it's worth. But hey, everybody, it's me, Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea, Zach Thompson. We are here for your final happy hour sim. Smash that thumbs up. While you're out there touching things on the internet, make sure to subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Tickle the follow button at ZT_sports. While you're at it, go check out our girl, Tara Lynn Azak, across all social media. Bragg, I forget, what the hell's your Twitter, man? I know you'll be here later touting it, but Bragg Guy says new coach of Bishop Sackmore, that too. Bragg Guy's typing. I'm waiting. I'm at Jason D. Ross. Check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver as well. He is at Rocky, BERARD. I'm not. People need to spell it out. We'll get him on here later. He's going to be a part of our the 8 and the 10 tonight. Basically, have the who's who, and it's going to be an absolute mess.
I was going to say that is his last name, but
I know, but it's not. I don't know if it just rolls off the tongue and people want to spell everything. I'm an idiot, so take that. We also will be on from 8 till midnight. Like, the Sims are not going to any weird content, no Ross Tucker podcast, no nothing. After this, we're going to get the slate. We're going to get Bukes in here yelling aggressively about the MLB tonight. Then we're going to go to the 6. We're going to make Sim history. Then there'll be something after the 6, which I don't really understand. Then we'll have the 8, and we're on till the end. So,
let's have some games fun. Are you guys on tonight? I am on the 10 o'clock first half with Bragg Guy. Oh, Christian, you're with me. And AK and BK, I think, right?
No,
Flash and BK,
Yes. So you guys will both be there for that. I'm on the second half with my tag team partner in the podcast sphere, Billy. Tara Lynn will be with us, as well as Moose with Glash and Koff. I'm telling you right now, the first half's going to be wild. Of the 8, it's Emerson, Julian, Edlow jumping back in, Zweiman's coming in, Reed, Koff, Glash. Like, that one's going to be interesting because these are guys you haven't heard from on Simland, like, as part of Sims in a year.
It's been a while.
I mean,
Julian's been out a while.
Sign-up.
BZ came back a couple times.
He did, but not like the last 8 months. It's been really just like this crew. Like, Buke stopped doing them. Strog stopped doing them unless like it was real emergencies.
Right.
Bragg Guy became the Swiss Army knife. TL. Remember the days when it was the night and you'd have either Jesse or Tarlin like hosting? What a ride this has been.
Yep. And they would throw to you and you back and forth to the content.
We used to have to be on about 8 minutes before.
Yep.
Like, we're coming on.
No. We used to have to be on 15 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, the original. Yes. I'm talking about in the recent time. But when I first joined, they said be on when the first one ends. Like, just be on the Zoom. I'm like, Okay, I thought I would be taking hours out of my day.
We would start. You had to be in the Zoom 15 minutes before, and we would start a good 10 minutes before with pregame content.
Yeah, we would go over all the plays, who's price points. We got way into
plays, fades in every bracket. I mean, it was intense. Every price bracket.
It used to be a job we had to really try.
That was when I had all the notes.
Yeah, you and Glash used to have like all this like written out long form depth charts.
Yeah.
Bry Guy says we actually used
Those
to do
are actually helpful.
It is. And Tara Lynn says it's been a ride. It sure has. And Tara Lynn we're all looking forward to what's next there too. Be following her on the socials aside from just selfies and what the hell she's doing on Saturday night. There'll be some other great content I know.
We got to get all the updates from Tara Lynn's bachelorette parties.
Oh, she got some coming up?
Always on the bachelorette. She's always got bachelorette parties going.
Yeah, she's at that age group. You're right. If it's a weekend, it's a bachelorette party. After tonight, listen, CH, I appreciate what you're saying. Guys, tomorrow, honestly, don't come in here and do anything. Just be you guys. If you're not here, get it, but still play, do your thing. Don't worry about it here. Like, it's not going to do, like, you do what you want. I'm not going to, except for being a bad person. But, like, don't think
giving us likes today would help.
That's more beneficial than anything you do tomorrow. The good points.
That's what I'm saying.
I love you for that. Oh, look at D-Rod says, so what coach are you guys more impressed with, or what coach do you guys think is going to be the most improved, and what coach, a lot of coach, do you feel is going to have the dark? I don't know what he's saying here, but D-Rod, basically, is there any coach this year you guys think like, hey, they could, you're impressed with, or you're like, believe this is going to be their year to kind of, quote unquote, break out?
I think there are guys who are in a position to really prove themselves. I think Frank Reich, if he can squeeze anything out of Carson Wentz after last season and bring the Colts to the playoffs with anything like a working offense, especially with T.Y. Hilton, who was kind of sort of revived at the end of last season, but now going to miss time. If you can get that done, make that offense click, I think it'll be a big year for Frank Reich. Kevin Stefanski is a guy I've been really impressed with, and now he's got the Browns in position to win, which is not something I would normally say out loud in mixed company, but here we are. Like, I'm actually confident in the Browns to make it to the playoffs, which seems just like a very, very stupid thing to say out loud. Otherwise, man, I want to see what Nick Sirianni can do with a no expectation year in Philadelphia. I don't think it's going to be all that good, but I'm interested by it at the very least. Dan Campbell's going to be in a very similar spot with the Lions, and maybe goes out and impresses us. The guy that I really think has the most to lose this year is Cliff Kingsbury. He's proven that he can't adjust mid-season if things start to go wrong, if Kyler Murray has to deal with injuries, or if opponents just decide to flood the defensive backfield. He really can't fine-tune and tweak his offense to get there. So he has got a lot riding on the season. And the Niners, if they have everyone healthy and they somehow get back to the postseason with a rookie quarterback from the FCS ranks, that would be absolutely wild for Kyle Shanahan. So that's my short list of guys who I'm going to be watching very carefully.
That was a long list. What are you talking about? Short list.
I think it was like a quarter of the coaches in the NFL.
It was.
Coaches.
And I got two that weren't on your list at all.
Same.
Sean McVay, make or break year for Sean McVay. He's either going to prove that he is the best, or he's going to be done.
Yep.
Maybe not fired, but this is the year. If you're the offensive genius we saw 2 years ago, and you want to stay the hottest coach name out there, you've got all the pieces now. No excuses. Okay, maybe the Cam Akers injury, but no excuses.
No excuses.
Yeah. So Sean McVay, make or break year for him. I think Brian Flores' year is super important too in Miami. I think he can trend either direction based on how this year goes as he tries to transition to Tua. They're all in on Tua now. I mean, there's no Ryan Fitzpatrick. Well, I mean, there's no Ryan Fitzpatrick fallback, right? Yeah, the whole Deshaun Watson thing, but whatever happens there, this is a huge year for him. If he's a legit coach, he's got to get Tua ready. He's got to get that team ready. And their defense caused all those turnovers last year. We've seen that happen before, though, where they pop, have a bunch of turnovers, not with that defense, but just with defenses in general. Then the next year when that regression happens, they really struggle. If he is as good as everyone thinks he is, he's going to take that team to the next level. If he isn't as good as everyone thinks he is, they're going to fall apart. So I think it's a huge year for those two coaches. Just as far as it's a tipping point, a lot of people like McVay, a lot of people like Flores, a lot of people doubt them. This year is going to show which side is right.
Yeah, I got Joe Judge for the Giants because there's been a lot of hype there, and now, I believe with that team. And the other one for me, aside from all the ones you guys mentioned, and I may have missed this one, Christian, I apologize, but Vic Fangio in Denver. I don't know if you mentioned him, but they talk about having all the tools. You're making a gutsy call. You drafted a guy, your organization drafted a guy a few years back that you basically said he ain't it. You bring in Teddy Bridgewater to be a mistake-less quarterback, almost like they're almost going to try to do what like Rex Ryan did with the Jets in the early 2010s and try to win on defense and have a quarterback, better than that, but like not make mistakes, high completion rate, get the ball. The biggest question for me there is still like the running back, like the legs that they have there with the depth in that backfield. So we'll see, but those two are two I think that aside from everyone else that you guys mentioned, it's going to be very interesting for a lot of teams, especially with that extra game this year. And it's foolish for me to say anything about Andy Reid, but there's something, I'm telling you, there's just something in the air, and you know how dead or wrong I can be. There's something with Kansas City. I don't think being the Kansas City we've seen the past few years. Could be dead wrong, just a hunch, just a feel. A lot of football played there. Obviously they revamped that whole offensive line, but I still think they're going to be. They're still
losing in the Super Bowl. Losing in the Super Bowl has led to very bad things the following year, even for teams that we think are really good.
The Patriots
the next year has been really bad if you lose in the Super Bowl. So, I don't think that is as crazy as some people probably think.
No, I just because some people have said it's been up and down, but it'll be a lot of fun. Like I'm so looking forward to it. We're down to less than 2 weeks from, or is it next Thursday? Is it next Thursday the first game?
9 days. 9 days from today.
Yep.
Wow, that is nuts. That's one thing I will say, not to get some, too sad here. I'm gonna miss those Mondays, those reactions that we would have here on the Sims, like talking about all the games, or like the Friday after the Thursday games. Also, can we talk a little inside baseball here?
My favorite was what stood out to you after a Sunday of
12 games,
writing about all 12 games. I'd get the what stood out to you.
That was Kaufman clearly, and then he just sat back and listened.
I'm not going to say who it was.
Yeah, okay.
They may have repeated what I said.
This is the famous clash. Christian, what's up, dude? I haven't talked to you in a while. What's going on? How are you? ZT, how's it going? I do want to let another tease for the 6 o'clock. Glash sent me a picture of himself. That's all I'm going to say. If you think
is it a toes or is it nipstick?
Won't no answer, but my mustache will fail in comparison to what he's got going.
It always does. Always does.
Seriously, but the one inside baseball thing that I really had a good laugh at, and no disrespect to all of you diehard DraftKings, bettors and everything you've done, but we used to do the Monday and Thursday sims, like the last sim of the day that would replicate the game to kind of have some synergy.
Yep.
And we found out.
I remember those days.
We were confusing a lot of you, and I'm not laughing at your expense. I'm laughing because of the scenario. Obviously, I wasn't running it, and where it's all jokes, that's a long touchdown pass because no one's catching them. But I'm just saying it was
cooking.
Yeah, it was like we also I swear those games were the most interesting because we just had in the chat people would be talking about the game that night. Then it would be let's say it's Bears versus Bucks that Thursday night. We'd have Dolphins versus Broncos at 4, and we're like, so the game tonight, huh? But yeah, that was a big thing. That was really funny. And I give the bosses a lot of credit for the way they worded it and the way they took care of it. But it was really funny when they're like, yeah, we're confusing a lot of people. People are, throwing their bigger cashes on the Sims and not the others.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, that went away pretty quickly. But anyways. Speaking of going away pretty quickly, John Brown, who can go away pretty quickly, got cut.
He asked for and was granted his release. He did not want to be the next Nelson Aguilar in Las Vegas.
I know. What is up with that?
I mean, he's still useful. He can play a role. I don't know who needs him. Maybe. I don't even know. I don't know. I got to see the way the rest of the cuts have shaken out. I was a little bit surprised. that the Jaguars released both Colin Johnson and Philip Dorsett. But they already have a steady veteran wideout Marvin Jones, like to kind of fill that mentor role. So maybe not John Brown down there. I don't know.
I'm telling you now, obviously, as a Patriots fan, you guys all know that. I said they're going to bring somebody in. I just don't know who it is. And to me,
John Brown?
Right now, I do. He's obviously, aside from Equinemius St. Brown, who I wish, that's just Notre Dame. Guy's got great hands until he was called upon in the playoffs. Poor thing. Anyways,
I just remember the days on DK Live when I had to write about Equinemius St. Brown and Marquez Valdez-Scantling every week for the Packers. And that was the
every
year
time
after they were drafted.
Look up the
and
name.
they were, copy paste. A
lot of Googling.
There was no way I was going in that.
I eventually got Valdez Scantling. Like I have that in my head right, where I can always get MVS's name right. But Equinemius, I always superimpose the N and the M, and I bat 500 with it, which is pretty good for that name. But yeah.
I always, the Z in the first name and the S, I always tried to switch those in Marquez Valdez Scantling. I always wanted those the other way for whatever reason.
I don't even know how to pronounce
I like John Brown, though, to the Patriots. That's an interesting fit. I do feel like they're going to bring in somebody at receiver.
Yeah,
maybe it's Dorsett.
Around, maybe they don't need it. I mean, Dorsett knows the scheme pretty well, and if the Patriots are running a conservative passing game, Dorsett is a solid route runner who does get open near the sidelines. Now they have a quarterback who can throw those sideline routes. Where Cam could, but he just never did. I don't know if he didn't trust his arm strength or anything. He only threw about 10 of those sideline routes all year last season. So Mac Jones obviously more comfortable doing that. We've seen that in the preseason. Maybe Dorsett gets the call there, or maybe the Pats are just done with him because let's face it, when they had a very weak receiving core, he struggled to move up that depth chart, and that was when he was a younger and likely better young wideout.
Yes,
true.
Oh, for any of your fantasy lineups, Cards Reds just delayed till tomorrow, doubleheader. So if you that game was supposed to the first pitch in about an hour and change, so that is no longer happening. Just want to give you a little bit of that. Also, hey, the Claw, you can save your comments about rigged till tomorrow. We already debunked that. The only thing that's rigged in here is you.
Yeah.
Also, a former Red. Yeah, a former Red in baseball news. Since you hit Reds, I get to say that Billy Hamilton's going to be activated tomorrow.
Wow, it's September 1st.
Former Cincinnati great.
Yeah, not so much.
Okay, maybe not.
Couldn't the Reds tried to use him as a leadoff guy, just never could actually hit the ball. And the fastest guy,
He's so fast though.
The fastest guy who could never learn to bunt. It makes no sense. Anyways, look at this. Jared Kilgore, Professor ZT. Yes, the professor, the CEO, the man, the myth, the legend. How many wins do you think Mac Jones Patriots will have this season? So you said they're a playoff team. I believe they're a playoff team. But how many wins today do you believe?
10-7.
10-7. Okay, so I got 11. Christian, you want to throw out a record?
Ooh, I don't hate the 10-7 idea. I think there might be a few more growing pains. Jones is going to take too many sacks, and it's going to be very frustrating. That is the one thing I'm worried about with him. The Patriots are really trying to get him to take those 5-step drops and to take the drops out of shotgun, which is going to lead to some big ones. We get a big one here from these Lions. They're on the board. Marvin Jones Jr. Not that it matters. They're still down 24. And God willing, they'll be losing badly enough not to burn any timeouts, but still.
But that does change a lot of fantasy contests because not only do you get the big Marvin Jones touchdown, that is the shutout off the board for this Texans defense. So kind of a big play there. Exactly. For anybody paying attention to the game, which I mean I was, but
appreciate you for that.
Marvin Jones, just to wrap this up, the Jaguars coach Urban Meyer said Marvin Jones, DJ Chark, and Tavon Austin will all be available, good to go for the September 12th season opener, which is why they only kept 5 wide receivers along with those 3, Agnew and Chenault.
Hey,
as you mentioned, Cuddy.
How dare Tavon Austin should have been cut? He cost Tim Tebow his career by catching that pass that was clearly meant for Tebow in that preseason game.
They got him there.
Through you, Tavon Austin. Matt Lamarck is in the chat saying 8-9 for
NLM.
Yeah. He's hopefully drink some tea and honey, baby, because we need to hear that sparkling voice tonight. the claw continues to stay rigged, and the sim fam now gets it. People who are losing think it's rigged, and people that are winning don't. It's a real funny world we live in.
That's true.
Funny how that works.
Really is. That was a way.
I know all about St. Brown's father. He is one of the most jacked.
Yes.
In fact, I believe he was officially crowned the most jacked man in the universe at one point. So, a real.
Was that before Rossi has the mustache though? Because that may put him in the running.
Did this help? What am I in there?
I think it is challenging. I don't know.
Up there. I'm up there. I'm like the
As
same.
in challenging.
A lot of challenges over here. A lot of hair in weird places as well. People have commented and make me very insecure, but that's okay. I am who I am, and it's only one way to change it. Buzz it. Anyways, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Make sure you follow at ZT_sports. Make sure you follow our guy Christian at Train Island. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Subscribe to the Pop Culture Pile Driver. And I'm definitely not gonna have time to talk about this, but all the wrestling fans out there that have been with me, dealt with me, had conversation with me on and off, you guys are the best. I appreciate it. That's what was great about these Sims too. Everybody was different. Obviously, ton of sports. ZT would literally be dropping the cheapest baseball plays of the day, football stuff during that season. Great content, great ways to build lineups around if you check out the playbook. And the Madden Sims info page, the guy basically owned it. And then you also have Christian, his wealth of knowledge, not just in football, but also in the adult beverages of a certain hops flavorings. I don't know if that's flavor hops. I know nothing about beer, but he could wax poetic about that. Obviously myself, wrestling, Christian also with that, but all of us had these little outside things or inside things that also made these so much, more special in different ways. Cause that's what was cool about it. We didn't have shifts, right? It wasn't
right.
Rossi for the 3 and then sometimes weekends got wild, but every 2 hours you had different people with different takes and different conversations. You're not going to get that anywhere else. And that's what was super special too.
There was different things you talked about with everybody as you rotated through, which was kind of cool.
It was a lot of fun. Abby Rissell says I look like Sergeant Slaughter. I should have thrown my glasses, which is another big thing to happen here at Simland. I got literally bullied for a little while. Then people, I think it was Captain Blood and 2 others that literally were worried about me. So I will just say that is true. That these were major, and I don't give a crap. I'll say it. The Claw, dude. Can we just get down to facts here? We're a bunch of dudes sitting in our homes right now. ZT's in a spare bedroom or maybe a children's child's room. Christian's
it's our guest room.
Okay, guest room. He lives that style. You got Christian who's sitting in the middle of his, I'm guessing, dining room with a beautiful stainless steel kitchen. I'm downstairs in my former man cave, now transitioning to children room thing, our family room.
That's how it happens.
We're not looking to go to ESPN. Don't get us wrong. It would be awesome. It's a cool gig, I'm sure. There's no need for that, man. Hey, whatever dreams you got, the Claw, I would back you.
Dude, Claw is so insecure.
I mean, if they call,
oh my God, they're talking about me. I gotta insult them. I can't handle the spotlight. You're trying, buddy.
Yeah. I have to say, into the Claw, to anybody, I get it. If you didn't like me or us or this idea, totally get it. No big deal. If you threw some cash down and lost, I get it. That stinks. But that's the game, right? That's
you are literally complaining about the decisions a computer makes.
Trust me.
Think about it, man. You are trying to punch the ocean right now in a war against Poseidon.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Nice mental.
I like it.
I know, Marcus. Yep, that NXT era is over, but we'll see what that means. Charlie says, Rossi, maybe you can sing the chorus of We Are the Champions. Maybe I will later. I was going to actually change. I was going to get rid of the mustache and go clean shaven for the rest of the night, but now I'm thinking just keeping it. Screw it.
I would keep it. Let it ride.
Yeah. I think I got it.
Happy birthday, Larry Fitzgerald. Seen that a lot on Twitter today.
Happy birthday, bro.
Very impressive.
Sad that it seems like you won't come back, or maybe you're just going to wait it out until one Cardinals receiver gets hurt and he plays the back end of the season like old school Roger Clemens did.
Yep. So good. He was
it's gonna be,
and hopefully is, but was so good if he's done.
I hope we get a great radio call from the Cardinals radio like we got from the Yankees. That's oh my God, that's Larry Fitzgerald in the press box. Oh, Oh my God, he's here! If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Roger Clemens returns to Yankees. It is I forget, is it Susan Walden? I believe her name is one of the most. Like, I'm about Homerism, as you can tell. Like, I like when people are fans of their team, but like, this is a moment, and I talk about this a lot. I like buying into things, movies, TV, wrestling, anything. Like, I like buying in and believing. This woman,
Ooh, they gave him the first down.
This woman, when she speaks, sounds like she is a child again. And Roger Clemens is like 2 rows over from where she's calling the game, and it's amazing. Google it. I guarantee you'll have a nice laugh.
Yep.
Oh, it's one of the best.
It is.
Oh my God, he's here! Roger Clemens is here! He's in the press box!
It's the definition of fangirl.
Oh, it's the best. And kudos. More people need to be fans. Less people got to be trolls.
They gave Watson a first down there. Generous spot. See if he can make the most of it by running it in. He's got it.
Good. More points. Whatever keeps the Lions from burning their timeouts, I'm in favor for. For me right now, I have roughly 1 million points between Brandon Cooks and Deshaun Watson. My supporting cast of Will Fuller, Kenny Galladay, Danny Amendola, and Kerryon Johnson, however, have combined for about 11. So not one of my worst days. That's the rushing bonus for Deshaun.
That is the
shout out to Burt.
He could double bonus his way through this. He's given us a solid finale.
He is 28 passing yards away from the double bonus, which we've only seen a couple times. So that is impressive.
Yeah, also, another thing, there's going to be a lot of talk tonight, and we'll have all this, but like ops crew, we got Bert and Zach. Every shift today is going to be different ops crews. And to all those people that, and I think this may be, I don't know, this is another insider baseball. There was times when we have 2 ops right now. There was a time we went down to 1. And that was a lot of times when it was a little bit slower. And that's not a blame on Zach, Bert, those 2 I'll just mention because they're here, but to any of them, Jim, Frangelico, it's a hard job. It's manual scoring, and it's not like most sports where even if you were to do manual scoring during a football game, where you can go to several websites to see the numbers. Sometimes there's catches made in these games, and they never show you who it is. So that's
especially if there's a timeout right after it.
Yeah, or exactly, timeout. Or sometimes they just don't like the way the animations work. You're right, timeouts, 2-minute warnings, any stop of clock. And then on top of all that, these guys then would have to try to calculate it all in between when you see our beautiful sparkling faces, which I know is your favorite part. It's like those, we literally do no work.
Basically distracted me the whole time here.
Yeah. It's so true.
It is.
And Bert does say, you don't realize how much you helped me call out the players. I'm going to miss that the most. Yeah, but I used to call it the wrong players, Bert. You're not going to miss that. I was famous for saying the wrong play. Like right there, that was Danny Amendola. I would have said like, oh, there's a Galladay with a catch. Zach agrees. Now we're gonna miss you guys. We really are. This really has been one big boat of a family shipping across some wild seas during the hardest time of all of our lives. Like this generation of people, everyone's gonna remember this difficult time for different things. But like we had this. We had somewhere to go. We had people to talk to. Like-minded, fun, and even the trolls or people that were crapping on us. That's cool too. You were here. You had somewhere to throw that. We can take it.
Yeah, and most of the time, I mean, they're kind of like the offensive linemen in Simland. They don't get called out unless they're doing something wrong by the chat. But we have tried our hardest to make sure y'all get the due you are deserved because it's a thankless job. Well, aside from the paychecks, which I'm sure. Good, because DraftKings print money, baby.
The guru says Rossi's the only one who consistently battles the chat over rig. Everyone else ignores it. He also seems to know the least about DK Dealing's activities. Coincidence? Yeah, I'm just a dude. Guru, I'm just a dude. I know nothing about DK's dealings. Zero. That's why I'm just a guy.
We do see the way the game is set up beforehand. Like we're in the Zoom room. We do see the screen. Nothing is going on that way. And again, it would be so monumentally stupid for DraftKings to rig these where there's at most like a few $1,000s at play because that would blow up their entire plan. They're a publicly traded company. They would lose $1 billion of market value if it came out they were impacting the outcome of any games. It would bring out all this incredible scrupulation and extra investigations. It would just be a complete and utter mess, all for a couple grand. I don't know. To me, it seems like that would be a stupid thing to do, but
trust me,
I'm not running.
And also, I didn't bring all this stuff up till we got the word that we would no longer be here, because I did admit to everybody that was the only thing that aggravated me. When people would always say that, it really tore down the chat. The chat is a good place to be. Dean Murray says, "Oh my God,
it did make me laugh how no matter what happened, it seems to confirm, right? Like it was, if our players did good, it was because it's rigged. If our players were awful, it was because it's rigged. If a player went off, just like we said in the pregame, it's rigged. If a player did awful because we hyped them in the pregame, it was like no matter what the scenario was, it proved that it was all just
love it.
Like, what? No.
Dean Murray, oh my God, Rossi, when you first started, you got your own name wrong. You've gotten so much better. Love you. Also, our guy, Robbie Noble, Professor ZT Zachariah, thanks for everything. But the peace signs.
Thank you guys. And hey, I'm still here. I'm still around.
Hey, you're not going anywhere.
On here whenever they need me. I'm happy to jump in here to these streams to get other content done. And you can always check out over on playbook.draftkings.com. We got all kinds of great stuff over there, including all the new depth charts when we do move to Madden 22. All the info pages getting updated. That is going to be the source. I am also going to be putting some of that info out on my Twitter. So if you don't follow ZT_sports, do it. And I will be putting out some of my observations on the depth charts as we get them and set them up, and who you should be targeting as good plays as we move to the new version of Madden. Whenever that comes down the pike, no word on that yet, but when it does, I will have all that info over there. Also, write about a bunch of other stuff over there, real life sports, golf, football, baseball, all that. And the last 2 weeks, I have gotten to write my new thing, and I like it. I've got to write profile pieces on some of the athletes that we're doing the NFTs for. So I did a whole nice, I thought it was nice anyway. I learned a ton about Naomi Osaka last week and kind of wrote up her career to this point, where she is and where she's going. It's been fun to watch her in the U.S. Open after doing that. And then this week, just today, from the DraftKings main account, so got all kinds of interactions on my Twitter feed today. Simone Biles. So that was fun. Got to dive into her career and how she has gotten to where she is and all the stuff she's had to overcome. Very impressive and a lot of fun to learn about these big icons, how they got to be icons. If you've wondered those kind of things, follow ZT_sports. The next one's going to be a little challenging, though, and I can say this because they already announced it. I got to write about Derek Jeter, which, as a Red Sox fan,
but it's not. I feel like he's the easiest one. If I had to pick a Yankee to write wax poetic on, like, I really respect Jeter. If it was some other guys, I don't know.
So that's basically my headline, is that. Like, I hate the Yankees, but even when you hate the Yankees, you kind of can't hate this guy.
It's hard to hate Jeter.
Yeah.
We see Bukes and Gary, and they're getting themselves all fired up, ready to bring you some slate, help you win some stuff. Unless somehow baseball, the entire sport is rigged, and they're going to do that. But Bukes does say, who's trolling? He feels like kicking someone, and I like that energy. You don't get much better 5 o'clock energy unless you're taking a shot of adrenaline, but don't need to do that. You got two of the best.
If you stick around long enough, you'll figure it out. And as always, if you get angry, you can just ban Glash instead, because it never gets old.
Yeah, that's one of my requests tonight. I told TP, like, ban me. Like, I need to know what it's like to get banned at one point or put in timeout. I gotta know.
Honestly, banning the claw is like sending a child to jail. Like, this seems excessive.
Claw's gone later. Yeah, watch out. He's swinging that hammer, the wrench. Yes, we got the slate, and that stuff like the slate, and I know we've been trying to hammer this a lot to you all. That's not going anywhere. So
that'll be here.
And Freeze Pops will tell you at 11 a.m. Eastern every single day is the sweat. But we're going to get out of here in a few minutes. The theme that's been happening all day, guys, is the player of the game and the Not My Kid has been given to us. So, Christian, out of the three of us, you have to pick them. Who do you think?
I would player of the game ZT. He had the best insights here and the most heartfelt tribute to not only us, but the DK Sim fam. So ZT, you are my player.
All right, ZT, which one?
All right, thanks.
Which one of the three of us gets a Not My Kid award? It can be a compliment. Don't think you're disrespecting us.
Not My Kid award. What am I supposed?
You got to pick one of us.
You guys?
Yeah, it's good. Or you can pick yourself. You can give yourself both awards.
No, I'm not taking both awards. I want to give it to the Lions. They stunk, just like they always
There was
do.
a sim? I didn't even know there was a sim here. I thought we were just
I
here.
think we should give it to the entire Lions team because they've been bad every sim ever.
So bad, yeah. My last
worst sim
ever scheduled sim, and it was a Lions game. I feel like that was one last monumental middle finger from the sim gods. And you know what? I appreciate it.
From one monumental middle finger directly from the sim gods to you, we're going to give you all one big middle finger, but because you're number one, the show that's coming up next. But yes, at the Post Road, subscribe to thepostroad.substack.com. Check out ZT_sports. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. You're going to see our stupid looking faces a little bit later on, but we appreciate each and every one of you hanging in there. Now it's time for you to yell at people and tell people why they stink, or, oh, that wasn't the right call, or I can't believe it's rigged, and all that good stuff. But they're going to straighten you out. They're going to help you win some money. They're going to have some fun. I'll be back at 6 with that goofball Glash and Tom. Again, breaking sim history in that hour. But here is the one and only GARION, THORNE, and Steve. I'm going to boot you the hell out of the chat. Don't be a jerk, Buchanan.
Yeah, I mean, on a monumental day like today, you come in here and start trolling. I'm booting your ass out of here. I don't give a crap. It's the last time I'm going to be using the wrench, so I am going to use it in full force. If you don't like it, that's too bad.
Bring it.
How's everybody doing? This is the MLB The Slate. We're going to talk some baseball. We're going to boot some people out of the chat. No problem. No problem at all. We don't care. But in the meantime, we're going to talk some baseball. So if that idiot clock comes back, he's going to be out. Just letting you all know. Letting you all know. Okay. We're going to talk some baseball. I'm excited. GARION, THORNE's excited. How you doing, my friend? You're looking dapper as always.
Yeah, not doing too bad. Always going to talk baseball on one of these big 14-game slates.
Always good to talk about that. Lots to talk about on this slate. Not a whole lot of weather concerns that we're dealing with tonight, which is always we like when that happens. We don't like when weather comes around and ruins things. That's we're not a fan of that. Really, the only concern for tonight. Did my camera just change?
Yeah, it did. I'm looking at an earpiece right now. And
yeah, okay.
A scented candle.
Yeah, a scented candle. That's correct. I'm glad we weren't on the air as of yet. But the candle's good. I'm just going to unplug that right now so that doesn't happen again. I don't know how that happened, but thankfully we weren't on it.
I mean, people want to know about the candle game. That's mostly why they're here.
Exactly. Okay. Back on track. Sorry about that. I was so excited at booting people that I obviously changed my camera in the process. So we're going to talk about plenty of the DFS action for tonight. The only game that really has some weather concerns is Phillies and Nationals. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that one. Other than that, what are your initial thoughts on this slate?
I think it's going to be a really unique slate from a pitching perspective. I think there's one guy who we both like and we both wrote up this morning who's going to be supremely popular. And then I think you're going to have a lot of guys maybe hovering in that like 15, 10% ownership range who are really good pitchers, but who also might be pretty expensive. So it's going to be a really interesting slate to see if the lineups that end up saying, hey, I'm just not going to use Blake Snell, how that strategy actually ends up working out. Because I think there's some nights, and we've talked about this a lot throughout the season, where even though someone's going to be chalky, you kind of still have to use them. And I think tonight that might be the case with a guy like Blake Snell.
Yeah, I agree too. And I think Blake Snell is the play here tonight. And it's wild because, and I said this on the Sweat this morning, it feels like every single team in Major League Baseball has figured out Blake Snell except the Diamondbacks. When you face the team multiple times and have almost a 15K9 against that team, that's pretty wild. And this Arizona Diamondbacks team doesn't strike out much. Like, they actually have
one of the lowest K rates in the league against lefties. So then you add in the mix that how good Blake Snell has been against this club and how much he struck out this club. It's pretty remarkable to see that he has 27 strikeouts through 16 and 2/3 innings against this team.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because it's almost the perfect storm. You've got a situation where, Blake Snell has been absolutely terrible for most of the season, but as you mentioned, has been good against the Diamondbacks. And then I don't know what happened at the beginning of August, but suddenly Blake Snell's good again. Like it's really weird. His last 5 starts, 2.12 ERA, a 2.96 FIP, a 38% strikeout rate, and a 15% swinging strike rate. This is like, oh, hey, Cy Young Award winning Blake Snell is back. And I don't know when this happened. I don't know what changed. Maybe it was just health. Who knows? But now you've got him going up against a team that, as you mentioned, he has just taken to task every single time he's seen them so far this season. And a Diamondbacks team that, let's be honest, I mean, they've basically been throwing up the white flag all year, but they literally released Asdrubal Cabrera last week as like a favor. It's like hey, go try to make the playoffs, the Reds. We don't need you. We're not trying to win games. This is a guy who was hitting third for them for most of the season. So they are just one of the best matchups you can possibly draw. Snell's in amazing form right now. And he's only $7,700. So
steal.
What are we thinking? Like, does he get over 50% ownership in a GPP? I think it's going to be over 40 to be sure.
I would say 40 for sure because he's just too cheap.
Yeah.
And then all the reasons that you laid out. The Diamondbacks lineup is out. What on earth is this? This lineup is just a joke. This is like that. It's like that fake high school that was on ESPN. It's like you look at this and you go, who are these people? It's insane. Carson Kelly batting third, Christian Walker batting cleanup, Pavin Smith batting, fifth, and then Andrew Young, Drew Ellis, some guy last name McCarthy, probably a nice guy. I have no idea who you are. We'll click on his name just to figure it out. Jake McCarthy. All right, household name, Jake McCarthy, batting eighth tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Blake Snell probably 40% owned. With that in mind, though, we still have guys like Walker Buehler. We still have Lance McCullers. We still have Brandon Woodruff, Charlie Morton, Lucas Giolito. Those are the top 5 most expensive guys on the slate. Does anybody kind of jump out at you, or does Blake Snell really just dominate the headlines here because of the matchup, because of the price point, and because of the upside that he brings on a night-to-night basis?
So I think we have to mention Buehler just because of the numbers he's been putting up recently.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of the safest, highest floor guys on the entire slate. And that's even factoring in that Atlanta's a less than ideal matchup. I mean, they've been a really good offense as of late, and they don't strike out a ton, or at least they haven't the past 2 weeks. But I think the guy who stands out to me in that grouping, and I think a lot of this has to do with how you sort of have to augment your normal strategy because of the ownership that Snell is going to carry. If you want to use him, I'm going to be trying to go after someone who is going to be a variance play as the SP1. And I think it's going to be Charlie Morton, because I think you've got people who want to use Walker Buehler. You've got people who look at Lucas Giolito going up against the Pirates, who, historically he has dominated when he's faced him. Morton has been absolutely incredible.
No. Stopping you.
Okay.
Stopping you. What did you just say? Lucas Giolito has done what?
I said he's historically dominated the Pirates.
GARION, you are better than that. You are better than that. What do I care what Lucas Giolito has done to the Pirates in years past? That's like saying...
I don't think you care. I think the general public is like, Lucas Giolito has a no-hitter against these guys. He might do it again. I know you don't care. I don't care. That's not why I'm using Lucas Giolito. But look, Morton, would you agree, though, that people are going to look at Morton against the Dodgers and go, oh, the Dodgers. Why would I use a guy going up against the Dodgers when I could use a guy going up against the Pirates?
Yes.
So I think you look at that, and I think people are kind of sleeping on the fact the Dodgers just aren't hitting lately. They had an okay night on Monday, but the last 2 weeks, they're hitting like 208 with an 81 WRC plus. They've got the 5th highest strikeout rate in baseball. And Morton in the month of August, a 34% strikeout rate. So I look at this start a lot like his last start against the Yankees, which actually we talked about, and we talked about liking Morton this week. Didn't work out perfectly. He gave up the 2 home runs, which happens, but he also had 9 strikeouts in 5 innings. I think Morton could definitely do something like that again. And this time, if he doesn't give up 2 home runs, you're set. Because again, I think Morton's probably going to be at like maybe rostered in 5 to 7% of lineups, which for a guy like Morton is a really, really nice opportunity.
Just real quick, we have an argument in the chat. They're arguing about like standings and Madden or something like that. You guys shut up. Like, this is like the last day where everybody's together for Madden. Can you not argue and stop arguing about dumb things? Like, come on.
Everybody be nice to each other.
Right.
We're turning this car around.
Right. Turn the car around, or I'm going to boot everybody from the chat and we'll talk to ourselves. I don't care. Calm down. Right? It's a big day. All right, relax. The people, man. I mean, YouTube. How is it on Twitch? Is anybody fighting in Twitch? I see no one's fighting in Twitch, over on Twitch. They're nice people over on Twitch. YouTube, calm down. All right? I'll stop booting people. My paycheck still clears if I boot people or not. I agree with you about Charlie Morton. I agree about everything you said about the Dodgers. Just a team that's just not hitting right now. Brandon Woodruff is someone who I also think is going to be maybe somewhat popular.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about that, because the Giants are a team that just, doesn't strike out a ton. And you look at the numbers for Woodruff against this Giants team so far. I mean, he absolutely wiped the floor against them. 6 innings, 1 run allowed on 6 hits, 8 strikeouts. Great start. I mean, it's been about how he's been all season long. But he's kind of like in that weird, in between a couple of guys I want to use, more expensive than someone like Blake Snell, almost 2,000 more. Where do you kind of land on him for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he's a really interesting person to try to figure out sort of what the consensus is on him right now in terms of ownership and projecting that out, because his last couple of starts have been, I guess the word is inconsistent. He had that one disastrous start where he didn't even make it out of the 3rd inning in what was a really big chalk game for him. So I think people have probably put that in the past and they realize that Woodruff's just having an absolutely incredible season. But you're right. The Giants are not a team that you generally want to pick on. I mean, they don't strike out all that much. Their lineup has been much improved the last couple months. They are pretty much operating at full health right now. Yeah, I think Woodruff's interesting. Obviously, McCullers is also another guy where I still don't think people really respect the Mariners offense all that much. They look at the lineup and go, oh, like Luis Torrens is hitting 6th. Who is that guy? McCullers should dominate this game, but I don't know. I feel like I've never hit on McCullers so far this season. It's just every time I trust him, it's a 3-run home run in the 5th after pitching 4 scoreless innings or something like that. I don't know. I think Seattle might suck enough people in, but if I had to rank these 5 pitchers, I would probably go Morton, Buehler, and then I guess Giolito in the 3 spot. But I think Morton and Buehler to me are just leaps and bounds ahead of the other 3 guys.
And the funny thing is too, especially with Giolito, is that the White Sox are actually 12-13 in the games that he started. Okay, so the problem is with that is that the bullpen has blown so many games for Giolito that like he goes out there, he'll give up 1 or 2 runs like consistently. But the bullpen comes in and they've been a good bullpen all season long, but they always seem to blow these games for him. Because if you look at his game log and then you look at the record for what the White Sox are in starts, it doesn't make any sense. It's just for whatever reason, it's kind of like the Jacob deGrom thing. It's like, deGrom goes out, pitches unbelievably every single time. The Mets just don't score runs for him.
Right.
Giolito leaves the game. The bullpen goes, oh, it's a Giolito game. We're going to start blowing some leads. That's what we do. So it's funny because Giolito is usually a pretty big favorite, but it doesn't work out for the White Sox. So just thinking about bets and stuff for tonight, I love Giolito on the first 5 money line because you don't have to worry about that bullpen. But for whatever reason, it's amazing to see how well Giolito has pitched, and yet the White Sox overall only 12-13 in the games he started. It's remarkable that that's how it's gone for them. So just something just something to think about there as well. Okay, so we talked about some of the top guys there. I do want to get to this Toronto Baltimore game too. Hyun-Jin Ryu's taking the mound for the Blue Jays. You mentioned earlier that he has not been pitching well. You can see it right here on the game log. Right off the bat, 2 games, negative fantasy points, one against the Red Sox, one against the White Sox. Now facing a very good team against the Orioles, who just crushed left-handed pitching. Their run total for tonight, 3.5 runs. This is one of my favorite spots to target this Orioles team. You look at the Orioles, you say 3.5 runs. Nope, I'm not going to take that. They crush lefties. I don't know what the DraftKings Sportsbook is not looking at, but they consistently put them at 3.5 runs, and it's like they should hit the over in that game against Hyun-Jin Ryu, who is a lefty. They have some of the best power numbers in the league against lefties. Like, this is such a good, sneaky spot for the Orioles, and this is one of the games that has the highest projection, but obviously a lot of that comes from the Toronto side. But you look at this stack that you can do for the Orioles. After Cedric Mullins, cheap, cheap, cheap. Nobody is more than 3,900 on the Orioles tonight against the lefty.
Yep.
So you start with Mullins, you go with Mountcastle, whose numbers are far more skewed towards lefties. Austin Hayes, all he does is hit his lefties. Anthony Santander, better numbers against lefties. Then I would skip Urias and actually take Severino at 3,400 against a lefty. This is, I'm skipping ahead here a little bit, but this is one of my favorite stacks on the night because the ownership should not be there at all.
No, I agree. I mean, look, there's a bunch of guys in this lineup. If you want to do a full-on stack, if you want to just do it individually and kind of dip your toe into this lineup. I mean, Mountcastle, he's not just someone who has an 888 OPS against left-handed pitching coming into today. He's someone who, in the month of August, I mean, this guy, the hot streaks and the cold streaks are insane in 2021. But right now, he is riding a hot streak. He has 8 home runs in the month of August. His OPS is up above 1,000 in the month. Mountcastle for less than $4,000. Really nice value play. Tons of upside there. Austin Hayes, another guy hitting 301 against left-handed pitching so far this season, batting third. Obviously, you know, I'm not worried about the 3.5 going over. I'm not worried about the 9.5 going over at this point. I like both of those bets as well. You would like to see Trey Mancini in there, although he has been a little cold as of late. But still, like you said, Severino, you know, even Urias has strangely good numbers this season. Like, you wouldn't expect it, but he's been an above average hitter. A lot of that is coming against right-handed pitching, but still, he's been fine. This Orioles lineup is better than it's getting credit for right now. And yeah, even if you don't trust the Orioles, quote unquote, just take the over in this contest. There's going to be so many runs scored in this Toronto-Baltimore game. So yeah, it is interesting because right after that group of 5 we were talking about that leads off the pitcher pricing list, you've really just got a whole lot of underwhelming options in that $8,000 range. Like, you know, between Ryu and a couple of the other guys in there, it's just not an area of the pitching slate that you really want to attack, where I think there's a couple other options in like that 7K range. And even if you want to start getting creative, like with the Cabreras of the world and taking a chance on just some young talent that's really cheap right now, there are so many other routes to go. So I want no part of Ryu. I think the Orioles are definitely the way to go here.
Yeah, I agree with almost everything that you said here. And there was a comment in the chat that I saw that, you know, the Orioles are an absolute joke. And I would agree with you. As a team, they are an absolute joke. But for DFS purposes, when you're like cherry picking some of these guys, you are not getting better value tonight than some of these guys and how well they hit lefties, especially with Mountcastle, Hayes, and I would probably even throw Mullins in the mix there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. He's been great against lefties all season.
Absolutely. Like,
again, they don't have to win, but they might lose like 11-6. That's perfectly fine with some of these price points.
100%. 100%. Like their bullpen has statistically been the worst in the month of August when it comes to FIP, home run per 9, walks per 9. They're either ranked first or second in the league, you know, with the highest or the most allowed. I don't care about that stuff. I care about what they do at the plate against lefties. And that's exactly that type of mentality that's going to drive the ownership down. Why would I want to stack a team that's horrific? When it comes to DFS, I don't care what the outcome of the game is. I don't care what the bullpen does. I care about what they do 1 through 9 at the plate.
And honestly,
that's what
I was just going to say. Mountcastle is like a really kind of pivotal, I would even say variance play, because you're going to get so many people stacking this game. And I think, enough people in the know actually understand that Baltimore can hit left-handed pitching. So you're going to get people playing both sides of this. But after hitting 2 home runs last night, if people are game stacking Toronto-Baltimore, they're going to want to use Vladimir Guerrero Jr., especially if Blake Snell is their SP1 and they've got money to throw around. Well, if you stick Vladdy in at first base, now you can't use Ryan Mountcastle. So I think his ownership is actually going to be a little bit lower than it deserves to be, even if people understand that he is a good play tonight. So he could be a really pivotal spot in this particular game stack.
Yeah. Corey Jennings is pretty vocal in the chat, saying if Mancini was in there, I'd be more convinced. I'm actually glad Mancini's not in there because of the point that you brought up. Like if I'm game stacking this, you absolutely want Vlad Guerrero in there. You know what I mean?
He did get that outfield eligibility, which is nice. I know it's been fluctuating with Mancini like all year, but he's back to being first base and outfield eligible.
Right. That is a very good point. But I'm fine with Mancini not being in the lineup. I have no issues with that. Mountcastle, Hayes, those are the 2 guys that I'm absolutely playing. If you want to make that bigger, Mullins, Severino, that's the guys that I'm rounding it out with if you want to do a 4-man stack. Okay. Back to pitching real quick. Any of the value guys that you're kind of looking at all? Like, and I know that this is kind of like a wasteland of talent. I use that word sparingly. At the bottom of the list here, I really don't have anything. Jameson Taillon is probably the lowest I'd be going at 7,300 going against the Angels. I know he's had a couple rough starts there, but I mean, this Angels team, like I know they did well last night, but that's with Andrew Heaney and Corey Kluber pitching. So not exactly earth shattering that they're hitting those 2, but at least Taillon has been good on the road too. He's been much better on the road he's been worse on the road, but pitching in a ballpark like Angels Stadium, I have no problem with. But this is probably the lowest I'm going for pitching tonight.
I would say I've got 3 names. I'll just rattle them off quick. If you don't want to use some of those top end guys we were already talking about, the first would be Zach Gallen. Gallen's looked great his last 2 starts. He's already someone who has been pitching better than his surface stats all season long. He's someone who's got a 30% strikeout rate, so the upside is really apparent. And the nice thing about Gallen, again, in GPPs, you hear a lot about the strategy of, okay, if we know someone like Snell is going to be 50% owned in these big GPPs, maybe stack the Diamondbacks because no one's going to have them, and there's your variance. Don't stack the Diamondbacks. That's a bad idea. But you can also get variance by using Gallen because people aren't going to use a pitcher they think is going to lose. So Gallen could have the opportunity here to come in at less than 5% ownership. And again, he's really good. This is someone who was a top 50 draft pick in redraft formats earlier this season. He got hurt a couple times, didn't look great. But again, his last 2 starts, he's looked fantastic and he's looked healthy. So I think Gallen is underpriced. I would also say Skubal, who we've talked about a lot in the past. He's got a sub-2 ERA and a 30% strikeout rate so far in the month of August. Oakland's not an ideal matchup, but this game's at Comerica. It's a big pitcher's park. And again, he's got the potential to strike out 7, 8, 9 guys in this game at a sub 8K price point. And then I think Cabrera is maybe the cheap guy that I would take a chance on just because the Mets are in complete disarray right now. They haven't been able to score any runs the past couple of games. And he's a massive prospect. We didn't really see the strikeout potential all that much in his first start, but it's there. He's got stuff. He's got great stuff. So if he's able to harness that, again, at $6,400 against a struggling Mets team, I think you could do worse than taking a chance on a really, really highly touted prospect.
Yeah, and you talk about, we've talked about this a couple times. This has been talked about all throughout the league that a couple of years the Marlins are going to be legit. The Marlins,
so much pitching.
Yeah, there's so much pitching, absolutely so much pitching. Like, I love the move for Jesus Luzardo. I know he hasn't looked good since he's gotten over there, but like, I'm convinced he's still got some stuff to work out, and he's going to be fire. This is one of those guys. this is one of those guys that, like, you may not recognize this name today. Check back in a year from now. I think this is one of the kids that you'll know who it is. And you're getting him at 6,400 tonight against a team that, their hometown, fans are booing them. Javier Baez heavily booed this afternoon because that's just where the Mets are at, who are, by the way, in contention to win the division about a month ago. Now the fans are booing the entire team. Mets.
Happens fast.
Sorry, Matt. Yep. Sorry, Matt LaMarca. Carbon Rod, Scooble or Tyon? What would be your, I'd probably go Scooble, actually.
I would go Scooble just because of the strikeout upside. And also, Tyon hasn't looked great his last 3 starts. He could definitely have a good start. The Angels are a bad offense. If you can
Very
get
bad.
Shohei Ohtani out, you're pretty much fine for the next 8 batters. But I would go Scooble just because of the upside.
Yeah, Corey real quick says Padres are lifeless at the moment. I have never seen a team collapse as bad as the Padres have.
Well, it's like are the Mets or are the Padres collapsing worse? Because it's happening simultaneously and it's kind of insane.
I think it's the Padres.
Because of the higher expectations for the Padres.
Higher expectations, like at what point, if the Padres, real quick, take a quick bar here. If the Padres don't make the playoffs, like at what point, like where do you go? Like you grabbed everybody you could in the offseason. You've done it 2 seasons in a row. Like where do you go from here? Like the talent is there. It's not like they don't have the talent. They just don't perform well together. You know what I mean? It's like making a super team, but there's just no chemistry. Like, where would you even go?
That their ownership group rides this through. I mean, it's not like if the Dodgers assembled this kind of talent and had a bad season, they're still paying all this money and keeping this team together. San Diego? I don't know. Like, are they going to get cheap all of a sudden? Or are they going to try to move some of these big contracts? Because they're still really young at the end of the day. But not great. Really not great.
If at the beginning of the season I told you that out of the NL West, the Padres wouldn't be one of those teams in the wild card or the division, what do you think I'd be taking? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. But just say that it would be something heavy. All right. We'll keep it at that. All right. No problem. All right. Let's talk about the hitters for tonight. I've already given my love for the Orioles tonight, stacking the Orioles. Have to bring up something. The Rays are facing Brad Peacock. Mm-hmm. When I saw that, I go, is this the Brad Peacock? The guy that was with the Astros a couple years ago would strike out. He was the American League Robbie Ray when he was with the Diamondbacks. Strikes out 12, allows 10 home runs in a game. That guy, first and foremost, when the hell did he join the Red Sox? I didn't even have any idea. Oh, was okay.
I had to look it up because I remembered he had a workout session about a couple months back where a couple teams attended. Yeah, and I remember he signed with somebody. I couldn't remember who it was.
The Indians.
Yeah, and then I had to look it up.
I knew that.
Literally 22 hours ago, Cleveland trades Brad Peacock to Red Sox. I was like, oh wow, that's why I didn't know.
I didn't know that. So when I saw Brad Peacock, I was like, what on earth? But apparently he's joining the Red Sox tonight, is going to start. They're hoping for 4 innings at the most, which is not good, though, because the Red Sox have 6 relievers in the bullpen tonight. Realistically, 5, because Robles has pitched on back-to-back games, so they really don't want to use him. So realistically, the Red Sox pitching staff tonight is down to 6 because COVID is running rampant on the team that has not made the vaccination threshold. So that says everything you need to say right there. So I wasn't on the Rays this morning. Oh boy, am I on the Rays today. Now, going up against, Brad Peacock and whatever's left of the Red Sox bullpen. Do you think that that's going to be chalky, or is it too late in the day for that really to gain some traction? Because I'm kind of torn on that idea.
I don't know if it'll be chalky. I think the slate's too big and there are too many bad pitchers towards the bottom end where you're not going to get huge ownerships on some of these guys. And also there's just this still inherent, how do we ever figure out the Rays? I'll say that I sort of took I took a little piece in Targets this morning, which you can read up on DK Playbook, talking about Brandon Lowe, who has just been incredible since the beginning of July. Like, you could play him against any right-handed pitcher was essentially what I was trying to say. And obviously Brad Peacock fits that bill. But it's kind of crazy because, you know, I sort of wrote it up with Garrett Richards in mind. It seemed like he was maybe going to be the guy to get the emergency start today. And it's hard to imagine that I would be more excited about facing the Rays facing someone other than Garrett Richards, but it has happened in the form of Brad Peacock. So yeah, if you want to throw out like a Rosarena, Meadows, Cruz, I mean, all the normal guys you would think about putting out there for the Rays, I think that's definitely a viable option.
So Peacock was with the Indians, made, let's try to grab his game log here. 11 appearances, 10 starts, 34 innings pitched. K9 always there at 10, 7.68 ERA.
Yeah, that was in AAA, right?
Yes. Yeah. 5.12 FIP, which is not good. Not good either. This is someone who has not pitched in the majors this season. Last seen with Houston last year, only for 2 1/3 inning. The last time he really pitched any meaningful innings, you have to go back to 2019 with the Astros. 4.12 ERA, 4.42 FIP. It's got the strikeout upside, like I said, but home runs are an issue, and lefties are an issue. So just kind of things to think about tonight. But if there really is any reason to stack the Rays tonight, it's that the Red Sox just have nobody in that bullpen. And when that happens, that means that guys are going to be left out to dry.
Yep.
Peacock is not going to be that guy, but there's going to be at least one reliever who's going to be asked to go a couple of innings tonight that normally wouldn't be doing so. And that usually leads to good things for the opposing offense. So anything Rays over, I'm all for it tonight. I am 100%. All for it tonight.
And again, the best thing that can happen, obviously this is the best thing that can happen if you're stacking the Rays or betting the Rays over, but if the Rays can put up a crooked number early, if they can score 4 runs in the first or the second inning or something along those lines and sort of force Alex Cora to throw up the white flag and just go, hey, we're not winning tonight, but we're also not wasting some innings with our actual important relievers. Like we might see positional players pitching.
I was just going to bring that up. Yep.
It's in the range of outcomes. So yeah, I think the Rays are a really, really solid option. I'm with you. I'm just going to go bet that over. That makes so much sense.
I mean, usually we don't have an indication where we might see positional players pitching. You might get that tonight, and you know it ahead of time. So just again, another thing to consider. Choker had a pretty good question in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, just curious how you boys factor in stolen bases when picking bats. Is there a capability of deciding factor for you very often? If you asked me this question 5 years ago, I'd probably give you a good answer. The stolen base is a dying art. There's really about a handful of guys that really are, that you can rely upon for stolen bases. That's not something that I even really put into factor anymore. I mean, if we're not talking about Fernando Tatis Jr., if we're not talking about Starling Marte, I think it's one of the guys, Trey Turner.
Well, that's exactly the thing though, is, I mean, when you're talking about the guys who actually still steal bases, it's Trey Turner, it's Fernando Tatis Jr., it's Starling Marte, it's Bo Bichette. It's guys that you're paying for their good bat anyway. And you're paying a hefty price point for. It's like, it's not like you're finding 20 stolen base threats down below 3K and going, oh, maybe I can find my way to some cheap stolen bases tonight. All the stolen bases are expensive anyway, because all those guys can hit really well. So like you said, it's not something that you really have to factor in all that much anymore. I would say if you really want to try to find the tiniest edge in the world, I would say 5 years ago, I used to like going and checking out which pitchers had given up the most stolen bases so far this season, and maybe seeing if any of those things lined up. But yeah, it's not something I really do all that much anymore.
Yeah, basically at this point, if I get a stolen base from somebody, it's a bonus. Does not factor into anything that I do on a day-to-day basis. And I would say not waste your time either to do that. But those are the main guys there. If you get something more from anybody else, I would just consider a bonus, but definitely not on a day-to-day basis. Any stack that's kind of, maybe flying under the radar tonight? We talked about the Rays, talked about the Orioles. Any other stack that's kind of like maybe a little off the wall here? We like to do those little off the wall things. Chat's been off the wall, but that ain't a stack for tonight. Anything that anybody you're kind of looking at there? Is it maybe the Washington Nationals?
I mean, look, that's the weird thing is I would love to stack the Phillies. I would love to stack the Nationals, but it really does feel like that game is going to get rained out.
Yeah.
So I would probably steer clear of that one. The Tigers could be an interesting play here. Cole Irvin, he's been a really kind of like nice story all season. This guy comes out of nowhere, former Phillies farmhand, has a sub-4 ERA. It's all nice. When you start breaking down the real stats, his last month and a half has been atrocious. He's got an xFIP of 5.64. He's not striking out anyone. And specifically in his last 3 starts, just 3 total strikeouts in those 3 starts combined. The Tigers aren't amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but they can hit lefties. They've been doing it a lot better the last 3 months. And you've got guys like Jonathan Scope, like Robbie Grossman, like Candelario, like Eric Haas, Derek Hill leading off at a very cheap price point. Like there's a lot of different ways you can go with this Tigers stack. And I would actually say, considering we already talked about how much we like Scooble, Tigers first 5, I really like that bet a lot. I think the starting pitching matchup is very lopsided tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the bats in here, like Jonathan Scopes got some great numbers against lefties, 228 isolated power. Eric Haas, who's batting 6th tonight, 367 isolated power against lefties. That's in 95 plate appearances. That ain't no joke. That guy's mashing.
Like a home run every 8 at bats against left-handed pitching. It's insane.
That guy's just absolutely mashing left-handed pitching, batting 6th tonight. Miguel Cabrera. Not the best numbers, not the best power numbers against lefties, not really a power bat anymore, but batting cleanup at 3K with a 117 WRC plus against lefties. I'll take that if I need to save some salary. Absolutely. No problem. I'd absolutely take that. But yeah, so there's some interesting names here. Ironically, the Tigers are not a cheap stack. You'd expect them to be.
Yeah.
They're not that cheap, which is odd because we were talking about how good the Orioles are against lefties. They're very cheap. This team has some holes against lefties, but they're not all that affordable. But to that end, because they're not that affordable, they should be giving you some good ownership because people are going to look at this and be like,
yeah, why would I pay for 3 different Tigers above $4,500? That seems
right.
Well,
why am I going to hit, pay $4,700 for Candelario when I could go way cheaper for somebody else? The ownership is going to be there. Great tournament play tonight. I would say if you want to take a look at that, I think the Tigers are one of the better ones here. All right, about 3 minutes left in the show. Let's just quickly go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook side. We've already given a few bets that we like for tonight, so feel free to throw any out there that you like. I can't believe this game is still at 9 runs for the Red Sox and Rays tonight. Come on, give me the over. What are you people doing? Like, get the heavy hitters in there. Stop throwing some money at this one. 4.5 runs for the Rays tonight.
Over.
They might get that in the first inning. I'm not even joking. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding.
Minus
4.5 runs for
too. So I wouldn't be shocked if maybe that moves to like over 5.5 at plus money sometime soon. So hop on that now.
I don't do this often. That is probably a multi-unit play for me tonight.
I would agree.
I would have to agree on that one. Real quick, just any bets that you like, just throw them out there. And we'll leave the people with more than enough ways to make some money tonight.
Yeah, I feel like we covered most of them already, but just to really hammer it home, like I love that Rays over, but Orioles Jays, that game is going over. It just is. You've got 2 struggling left-handed pitchers pitching at Rogers Center against 2 lineups that can crush left-handed pitching. It's going over. So make sure you bet that.
Yep, I would tend to agree too. I would also be interested if I could find the game real quick. To take the over on Blake Snell's strikeout prop, which I believe was at 7.5.
Plus money too, I think.
It was plus money this morning. It's even. Oh nope. Sorry, wrong one. Oh, it is higher. Over 7.5 plus 130. Guys, he's gone over this total in 2 of the 3 starts he's made. In the one that he didn't go over, he missed it by 1. So if you're telling me you're going to get plus money on over 7.5 tonight against a Diamondbacks team that strikes out a ton against said pitcher, I will take plus 130 all day long. That is going to do it for this edition of the Slate. I want to thank my wonderful, handsome co-host, GARION THORNE. As always, him and I will be back next Tuesday. The Slate is going nowhere, folks. The Slate will be going on as scheduled. So we'll be back on Friday with my man, Matt Lamarca. I want to thank everybody in the back for taking care of this. Especially want to thank my girl, the star, absolute babe, Tara Lenazak. Love you, girl. Talk to you soon. But other than that, as always, good luck with your bets. Good luck with your lineups. We'll catch you on Friday.
And here we go. 6 o'clock,
Zip it.
Madden Sim. Hi. Jason Rossi, Tommy Freeze Pops. They liked the show last night for Madden After Dark, so we're going to run it back. Ratings were good. How are you guys doing?
Feeling fresh, feeling fine, ready to tear this puppy down. We are in the end stage. We're in the end game now. Quote from a movie I once saw. And this is it, Glash. We're in the final 3. You look like something absolutely horrendous, but yet amazing happened to you.
So were you on earlier today, Glash, or is this the debut of this get-up here for people?
The debut today.
It was on earlier, and then this is what he's returned as. And the best part is, everybody, look in the background. That is not that's not leafy. That is an ocean of trees at Kaufman's house. So that's the best part of this. He is dressed up like this with the children and everything. And I believe there was a quote from one of the kids, but Glash can inform us. He's there.
Kids are a little worried.
Yeah, I would be. I'm worried, to be honest.
First night
And
before
I'm 1,000 miles away, and I'm slightly worried.
But most importantly, this is it, folks. This is it. This is the last 3-man booth. Make sure, where are we at for likes on the day? I got to check.
We are
looking at
7.
293.
What? We got to get that thing up. We got to hit that 500. We can do it.
It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. What are your lineups for this sim? We've got the Rams and the Bears.
My lineup is you two. My lineup is the DK Sim fam. I think here's what I already know. I don't even have to look. I stacked kickers and I played vultures.
That's awesome. I did Robert Woods, the Rams D, Jimmy Graham, Tyler Higbee, Reynolds, and Trubisky. Got to get Madden Mitch in there. It's the last time I'm going to play Madden Mitch in anything.
You didn't stack kickers? What's wrong with you?
No, I didn't stack. I knew you were going to. I can't step on your bit, dude.
I need everyone on my bit. I need all
right.
the bit grabbing I can get.
I've waited too long. What is the surprise, Rossi?
It's going to come in the form of a reality. Not yet. We're not there yet. I'll just tell you that. It will happen during this sim.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm getting a phone call from my dad. That's not the surprise. But there will be Madden history made today. In the next hour.
Okay.
Cough is in the chat. Cough is actually sitting right next to me. He's right there.
Look, Sloppy Steak says, holy cow, 3 dead celebrities show up for John Candy, Heath Ledger, and Freddie Mercury. I wish I was John Candy. That's the best one.
That's pretty good.
Sloppy.
I love John Candy.
It's the last Jared Goff sim. Jared Goff in LA.
Wow.
The Galloping Chicken.
Fitting that you're a part of it.
It could be on tomorrow.
Last Mitchell Trubisky. Oh, man. Mitch is my captain. I played Woods, Reynolds, Henderson from the Rams, Rams D, and Montgomery.
Go Rams.
Yeah. What were some of the topics last night when we were on together? Do you all remember? Anyone?
Yeah, it was like nipples, chicken nugget toes.
Chicken nugget toes. I don't know.
Yeah, back, but this might have been before you Freeze Pops, when we were having a conversation on air about how my big toe looks like the chicken nuggets from McDonald's. Do you want to see it?
Did you show your toe on air?
Huh. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let's see.
I usually don't like weird feet stuff. Okay, yeah, that is a kind of a hobbit looking foot.
Yeah.
And with the mustache too. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, put it down.
Tell me it doesn't look like a chicken nugget though.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But not a chicken nugget I want to put in my mouth. A chicken nugget I want to throw away.
Yeah, nobody wants my toes in their mouth, and I wouldn't want to put it there. It's because you know what it is? Ever since I started running during the pandemic, I have very, very calloused feet, as you can see.
Ah, okay. That's kind of actually like a sneaky humble brag.
No, it's more of a sneaky, I'm a disgusting person, but yes. Because I started running. Here's the brag.
Sneaky.
Me and Michael just ripping up workouts while Glash is watching the world burn.
That's right.
Okay, Glash, I gotta ask. Did you do that on your own? How much help was Sarah? Because this is like an amazing job.
Sarah did it.
She's awesome. Like literally, she should be borderline professional because all the looks. This is amazing.
This is the second time we've done this get up. I think a year ago, last summer. Just from reading the chat the last couple days about bringing back stuff. This was one of the things. Like someone threw out the Joker, so why not?
Love it.
I brought some other stuff too.
CEH saying I don't wash my feet. That's not true. Actually, I received a compliment at my going away / engagement party that I'm pretty proud of. It was late in the day, and it was 95 degrees outside in St. Louis. So I was sweating a lot that day, even though it was inside. And later on in the night, one of Morgan's bridesmaids came over and she gave me a hug and she said, "Why do you still smell good?" And I was very proud of myself. Hours after showering and after hours of sweating and eating and drinking, I still smelled good. I take great pride in my hygiene, and that was a good reminder, hey, keep doing that. People notice. So I do wash my feet. I take great pride in that, CEH.
Why so serious? Third and goal here for Jared Goff. Ooh.
Got him. John Horn.
Was he out of bounds?
No, he caught it. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Bob Keys is my captain too. John Horn says, Glash, the goofball. No surprise here.
This guy, the goofball over here.
Guy doing his goofy stuff.
Look at this guy being a goof, dressed as a joker.
Kareem says, donate your feet to science, the world, when you depart from this earth. Well, that will be tomorrow, actually, Kareem. This earth that you're talking about, this reality,
Dova
goes dry as my feet.
Hey, John. You know how I got these scars? You want me to tell you, John?
Do you have a bunch of Joker lines just ready to roll? Like you have just a sheet?
In his head, baby.
Right upstairs.
We were talking in the last sim. It was me, Christian, and ZT in Glash. This is a huge testament to you, as you remember. Like when the first 5 months of these, remember when you would have the large depth chart printouts taped together? ZT was talking because we used to come on at quarter of.
Yeah.
The very when I first came, quarter of the hours, legit pregame shows, running down numbers, running down salaries. And we were talking about that, and I was like, Glash always had those long, taped together, almost looked like 80s printer style, the ones that fold into each other. Long.
Wasted a lot of ink. I look back on it.
You couldn't expense those?
Well, I did expense ink, but still, it was a waste. The more I think about it,
You did expense ink?
Yes.
I respect that.
I mean,
our cartridges are expensive.
Yeah, you should be expensing everything. I'm expensing the thought process myself here. I'm just going to send them a little check. Hey.
What do you send for that?
Oh, $450 or so?
About $50 an hour?
Yeah, give or take. Especially for tonight, the mental capacity this has taken. I've been on since 2 o'clock.
To clarify some questions, including our producer, Michael, yes, I drove like this.
Yes, he did.
45 minutes from my home to Kaufman's.
He said
that's so awesome.
A little troubling. I did let someone merge in front of me while changing.
I was going to say, were you? And I'm sure you were in traffic too, given the time of day you were traveling over there. So you were definitely stuck next. Did you slow turn your head at people? Freak people out?
No, I didn't do that.
See, that huge missed opportunity.
Hey,
and I know there wouldn't have been anyone there to get a video of it or anything, but still, that person would have had a story to tell, or a therapist could have made some money based off you doing that to some kids in a minivan, coming home from preschool.
Freeze Pops, don't forget, he sells another drive today. So just think what that's going
to look like. Oh, yeah, that's freaky.
1 o'clock in the morning, pulling into the main streets of the city we both know he lives in, and somebody flashes their high beams and just sees that.
Don't get pulled over for speeding, because you will just get arrested. I don't know what I'm arresting you for, but you're going to jail, sir.
I just want my phone call.
Put that on a D for him.
Please.
Yeah, so someone merged in front of me and they looked in their left mirror for a long time. That's pretty much it, though. I just, 10-2, straight ahead. Then I missed an exit, so I was 10 minutes late.
Of course.
And then Koff called me out on my tardiness. Which I've only been here 3 times. So.
Is Koff still there, or is he eating dinner with the family?
He's working. Oh. Didn't even think about the movie.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
Yeah, Koff's right over here.
I'm just sitting here.
Okay.
I'll wait at the quarter break.
Don't worry, we don't need you. We just wonder if you're there.
All right, I'm here.
I'm just kidding. Dude, I will say this setup is pretty. I feel like last time, Glash, were you facing that way, or were you facing like the side? I feel like it was a different angle.
No, I was right. Well, so remember when you were here, Rossi, when I came over here, it was in the basement.
Yes, that I remember. Freaked me out.
Turns out last time was the 8 and the 10, or just the 10, but I had DVDs stacked up. I wanted my own DVD.
That's what it was. Unreal. Yeah. Again, also, Glash and Emerson and Koff started this earlier. Feel free to throw your final digs at us. You can throw the compliments as well. We'll take them. We appreciate you. But throw the digs as well. We had some good ones in the last hour. Keep it all going. What's up, Robbie Noble?
Yeah, just absolutely flame us.
This is it. You got one last shot.
Guru says Glash might have just spilled the beans on why announcers are being canceled, milking the expense reports, costing DK too much.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. It was Glash expensing 3 ink cartridges in the spring of 2020.
Also, Kyle, very meaningful message. Hi, BG, Jason, Tom. I will miss you guys. Sun are getting airtime, people. Hi, Adam. Kyle.
That's right. Go Sun.
Go Sun, baby. Go Kyle. Sun. Go Kyle.
Go Sun. Ooh. Touchdown.
Mike Bauer says, Rossi, no digs left. Fire when ready anyway.
I just spoiled the touchdown for Kaufman.
Oh. Was it a vulture? Was that Cole Kmet?
He's gonna have to live with those spoilers.
It's Jimmy Graham.
In my lineup.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, dude. You know what would be cool if I won this sim? It'd be really cool.
I'll tell you, Free Spops, your selfishness down the wind down here has been really remarkable. Your true colors have shined through.
I don't care.
Christian won one of these yesterday.
Christian won? Nice.
Yeah, he won.
He should make all of the rules of the fantasy league because of it.
You want to give us any rendition of Christian today?
Oh, yeah, I want a pre-roll, so everyone just listen to me with my condescending drop-in comments after you have a long diatribe about a specific topic that I decide not to read all the way through, but I'm the smart guy that knows everything.
He was voted most intelligent in the Sim Fam.
Oh, was there superlatives given out?
I don't remember when.
I'm going to say, I need to know who won these.
Christian. He won them all.
He won every superlative.
Most likely to stand in front of a microwave is weird. He won them all.
Wow. Now I'm going to have to drive to Wisconsin and take this dude down.
Good stuff. Are you guys on? Which one? I'm trying to remember tonight. Tonight's all over the place. I know I'm with Carolyn, Billy, obviously Glash, Koff, and Moose in the second half. So I don't. Do you know who you're with? Free Spops? Is your part of your monster?
I'd have to pull it up here. Let me see.
All right.
I got Glash, ZT, Bry Guy, Christian. Oh, I'm gonna fight Christian. BK, Emerson, Moose, and Lamaka.
There you go.
And I'm not gonna leave this Zoom, so like I'm gonna hang out for this 8 o'clock as well. If we're all staying on the Zoom, I don't know.
I don't see why not.
I know crazy Zoom things are happening.
Yeah. My thing is, I'll come in for my second half of 8. I won't come in for the 10 till the end. There's enough people. Like, I don't think anybody should be stepping on anybody the rest of the way because there's already 6
people are going to be stepping on each other the rest of the night. It's going to be hilarious.
real quick, DJ says, "Hey fam, been away from the chat for a while, but had to make it back today. One love, thanks to everyone, commentators, behind the scenes crew, and the Sim fam." Well said, DJ. Thank you. Also, thanks to Sarah, the unsung hero of the Sims.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah's closet, which, by the way, greatest line today is Sarah said her closet is open.
Yeah. It's always open. Jamal says, been here since the beginning. Thank you so much. Won't be the same without all of you, and I'll avoid the Ducey hate.
Yeah, not tonight. We're all over it.
Yeah, I got that over with in the afternoon.
Nah. Unless
but
it's...
we did say if you want to air out people and say what you want
Yeah,
to say.
this is kind of like Festivus.
Yeah. It's a roast.
Yeah.
A roast.
But I
till
mean, like,
midnight.
I'm over the Duce. Like, we've talked enough. Ducey's, had enough conversation around him for the past few months. I'm over him. We love him. He was great. He's great. He's not here. Allegedly he's going to be in the chat. I know he's at, what is he at? The tennis court matchup or something?
Oh, is he at the U.S. Open?
Whatever that is, yeah.
Nice. It's pretty cool.
Jordan
is
said...
Is he covering it, or is he there as a fan?
I'm guessing he's covering it.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yes.
Heath Ledger back on camera.
Love it. Look at him. Just bask in this.
It's insane.
Regardless of the stupid conversations, all the Mount Rushmore me and Free Spop said, you're not getting Glash dressing up anymore. All right.
No, that's over. Well, he might do it at home by himself, but
he might do it just like when they need him in the sweat. Hey, Glash, we need you to jump on this thing like something happens in like the middle of the football day and say, all right, hold on. Well, I'm actually currently in costume. Is that cool? Like it's September 3rd.
I'm dressed like the Green Hornet. Like, give me 5 minutes. I gotta take this costume off.
Like, no, get it.
Yeah, it's time for your DraftKings update.
You should really try and do a WNBA game dressed like this.
I don't think that's how it works.
What are they gonna say? Go home? If they do, well, then I guess the WNBA was not meant for you, dude.
There are some loud birds here.
It's nature, bro.
Rob Rand, that's what happens. Is that conservation land behind him, or is it just straight woods? Very intrigued by it. Is that conservation land or woods?
Looks like a nice backyard.
Yeah.
I've got my ace in the hole. That's Kaufman.
What is that? Is it woods or conservation land, Kaufman? Can people build?
Conservation land, yeah.
All right, so you're like me. You're good. No one can touch it.
Nope. It's all ours. And when I say ours, I mean the world's.
Kaufman's.
The taxpayers of Massachusetts.
Yes, specifically mine. Hi.
Rob Rand said, we are all family. It's a love-hate relationship where we'll always have each other's back. That's great. That's true.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
We are family. I got all the sisters in me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and see.
Keep going.
That's all I know. I don't even think I got the words right on that second part.
Pretty close. Oh my God, piece of...
Blick says, this was my first year doing Sims. I personally think you guys made the whole thing fun. Fun, exciting, love the commentary. Hate that it's coming to an end. # bring back the crew.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and one thing we've been saying too, and I don't want to speak
Press
for you
play.
guys. Press play. But we were saying it earlier, like, as much as it's been awesome for you guys, and yes, it's been great for us, and yes, we got paid way too much money to do these, spoiler. But like, also like, it kind of saved a lot of it. Like, I don't want to speak for all you guys, but like, yes, I had a job and I had a lot of stuff going on, but like, this has been awesome. Like, this was like everything I could have asked for and more, and really did help me during the times like I wasn't able to see my friends, my family on weekends during the height of this whole pandemic, but I was here with like Glash, Freeze Pops, Koff, Emerson. Like, these were the boys. These were the dudes. Carolyn, and Jesse, when she was here, like, this was the crew I was talking to more than any of my closest friends for the last 18 months. Like, it's insane what this has also meant to us. So for all the thanks, all the criticisms, everything, like, this has meant a lot for the mental side, physical side, and everything else here. It's been
for sure have spent more time with these broadcasters than I have my friends since joining DraftKings. And that is for two reasons. One, I've worked a ton on nights and weekends when people typically hang out with friends. And two, most of my friends live in New England. So, yeah, you're dead on, Rossi. These people have become my friends. Whether I like it or not, Rossi and Glash are my friends now. So, sorry. Guys.
But like,
I got a dude who's driving around the Mass Pike and Joker get up, and I got a guy who has a porn stash for his final day on camera. So, like, these are my friends. This is my burden. I must bear it.
We are your people.
Oh, did he get in? Yeah, there's a touchdown. Brown.
In your lineup?
No. I almost put him in my lineup, as BK would say.
Oh, BK was something else. I will say, I
love that guy.
I know, I got to poke at him here. Me, Kaufman, and him did the 2 o'clock. You would have never thought it was the last day of Sims. That dude.
He was just
another
talking
day.
about his lineup. Yeah.
Just another day. Just another dude.
That's why he's the best. He's just
he's
doing
the type
his
of guy
thing,
that
man.
Will be sitting in the middle of a hurricane and just telling you stories, just like
yeah.
Oh yeah, it's, I'm telling you the thing.
And then he's got a softball game later, and he's got to do stuff with his kids. And
Yeah,
he's got
we were
Broncos
talking about
practice.
What is a softball? BK is a softball game?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like it's just
it's always
he had to go.
It's
do
go
his work.
time, baby.
Yeah.
He was trying to leave the sim at one point. He's like, I gotta go do something. We're like, it's the last
Of course.
day.
Of course.
It's the last day. And I was trying to compliment Tara Lynn, and then he starts talking about movies he doesn't like. It was unreal. He really is something else.
Okay, so Sarah put this on Instagram. That's not cool.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's good content for her, though. You have to admit.
Yeah, for her. What about me?
Well, I'm just saying. You got to think about her too. You're Mr. Content over here with TikTok. You got to let Sarah have some shine as well.
I didn't say she couldn't.
Let Priv live, bro.
Let Priv live. That's good.
Let Priv live.
I'm gonna steal that.
No, give me credit.
All right.
Linda Baum, no, I'm not here for all 6. I wasn't on the noon, and I won't be on the 10. I'll be here for the 8.
Dude, just stick around.
Rossi, you're coming back at 10.
Don't
stop
being benevolent.
Hold on. I'm gonna stay from the second half of the 8 till the 10. I'm gonna leave during the sim, and I'm gonna come back after. I want to make sure everybody, the things are scheduled a certain way. I'm pretty sure Michael will make sure that things. Listen, Michael's got this thing ready. I guarantee this man has got the whip and crack ready on all of us. He doesn't care if it's the last.
No, I saw his email today. He's like, "Hey, come if you want. Everyone, come in, free to party, do your thing."
No. In between the sims, because there's only so much they can do during the sim. Or maybe I'll just stay and screw up the whole thing. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what you should do.
I'll tell you right now, we're not going to Ross Tucker. I'm not going anywhere.
These are really nice.
We should get Ross Tucker on the stream.
There you go.
Something we did discuss a long time ago.
Should I send him the Zoom link?
Do it at the 10 o'clock. Do it at the 10 o'clock.
Charles Davis didn't do it. Maybe Ross Tucker, much more likely to do it than Charles Davis.
It worked with Spice Adams.
Hey guys, you know what? Someone else might be jumping in the Zoom in the second half. I'm just saying. It might be.
Oh my God.
Might be a little something coming up. Just saying.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out who Rossi is going to pull.
Don't even bother guessing at this point. Just.
Oh, I know who it is.
Don't guess. I got it.
I know who it is. I'm not going to guess, but I know.
Really know. How about this? Text it to me, and I won't admit if you're right now. But if you get it right,
you'll tell me later. Okay.
Well, you'll know later because.
Well, yeah, that too.
I just can't. We just put Glash on the camera the whole time because the best part is he's in character regardless if he's on camera or not.
No, yeah, he's crushing it.
His facial expressions, his everything. The fact that also that Kaufman's family is like through a window right now is hilarious.
They're not old enough to give them, scare them.
Are you sure? The little one?
Guys, I just was informed that my favorite 24/7 diner outside of Hartford was just closed. The Gold Rock Diner. Yeah. The Gold Rock Diner.
What a bad day for you.
How about a magic trick? Gonna make this diner disappear.
No, bring it back. My buddy, because whenever we were at ESPN, that was one of the places we'd go after you get out of your late night with all the PAs. And my buddy just texted us and said, rip to the Gold Rock Diner, the place where Tom once spread an entire tuna fish sandwich on my arm at 3 a.m. It's a fact. I did do that.
First off, good for you. And second, somebody said in the sim earlier, it's like us going away is like going to your favorite restaurant, having the favorite menu item taken off the menu.
Oh, that's the worst.
That's what I said. I said that's way worse.
That is the worst. Oh, we don't carry that. That happens to Morgan all the time.
Ken here wants us to post all hashtags, all handles. Rossi's Jason D. Rossi. Tommy Freeze Pops. Are you the same on Instagram as well? Your boy
yes,
TC
at
Fresh?
your boy YABOITC Fresh.
Across all social medias.
I am Brendan Glasheen, first name, last name. Nice message here from Jonathan Eliza. But I lost it. That happens.
Well, while you look for it, Tater Hater saying
it.
that he'd let me do that to him. Yes, Tater Hater, I would rub a tuna fish sandwich on your arm if I ever met you in person.
Wow.
That's how much I like you, Tater Hater.
Still ain't the weirdest part of the day at this point. Jonathan Eliza, I'll be honest, the best part of these sims has been that you guys are all my sports news. This will be a big hit to my fantasy football league because now I have to pay attention to other things. I appreciate that.
I also like that you said that we were news. We weren't just calling sims. I noticed no one's missed the play calling, by the way. Just saying.
Emerson Dating Gap shirt. I have had a blast and listened to you guys way more often than any of normal sports podcasts and channels on YouTube. It's been a really fun ride. DK Sim fam for life.
Yeah, one of the metrics they use in this industry is time spent listening, and I bet that our number on that for like a select group is way higher than most sports radio stations in the biz. Touchdown, Bears, not in my lineup, because most people in sports radio, I think the audience, and you guys might know this because you're in it. It's like every 5 minutes your audience changes or something like that. Like it's a way smaller of a number than you'd think.
Oh,
so when
like
you're worried
17
about,
minutes.
yeah, it's insane. Like when you're worried about repeating a topic or something, you always need to remind your host, like, oh, we just talked about that. It's like, actually, yeah, you did, but like most people listening right now were not in their car. Whereas the DK Sim fam has this on all day.
Yeah, and they're the best. That's literally why I've said this over and over. It really,
yeah,
right, Freeze Pops. Like radio topics. I always say you do 2 hour shows twice. All good,
man.
All good shows
Yes.
do 2 hours twice. All the best ones. Glass. You work with a radio station, the Powerhouse. That an afternoon
Failure
show.
Maz does the same. Does a 1 hour show 4 times.
And they talk, but sometimes they talk about it, and the caller can help in that. But anyways, but yeah, amazing, and that's why it's awesome. You guys have been the best, and it's going to be so much. It's going to be a big loss, but I'm not going to pretend it isn't. But it's going to be. I'm really going to cherish this time, and I cherish the time with all you wackos and even the trolls, and even you, Obi-Wan. Even you, I'm going to miss so much. You just peppering me the whole time, even though earlier you agreed with me on something, and I don't think you realized.
Flash of the Sun winning tonight.
Yeah, Kyle keeps asking. They play at 7. They're in Washington. They should win.
They should.
What's Washington's team name?
The Mystics.
The basketball team.
The Washington basketball team. I'm really upset that Washington is going to pick a mascot. I was starting to really like Washington football team.
Who's their
I'm not
president?
into it.
They have a president that is a former player, and I heard him in a McAfee interview talk about it, and they're like also trepidatious. I just love the look. It's so crisp, the clean look of the W.
Yeah, I like the number on the helmet. It's got a college football feel to it.
It's just it's got a timeless look.
Yeah, I like it. They really should keep it. There should be more of a groundswell to keep that.
Or they should just take a picture of Glass right now and then just use that as their logo, like right now. The Washington Jokers.
Kyle saying he followed me on Instagram. Thanks, Kyle.
Oh, what's up, Batman? Justin Cravens, Robbie, Meager. Meager, I might take you up on that whole situation we were DMing about. I got in a weird DM combo last night. Well, I wasn't in it because there was a bunch of people DM me into the wee hours, but Flash, you might be a part of this too, I hear. Just saying.
I like this job. I like it a lot.
Look at that. Jordan says, everything has a beginning, also has an end. An alpha, an omega. No, that's a movie quote, but not sure from what. Good quote, though.
Ha, 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 ha. And I thought my jokes were bad.
Just mean.
Minute to go. Tied at 14. There is a sim. Jared Goff. You stink.
He does stink.
He's actually playing okay, though. I'll give him credit.
Damon
Sim
Ariel
Jared.
saying a Pop-Tart is a sandwich. Yes, I agree with you. Actually really makes me want a Pop-Tart right now.
I get. You know what? If you have to have, what's your favorite Pop-Tart? Freeze Pops Glash. Favorite Pop-Tart?
I think I like brown cinnamon.
Brown
Glash?
sugar. Is it brown sugar?
Yeah,
or
that's what
brown
it is.
cinnamon?
Brown sugar. You're right. Yep.
Brown
But I
sugar.
like.
Brown
But they have a brown
Brown
sugar with
sugar.
cinnamon.
So good.
That's the one that I like.
S'mores from me. Because it wasn't really. You know what's weird? Remember we used to eat those for breakfast? Clearly not a breakfast food.
I never had a s'mores Pop-Tart for breakfast.
Oh, dude, look at me. I used to eat peas for breakfast at one point in my life. Very strange kid. I used to love peas. So I used to just like pop them.
Peas are underrated.
They're also useless. But
Peas in a pasta, delicious.
yeah, oh yeah. Like when people
Like a
put
white
capers-
sauce? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like capers. Capers don't have flavor to me. I don't
Nah,
like
peas are better than capers. Well, capers on like a bagel and lox, it's pretty good.
Ooh, catch and run.
you Glash right to the end.
I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
I love the
Cough, what's your
commitment
favorite
here.
Pop-Tart?
I don't even.
Cough doesn't eat Pop-Tarts.
Kids love
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you don't eat them. What's your favorite? Stop being you.
Whichever one the kids eat. I don't remember.
You stink.
Good.
If Adam Kaufman doesn't eat a Pop-Tart in 60 minutes, I will blow up a Sim Stadium. I will blow up Soldier Field.
Oh, man.
Someone has to escort him to Stop and Shop. Look, no. No way.
Yes. Yes
Wow.
way. We're pulling all the ghosts. of
Yeah.
Camera on?
Rossi has a mustache now?
A lot of things have changed.
Look who
But
it
the
is.
fact-
Kaufman,
the
pop
fact that
in. Well,
The
it's
fact
just
that I'm more shocked by Rossi's mustache than I am Glash's outfit.
Stop that.
I guess I'll let
hold on. Not only
way. This
is that the voice that of the voiceless, the return of producer Madison for the last day.
Wow.
Little quad box here. Now.
Surprise!
By the way, this was my guess, Rossi.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
I couldn't say
Oh,
too
was
much.
it? I gotta log on to the stream. I don't have my. I can't log in the chat as producer Madison anymore.
Where's
I don't
Robbie
have-
Noble?
Yeah, Robbie, you here? Well, she'll be coming on. Let me at Robbie. I told.
Robbie has been, I don't know if you ever tune in anymore, Madison, but Robbie has been out walking the streets looking for you.
Oh,
Madison!
poor Robbie.
For months.
Well, she's back, folks.
I'm here, and what?
Yeah, so
What now?
Rossi's mustache is not a full-time look. That's just today. Yeah.
That just happened like an hour ago.
Yeah. Don't worry,
Fine,
Madison.
man.
Things haven't gone that off the rails. Although Glash hasn't taken this face paint off in a few days, so we're a little worried about that.
Well, I did see Sarah's Instagram just now, so I wasn't completely surprised that Glash went
She ruins
full
everything.
costume.
Yeah, Glash, you're upset about that.
I mean, a lot of mutual followers, you know.
Professional
people at this point already have their questions about me. So,
Brother Phil, wow. Hi everybody.
Everyone's here.
Yeah.
Jared Kilgore. Oh my God. Hey, old friend. Wow. The whole crew is still here, huh?
Whole squad.
Well, this is everyone
There's
coming back.
Robbie. Hey, Robbie. Shout out.
Until the bitter end.
so Madison, is there any chance you could make your internet not work when you're done? Because folks are convinced that since you left, that our internet is worse, our connection is worse.
The game is rigged.
Are rigged. Things are not as good without you here. So,
I did. No, my Wi-Fi is great right now. I did just move this past weekend, so it's brand new connection, brand new Wi-Fi. Oh,
So
Cough got a haircut. Your
I
hair's
just
looking
can't
short.
believe Madison has turned her camera on.
I told you.
I couldn't.
We're hearing her, we're seeing her, and I don't know what to make of any of it.
You just can't take that smile off your face. Oh, that's Flash.
Yeah. How are we miss you?
Yes.
I know. It's like throwback over here. It feels like it hasn't. Now that I'm here, it doesn't feel like that long ago. Oh, now I'm looking at myself. Oh, this is
We're
weird.
told to get closer together. Don't worry, we're
that's
not going to be like this tonight.
Oh no, I want you get on his lap real quick.
No,
I'm good.
Puff, don't go so close that you'll get some of the paint on your arm, though.
Yeah, be careful.
Go around the back.
Listen, you don't hear me say this a lot, but less me and Glash, more Madison right now.
I guess first
This
off,
is something.
You know, obviously the Glash catch up. Madison, so how you been? How's everything going?
I'm good. I'm good. Just been working, and again, I just moved, so it's been a little crazy. Miller is 10 months now. My puppy that I got back in January with you guys. Oh, just got a text from Samir, all caps.
Told you. This is huge.
Breaking the internet.
Wait, who's producing and who's TDing right now? I don't even know.
Michael's producing.
Yeah.
And we got
Hey, Mike.
TP is our is our tech, I guess.
Undercover boss Tom.
Jared and who's the other ops guy, Glash? Who's else doing ops tonight?
You scroll the Zoom.
God,
Jim.
I don't know.
Oh,
Jared and Jim.
Jim. Hi, Jim.
Jim.
I didn't even say hi to Jim yet.
Unbelievable.
Watch it.
You've been
I'm
so
gonna get
committed
off
to the
document
character.
More Glash, but I'm gonna pay attention to this.
I don't want to kill you.
I don't know how you guys talk and stay on top of the chat at the same time. It's hard.
Because we all have ADD.
It's because we're extremely talented.
Everybody, I'm too busy. Like I can't multitask like this.
Hi, Jim.
Okay, so Madison,
No, I didn't like that.
obviously great to have you. Don't pretend that. But
Thanks
now you
for
got
inviting me.
Yeah, this is the end. You're part of one of the last 20 people are going to see or hear.
Pretty crazy.
Who was the most annoying and why was it BK?
Whoa. It was BK because he just love to teeter that line of like things he is and isn't allowed to say on the stream. So it was just a constant like, what's he gonna say next? Glash, like you will backtrack, you'll know the second you say something that you were wrong. BK will just bulldoze
full
right
speed
through it
ahead.
and keep going.
Yeah. And it's remarkable how much he's not like that as much now. It's so funny. But like I used to love when Madison after a sim, and it would be with other people too. And I made mistakes too, but or he would always like ask Madison, what sims did I do last week?
I wasn't gonna do like behind. Yeah.
Oh no, it's fine. We're all ripping.
No, we're fully opening the curtain here, Madison. It's over.
Madison, don't forget, Drew loves this one too. Producer Drew is basically taking over from Mads when it comes to making the schedule and all.
Oh
that
right. How's that been? How's he doing?
He's doing great.
good.
Who cares?
Sucks. You didn't put up the schedule for next week.
No, yeah, we're waiting for. Nobody knows when they're working tomorrow. It's the worst.
No, and BK will send the email of like he can't do a certain shift or he's not sure, but it'll have like 9 paragraphs as to what's going on in his life.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh yeah, daycare, and then there's a game, but Broncos, Broncos, it's preseason now, so God forbid there's a sim while preseason and it's happening.
Too much fun.
My favorite was BK will text me, "Hey, I'm going to be late." Well, tell the producer. Why are you telling me?
Yeah. Look, I love BK, but I've said this openly on The Sims, and I don't know if he's heard me say it, but ever since it got announced that commentary was going away, he's basically been late or called out of every single sim he has been scheduled for. And I've been openly saying it on The Sims. Just quit. Just quit. It's over. It's fine. Go quit. Just quit. Go coach freshman football or whatever you're doing. Quit. It's okay. But there's one day left. I think he's making an appearance later, so he doesn't need to quit. He can stay till the end.
Robbie
Oh my
Noble's
God.
in the chat, Madison.
Yeah, Robbie's here.
Hi everybody, I'm not in the chat. I don't have an account on YouTube.
What?
So, I was logged in under DraftKings on my DraftKings email when I had it.
So Robbie says seeing you here is better than he dreamed.
Wow.
Thanks, Robbie.
Well, Madison,
You were
do
the first
not
person I thought of
disclose.
when Rossi asked me if I could come on. I was like,
Yes.
will Robbie Noble be there?
It's true. It's true. We have text info, and I said yes, he will. He's been back over the last few weeks.
Madison, as your friend, I'd like to reiterate: do not disclose where you moved. Just
Oh, I wouldn't. No, don't worry.
Hey, Tom, didn't Madison get you this job?
Yeah, tell
yeah, she did. She messaged me. I was home for
I got an ace
a
in the
wedding.
hole, and that's Tom.
I was home
Oh,
for
you're
a
welcome,
wedding.
and I'm sorry, SimFam.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and
everyone
she
hates him.
sent me an Instagram DM, and she's like, "Hey, I know this is like super weird, but like DraftKings does this Madden thing," and these aren't the words she used, but this is essentially what she said. There's this Madden thing. I produced it. And she sent me the link. She's like, check it out. I think you'd be good for it. Let me know what you think. And then I watched it with my dad, and we both were like, what is going on? I don't understand this.
I told
But
you,
then-
I was like, brace yourself. It's weird.
Yeah. But I messaged her back enthusiastically and was like, yes, like I'm in, whatever. Make it. I'm in, whatever I have to do. And then like a month-ish later, an opportunity came up, and here I am because of Madison. So I'm forever grateful to Madison for helping me get in here, man.
You're so welcome.
Also,
Glad
shout
you-
out to Statrick for swearing on air. So give him that.
Well, I didn't want to bring that part up, but yeah.
You last thing.
Well, to be fair, I brought it up to Tom before Statrick did that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, right.
What happened
It
to
was
this whole, like,
when
walking the
Statrick
line
Yeah,
thing?
did that.
like walk up to and don't pass.
Oh, I jumped over. What do you want? You want me to say what he said? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I don't know. Do you want to come back later
Can you
tonight?
be fired now? Come in. What do you guys do?
What am I gonna do? Right?
It's like, I could say it. I don't work for Draft. Just kidding. I won't. No. I don't remember.
Madison, we begged her to get on the mic one time. Me and Koff literally stopped talking for 3 minutes of the game once.
Oh, that
And she
was
didn't
the
do it.
worst. I hated
hilarious.
that. I hated that.
We stopped talking for 3 minutes and she didn't do it. And then all of a sudden she'll pop on here and start dropping swears. And F-bombs.
She doesn't work for DraftKings anymore. She can say what she wants.
Sure. Only her reputation.
So funny.
Yeah, it was, I did not like the awkward silence. I drove me insane. Miller, Nate, come here. Come here.
Also,
Yeah, let's get
Madison
the dog.
filmed Glash kicking
Oh, wait till we're
massive field goals.
Yes, that was fun. We should try that
In the
again.
snow. Yep.
The one
Madison
that Glash
actually did produce that. She edited the whole thing.
I did.
It was fantastic.
Got her a new job, actually.
I was just gonna say.
I know.
It got her a new job. Yeah.
Actually?
Well,
No, I didn't. No. I did say, like, I haven't shot or edit in a while, but I did shoot this one thing, escapade, for DraftKings. It wasn't even official.
Madison,
How
my
did-
Apple Watch is doing great. It still works.
That's good. I get notifications for you every day. You had a
I
nice
know.
walk today.
You probably hate me at this
Wait, can you follow watches?
point. Yes.
You like become friends with people, and then when you
I'm not a monster. Just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, when you finish a workout, it pings your comrades. It says,
Madison
hey.
was my first friend.
Very nice. Robbie knows.
Madison, I have an Apple Watch. We should become walkie-talkie buddies.
I don't have that. I don't have that feature.
What do you mean you don't have? No, you definitely do. You just don't want a walkie-talkie.
No,
no, Glash. I don't have my watch
data?
on. Oh, is
Isn't that
it
the one
because? Oh, I didn't know that. Is it a cell
Yeah.
data thing?
There's like a data. I don't have that one. I don't need that.
Glash, I'll go put my watch on. I'll be right back.
Wait, if you have a watch, why would you take it off? Just curious.
That's a good point.
Because I just didn't have it on.
Oh, thank you. Great reason.
That's a good point too. So
You can't take it off if you don't have it on.
I woke up this morning and didn't put it on because I didn't.
it's
All right,
your
one sec,
home.
one sec.
Why would you? There's clocks
Exactly.
everywhere.
Madison, any other like random memories or anything that jumps to mind from your time, whether it be the emails we'd send or putting together the schedule must have just been brutal.
It was fine. It was fun. It just,
Yeah, sure.
it's a giant puzzle, which I enjoy. Like, it was just fun to do. I do miss. Oh, what is it? Buy string trash. I don't miss that. Just kidding. I don't miss it. I remember it.
What about the buzzword?
I don't miss buzzwords.
Wow.
No, that was fun. The buzzword. I like the buzzwords. I loved how involved the chat got with that. Listening to you guys repeat a word for a minute, not the best, but it did the job.
Why did you not like buy string trash?
Uh-oh, now it's
I
personal.
didn't know half the movies on your wall.
Oh, well, that's because
You do have so many bad
It
movies.
just dated me.
Yeah, it's true. But the SNL talk, she was here for it.
Oh yeah, I can SNL all day. They should be coming back soon. I haven't seen any.
2 weeks. Thought it
They
said
haven't
something.
announced. I don't know. Yeah, usually it's like fall. We take the summer off. Emerson's singing, of course. All the food talk. I mean, all the food talk.
Oh yeah. Did you have what did you have for lunch today? Did you do tuna? Little.
I did my
seasoning?
salad. I
Yep.
did my salad, and I made some slow cooker pulled barbecue chicken last night. So I had some leftover
sounds
barbecue
great.
chicken.
Kyle says hi, Madison. By the way.
Hey, Kyle.
Robin-
Guys, I'm sorry. I can't read the chat and talk at the same time. It's hard.
You have 1 or 2 monitors.
I have 2. So now I have my Zoom on this one so that when I'm looking at the camera, I'm at the camera. Chat's over here.
PhD 1974. Yes, the Krusty Kaufman closes tonight. We will take an axe and knock it down.
Burning it down, baby.
Burn it.
So, Glash, are you at Coff's house? You're in
Yes.
the porch? That was a fun night. That the sim that we guys did together, that was fun. I liked when you had you brought your own DVDs. What did your sign say? You had a sign in the back?
No movie talk.
No movie.
No movie talk.
But then you brought movies, so that's
true.
Yeah, it's like contradictory, dude. Really.
A little bit.
Well, it was a year ago. I've grown since then.
Very important question. Damon asks in Freeze Pops, this is for you most likely. So
Okay.
did we ever find out if a jelly-filled donut is a sandwich?
Yeah, of course it is.
No. What?
Don't
Everything's a
get
sandwich.
crazy, guys.
But
a
it's
sandwich.
covered.
Yeah, but okay. So you're telling me that like a panini isn't a sandwich then?
That's different. It's folded.
No, but then they press it so it's together.
But it's not bread all the way around. This
Don't
is
do
dough
it.
all the way around.
Yeah, but like, I
Not a
mean, look, that
sandwich.
we're
Not a
putting
sandwich.
we're being too
You get a Pop-Tart's a sandwich. Or you get a
inclusionary.
Pop-Tart.
Yeah, you're saying Pop-Tart's a sandwich? You're
Yeah, of
wrong.
course it is.
No, don't say of course.
Well, let me ask you this, Freeze Pops. If you have a Pop-Tart and a Pop-Tart, and then you put like peanut butter in the middle of 2 Pop-Tarts, is that like a
That's
tri-sandwich?
a Pop-Tart sandwich.
That's a sandwich. Yeah, of course.
That is. I will say that.
Just a Pop-Tart doesn't feel like a sandwich. Glash, is it hot?
No,
Jared wants to buy stream trash, sim commentators, sim ops, and sim producers.
Do it, coward.
Well, you got to buy the ops because we're nothing without ops.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've been saying
Gotta
that for one
buy
thing.
ops.
Yeah, ops is ops.
Then it's
no. Let her say
you
it.
stream the producers and then you trash the commentators.
That's actually what's happening.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's fast.
That's what I'm saying. That was my point.
I think he was looking for specific candidates, not departments. But yeah, that's accurate.
No, he said buy stream trash, sim commentators, sim ops, sim
All right,
producers.
let's give her a good one then. Let's give her a good one. Buy stream trash, Glash, Emerson, Koff.
Stop it.
Oh, who cares? I mean, Koff's already, he's fine. He knows he's getting
Just so
trash.
you know, I'm watching you.
Well, Emerson I've known for like 6 years, and
It's too long.
I know.
Time to go. Time to go.
How many times does he just randomly text you hi and then not respond when you respond?
For Instagram, he doesn't text. He doesn't go out of his way to text, but he will just randomly like comment or respond to a story like really aggressively.
Yes.
And make me feel bad for something I didn't do.
This is what we talked about earlier, Koff.
And then
This is
I
what
defend
happened.
myself, and he doesn't. Yeah.
He's not going to trash Emerson because she knows he couldn't take it.
True. Very good point.
I also think he doesn't have many friends, so.
Oh, jeez.
So Emerson texted me one of my engagement photos the other day.
Oh, did he
where
Photoshop
he
himself?
photoshopped his
Yeah.
head on the family dog. Quite creepy.
Isn't there a limit to FOMO?
Yeah, isn't that a bit much?
FOMO.
Isn't that a little bit far? Like,
I mean,
I posted something about my son the other day, and the guy just like lit me up about it. He had put like 18 comments on my Instagram story. I'm like, take it easy.
Guys, he couldn't believe I didn't take back to school photos of him. I'm just kidding.
I went to a concert this weekend in a group with a producer from Nesson, and we took a picture of us together and sent it to Emerson, and he got very upset that he was not
That's
there.
just
And it just was
mean.
happened.
That's
It was just
just mean.
happenstance that we were there. And we're like, oh, you're going to the Kings Leon concert? Cool, me too. And then we ended up like it wasn't fully packed, so we just sat next to each other. And hi, hon. And we took a picture because we knew Emerson would be really upset.
And that hasn't changed.
Come here. Want to say hi?
There's something in
Yeah.
Kaufman's Woods.
Deer, probably.
What?
Everyone together now. Deer.
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 Deer. Deer. Deer. That will scare it off, actually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madison's dog acting like Robbie Noble.
Do you know why I use a buzzword? Guns are too quick.
You can't see anything.
Hey, Koff, is your family?
Miller.
Oh yeah, Miller looks great.
Kaufman's dog was petrified of me when I walked in. She's kind of
I
like
can imagine.
she's like that anyway, right?
Yeah.
Chloe, right?
Chloe,
yeah.
Good for
I
you.
remember.
I don't remember.
Kaufman, you don't talk a lot about your dog. I feel like you don't have a lot of involvement.
She
with
doesn't
it.
like the Cardinals, right? Isn't that the team she doesn't like?
Because I have children.
Oh wow!
No, I'm saying like it seems like your wife and kids
back-
are more.
we're doing
They
this
take care of
again?
the dog, and you kind of just you do your thing. You know,
What's that?
it's like your kids and your wife take care of the dog, and you kind of just do your thing.
And you know what? Maybe Rossi can attest to this. I don't know what order things happen in his house, but anyone who has a pet and doesn't have a kid, you will find that if and when you have a kid, it's just like the pet just falls down the totem pole.
Oh yeah, I'm
like
dropping
the
my
dog-
cat off at Glashes. I'm just
Yeah,
gone.
like the dog came first, and now she's fourth, and we do our best.
Where do I rank?
Gotcha.
You come over whenever.
Hold on.
I'm
Think
naturally
about what he just said.
Is
Yeah,
always
the
open for you.
dog came first, then we just toss it to the wayside, just waiting for it to kick the old bucket.
Well, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he
No.
did. Yeah, he did.
I did not use those words.
That's what I heard.
Very poor choice of words.
Coffee, you gotta be careful. It's a national broadcast.
International.
That's right,
True.
worldwide, throughout the universe.
Yeah.
It's in universe.
If you have Wi-Fi on
it's-
the International Space Station, you could watch this.
Madison, which of Rossi's impressions was your favorite?
Impressions?
Yeah, she didn't realize I was just so good, so natural. So I would do like Emerson back in the day. I always
I
scream.
say Emerson because he's pretty easy to do, but I feel like that's the easy answer, and I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. So I told Rossi when he was setting this up for me to come on, was like, "Do you remember the login to get on the Zoom?" I'm like, "No, like I I had to learn a new job. I've learned a lot of new things the last few months that have replaced a lot of the sim, like intricacies. It just happens.
I thought you were just gonna be like, "Yep, here's the login. The Zoom is this."
And then once you said it was the password, I was like, "Oh, that's right. That was the password. That's easy. I should have known that. I forgot." But I'm blanking on other. Oh, how's Zach doing? I miss Zach.
He was okay. He was great. He still looks good. Maybe even better than he did before.
Nice.
Wasting away.
He really is. You were the one who kind of brought that to my attention too.
We watched that transformation happen right before our eyes.
God, it's the air frying quality right there. For all those cowards, I think air frying's not healthy. Only one person said it, and I'm not naming their name during the sim anymore, so don't need to. But everyone else gets it.
I saw CEH ask me to give Robbie at least one date.
No.
So
Don't.
August 31st.
Oh,
21. All right.
121. Yeah.
21.
Date. There you go. I'm trying to see what else is in the chat.
New York Goat says
John Horn. Horn.
Yeah, very complimentary. New York Goat says, WTF, is this Halloween? He says, I've been
very confused.
Sipping a little bit. He says the dream stream, and now I may be gone. Nope, you're not. You might be New York Goat, but it is a little Halloween, I guess, in here. 2 months early.
I only have one question. It's actually a serious question.
Oh, I thought you were going to do a Joker thing again.
Yeah,
I kind of was going that way, but I'll stop for a second.
Okay, thanks.
I did bring some other stuff. I was only going to do this for one sim. I can wipe
You're
down.
gonna go wash your face now?
Maybe I should.
I think you should.
Wait, what do you have? Do you have another get up though? Or what are you thinking? Transition?
Coffee could hose me in the face.
He has an outdoor shower.
You do?
I do. You want to go take a shower?
How do you know that, Rossi?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, Tom.
Well, I mean,
Rossi's like, I shower there all the time.
It's easy. It's outside.
The only reason why the Joker comes first is because Sarah had to do I need someone to do the face paint. I did drive here like this.
So is Sarah going to come back and do more face paint?
No. This is it.
So, okay, so there's no more face paint in the mix.
No. But this will be difficult to take off. So,
can I give you guys a quick Glash impression?
Who?
You.
Brendan Glasheen. I don't know if you heard of him.
An impression of who?
You.
Brendan Glasheen.
Oh, Rossi's going to do it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
This is an old school Glash. We haven't had one of these in a long time. So I'm going to see if anybody said anything bad. Well, nobody did. I'm going to give somebody a shout. I'll give some love. We'll give it to Robbie Note. So, Robbie, this is a compliment, but I'm going to Glash it up. Robbie, see you in the chat. Thank you for your compliment. I'm only going to say this once. I'm not going to repeat myself. We do not love Madison more than you do. I understand the compliment. I understand why you say it. But we're not going to spend all night talking about it. Just one time, and I will not repeat myself. Chill out, dude. Just chill out.
That's good.
All right, it's a 14-24 game here. Bears on top of Rams. Glash, what's up, dude? How's everything? Good? And then wait, fast forward 5 minutes later. Hey, Robbie, I'm sorry about that earlier. I want to apologize. I think I was a little harsh. But I love you. I love everybody. Smash that like button, everybody. I just love that Glash was prime. That was my favorite.
You get really heated, and then like 20 minutes later, circle back. Guys, I just want to. Yeah, that was good. Matt LaMarca's in the chat.
Yes.
Marca.
LaMarca, get in the Zoom, bro. Get in here.
Get in early.
Hop in, baby.
It's like Koff's outdoor
Did he
shower.
cut his hair? Did I see him cut his hair?
Yeah, he did. He looks great.
What a guy.
I thought you were going to remind everyone, Rossi, that if you don't like what we're talking about, you can go to Amazon and buy your own personal microphone and download the cheap audio software that's for free, and then just talk into the microphone. You can start your own dream stream.
Looks like we're going to have to do that, Clash.
Now we have to do it. So that's why the joke's run its course.
So Freeze Pops, if you don't like what you hear, this is it. You go over there. I forgot about that. Blue microphones are available on there for about $50. Record that. You can download Odyssey. It's a free software. Record yourself. Send it. If you want to replace me, feel free to send an email over to DraftKings. Look on the jobs.
We're going to have tryouts. Make it fast.
Relly Rel says, I already smashed it. I can't smash it anymore. Keep smashing that like. We're making sim history. Madison was one of the biggest cowards in history. Never would turn on a camera, never would talk. And now on the last day.
You're going to call me a name after I finally am here?
I said used to be. Like, everybody here has been a coward. You know who's not a coward anymore? Michael, the other day, popped on the camera. We talked face to face for the very first time.
Wow.
And I still am on the high.
Wait, Madison, I feel like you definitely talked on Sims before, no?
I don't know if
I feel like you popped your mic on.
I don't think I did.
Oh.
Because I knew that was a gateway.
Yeah, it was the beginning, yeah.
And if I gave, especially more cough, if I gave cough a little bit, you would have just asked for more.
Yeah, yep. Makes
so
sense.
I just stayed
pressuring
true
Madison.
to it. He was the biggest peer pressurer, but joke's on him. I don't give him the peer pressure. So.
Someday your kids are going to go through that.
Do what I want.
She is.
Also, Glass.
Madison will have the last laugh.
People are also, over on, I know you see it, but yeah, I was still asking about the priv elbow. Is those where the scars are coming from? Have you been hiding those? Is that your real face?
Fair question.
That's a good question.
He was recently elbowed. Allegedly, there was a lot of rumors going around about 3 Sundays ago. Glash was unable to do some sims, and there was like 2 or 3 rumors, but looking at him now, I can't tell if it's makeup or not.
Well, this is makeup, but you're asking if the story was made up, like maked up. And it wasn't.
Maked up.
Took a hard elbow. Only a 3-foot ceiling in that trailer. And it really hurt to speak. Some people were considerate. Others weren't.
I just got a text and it said, Glash needs you to help him tonight. I said, no problem. And I'm like, is everything okay? And it was always the random ones, like, some of us have had some real emergencies and stuff. Not to say that wasn't, but like, it was like, we don't know. When you get a response, is everything okay? And we don't know. That's a scary response. It was like,
glad everything's okay.
And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, what? But yes, look at him now. Look at Glash now.
Look at him now. Face paint and all.
Cough, do you see Jared's question? How many times a day do you get elbowed?
Oh. Cough said something about a broken nose.
How many times?
How many times a day?
Yeah.
Probably weekly.
Weekly. So 1/7 of a day.
I'm an 18th if we're still worrying about the contest. I'm just
We don't
saying.
care about your lineup.
Yeah, is there a game happening right now?
No.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. That's what Actually, that's how Madison would produce. We'd go so off topic, and she'd say,
game, football,
game,
players.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim.
Madison, this is hard. Okay, we're coming down to the wire here. We can't ever speak again. So words are everything now.
True. We just want everyone to know how much they meant to us. And
We
how much...
do have a fantasy draft on Thursday night, and I am going to send a Zoom link out. So.
Oh.
Is
We're gonna do
Madison
that.
invited?
I don't play. I don't.
Yeah.
You guys know that.
Thursday night. She ain't got to be there. I don't even want to be there.
All right, then I guess I won't send the link out.
No. Send the link. First time playing Fortnite, said, Rossi, your stepsister texted me earlier to reach out to you to call her back. Bastards. I'll tell you right now, those people. I got recently, Madison. I got.
God.
Yeah, I got this random call. It was a text that started everything. No, a random phone call, and I called the person back. They thought I was on their family tree. We had a long conversation. I was super friendly about it. Then I got a text 2 weeks ago, maybe, and they asked me for money.
One of those things.
Yeah. Oh, I even told you that story, Freeze Pops. You weren't on those. It happened over a weekend.
No, I didn't hear that story. No.
It's wild because I feel like me and you were the only ones working weekends. No, we must have crossed paths.
It's for a while there.
Tommy Freeze Pops, is there a way we can stream our draft on Thursday?
Yeah. You can put it on my YouTube if you want. We could do it.
You know how to put Zooms on YouTube?
What if we do a StreamYard? Can I, if I do a
Yeah,
different...
yeah. We could do StreamYard.
StreamYard's easier for me because I already have it connected.
Do you have StreamYard where we can all get on there, like unlimited windows?
Let me look after. I know. Well, after. What am I doing?
You pay for that good dog?
I got somebody else's account. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
All right, yeah. See if you can get like
I'm gonna look right
14
now.
people up on the StreamYard that you have. We'll do it. Yeah, it's 14 people in the league.
Holy crap.
Wow.
You won't get them all there, though.
Well, Cough, I would hope you would join us.
Negative.
Do you think they're all going to be at the draft?
You think your contest is going to fill?
No.
All right, what you said no.
Yeah, but Cough, you want to at least have the contingency in place if everyone was to join.
Yes, you do. You guys know
Cough,
everything.
so negative. So negative, Cough.
10:30 at night? No way.
I'm going to put it on my Twitter.
No way.
He actually might be live on the air.
No way.
It would be cool if he did it from the Nesson studio.
If there's no Red Sox game.
Go Sox.
Red Sox are going to get rained out Thursday.
That's dude. I did like when you guys did your Boston, New York accents. That was always
Yeah,
nice.
dude.
That never got old to me. I know the chat was hit or miss, but I liked it. Get Lamar
It depended on their day.
Yeah, Tom, how about later for the 8 o'clock? We go to the McDonald's drive-thru and we get Big Macs because Mac won the job.
Yeah, dude. And I heard that Cam's already working there. He'll give you extra Mac sauce.
Oh my God. You're kidding me, right?
Nah, he's there already. Yeah, they already gave him a manager spot because he's a quarterback.
This is what I'd literally be laughing like this the entire time. You did when I was producing. You guys just go back and forth.
You should have said, nah, he does the cashier. If you buy anything, he always gives you a quarterback.
Oh, a minute to go and Jared Goff has the ball. This is fun.
Uh-oh, the galloping chicken.
Freeze Pops, I think I can do it. Do you want me to just put it on my Twitter to link to it there so everybody
Yeah,
can
hell yeah. Do
we'll
it up, dude.
Okay, this is it here. 4th and 5. They have 3 timeouts. Jared Goff, what are you made of? One last time I get to talk to you and call your games.
You know he's going to get it. You know this game's going overtime and he's going to ruin everyone's life.
Easy money. Wow.
Just kidding.
I'll take. You know what? This is the first time I'll ever take overtime.
We had
I said
OT
that
at
last
noon,
time.
right? Oh, I had some OT momentum for yours truly from noon.
Madison, is Adam going to come on camera?
Whoa, we don't.
Whoa.
Wait,
Roommates.
My burner account, Brendan Blashin, has sent us all or tweeted at us a commentator ode to the DK SimFam commentators. This is a reel of some sort? Wow.
Awesome.
There might be the moment in there, Tommy, when the Packers took that receiver in the second round that we don't speak his name. It's 4.5 minutes long?
Send that to me. I want to see.
I just see me and Cough staring at things. Oh, the Care Bear stare Cough is in there.
Oh my.
Who is this guy? Send it to me. I would like to see this.
Okay, all right.
Calm down.
No, you calm down.
Well, it's because Twitch
Yelling.
doesn't like you.
We'll be here for the next 5 hours.
Yeah, Twitch doesn't like me.
Yeah,
That's
Twitch does not like Freeze Pops, by the way.
Right, and I'm not saying that. I'm just being straight
No,
up.
it's a fact. No, it's straight up. Twitch
Your
hates me.
tag. Your tag.
Hey, Twitch fan.
Hey, Twitch.
I didn't forget about you guys at all.
You're
Pete
very
Hooligan, Pete Hooligan, and first time
Reeds.
playing Fortnite.
Tom's best friend.
Germ. Obi-Wan, everyone's
These
favorite.
boxes hates me. 3rd and 8, Jared. Oh, incomplete. Another 4.
This is the game.
17 seconds, guy. What's gonna happen?
What do you think, guy? What are you thinking, boss? Not enough boss talk. By the way, Glash, the lighting now has finally reached, like, the sun has gone down enough. Now you look absolutely amazing. Like,
Sean goes, Max, remember when Rossi said he was going to cut up a cat painting and send them out signed through the good chat? He didn't do it.
Oh,
Dang it,
look at that.
Rossi. He had one job.
It ain't over yet. I still got the cap painting.
We got it.
I'm gonna
13
chop up
seconds
my-
to go here.
Yeah, sure. That's
Sean,
how
I'm gonna chop up my mustache and send it to you. How about that?
Hey, Rossi, there's 13 seconds to go here. We should pay attention to the game.
Oh, I didn't know there was a game. I'm sorry.
So they got the first down. They still have a timeout.
And they could send this to OT.
They're going to. Spoiler.
Jared Goff's to break your heart. He'll break your heart.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Remember when the Pats beat Jared Goff in the Super Bowl? He's never been the same after that.
I've lived in Boston for 9 years, and I still can't do it that well.
Try it right now.
I can only quote, like, I think of
Do
the smart car, gotta park the car. It's a ghost car.
Hey, freak
And,
of
like,
nature.
Nailed it.
Give us a little say hello to your mother for me.
Amy Poehler, how's it going? You're pregnant. What's up with that?
All right, 2
How do you
seconds to
mother
go.
for me?
All right,
PH looking for a caw. We could get a vulture here at the
Everyone,
end.
get on record right now. What's going to happen? Tommy.
Jared Goff is going to get sacked to end the ball game.
Madison.
She doesn't care.
I don't.
Rossi,
I don't even know.
what's going to happen, Rossi?
Be a incompletion back of the end zone. Glash.
He's gonna rush it in. He's gonna rush it in. Huh?
Oh.
Oh my God! Rigged! It's rigged! Whole thing's rigged.
It's like the game knew I had to go leave and do something.
All over.
Perfect.
It's like BK all over again earlier.
Wow.
River Rat.
We were so close to OT there.
We were,
Are you
but
guys Harry Potter people?
nah.
Anyone?
Just
I
do
am.
it. Yeah,
Remember the third one when Hermione has to turn around and she gets that rock thrown at her?
Yeah.
Keep hearing stuff in the woods. It must be that big bird, Buckbeak.
Buckbeak.
Off's not a Harry Potter guy, so it's too bad.
I got you.
I'm not a
Pop-Tarts,
nerd.
no
Prisoner
Harry
of
Potter.
Azkaban.
No. Did you bring him Chinese food?
Didn't bring my mail.
Didn't bring his mail. Didn't even get a reminder text though.
Ups and downs here.
Bad Boys of Pop Cup.
Just water. Ooh.
How we doing the free roll?
I was in 18th the last time I checked. Check again for it.
I stacked kickers and the game didn't really go my way.
I'm in 8th. Wow, that's a pretty good finish for like the last kind of real free roll. I guess there's one later. Those broadcasts feel crazy to me though.
Oh, it's going to be insane what's about to happen.
So many people.
Lamarca, I miss you. He's yelling at you, Flash, though, saying Buckbeak's on a bird.
Uh-oh.
So,
Whatever. We'll talk about that later. Matt,
Shut up, nerd.
Before we go to another thing, before we come back at 8. Madison, did you see what Germ said on Twitch?
no, I don't have Twitch open.
Germ says
Sorry.
Madison is adorable. Looks like she could be the lead in a romantic comedy.
Oh,
Aww.
thank you.
Jeez.
So you can think about that when we go to.
Thank you. I appreciate
Cannot
it.
do the rest of the way. But this was it. Madison, thank you. Seriously, thank you.
Madison,
Thanks, guys.
thank you.
Thanks for the invite. Of course. Bye, Cough. No, this was fun. I'm glad I finally made my debut. It was a long time coming, but thank you,
We'll have-
GKMSIM fam. It was a fun ride, and yeah, you kept me employed the first majority of quarantine and kept me sane. Weirdly enough, this insane thing kept us sane, kind of.
No, we talked about the mental health side of this earlier. Like literally, like could you
It's just
imagine
the
if we
community.
didn't? It was.
The community of it, and just the complete, absolute mayhem and madness of everything. So, thanks guys
to,
for being supportive, and yeah, I'll,
We'll have you back
commentators.
on again, Madison, for sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
All right, we need to go. Ross Tucker is standing by. Thank you to producer Michael, Pete Pike, Jim. See you later, Jim. Jared, you too. Rossi, Tom. I think the ratings carried over well from last night. Good work. And back at 8 o'clock is a loaded program that we like to call the finale. Koff, what'd you call it in your contest?
The finale's good. The end. The end is here. We're in the end game, boys and girls.
Okay.
This is the end.
It's a good movie.
Like this is the end. It's going to be very good. The 8 o'clock sim features these people. The same producer, so producer Michael, also Tom, Jim, and Jared, also here. So myself, Kaufman, Emerson, Julian Edlow, Ben Zwyman, Reed Fowler, Terrellin, Babysitter Billy, Jeff, and Rossi. And then probably Tom. Everyone.
I'm not leaving the Zoom.
Okay, good. Okay, here is Ross Tucker and Emery Hunt. They preview the college football games for this coming weekend. See you soon. Bye.
Listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. Love me some DraftKings. Love the ridiculous deals they've got going on for college football and the NFL. Bet $1 on either sport. They give you $200 in free credits. Just make sure you use the code Ross when you do so. That's me, by the way. Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Most of you know that. You can hit me up on social media always at Ross Tucker NFL. Our podcast network handle is at Ross Tucker Pod. We absolutely love any email questions or social media questions you ever send our way. It means a great deal. We also love those of you that rate and review the show. So please do that. We believe that this is 3 podcasts in one. I literally tweeted that over the weekend at Ross Tucker NFL. It is a college football betting podcast. It's an NFL draft podcast, and it's a college football podcast. And if you follow along with Emery, you made some money last week. So very much looking forward to diving into this week's game. Emery, of course, is Emery Hunt at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. If you want to go ahead and just buy that so you don't have to worry about it, you know you're getting the best draft guide when it comes out next winter, February, around when it comes out. Emery, we got a couple games under our belt. None of them were really that great, other than Nebraska, Illinois was at least somewhat competitive. What a bad look for Nebraska, dude. I mean, they didn't just lose. Like, they didn't look good. They got run over a lot. They got beat up front, Nebraska, and do stupid things. It's a bad look for the coach.
Real bad look. And on the back end of it, you do a good job defensively early on and stopping Illinois. You knock their quarterback out the game, but you let the backup come in who wasn't that good at Rutgers, and he had a career day. So a lot just went wrong for Nebraska last weekend, and they had their opportunities to win that game, but you saw 3 parts of the game. And again, every football game, it comes down to 3 plays. And I thought one of the major ones was a fumble by Martinez before half that went back for a touchdown. That changed the entire tide of the ball game, because that right there, if they go in without that score, maybe Nebraska can figure things out, make some adjustments, and get back on track. But that it was just, you had a punt return, safety, and then you had this fumble. So that's 9 points you just gave Illinois, and that's a big reason why you lost by 8.
Absolutely brutal. They got a new athletic director there in Trev Alberts. I mean, they got to turn it around this year. Otherwise, this is year 4 for him. I don't know. I mean, that's a tough move to make if you're Trev Alberts. One of your first moves to fire like a Nebraska legend, but they got to be better. Like, it's the first time Illinois has beat Nebraska in back-to-back years since 1923-24. I mean, that's crazy. We got anything else jump out to you from this past weekend, Emery?
Shout out to UTEP. Last year, I had UTEP as a sleeper team, and offensively they were game, but defensively they failed down the back end of the game. Always gave up big plays in the fourth quarter. Defensively, they got better. They added the cornerback from Kansas State, and I think now we're going to see UTEP start to turn things around, because offensively with their run game, they're going to be dynamic and big plays off the passing game. Rarely they throw, but it's because they run the ball so well. But I'm excited to see how UTEP progresses. I think they could start 2-0 because they got a game that they should win this upcoming weekend.
I got Holy Cross at UConn on Saturday, which is honestly like a really good opportunity for both teams. Like for UConn, they did not look good against Fresno State. Now, I think Fresno State's pretty good. Ronnie Rivers, they got some receivers. The open field tackling for UConn was just scary. But they actually had some open guys that they met. Like they'd have like a wide open guy, it would be a touchdown. The quarterback would throw it like 5 yards over his head. They needed better at a lot of positions, but the reason why I say it's a good opportunity for both, Emory, is for UConn, it's a great opportunity to get a win. Like they just need to get a win under their belt, playing a Patriot League team in the FCS. For Holy Cross and their head coach Bob Chesney, like it's a chance to get an FBS win. Like that. I'll be. I don't know. I didn't even look what the spread is, but I think Holy Cross probably feels like they can compete with them, Emory.
Absolutely. And when you watch Holy Cross play, I've done 3 Holy Cross games under Bob Chesney. You watch the offensive line and defensive line play. They're really good up front along the line of scrimmage, and they're going to pose a lot of the same issues, maybe not to the same extent that Fresno State did defensively. So expect an aggressive bunch, and they play great special teams. And that's one thing that's very underrated about Holy Cross. So I'm excited for that one. I have the Morgan State Towson game, the battle for Greater Baltimore. So I'm excited for that one this weekend. And it's going to be fun because I'm a big Rob Ambrose guy and I'm a big Tyrone Wheatley guy, and get to call that game once again. I did it 3 years ago when it was at Towson, and now it's at Morgan State. So I'm excited for that one as well.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That is awesome. And you nailed it. You laid the points with Fresno State, and you were right. Let's dive into it. And let's start with Arkansas and Rice. Rice is actually where Christian McCaffrey's younger brother, Luke McCaffrey, is now at, the former Nebraska quarterback who started against Penn State and beat them last year. Arkansas has got a quarterback that you wanted to discuss in KJ Jefferson.
Yeah, that's the guy that could make that jump into who he came out of nowhere type player, right? He's a big dude at 6'3", 245. Good touch on the deep ball, and we know that ties in perfectly with the next prospect in Traylon Burks, the wide receiver. But you look at someone like Jefferson, he can run, he can throw, he's fearless in the pocket. He provides a little bit more consistency, I believe, than what they saw last year from Felipe Franks. So here's an opportunity for a guy to really take hold of the position and make those strides that we saw Trey Lance make or someone like that make in one season. Jefferson has a big-time opportunity here, and that's why I'm excited to see how he plays this season.
You mentioned Traylon Burks. Tell me about him.
I like Traylon Burks, man. He affects the game at all levels. Behind the line of scrimmage, if you want to, utilize him in a wide receiver run game or throw him those bubble screens. At the line of scrimmage, getting off the line, with his releases, intermediate level of the field because he's fearless going across the middle, and deep down the field because he does a great job of tracking the football. So he's a complete player. I see him as a first-round talent, and guys like that I just feel are great football players always will have a special place in my scouting, because this guy definitely plays the game how you want it to be played and is always productive.
For Rice, they have a tight end that jumped out to you in Jordan Myers.
He's good, man, in terms of being a move player. He's probably more along the lines of an H-back at the next level, but you see good effort at the line of scrimmage, in-line blocking, and that's all you really want from a tight end. This is a guy that's willing to get in there and mix it up with a defensive lineman. You don't want them blocking that guy consistently, but if he has to, he shows that he's not afraid to do it. But when he has the ball in his hands, he's someone that can, make guys miss. He's a good rack player, run after catch guy. So I think he has the upside to be a solid H-back option at the next level.
Looking at the spread on DraftKings, Arkansas is favored by 19.5 points. So the Hogs are laying 19.5. You taking the favor or you taking the points?
I'm laying those points with Arkansas. I love what they have in the secondary. They can turn the ball over. Obviously, this game is going to be about, can they stop the run with Rice? I think they can do so. I love what I've seen up front this year, despite losing some guys to the NFL. And offensively, this offense should be able to hit the ground running. Again, you have KJ Jefferson, you have Treylon Burks, good running back in the backfield. This should be a really good offense. So I don't think Rice has enough right now to contend.
Love it. All right. How about your next game that you wanted to discuss is one of the games that I'll be watching next week because I'll be doing the Army Western Kentucky game the following week. But Army starts on the road, which I feel like is rare for them. The Black Knights take on Georgia State, and you like safeties for both teams. For Army, Cedric Cunningham, I believe, is on the Senior Bowl watch list.
Yeah, he is, and rightfully so. He's a good player, good footwork, instinctive guy that can play a half a field really well. You see him drive on the football. He's good in the open field as far as tackling is concerned. So he does a lot of the things very well. And for Georgia Southern, Chris Moore, their safety is a former Virginia Cavalier. And this is someone that played really well last season. When I watched them against the Cajuns last year, I just noticed this dude was flying up in the alley, just not just making tackles, like making sticks, so you don't go anywhere. They use him a lot around the line of scrimmage. He plays on all special teams. So he's someone that you'll see the NFL start to really like because of his versatility, but also he's a really good run defender. And I think he's going to play out well in this ball game against Army. They're going to need Chris Moore to have a Chris Moore-like day.
It's interesting. I actually think the best prospect for Army I actually told Jim Nagy at the Senior Bowl this because I know Cedric Cunningham's on the watch list. They got two other guys on defense that are worth at least knowing about. Eric Smith, linebacker number 53. This will be his third year starting. And the two guys he started next to the last 2 years are both in the NFL right now. 2 years ago as a sophomore, he started next to Cole Christensen, who was up and down off practice squad and roster for the Chargers last year. And then last year, they put in John Radigan, who had never played before. And Radigan had an unbelievable year, and he's with the Seahawks right now. So Eric Smith started over Radigan the year before that, and they think he's just as good as Christensen and Radigan. So Eric Smith at linebacker, and my dude is their D tackle, Nolan Cockrell. I mean, he is, last name Cockrell. He is cock strong. He is powerful, explosive. It reminds me of like a Justin Bannon, if you remember him, a teammate of mine, Mike DeVito.
Right.
I think he's like 6'3", 300, moves pretty well, really good technique, really good at the point of attack. He made a bunch of plays for Army last year in his first year starting. I can't wait to call, I believe, 6 of his games this year. All right. In this game, Emory, Georgia State is laying 3. Georgia State is favored. Who do you like in this one?
Listen, if you want to play an option team, the best time to do it is week 1 because you had all spring and all summer to prepare for the option. And when you look at Georgia State, they're a sleeper team in the Sun Belt. Love the quarterback play. Quietly, they can run the football. Their quarterback is fearless. He can throw the football deep down the field. And defensively, despite losing a linebacker or two, it's a really good football team. We talked about Chris Moore. I like Georgia State in this game, so I'm going to lay those points with Georgia State. I'm all Army all the time when they're playing an opponent, but week 1, especially with a good team like Georgia State, I'm going to take the Panthers in this one.
So it's an excellent point about playing an option team week 1. I mean, it really is. There's no question about it because every team the Army plays after this, they won't have the same amount of time to prepare for it. Although a lot of them will devote like a day or two in spring ball and a day or two in camp just so that it's not totally new for their guys starting next week, when they get ready for them. All right, let's keep it moving. And before we get to LSU and UCLA, I want to make sure everybody knows the best way by far to find somebody for your job that you need right now. It's LinkedIn Jobs. We all know it is hard to hire people always, but especially right now. Thankfully, LinkedIn's pretty smart. They got everybody. 750 million people. You just create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs, and then you use the simple tools on LinkedIn Jobs to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn, especially the young people? Young people are all over LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/draft. That's linkedin.com/draft to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. All right. Next game. LSU, UCLA. UCLA with the big win over Hawaii. I was disappointed by Hawaii. I thought Hawaii would be better than that. I thought that game would be somewhat competitive. That was a bummer. So LSU, UCLA. LSU is laying 3.5 points. Who should we be watching on LSU, Emory?
I talk about him a lot, man, because he was so impressive in his debut last year against Mississippi State, and that's Ali Gay, the defensive end. Heavy-handed, George Foreman-like strength, Sean Jones-like hands. He puts those mitts on you. He's controlling line of scrimmage. So I'm excited to see how he does this year. And he's going to get an opportunity to be a pass rusher against UCLA. I know UCLA ran all over the islands of Hawaii last week. It seemed like they just didn't even bother tackling Charbonnet, who was fantastic with his footwork. But that's going to be a different challenge this week against LSU. And I do feel as though they're going to put DTR, the quarterback for UCLA, in a position where he's going to have to throw more, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So that opens up the door for Ali Gay to really get after the quarterback. So I'm excited to see how he matches up against a very solid offensive line of UCLA.
So Ali Gay, didn't there used to be a TV show or something like Ali G?
Ali G, right. The rapper.
That's Borat.
Yeah, exactly. I want to say I thought it was he had the little Scully on, the little
yes.
with the glasses.
Ali G, like the same guy as Borat. I don't know. Isn't that amazing? That's really says something about that actor. I can't even think of his name, but I know him as Ali Gay or Borat, and then
Sacha Baron Cohen, gentlemen.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Ryan, there you go. Sacha Baron Cohen. He was also in Talladega Nights.
Mm-hmm.
He was the French Perrier NASCAR driver in Talladega Nights. All right. So you talked about Ali Gay, Ali G. What about UCLA?
I like their safety, man. And he's someone that's on the Senior Bowl watch list, and Quentin Lake. And for me, it's about making the plays that are there to be made. And I like how he's not afraid to go up and make plays on the ball, no matter who's the target, whether it's a big receiver or a receiver that has a step or a big tight end. He's trying to go up and challenge the ball. And has done a good job throughout the course of his career. He's a solid player, someone that's going to find himself on the NFL roster for a long time.
Okay, with the spread being LSU laying 3.5, what are you thinking on this one?
It's interesting because LSU is now practicing in Houston all week, dealing with the storm and everything like that. So they'll leave from Houston to go out to LA. UCLA has experience already playing in the game. I'm worried about LSU's psyche for this one. So I do like UCLA. So I'm taking UCLA in the points.
That is a really good point. Really good point. Because first of all, they have a game under their belt, so you get a lot of those first game jitters out. Secondly, the LSU guys are gonna be thinking about their families. They're kind of out of whack. That's an interesting point.
And they got quarterback questions going into this season because their starting quarterback, Max Johnson, is hurt, who was supposed to be the starter. So, there's some. I'm sorry. What's the kid that was there last year that ended up getting benched?
Brennan.
Brennan is hurt. So, there's a lot of questions about LSU offensively heading into this ball game with UCLA. Is this a bad matchup to me on paper?
Let's get to the next game. This is an interesting one. Kent State and Texas A&M. Kent State has a very efficient offense and a very efficient quarterback in Dustin Crum. He put up, I mean, as a team, they put up ridiculous numbers last year. But they're going against a Texas A&M team that is absolutely loaded. I mean, Jimbo Fisher, I give him credit, man. He can recruit. I don't know how or what he does, but he gets players to wherever he is to come there. Let's start, though, with Kent State and their quarterback, Dustin Crum.
He's dual threat. Someone is going to hurt you on the ground and also has improved as a passer. You saw last fall, the passing game was phenomenal for him, and because that was a huge question mark in 2019. He was more one-dimensional. He was more like Tebow in a sense that it was a long wind-up. It was, not as consistent. He could string together a couple of good throws, but mainly on the ground, he was killing teams. Then last year, he tightened up that stroke. The passes were consistent, and now he became the ultimate dual threat. And that's, to your point, they put up a boatload of points. And I do feel like their defense, with all the returning starters they got, will get better. And they're facing the Texas A&M team. We're going to talk about the prospect in a second, Michael Clemens, who's suspended indefinitely. And that's a huge part to their defensive line. He's an edge rusher, long, can play across the board, but now he's not going to be there. So you wonder how that defensive line, I know they're going to have another guy up, but you want your starters out there when you're facing an offense that's not afraid to come downhill, and they're coming in with all of the confidence of a team that's looking to win the MAC this year.
So I did the Kent State UB game last year where Jarrett Patterson should have broken both records. It still bothers me, but Lance Leipold didn't know, unfortunately, so it is what it is. But I had done that game a year ago, and Dustin Crum, it's interesting. He's not fast, but he's fast enough. Like, as a runner, you're not like everything he does, you're not looking at him physically and being like, wow, I really like the way he throws the ball. He really looks good throwing it, or he really looks good as a runner. But he gets yards running, and he gets the ball where he needs to throwing. Like, he doesn't have a big arm. He doesn't look great throwing it. He's not that fast, doesn't look great running, but he's effective doing both. It's really like, I can see why he didn't have any other offers, because he's just not physically impressive, physically imposing. He's just very, very consistent and efficient. As for A&M not having Michael Clemens, I didn't even realize that. I mean, they still have DeMarvin Leal on the other side, who's an absolute stud. But that's interesting about Clemens. On the DraftKings app, where, by the way, you should always use code Ross, always, Texas A&M is laying 29.5 points. It's a lot of points, Emery. And I know that they're a lot more talented than Kent State, but that's still a lot of points. Which way are you going?
That's a lot of points when you don't have one of your star edge rushers and you're breaking in a new starting quarterback. But you do have, and you're placing some parts up front, along the offensive line. Now, granted, they have guys that got a lot of reps, but you lose 3 starters to the NFL, breaking in the new quarterback. You do have Isaiah Spiller. You have Aeneas Smith. So I like Texas A&M to win the game. However, I'm going to take Kent State in the points here, because you said 29.5 points is a lot. I know that's a very talented team, but Kent State's going to give them all they can handle in the first half before talent starts to take over in the second half. I don't think they'll win by 30, but they'll win this game probably with like 21, 24 points maybe. It doesn't Crum remind you a lot of Colin Klein, who was with Kansas State?
Yes.
You can't.
Yes, that's a great comparison.
Like, why is this dude successful? But it's just successful, and it has to frustrate you as a defense.
That is a great comparison. That is who he reminds me of. That's a terrific point. And it's so funny you say 21 or 24 points, because what I was going to say is I pictured this game being like 45-24, something like that. I don't think Kent State's going to have a great chance of slowing down A&M's run game. I think they'll get run over. But on some of, if they're getting run over, it shortens the game because the clock keeps moving. And I think Kent State will be able to score some points with the way they run their offense. So I'll go 45-24 A&M. So I'm with you. I like Kent State getting the 29.5 points. Finally, let's talk BYU and Arizona. BYU has a quarterback. I didn't know much about this guy. Nobody does because of what Zach Wilson did last year. But Zach Wilson was pretty good. So what's Jaron Hall going to do for him?
A lot, man. And here's the thing: I tweeted out back in March, or maybe it was March or May. I know it began with an M, and I said if Jaron Hall is out there for the full season, he's going to put up Zach Wilson like numbers, having Zach Wilson like impact, because he's also a +1 in the run game, like Wilson was. Wilson was more of a scrambler, and Hall can definitely take off and run. He was a starter before he got hurt. And Wilson took over after he was coming off of an injury. So I don't know what it is about BYU quarterbacks and injuries, but they tend to get banged up out there. And Hall has a better deep ball than Zach Wilson. Wilson has good velocity, but a lot of his deep passes were hanging up in the air and they turn into 50-50 balls. Hall is putting that ball out in front and guys are running underneath it. And he has good rapport with Romney out there at receiver. They have Algeria at running back. So when you add a +1 in Hall, if he can stay healthy, this is another dynamic talent that could go the Zach Wilson route, that 1 year of exploding and then jump into the NFL.
Meanwhile, Arizona has an edge defender that you like in Jalen Harris as Jed Fish takes over as coach there.
His dad played on those Operation Desert Swarm defenses out there in Arizona too. You remember how Joe Tafoya and all those guys and Brewski and those dudes out there just balling for in an 8-man front out there with Arizona. But this dude here he's 6'5", he's 260, he's twitched up, he's explosive and chasing the run away, and chasing the quarterback and collapsing, and he got better every year. Now last year they were only limited to 4 games, so you feel as though a full season for Arizona, he's going to be a prominent player up front because he has all the physical tools. And I think he'll put it all together this year for the Wildcats. And he's on the Senior Bowl watch list, and rightfully so, because physically and athletically, he's checking boxes left and right. And now you just want to see the productivity jump in this year like it was trending, but before we had that weird 2020 season.
So BYU favored by 12 points over a Pac-12 team. Obviously, Arizona has not been good recently. What do you think about that? BYU, looking at the DraftKings app, actually it's 12.5 now. BYU's up to 12.5. So that means some money was coming in on BYU on DraftKings. They're now favored by 12.5. What do you like there?
I like BYU, man. Again, I'm all in on Jaron Hall. The offensive line, yes, they lose 3 guys to the NFL, but they still have Tyler Algeria at running back. He's a good player. They got good receivers. And defensively, I think they're going to be a little bit better than they were last year. They were solid, on defense because they had those pro players. But Arizona's offense, I still have to take that wait and see approach. I know defensively they'll be game, but BYU is going to keep hammering them with their offense, and Hall is going to have a big game, a debut game, so to speak, against the Wildcats.
I love it. I love we get to 5 games, get to the best players in the games, give you the bets against the spread. Awesome. We'll do this every week. If you have questions about specific prospects and games, hit me up, Ross at rosstucker.com. Follow Emory on social at FBallGamePlan or Football Game Plan on YouTube. And then, of course, you can check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL if you want to watch the show on YouTube. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod, and we are done. The keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Okay, the two-part finale is officially underway. The DraftKings Madden streams with commentators. It comes to a close tonight. My name is Brendan Glasheen. Let's welcome in everyone joining us tonight on this 8 o'clock sim. Who wants to go first? How about Billy Delaney? Because he's a nice guy. Hi, Billy. How are you? Good to see you, Bill.
Good to see you too, Glash. I like the ears. I like the vibe going on right now. It's a sad day, but it's going to be up and running still. So that's something. That's something.
Jersey City's finest, Reed Fowler's here. Hi, Reed.
That's the worst moniker. No offense to Jersey City, but I got Hawaii. I got the 808 state in my background here. Best background though definitely goes to Billy Delaney. Kaufman's background is absolute garbage. Emerson's is generic. Julian's is a hallway, and you're on a patio, so it goes to Billy. It goes to Billy Delaney.
I am on a porch. Hi, Emerson. Emerson's back.
Hurtful.
Hey, what's up, man? Yep, just me and my professional background right over here. You know what? You can tell what company I work for. Company I'm proud to work for. That's right, Billy.
Julian
with his
Edlow.
little
Once a week,
screen.
Edlow, you're here. Hi.
I was recently in Jersey City as well, but I guess I'm not Mr. Jersey City. I'll also bet that I made more bets than Reed Fowler while I was in Jersey City.
Yes, you did.
Did you win them, though?
All I got.
Did you win them?
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Okay.
Bring that
anyone
positivity.
make a lineup for this? Anyone interested in that? No? Julian?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Did you make a lineup for this?
No, I don't have time for that.
No chance he made a lineup. Are you kidding me?
I was feeding my son
That's right, you have a kid now.
dinosaur-shaped veggies.
Now he's had a kid for like 2 years. Glash.
Yeah.
Long 2 years.
We were eating.
Probably been that long since he's seen him, though. Give him a
No
break.
way.
We were recently eating some dino nuggets, and therefore.
Those are good.
Great in the air fryer, by the way. Cooked
Hey.
perfectly.
Do you remember when he had a kid and nobody knew, and he like brought the
Yeah.
kid in? It was like one, and you're like, when were you going to tell us that you had a kid? You didn't tell a
Yeah.
single person, and then he dropped the bomb on us that he was married.
Well, married first, right? Like I think he told us that first.
What was this?
Yeah, flip the order around.
This is you, Jules.
Oh.
Well, nobody even knew you were dating someone until we saw your engagement photos online.
Hey, there's no problem with that, though. The man just said he keeps to himself.
From the
Yeah,
back of
I
the
know
book.
everything. I know everything.
So here's
I
what
didn't bring my son in. You haven't met my son, so your
Here's what I'm
story's already a
confident
lot.
in saying. This group that is here right now is a group of people that was here from one of the very first days of these Madden Sims beginning in March of 2020. For real, though, thank you, especially you, Julian, because your time is so gracious.
Most valuable of anyone's here. I agree.
Yeah.
He had the worst call ever, though, in the first game, I believe, because he said Christian McCaffrey was not going to go off, and he scored 2 touchdowns right away.
You were my source.
I
was
don't
like, Billy,
remember
keep doing
that.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right to me.
So
We
I
were
hope
out
you're
of
all
our
doing
comfort
well
zone.
since
Why
you
have I
left
been
joining
missing
us.
from these simulations for so long? Because this isn't my thing. I'm just here to celebrate with everybody for the last almost year and a half of successful simulations that we've done.
You are not part of the we. We've done them. You've been.
Reed Keys, did you know on Twitch has my favorite comment of the night so far. Bro, Julian needs to leave now.
Oh, Jules.
I'll be out of here shortly. That should make everybody feel better.
I think you're out of everywhere shortly, though, right? Because
Wait, is that a Samir joke?
No, I wouldn't
Solid
be here if I
dad
didn't
joke.
have something to promote. I noticed that Reed T's Do You Know, or whatever it is, followed the Unreasonable Odds podcast on Twitter today. So he must
Oh, I
know
did
me.
too.
And
That's
it's a great
why
time to
Julian
announce
did
that
this.
the Unreasonable Odds podcast has a Twitter. So everybody
This is
can
what,
go find
so
that.
within
At
4
Unreasonable
minutes of being
Odds.
live, you accomplished what you wanted by coming on here, just to promote your.
And now I can leave in peace.
We got a touchdown just like that.
Bro,
I'm sorry. I
Flash,
looked
you're
up.
the,
I saw somebody scored.
Flash, do something.
Is that who I think it is?
It's
I
not
don't know
somebody
who
in
it
your
is,
lineup,
though.
Emerson.
Who did make a lineup?
I made a lineup.
I'll tell you who's in my
Hypocritical
lineup
if I didn't.
at the end of the game. Whoever scores the most is in my lineup.
So you're going with the BK approach.
Well, I mean, I just stacked all Raiders because let's be honest, they're the best team in Madden 2022.
What about Madden 21?
I don't believe in the past here, Koff. I'm only looking forward.
Josh Jacobs got his superstar taken away, though. It was sad.
It's criminal. That's what that is, Billy.
All right, Julian, since you're really having a great time.
Look, in fairness, when I asked Jules about this, he did say, like, I'm gonna be there, but I'm gonna be miserable. So he's just, it's true to form.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how's that different from when he attends anything else?
Right. I said, is that just because you're here? Or is it your general disposition? He said a little bit of both.
Why are you the way that you are, though, man? You used to be fun.
You guys want a promo? So Unreasonable Odds, we're recording on Wednesday with Matt Humans from the VSiN Network. We're going to talk a little college football week 1, some NFL. Should be good to listen in. We'll tweet it out on the aforementioned Unreasonable Odds Twitter handle, @UnreasonableOdd, because no room for the S.
But you guys don't S around, right? Let's screwing around.
Correct. Thanks for another plug, Glash.
No problem. How about your favorite memory in Simland? How about that? Contribute to this program.
I'm pretty sure I did the simulation right after you shaved your eyebrow, which was a pretty fun time.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you've really advanced. Your face is covered in makeup and you're wearing moose antlers. So you've become a real man throughout this process.
His career arc has just skyrocketed, Julian.
That's your favorite memory?
I mean, the
time that you got to
hacking
hang
off
out
the
with
eyebrow
Glash
was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And I was still around at the time.
All right.
Was there something cooler that I missed? What's your favorite memory? You're like the king of this.
I was just making sure that's what your final answer was.
Yes.
Eating fake snow was my favorite, hands down.
I was set up for that, by the way. I was set up. Bry guy set me up.
Did you dirty?
He really did.
The pronunciation contest with Greg Ehrenberg is also a fun moment. He didn't know how to pronounce it.
I don't even remember that, but I'm laughing because I can imagine that being funny.
Oh, Billy, what were some of the words? Billy was producing.
Yeah, it was the famous posthumously. Or posthumously, as some would call it.
Oh, that's what I said. Yep, I did.
I mean, he was really good at pronouncing names in the chat at times.
Like that Packers second-round receiver.
Or just names that you would hear a sixth grader try and like that on Twitter. Or did you see that school board?
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's just the chat to Glasheen.
Wayne,
I like to read. Okay?
Actually, Glash, that is the name of Emerson and my podcast coming up is I Like to Read, where we're going to be covering just literature
just books.
Every week. Just books that Emerson and I read constantly throughout the week. So anybody who wants to follow us on Twitter, it's I Like to Read. No room for the
starting a book club is what you're saying.
I've actually been looking for a good podcast to turn me on to some books.
Man.
I
This
like
is
a
the
good
one for you.
I like a good tear jerker, like the Kite Runner.
Emerson likes the picture books.
He likes to choose your own adventure, like the choose your own, like the Goosebumps. Or turn to page 82 if you want to see if the alligator eats your like little sister.
It's really cool too. We can like scratch a page and sniff it, and it smells like what the picture is.
Like raw, like strawberries.
Yeah.
Hey, Reed, what about you? You were on the very first sim ever. Do you have anything to share about your experiences here?
Yeah, as the second highest paid employee at DraftKings after, I guess, Robbins would be number one. In terms of equity. Although, hey, Kalish got a CryptoPunk, so who knows? God, favorite memory? I mean, Bukes getting mad at you is always a good time, especially when Raheem Mostert, I feel like had the most legs of anything in the stream. I think Koff, anything to do with Kenny getting, I guess I like people getting angry on The Sims because anything to do with like getting Kenny irritated, anything that got Bukes irritated, I was very fond of. But all in all, I think the biggest thing, getting a little like emotional. I mean, we started this thing, Emerson and I, and all of us started this thing not knowing what the hell was going to make of it, like what we're going to make of this. We didn't know what we were doing. I think I can speak for everyone here except for maybe Billy, who like is a Madden oracle, but I had no idea. And look at what we've done. It's pretty amazing.
It is. It is. Raheem to the stream. That was a trending hashtag that we attempted. Raheem Mostert did view the eyebrow shave. Happened. Had receipts. He did view the replay. He did also see my Instagram message from last July, and he did see my Twitter message, but no reply on either one.
How does that feel?
What the cat drug in?
What is going on in here?
Benny Z from the 1, 2, 3
without a bandana.
What the? Are
Way to
those
come in
antlers?
and ruin the Meowstert story.
Sorry. No, please.
No, it's fine. It's good to see you. I have no idea like what you've been up to. We just we say very nice things to each other on Instagram.
Jersey's finest. You kidding me?
Yeah, how was Jersey with Julian? How was that? Fun?
Yeah, I had major FOMO when I saw that. And Jules did text me back and said, "What are you guys doing?"
Yeah, me and Julian had a lot of fun. We drank some drinks, but it would have been nice if all of you guys were there too. So.
I mean, I go to Jersey and this kid goes to Vegas. So I don't know what's
Exactly.
going on there.
Well, SummerSlam.
I mean, don't even get
Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up.
There's time there. I wanted to see you guys. I'm sorry. I felt bad.
What's your title now? What do we call you? What do you do?
That's a great question.
Benny with the good hair.
I'm a man of many talents and many things.
Ron Burgundy?
Many leather-bound books that are somewhere. They're somewhere in this apartment. But no, I'm the managing editor of DraftKings Nation. That's what you can call. I mean, you don't need to call me.
That's what you can call me.
That's what you don't need to call me.
They call it.
If you could throw together a graphic really fast, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if you're not busy.
Lower third. What do we call Adam Kaufman? That's what I want to know.
Just a Swiss Army knife.
I was just gonna say I can't say it on there.
I was trying to set you up, Billy.
That's why I jumped ahead real quick.
Wait, what did Billy say?
Said he can't say it on air.
Oh.
You have eyeliner on?
I love someone showing up late to the party and looking at him.
Billy,
That's
why
like
don't you text me your answer to that question?
The least surprising thing, Benny Z, is that he's got eyeliner on. You kidding me?
Yeah, you know what? Reed's onto something here.
Is Brendan okay? Brendan, I miss you a lot, man. I've got a
Super emo, bro.
I want to see Glash
This is
on
over. We
like.
should get an apartment together.
I want to see Glash on like Wipeout. On one of these shows, I want to see Glash on Wipeout where he like has to, or like that Steph Curry like miniature putting show on ABC. That's what I want to see Glashine on, just in his element.
He should get his own show, honestly.
There's nothing I want more than to be on that putt-putt show.
Well, prove it.
Network TV.
You don't have enough personality, Koff.
I didn't say hosting it. I just want to play.
Ben,
Like you need more like you need to be like a dope. It's like I'm not trying to give you a knock. You need to be like a dope to be on that
You
show.
don't have enough personality. I have enough personality. I'm not trying to knock you, of course.
Well, like all the other guys are on that show. They're all dopes.
Well, and like Rob
that's a
Williams
good
on that
thing.
show. Right?
What's that, Billy?
I said that he fit right in.
Yeah, do it.
Being a dope.
Raiders and Falcons are playing. Do we care about this football game at all?
No, literally no one has said a single thing about it.
Yeah, the chat has stopped asking, I think, at this point to talk about the game.
The chat knows what's up, man.
I mean, it's been 2 years. If you don't like, if Rossi is not on the game on the call, or if like I think Tommy and these guys, the guys that actually call the game, like it's. I think Emerson and I, especially us, Emerson, like we never talked about the game. When I was with these other guys, we talked about the game way more.
I talked about games and stuff.
Yeah, but you're good at your job.
And stuff.
Games and stuff.
We used to talk about movies every now and then.
A lot of movie talk.
Those are fun. That was always fun.
Benny, do you remember
live stream trash?
I'll never forget when Ben we did Mike Evans game winner against the Giants. Remember that? That was like one of our first ones together. Benny Bandana.
We did a couple of pretty crazy games.
Yeah, man.
I feel. The Sims were actually like back in like the depths of the pandemic when like there was nothing going on. and I was wearing a bandana, and things were very. I was taking that one.
You got emotional. We did a Packers sim. You're like, I called a Packers game. Like, I'm never gonna forget this. It was great.
Well, truth be told, I did forget it because I don't. I can't say I remember calling that game. I was drinking a lot of whiskey in those times, though. So.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. I'm 21. Don't worry.
Clearly, somebody's abandoned the do's and don'ts list at this point.
You
It's
can't
no,
say whiskey.
Take it up.
You
with
just
Pirate
did.
Tom. Where's Pirate Tom?
That guy.
Can I mention him?
I'm sure he's listening.
Can I mention him?
Sure he's listening.
All right.
Slack message.
Get him out of here.
We should have had Pirate Tom on here. That would have been the real winner.
Could have.
We're still in the first quarter. This is going to take a while.
So, Tom, what did you expect when these started? Just happy we're all still standing.
I think that would be his main takeaway, especially with Emerson doing a lot of games early on. I think Emerson.
What are you talking about?
Out. Yep. See.
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is
you know
what happened to him during the Nooner sim
Screw
today.
that. No,
this is what it
stop
is.
it.
He
Let me
just gets
finish
tested
this.
with
This
Meg,
is-
and he disappears on you.
Stop. She's behind the green monster. It's not her. This is important. I just got a Slack from Samir. He says, "Shall I jump on?" Question mark. I forgot to answer. He goes, "Okay." And then he says, "Michael told me to come on for the second half of the game." I said, "Okay, I'll have to hang on a little bit because we talked about this, today at noon. Flash, cough. He has until midnight to break up with his girlfriend to really show that he's committed to the DK Sim family."
He told me.
Yep.
He said you
He
were
said he
trying
went
to
back
pressure
and
him
he
into doing that.
Yeah.
Drastic.
You know what's funny is when I talked to him earlier on FaceTime, shirtless, I said, is there an update? He says, "I'm working."
You were
on it."
shirtless, or he was?
I was.
I
He
just
was
want to
still at
paint the
office
picture.
grinding.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't say that.
text you.
Emerson and
Circles on a
Samir
call?
FaceTiming actually was Samir breaking up with his girlfriend.
Wait, time out.
Samir's girlfriend isn't watching. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I hope we're not airing dirty laundry.
Well,
there's no
Brought it up.
He slacked me, Emerson. He said, I heard you guys were on, on the 12 and just crapping on my girlfriend. And I said, no. We were crapping all over you as it relates to your girlfriend. She's probably great.
She posts all.
Oh, she is. She's awesome.
Yeah.
He steals her Instagrams. I was telling him he's got to
repost stories.
Yes, he loves doing that. And then what he does is when he regrams a story, and you know what, my wife's guilty of doing this too. They expand it, so it's just like the clean video on their screen, so it doesn't even look like it's coming from someone else, and it's just completely a thief.
It's unbelievable. It's
But
unbelievable.
now she's an influencer, so she tells me what to do.
Okay. There we go. What is this?
Emerson, I'm looking down on you.
It's Pirate Tom.
Where are you? Hold on a second. Let me look.
Pirate Tom.
He has risen.
I like how it reads
Tom-
the
Pirate
image
Tom's
in the Brady
signal.
Bunch matrix there.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I'm
Reed.
center. I'm center cut.
Hey, Reed.
Wait, so I turn this way?
Jules.
Just too shy of a Brady Bunch. It's great.
Oh, wait, the other way.
There's something I'm not looking at. I don't see it.
Julian, getting ready for the podcast tomorrow. Is that what's happening?
Just trying to learn how to use
Yeah,
Zoom.
we actually just cashed a bet. Steve raised team total over 4.5 hitting the third inning. So I wanted to make sure everybody knew that on Twitter.
Good. Proud
Congrats,
of
Steve, on his first bet win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, congratulations on the Twitter account. I hear that's hard to get these days.
Really happy for him.
Yeah,
It was easy to get.
Rossi was asking in the chat. Ask Billy about his Twitter.
Oh, dude.
What happened on Twitter there, Babysitter
Yeah.
Billy?
Banned for life, man. Banned for life.
What a
yeah,
rebel.
my Twitter.
What did you do?
I make a lot of good content, and people are just jealous. That's what it is.
Twitter said not here.
Not up in here.
Not up in here.
What?
Oh,
I
dude.
think I was to send you something, and you didn't pop up, so this checked out.
Yep, I'm done.
Uh-oh.
Is that a baby?
Not one of mine.
No, someone said that. It's the girls.
It's the
Supposed to
dogs.
do anything.
That's a baby.
It's been a long day, man. They found the one toy that makes the most noise.
Oh, that does sound like a dog toy.
You know what it is? It is a bird. It's a bird. It's like a
Emerson,
toucan.
it looks like you are doing
Sounds
this
like something
outside with a background that is blowing in the wind.
Yeah,
Bad
because
boys of pop.
I have an air conditioner here on the floor that is cooling my face off. You guys know how much I sweat.
Oh.
Bad
Wait,
Boys of
there's
Pop
a-
says in the
Yeah,
chat.
I do.
pretty awesome to see everybody here, but if it had been this way since the beginning, I'm not sure I would have gone past week 2. A couple too many voices, maybe.
Who said that?
Bad Boys of Pop.
Oh, nice.
Hi, boys. You don't mean that. Sweet chinchilla.
Well, 90% of the people on this call are on camera A-type personalities. Of course, it's going to be terrible trying to do a sim when everyone wants to talk.
Julian's like, what am I doing here with these slugs?
Oh, he went off earlier. He hates being here.
Dude, if you were on time, Benny Z, we missed you, man. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was eating dinner.
Reed, why do you walk it back? Just let that marinate and then say sorry.
Chicken Caesar wrap.
What were you eating?
I got a chicken Caesar wrap, and I got a rainbow cookie. Hold on.
Oh yeah, is that a cookie or looks like a 3 macaroons?
Those rainbow cookies are basically
It's like a
just like
traffic
power
light.
bars. They really build mass.
I was trying to get Julian to come get some sandwiches with me or like some pizza or something, but he was like, no, I got to get out of here. I can't see Ben anymore.
That sounds like Julian.
I run on a very tight ship. I did get some pizza. I got artichoke pizza on the way out of town.
Oh, there we go.
I ate like a
Okay.
million slices of that. It's really good.
Okay, that's solid. All right, then I'm not as upset. Then I'm a little happy.
I took Reed
I was
to
just
Old Bagel
mashing
down
it the
there.
entire way home and
Dude,
leftovers all day.
my apartment is like right. Oh, I shouldn't say that, but it's close to a bagel. For anyone trying to stalk me, but yeah, I'm very close. I get O-Bagel frequently. I would have enjoyed O-Bagel with you guys had I been here, but I was too busy doing Vegas for the first time and hating my life afterwards.
Wait a minute. When was this?
Couple
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Northern Trust.
That was okay. That was the first time you went, huh?
Yeah, 6 days.
Yeah.
6 days? That's like 3 days too many.
That's 4 days too many. You go there for 2 nights and you're out. Day and a
Friday,
half, 2
Saturday,
nights,
Sunday.
get out of
That
there.
ain't bad.
I did get to SummerSlam, which was fun.
I'd like to take a second here to single out Mr. William Delaney. We've done this before on these streams, but Billy was a big part of getting these things off the ground. Isn't that right, Billy? You know it too.
Yeah, there were a lot of 14-hour days early on, getting every roster updated and all that stuff. So it was a lot of work, but I know Emerson doesn't appreciate anything anyone does for him. He usually tries to play the victim. But, I was glad to help
bullying
him
me
along.
already.
Unbelievable.
It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that it's going to be still standing once the live commentary is done.
So for those of you that loved this during the pandemic, you had some rough times, you needed something to go to, something to get you by. These sims really exist because Billy was the Madden scientist, if you will, to get depth charts all situated, to help the ops team get the contests up and running. He helped us try to give you some knowledge, which really went well, I think, for only a very short time. And then after that, we decided to talk about a bunch of other things and dress up as a bunch of other things. But Billy is a big reason why these things even marinated and stuck around as long as they have. So shout out to Billy. Billy's a big part of this thing.
And shout out to the whole team, all the video team members in some way, in some big ways. Samir was a big part of it too. There was a lot of people behind the scenes that you never get to see. I heard Madison was on earlier too. She's gone, but she did a great job. She was here. Tara Lynn and all the commentators. It's not easy doing 3 sims in a row, and I know a lot of you guys have done that before. It takes a lot.
Every one time, Emerson.
It does, though. I mean, if you
Dude,
think
let me
about
tell
it,
you
that's-
what, that was a long day. One time I do 6, 8, and 10, and I was in my bedroom at the time just laying on that big soft bed of ours. And I called the hell out of those games. All right, back there.
Beg doesn't sound like I remember.
Whoa.
Easy, buddy.
Whoa.
Easy.
Wow.
Okay?
Easy.
Don't you guys still kind of work for the same company too? Chill out.
Wait, what?
No, we merged. We went elsewhere. We divided.
Same thing, buddy.
Same thing.
That toy is awful. I'd throw that out.
Yeah, I'm taking it away. I'm going to get it out and taking it away.
Aren't you supposed to get a cat,
We're breaking the
Glasheen?
third wall here.
A year ago.
Aren't you supposed to get a cat?
Yeah, look. It's happening at some point, okay? It's just not happening in the current building we live in.
Does he look like a man that needs a cat?
Yeah, 1,000%. Benny Z, look at him.
You think I need one?
Cat, like he's the epitome of a cat lady. Look at him.
The eyeliner does make it come off that way, I suppose.
I suppose.
I think you just kind of look like Robert Smith. I'm digging it.
You look like Robert Smith.
Have we addressed what the Cam Newton, Mac Jones news means for you on these Sims today?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well,
Because today was a big day for your
regardless of who the
future.
quarterback is. So,
Huh?
as it pertains to dressing up, I've noticed a trend.
Yes.
I dressed up as Tom Brady in 2019. He's the Patriots. Cam
You really
Newton
have
dressed
brought
up
these
as
guys
Cam
down
Newton.
to
He's
the
off the
worst moments
Patriots.
of their lives.
Brian Hoyer.
To work, so I might retire the dressing up as the quarterback of the Patriots thing.
Let's not forget
He did
Brian.
go bald like Hoyer. That's true.
Let's not forget Brian Hoyer. Gone.
Gone.
Flash has
he'll
to
be
get a
back, though.
dad bod and then just go shirtless
Oh God.
with a cigar.
That could be fun.
It could, yeah.
I want him to stay. I want the next quarterback of the Patriots to be good, and maybe it's time for me to hang out.
Yeah, but he's an Alabama quarterback. Name me one good Alabama quarterback in the last, 40 years.
Yeah, Ben.
Jimmy McElroy, dude. Greg McElroy? No, he wasn't that good. He wasn't good in the NFL.
Julian, what do you think I should do?
In regards to your life, dressing up as Patriots quarterbacks,
Just say whatever you want to say.
I think there's a lot of things that you should do differently than the way that you do that.
Okay.
Let's see.
You don't
I'm sure that we can think of something as a group fun that you could do for this Patriots season. You shouldn't dress up as Mac Jones.
Why?
Well, number one, as you mentioned, you are the curse. You've brought everybody down to like literally the worst moments of their NFL career. Shoot them up, spit them out, worse than they ever could have imagined. So we don't want to do that with Mac Jones, as some Patriots fans in here. So I'm thinking maybe, and not to mention like Brady, one of the most famous dudes in the world at the time. So obviously he has all this swag you can do. Cam Newton dresses up like a clown. There's all those things, wears scarves on his head. There's all those things you can do. Mac Jones is probably just going to wear normal clothing to these games, and you're just going to make these dumb videos grasping at straws where nothing really happens. So, like, there's got to be some other kind of tradition that we can start here.
I think you should dress up as a Minuteman and go around to different areas of the city and promote the Patriots game that way. I think that would be great.
Yes.
Fire a rifle off into the
Billy
sky.
has the best ideas. He truly, truly does.
Shoot a bow and arrow into a crowd.
What's the name of that thing again? What's the name of that?
Musket?
Musket.
Musket?
No, I mean,
Minuteman.
yeah. Okay. All right.
You've never heard the term of Minutemen?
No, I'm thinking of the scene in Grown Up, so they fire the bow and arrow up in the air and they all run. What is the name of that?
Oh, God.
Who's seen the movie Grown Ups besides Coffee?
In fairness, I didn't like it.
All right, well, okay.
But I have seen it. The second one was even worse.
I can't believe they made two.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I think they were both filmed in the area, too.
Yeah. Yeah. Both New England for sure, if not Mass.
Yeah, I think you dress up like the Minutemen.
Okay. I'll consider it.
True.
Or the old school Pat the Patriot. That would be, I mean, he's basically a Minuteman anyways, but...
But is that copyright infringement?
I don't think so.
Costume, right?
I guess if he doesn't get paid for it.
Yeah.
He's to say that he thinks every day is Halloween or something. You know, he's got this rare condition.
Yeah, there's video
It's
evidence.
Halloween to Flash.
Yeah, there's video evidence of him thinking it's Halloween every single day.
Yeah.
So if this goes to litigation, we have exhibits A through double Z.
Yeah, it's like parody law. He's already locked in. He's all good.
Hey, Choker asked in the chat, this is a good reminder that a few of these guys, Benji here, Jules, Reed, they're Emerson as well, though he'll be coming back later. I think some of these guys are taking off soon. So if anybody in the chat does have any questions specific to them, by all means, get them out, fire them off, YouTube or Twitch. Choker says, Julian and Reed, why did you bail on The Sims? Were you embarrassed to admit this craziness?
See, remember, I was in charge of hosting the sim, and Kaufman's asking you these questions.
Well, you know, you're just sitting there. I thought I'd help.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, man.
I'm only going to take questions from Brendan Glasheen.
Flash Choker has a question in the chat.
I kind of like this. Yeah, Julian, why'd you quit, loser?
Because we started getting out of COVID, and my job as a DraftKings content specialist was to start to focus on what was going on the field in baseball, football, basketball, and get back to all that.
Just say that they weren't good enough for you.
Well, I mean, it was good to get away from you for a while. I didn't mind many other people.
That's fair.
That was why I left.
Yeah.
Brendan
I
was
asked
scared
Ben,
of me.
but just asked me and Reed.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. I mean, it's you start to look at your days, and you know you're churning out article after article. Like you're Julian Edlow, right? I mean, you got tweets, a tweet storm of bets, a tweet barrage of bets that we got to cash in. So, no, in all fairness, too, like
You're just giving the reasons for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in all fairness,
All Julian had to do was hop on the highway and drive to Nashville. Woohoo!
Flasheen, when you ask a question,
There
you
were
like to
trips to
tend for the
Nashville.
people to answer said question.
Go ahead, Reed. Sorry.
So what I was saying though too is that guys like Tommy and guys like Christian, guys like all of those, like Rossi, right? They're like it gave them a lot of time too to do stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying that obviously we would have wanted to do more, but your days get pretty jam packed with other stuff, and so spending an hour, right, where you can't necessarily do anything other than The Sims, it's going to be tough, especially like Julian said, when other things start to come up. Surfing started to become a sport that we were covering, right? Other than Benny Zwyman, there's no other person, in the whole DraftKings or the whole New England area that could probably cover surfing other than someone who's from Hawaii. And I probably don't even cover it that well. So
Yeah, honestly, 4 hour, like doing 3 of these Sims is more talking than you would do if you hosted a 4-hour radio show.
right, because there's no commercials.
Considerably, yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, even 2 is probably close because you're talking for nearly 2.5 hours. So
Yeah, and us one and done squad. Wow, we go hard on those. One.
So yeah, man, it's
Moves it
just
all out on the mic, gives you everything he's got.
hours in the day, Glash. Hours in the day. It's not enough, man.
All right. That was a good answer.
I realize that, man. The older I get,
Here's an example
it's like
of
these,
why you can't
everything's speeding
necessarily-
by. All right. So I'm just going to open up to everybody.
Are you
Let's
saying
do it.
something?
Yeah. I actually was opening up my heart, but forget it.
yeah, everybody get your pen
So
and
I'm going to
pencil
talk
out.
instead.
Yeah,
Here's
Julian's
an
gonna-
example of why you can't do these things all day. Like, as we're doing this, get a text. Hey, can you come on this radio show at this time tomorrow?
Right.
Those
Brag.
things, those start
Much.
to take up time. That's talking. That's promoting things. I'm sure Emerson gets texts to go on different various radio stations all the time as well.
Emerson
It's
goes
not
on
just
TV.
me.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
more for
special.
radio.
Emerson, please continue pouring out your heart.
Nope, that's it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Hey, Emerson,
God
the
damn.
Peloton on YouTube is asking if you're going to be going to use the Peloton, or are you going to be putting me on eBay?
What? No. And I've
Producer
already
Michael.
replied to him. I said what I did to him, what I did to this bike for 20 minutes earlier today should be illegal.
I'll give you $69 for it.
That's not happening.
Final offer.
Nice.
Nope.
Make it happen.
Hey guys, did you know?
Ooh.
Did you know?
I love it.
Did you know?
Yes, my guy. He is back.
Wow.
You were
Hold
fine
on.
after this.
And I can't wait for Emerson to have me reiterate what this fact is. Actually, it's actually pretty simple. Did you know that Pittsburgh is the only sports city that where all 3 professional teams have the same colors?
Yes, actually.
I did know that.
That's not a good one. You can do better.
I'm not fond of Pittsburgh, so
That's actually neat. Yeah. I like that.
Black and
And
yellow,
typical
black and
Koff,
yellow,
he
black
thinks
and
that the world revolves around him, that no one else actually doesn't know that. So
You're
of
not,
course,
we're not
he
asking everybody. Julian said he
quickly-
knew it too.
I knew
Julian
it.
didn't
I don't
know
think.
that.
I don't think they should count because they don't even have an NBA team.
Well,
True.
did you know?
So like the
that-
first time, I remember the first time somebody asked me that trivia question, and the way that I went, it was like I took it seriously, and I went through I just took NBA because NBA is my sport, and went through every city, and was like, I can't think of any team where they all have the same one. And then the person was like, oh, Pittsburgh. I was like, well, that'll do it.
Well, did you know then, cough,
Yes.
that goats have accents?
No, I did not. What do they sound like?
That's
Tom Brady doesn't
amazing.
have an accent.
Yeah, he
Never come
does.
close to that one.
I hate you, Ben.
Did you know that Rams head
It's,
coach
it's
Sean
an American
McVay?
accent. That's what it is.
Did you know Rams head coach Sean McVay beat out Calvin Johnson for the Player of the Year in 2003 in the Georgia high school area?
Yep.
Oh,
I did not know that.
I knew that.
no, you didn't. Grow up.
I knew that. I knew that was like one of my random facts that I knew, dude.
How can we prove that?
Billy, did you move?
Because I just said it.
I moved.
Like homes? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I moved from an apartment to a house.
Not you.
In May. And this is my office. It's my temporary office.
Don't even care.
Is that a
The
hallway?
real
behind
one's
you?
being installed in the basement, my temple.
Looks like Wick Grosbeck's attic.
Yeah,
Hey,
there's
dudes.
a lot of great Celtics memorabilia around.
What's up, Emerson?
When is our draft this week or is it next week?
Yeah.
Isn't it Tuesday?
Friday.
Oh, different draft.
Thursday. Thursday. The one you're thinking of is Thursday.
Or is
Okay.
that the one he's thinking of?
Oh, you guys have another
Real
one.
League is on
That's
Friday.
right. I remember this. Yep.
Oh, look,
Yeah, I
Truffle
remember it.
Truffle Shuffle surfing calling BS. Truffle Shuffle, just go to DK Nation and search my name. There's surfing articles up.
Are there?
Yeah, we're doing pools.
Yeah, there should be surfing articles.
Way to be a managing editor.
That's a good transition. Reed, tell people how they can. So, Reed, golf season is coming down to the wire. So, where can people find you? Of course, NFL, but where can people find you, Reed?
I'm going dark, man. You can't find me anywhere. Sorry, off the grid. I'm going to Jersey with Benny Z.
I'm trying to get these guys to reflect. And
So if you want to find, just go on DK Nation. Benny Z's got that house all sewn up in DK Nation. Just type in my name, or everybody knows
Yeah.
how to find us.
Well, Julian certainly got ahead of that with the Unreasonable Odds Twitter and
Great follow.
Well, at We Like to Read is Emerson.
Right.
That's our podcast. So if you want to follow us at I Like to
Read.
Party. But we have to drop the second Y because it's not enough characters. So it's I Like to Party Part.
Damn.
All right, well, guys. Unreal.
some of you are leaving. So, say goodby if you want to say
You've
bye.
got to take off and listen to Nickelback.
Hey,
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it.
All right, Julian Edlow,
Oh,
Unreasonable Odds podcast host, professional sports bettor, professional busy man,
Drinker.
professional father, sometimes, professional
That's a
everything.
full-time
Professional
job.
radio guest. Thank you for being here, Julian. It's great to see you again. Hope to see you soon. Thank you, Billy Delaney. We mentioned Billy before, a big part of why these things are.
I think I'm sticking around.
Okay.
Look, just let him thank you already.
Ben Zwyman, great to finally have you. Enjoy the rest of your rap.
I'm leaving too.
I know
We
nothing,
gotta
I guess.
I gotta leave.
No, I mean,
I just got here.
I mean, dude, you don't even go here.
I'm crushing.
I wasn't
Friday
even
Night
supposed
Lights
to
right
be
now,
here
right?
today.
Reed, do you want to stay or do you want to go?
Crushing Friday Night Lights. So I will go
Gotta
back
go.
to Riggins.
Okay, thank you, Reed Fowler.
Hey,
you can follow
Reed.
his surfing coverage and free-to-play pools as well.
Enjoy those brownies.
Yeah,
Jules never
man.
wanted to be here.
I
When we
That is good.
I have
No
sources.
sugar. No sugar
What?
in Mrs. Mate's. Yeah, man.
Is it good though?
Oh,
Oof.
bon appetit.
Well, you know what Reed's doing.
It's
Hey,
like
send me a
that. It's like that
picture.
rainbow cookie. Swag guy.
Oh, look at
We
this.
will get a form of.
That bad boy.
I'm gonna take a YouTube screenshot of all of us.
That's a traffic light.
Yeah, do it.
All right, should we all
Hold on.
do it?
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna just take one right here.
Good. Everybody smile or something.
No, this is like delayed. I'm just taking it off of YouTube. So whatever you guys are doing 30 seconds ago, you just did.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
I was
okay.
eating a cookie.
Thank you all
That would
so
be a
much
good
for
time to
hopping
get
in. We have other guests that are set to join us. Kenny Ducey at the U.S. Open. This is the way Kenny's going to join us tonight from the Sweat earlier today. Jeff, AJ Scholes, and Kenny Ducey. They discussed the NFL Week 1 matchup between the Packers and the Saints. Bye, guys.
Packers are gonna cover that one.
A lot has changed between these two teams since odds were released on the DK Sportsbook. So we didn't really know who either of the starting quarterbacks would be, with like Aaron Rodgers' status up in the air, and the Saints had yet to name Jameis Winston the starter. The Saints opened as a 2.5-point favorite and have since moved to a 3-point underdog at home in Week 1. Is that too high or too low, Jeff?
I would say even at 3, it's a little bit too low. I mean, I know that the 3-point swing is big, and you know, that probably leads some people maybe to taking the field goal with the Saints, but you know, I would try and wait to get this line at -2.5 Packers. And I do feel like with Jameis Winston starting, you know, enough people will feel good about the Saints that they'll say, okay, well, I mean, the Saints are offering us value at +3, but this is the Packers. This is the best team in the NFC last year in terms of record. Obviously, they didn't win the NFC Championship, but in the regular season, they've been very good at covering the spread under Matt LaFleur. They've been good road teams as well. The Saints actually really haven't been that good at covering spreads in the Dome either over the last couple of years, and now they're going through the big quarterback change. There's too many things going on in the Saints, and we haven't even mentioned the injury issues at wide receiver. I think you wait and you see if this dips under -3, excuse me. But even at -3, I think this is too low. The Packers aren't getting enough respect here.
All right, AJ, how about you? Too high or too low, this spread?
Well, I agree it's too low, but I think we could see some movement here in light of today's news that they're not going to play this game within the Dome. The fact that they're not going to be, or expected not to be, in New Orleans, at least for all of September here now, you know, I think that's a big factor here, that suddenly, even if they pick a neutral site to avoid giving the Packers home field advantage, the fact of the matter is it still becomes a road game for the Saints. And so I think that's a big concern here. You know, I thought Jameis Winston did a decent job during the preseason, 219 yards, 3 TDs, 1 interception. But they're missing Michael Thomas, obviously. Traquan Smith is dealing with an injury as well. So I think, you know, -3 is too low, and I would expect it to creep up now to favor the Packers a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see this end up at, you know, around -5 by the time we get to kickoff.
Yeah, that's a good point there, AJ, too, with the devastation, like, really unknown from that hurricane. They already canceled that final preseason game. They moved their practices to Dallas, and that's reportedly where they could play Week 1. Kenny, this spread, is it too high or too low in your eyes?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff here. It's too low. I mean, I think that the Packers should be pretty decisive favorites. Look, I think that we've made fun of me. We've made fun of those who have read too much into the preseason. But if you think that watching Jameis Winston and Marquez Callaway means that somehow the Saints are, you know, in the preseason against backup defenders, means that somehow the Saints are going to win this game, you're fooling yourself. Now, perhaps they could, but it has nothing to do with the preseason. Like, I'm not taking what I saw from Jameis Winston in the preseason and saying, oh yeah, the Saints offense is going to be just the same as it was. Now, obviously you're betting on the Saints defense if you want to take New Orleans. But I mean, look, the Packers offense, one of the best in football last year. I think that they should get even better this year with Aaron Rodgers, perhaps even more upset and with more of a chip on his shoulder, and perhaps more weapons as well to throw the football to. And yeah, when you look at the other side of the coin, I just think that there's a big question mark with that Saints offense. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know if they're going to bring in Taysom Hill for part of the game. Like, we just don't know. So with that uncertainty, I absolutely cannot, in good conscience, back the Saints. And as AJ pointed out, now the venue change sort of makes it even more difficult to get a read on.
Okay, we're back, guys.
Go.
Flash. Must be something with the internet here. Back from
I'm not sure if it's my house's fault.
Out in the woods.
Unbelievable.
We have returned. We have some new faces now joining us. Let me get a good look at this now here on Zoom. All right, who's here? So we have half of Tara Lynn, half of Freeze Pops.
Freeze Box broke the thing.
Zwyman, Billy, and Emerson, as well as Kaufman, we're all here. How's
I
everyone
think-
doing? How are our other people? Rossi, how you been? How was the break?
It was great. I just want to say this, Zwyman, if I'm saying that correctly. Did you go to SummerSlam recently? You said.
I did go to SummerSlam. Yeah.
All right. Just like golf, I hate you, and I hate Billy even more now. Good to see you though.
Thanks. I'll welcome the hate.
Tara Lynn, hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Moose weirdo.
Yeah, I guess we don't have Moose. You just have the antlers.
Who calls him Moose?
Well, not him, Ulrich, but he's wearing
antlers.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you've missed a lot.
Jeff is Moose, yeah.
I've missed a lot.
Wyman, we can't catch you up now.
Yeah. I know.
We've come too far.
Someone who typically ruins these sims, even when he doesn't work them. He's a longtime employee of DraftKings. Will be joining us any second as well. Can't tell you who it is just yet because we have to make sure he actually joins.
Emerson's
That's who I was going to say. It's who I think it is. It was my greatest privilege and honor to
Hopefully
work
it's
with.
just him and not the significant other as well, because that would be weird.
Ugh.
Oh, we're talking about him? Oh, never mind. I thought we were
Yeah.
talking about Jeff.
No,
He'll be on later.
How dare you disrespect Moose? I will just say.
No, I said he was the honor and the privilege to work
Oh, gotcha.
with. Samir.
Which
on
one?
the man,
Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on.
Wow.
Well, we don't have to on. He can just talk.
Wait, has everyone here met Samir before?
No.
We've worked together. I've never seen his face.
Why don't you introduce yourselves? Go ahead.
Hi, Samir.
Hi, Tom. Nice to see you.
What is this, kindergarten?
Look at that face.
Oh my god.
Slash, you're gonna be a great dad. When you said you once told me you were going to take care of my son if anything happened to me.
I did say that.
I know a babysitter.
You need a babysitter tomorrow?
Do.
Name's Billy. He'll play video games with your children.
I will.
All right. What's up, Samir?
How we doing?
Good. Everything all right with you?
Now here's the
Things are good. Things
Not
are
what I
good.
heard.
Can't complain too much. But well, I'm sure you heard a lot.
Wait a minute. First off, that hockey sweater behind you, where did you get that?
Don't worry
Is that?
Oh, I know where that's from.
I know exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's called my closet. I have
It's
not
not
been able
your
to find
closet.
that forever.
Oh,
Yes.
no. It's from a closet, but it's not your closet.
No, dude.
That's Sarah's.
No, dude. No. I'm pretty sure that my wife tried to give it away to Goodwill, and Samir found it at Goodwill.
Samir, the Sim fam's stoked to see you. Twitch is all about you. Obi-Wan, Care Bear, Wes, they're all saying, what's up, Samir?
How we doing, Twitch and YouTube fam? It's very nice to be back.
This is on
It's been
Twitch.
a while.
Be back. We're leaving tonight.
Okay, I'm back. It's been a
No,
while.
he's
since
back. We had Madison. We're bringing back Ghosts of Simland Past.
I'm sorry.
Samir, how does it
I'm
make
always
you
all
feel
about
that
it.
anytime something goes wrong in Simland, we just default to it's Samir's fault?
I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm used to it at this point. So I apologize for any technical difficulties that happened earlier on the stream.
Last several months.
Several months, yeah.
Brothers poster.
What's that?
That Blues Brothers poster in the back. What do you?
Yeah, so unlike Julian, I don't have an office in a closet or a hallway. I have a real office. We're in the process of setting it up right now. Not everything is up yet, but
Who's
it will
we?
be up shortly. My roommate, Austin.
Oh.
Actually,
Interesting.
So Austin was a student of Madison's, and she was a teaching professor at Emerson.
Ooh,
True story.
Hey, Samir, do you have a radio call tomorrow? Are you getting hit up for radio calls like Julian as well?
Yeah, and TV, like Emerson.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, Julian was a real buzzkill on this thing. Not like that's a surprise to
Hey, you know
anybody.
what? I'm out on him. I'm out on Edlow. Out.
right?
Oh my god.
You know what? Me
You know
too.
what else? When I meet that guy in person, I might punch him in the face.
This is amazing.
You know what?
I was very close to turning my mic on and saying, you know what? How dare you, sir? This is the last night of Simland. Get your negativity out of here, my friend.
Bro, he's a Rhode Island guy like you.
Oh,
I mean,
wait a
you're-
second. Wait. He's from Rhode Island?
Yeah,
No.
he's a
Yeah, he's a
roadie.
big
Yes,
roadie
he
guy.
is.
Morgan is yelling at me.
He's a roadie ram, yeah.
Morgan, I'm on the air.
URI.
Our
Morgan,
final
this
night
is
of The
important.
Sims.
Your
I'm literally on the
fiance
air
is
right
going
now.
to fight somebody.
Hi, Morgan.
They say hi, Morgan.
Morgan, nice photos.
And
Look, I said this before, and I mean, I don't know how you can get mad at Jules. He came as advertised. I texted him about coming on tonight, and he responded, "I can come on. I'm going to be in a very bad mood."
Where in Rhode Island is he
Yeah,
from?
but like,
Who cares about that?
doesn't need to
Why?
be said.
Why is he in a bad mood? What's his deal?
When I saw him on Sunday,
it's how he lives his life.
On this.
No, he has a kid.
Like me.
I have a
Oh,
kid.
that's
I'm not
why he's
miserable.
miserable. Okay, I get it now.
Oh, he was miserable long before he had a kid.
But it only
Yeah, I know. I
took
was gonna say that's the case. I mean,
it
that's
only
not-
took him 4 minutes to promote unreasonable odds. I mean,
Hey, did you guys hear they
New
made a
Twitter
Twitter account for unreasonable odds, but they're missing an S at the end?
Do I take shots at that podcast, or do I just keep my mouth shut?
No, I work
That's
on
a
that.
DK property.
All right, thank you. All right.
Yeah, it's a DK property.
Yeah, so I got 3 hours. What are you gonna do?
It's no
Rossi, it's a
pop culture
DK.
file.
It's a DK property. It's a DK
Hey, what time's the
property.
sweat? Tommy, what time's the sweat?
11 a.m. Eastern every day here on YouTube.
All right. Nice job,
And
guys.
Twitch.
Oh, look, it's Samir. Everybody toting that company line.
Got a little
Bad Boys.
mixture going on here in the Bad Boys of Pop Cup. It's a strawberry lemonade.
Kid.
Carolyn, what do you got there?
Are you drinking coffee?
I'm drinking coffee.
It's 8:50 at night.
is it a
It's
large?
9 at night.
It's a small coffee. I'm depressed, and I can do whatever I want. There's no rules, so all of you can suck it. Thank you.
Oh,
Carolyn,
don't like
Carolyn,
coffee.
did you lose power?
What
Why is it
was-
so
what was
dark?
what you're drinking?
Did you not
when
pay
I
your
turn-
electric bill?
No, when I turn on the overhead light in here at night with the ring light, I look really yellowy. And as we all know, I care strongly
Hold
about
on.
how I look on camera, so I'm not turning it on.
Wow,
Okay, bye, Rossi.
Rossi.
Oh.
Woo.
this is what it look like. It looks scary. All right, look at this. Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Ever since it's dark,
Ooh, I might try that.
No, he's well lit though. He's well lit.
so dark.
Look how scary this is.
I never got paid enough like you to get a background, so
Oh!
Exploding head.
Flash, I got to say your lighting on the porch is great.
I know. Actually, no, Glash looks a little.
Cough. What do you got out there?
You look a little ghostly. Flash.
LEDs?
It does look a little ghostly
Something-
tonight.
We got the my
I was
my
a
wife
joke earlier. I had
wanted
white
those.
paper.
I don't know. You can go to Amazon, whatever. The lights that you know, the like festive lights that you hang up all around the ceiling.
You know the lights that turn on and illuminate rooms.
I like this.
Yeah, you plug it in, you turn on the switch.
That better?
Ooh, the Switch, like Nintendo.
Ooh.
Nope.
I've had 2 bags of the Kaufman's goldfish. They're amazing.
You still
Dinner.
eating up there?
Are the kids asleep over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, what time is bedtime over there, Cough?
He really is just walking around my house. I'm in the basement.
Oh, wait a second. You guys are together?
Yeah, he's at my house.
Yeah,
Wow.
Forever and ever apart.
Oh, he's
You've
not.
got good Wi-Fi, Cough.
Thanks, bud.
Say that now. Now we're screwed.
I really
You're
like that background.
Internet.
It's a nice backdrop there.
Thank you.
Yeah, people can make fun of Cough's background, but it's clearly the most expensive.
Yeah, but it's so dated, much like him. So I don't know. It's just not doing it for me.
I
No,
would
but like
argue-
5
I would
years
argue
from
Billy's
now.
is more expensive.
Billy's is
years from
clearly
now, it's
no.
gonna be
Those are not
more
more. He's got like $9,000 worth of crappy DVDs. Billy's got like.
Well, of current value, he's probably got about $70. I got a laptop over here. I
In
got some pictures
fairness,
hanging
they
up.
are not all crappy.
No, you know what I mean. I didn't.
And they're not all
Pulled up Boat
DVDs.
Cruise or whatever the
Yeah,
hell.
but not some are Blu-rays.
That's a good
You got
point.
any VHS on there? Some laser
Not-
discs?
Bobbleheads. Do you have any HD DVDs? Remember when those were?
I do not. That was one thing I never fell into. I did not have any HD DVDs.
No
You got any
Blu-rays?
Blu-rays?
Wow.
Laser discs?
Blu-rays. Samir, it's funny that you bring up
Laserdiscs.
the VHSs. So we in town, as you know, some of you out there, I don't know. There's a town like dump, a transfer station, and there's a put and take. I know.
Right.
I said dump, Tom. I know it's funny. There's a put and take,
Like poop.
and so I
He's
pull up
holding iced teas. What are you doing?
so I pull up to drop a bunch of crap off that we didn't want anymore at the dumpsters there, and next to it there's this giant box, just a regular box filled with VHS tapes, and it's not like recorded at home off HBO.
Oh,
it's the like bunch, whether it's Disney movies or Batman or any sort of like all the diehards, and It took everything in me to not grab that box and bring it home, except I knew what the reaction was going to be when I walked through the door if I did, especially since I don't even have a working VHS player.
So,
wow, that was awesome story.
Thanks, pal.
I like stories.
Yes, let's give a shout out to the fam. Can we give
Thanks,
a shout out to
buddy.
the fam?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, by the way, shout out to
I
Cobb.
tied an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time.
Y'all remember floppy disks?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Oregon
Back on the
Trail.
old
Yeah.
Apple computer.
Yeah, used to hit 5 times
Oregon
fast.
Trail. Yes. Nice
was
call,
lit.
Ross.
Tommy's coming for blood tonight. He's really upset this is the final night. He was crapping all over poor Christian earlier in the day.
Yeah.
This is our commissioner.
But he's also a Rhode Island guy, Christian. So he basically, Freeze Pops hates other Rhode Island people.
Yeah,
I
we
guess
haven't even
subconsciously.
mentioned Kenny in Tommy's presence here. Just wait.
No, I like
Ben,
it.
you from Rhode Island? Ben, where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey.
Oh, please, never mind. Okay, moving on. Let's pass.
I see you, Lincoln Hawks.
That's
Don't
me.
feel bad, Cobb. I got $40
Unbelievable.
worth of DVDs last month.
Unbelievable.
Zwyman, are you a Taylor ham or pork roll guy?
I'm Taylor Ham.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason.
No pork roll. Come on. That's South Jersey. I'm North Jersey.
I don't understand why people are still holding on to DVDs. Is the streaming services not going to catch
I have
on
a ton
that?
of DVDs.
Yeah, I still have a ton of DVDs.
Well, I mean,
they come on and off, dude. They come on and off. If I want to see Secret Life of Pets 2, I can't find it. It's facts.
I also, one, like, they're just on the wall behind me. It's not like they're in the way taking up space.
It looks nice. I will give you credit.
I don't even care about that. It's like, what am I going to just go take them and throw them away? Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah.
And
So
to and to Rossi's point, there's a frustrating amount of time. I'm like anyone else. If there's a movie I want to watch, I search to see if it's streaming somewhere first, just because I'm lazy. But if it's not, then yeah, I come and get the DVD if I have it.
If we get
There's
to
a
400
place-
likes, I will go downstairs and knock off 4 DVDs. How about that?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's
Wait,
it right
what?
now. If you have not liked this video, we need 30 more likes. Glash will leave Kaufman's back patio, walk inside. We will see behind Koff. We'll make sure we have it on camera. And Glash will knock 4 DVDs off one of those shelves behind
I
him.
love that. And you have to bobble one of the bobbleheads.
If Glash stole one of your DVDs tonight, would you know which one he stole?
Ooh, great question.
I bet you
What a
would.
journalist.
I probably wouldn't know specifically which one he stole, but I would be able to narrow it down to like genre or something.
Yeah. Do you have an organization over there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
is this Dewey Decimal or what are we working with here?
Yeah, it's like it's organized by
400 likes, we'll find out.
by like genre. So it's not. I wouldn't be able to. It's not alphabetical or something ridiculous like that. But I'd be able to look at the wall and have a rough idea of what might be missing.
That is
Such a you answer. That's a no.
Well, it's a typical Koff answer. He was on fire on Twitter once again today with the Bill Belichick releasing Cam Newton, but can't believe he did it. I'm glad he did.
All right, enough of the crapping on each other. Let's real quick.
Rossi's diving into the chat here.
Glash
I am,
took
because this
care
is-
of Koff earlier.
This little circle,
At the noon.
this little circle square we got, this ain't what this is all about tonight. I appreciate
I agree.
Is what we're here for. These people dedicated themselves.
Rossi, you're way nicer and better at this than I am. You have go ahead, keep going. You're
No, I'm
talking.
just looking at that. Well, first off, I do want to kind of make fun because a lot of them are also calling plays, which I think is hilarious because we don't call plays. I've always loved that.
Guys, Cavaliers signed Taco Fall. I just wanted to mention that.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Gosh, dude, we will never hear about him again. Or from him. That's it. His career, his successful career will die. Anywho, Tommy, no one is taking Jules in a fight / Turkish oil wrestling match against you. You have, I threw it out to the chat,
Really?
Yeah.
Twitch and YouTube. You are owning it. People are like, you would destroy Jules.
I love it. Good. Yeah,
But
I'm
I
glad
don't know.
people
He's very
know.
angry. An angry man.
Yeah, but he's tiny. He's
I got
tiny.
size on him for
he's
sure.
big.
He's
tiny.
Remember that?
He screams small.
Wow.
Producer Drew on Twitch. I heard you like Jingle All the Way. Steal that one from Koff. Do you have Jingle All the Way?
It's a legit good movie.
How many copies of that do you have at this point?
Dude, Samir knows. Samir's the
Oh,
one that got the mail for me.
I sure do know.
Tara Lynn is off screen. She's no longer interested. We got to get Tara Lynn back in here, guys. We need to get her back interested in what's happening. Someone get Carolyn
I think she was
involved
trying to
here.
turn on the lights, maybe.
Well, like, I don't really care.
Oh, here we go. Look at what you did.
Aw.
Look what you did, Billy.
What did I do? I did nothing.
It's the part where we're supposed to feel bad, and then
No, just keep going.
This is a good rom-com.
I do want to just say it's really fun. Like when people, I see Abby Rizzle, nice run. Like this is amazing. Last sim, bunch of absolute morons talking God knows what, and I love it. The sim family's just like, yo, what's up? Here's a ridiculously off the wall comment about the sim. Why are they running? Says Ken Freeman. I don't know, Ken. I don't know. Glash has the answer.
Yeah, Glash has all the answers. Honestly.
Oh, we're at 485, by the way. The chat's all behind it.
Yeah, we're getting there. I just reminded them again. 400 likes. It's a 2-second walk. I'll go right down the steps and knock off 4 of them. And then Koff can pick. Actually, I'll knock down 3, and then Koff has to pick them up and then play buy stream trash.
I am
Yeah,
not
I like it.
there.
I like it.
You're definitely not there. You're not at his house.
Jordan He's 100% here.
There's no way. You're both lying.
You don't believe
Why would they
it?
make that up? Why would they make that up?
I don't.
Especially if we couldn't prove it.
Why aren't you guys together? Like you couldn't be in the same room.
I said that
They
earlier.
were at one
but
point.
this is
They were during the last sim.
He was in my space and stuff. It was weird.
He was in my space.
you look like
was
someone who
your
would like
favorite
that though.
Didn't you paint your face earlier, Flash?
I did. I was the
Still got
Joker.
the eyeliner. It looks damn good, too. Like, keep it.
Look at your hair tonight.
Billy, you're the only one who's.
Kyle,
Did Glass get a blowout?
You look like the guy from Lost, Richard Albert, the guy with the impossibly dark eyes.
I feel like one of the drummers from School of Rock.
You look like New England Harry Styles.
Yeah. Right?
He's like strawberries on a summer evening.
Oh, 5 likes. 5 likes.
Oh, 4 likes. Let's go.
It's the only
Let's
reason
go.
I'm here now because I need to go
400.
eat.
Come on, 400 likes. 4 more.
Carolyn, grade Glash's eyeliner.
a mess, a disaster. Honestly,
Disaster.
it's been distracting me this whole time. He looks extra pale as well. I don't know what's happening over there.
How did I get lumped into this? Rob Rand, TL, please never
I
take
know.
makeup advice from Koff.
Ben's Wyman on YouTube, 1,000 likes.
Ooh,
I'll drive to Coff's house.
hold on a second.
Prove it.
No, I got some beef here, bro. I got some beef.
Here we go.
You're gonna show off your guns? Is that what? Or are you too scared?
Edlo has
No.
responded.
First off, you're a coward. Yes. So Jules has responded. Retease, did you know? Great member of DK Sim fam. Like so many watching are. We love you guys. But it says he clipped off the clip of Tom saying he's going to punch Edlo in the face.
Yeah.
And I replied and I said, this is what this is all about. Fam loving fam. And then he goes, Tom, no clue who this is, but he can get in line. Best of luck to him.
That's right. That's good. That's good smack talk right there. And you know what I'll say in return?
I don't know. Is the quarter over? No,
Can I
think
cut?
so. No, not
Can
yet.
I cut to the front of the line?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Can I be the line leader?
And he got down fast.
Glash, you look insane.
Right,
Like,
looks
seriously, now you're creeping behind Koff.
Did you not see him with the Joker getup? You think he looks insane?
I saw that. Yes.
Hold on.
That looks better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There he is.
This is what I did that sim that night, and he looks like a parrot. He looks like a parrot.
Absolutely insane.
like the Muppets, the old guys up in the balcony.
Yeah.
Warlock, yeah.
Right,
But
yeah.
you look more like a parrot, I think.
Calm down. Breaking things.
Well, we got to see
Well,
it.
you're not. You're
Yeah,
probably
knock some
keep
up.
your frame
Koff,
Hey,
can you
tell
move
us,
your camera?
knock them off, and then, ooh.
Yeah, one just hit the ground.
Oh, he's right there.
Billy.
Oh, look at
This
Billy's
is
there
amazing.
too.
Oh, hey,
Just
Billy.
full screen Billy. Just
Where's
full
he
screen
Billy?
Billy.
Him, Billy, or me, Billy?
That's 4. Wasn't that 4?
Hey,
Hey,
Glash.
3 movies.
How did you get there,
Yeah.
Billy?
This is
drove.
This is
That's
what
the one. I want to know which ones.
All right. Here's what he threw on the ground, like a very unimpressive guest.
Unappreciative.
Very
Oh,
unappreciative.
buy stream trash. Let's go. Let's hit it.
All right. Well,
Billy.
he picked out 4, so I guess you got a bonus. Ladybugs.
Ooh.
Oh God,
Whoa.
that's great.
Whoa.
I still
Why do you
remember
own
seeing that in
that?
theaters.
That's a good movie.
Because it's a great movie.
It is.
You'll appreciate this, Emerson. It might have been even put out by Nesson. I'm not sure. The Still We Believe, the Boston Red Sox movie.
Yep.
Okay.
Great flick. Shout out to Ness.
I like Ladybugs.
And, then he was just leaning, he was leaning into the Van Damme section. Hard Target.
Ooh.
Buy that all day.
No one talks about that film.
And this one sucked. The Order.
Oh my God, dude.
Wait, there's a Van Damme section?
Yeah, there's a Van Damme section.
Street Fighter?
Yeah, seriously, what else you got?
Van Damme section.
That might be the coolest thing Koff's ever done.
All right, Carolyn, what do you think of Van Damme?
So,
Van
so I
Damme
guess I don't know, leave the Red Sox movie out of it, right? So it's Ladybugs, The Order, and Hard Target. That's your buy.
Gotta buy Ladybugs.
Yeah, shout out Jonathan Brandis, R.I.P.
Pike, can you get a screenshot of this? This is amazing. 9 people on the screen at once.
Yo, I'm at Koff's house too now.
Hey man.
I'm doing the party.
He said he was coming. He didn't lie.
Why did Zwyman ever leave The Sims? We've been missing this for the
Let's see if he
entirety
goes
of
with
maybe.
let's see if he does the ego answer or if he tells us the truth. Hit it.
Yeah.
What's the...
Are you unavailable? You have too many radio.
Too busy, man. I mean, this is great.
Let me guess. You got a full-time job and it didn't pay the same.
Potential.
It's okay to say it. It's the last day, bro. It's the last day.
I didn't want to come on the streams and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. I got stuff to do.
You seem like you'd have been a real firecracker.
I don't know.
Firecracker over there.
I like them. They're fun, but they were exhausting earlier in the pandemic. They were pretty. It took a toll on me. I didn't shave a lot, and I had a long hair and a band.
What the hell happened in this place? What the hell is going on? You people are acting like you were sent to another planet. Like you were sent to
when
Mars.
it was the only thing that you were doing, it was a lot.
I did 2 things.
Are you talking about here, like doing these?
Yes.
Yeah.
What? I used to do all of them in one day. Brag.
No, I'm not denying anybody. Like we're talking. Like look what we're talking about here. Don't Kenny Ducey all you guys now. Listen, you still have a kick butt job. That was my point. Doing this is fun.
We're doing it for the people.
Thank you. Now we're getting there. Now you're getting
We're
there.
men of the people.
I'm just saying. Earlier, I popped
and
this.
woman.
I'm listening while eating dinner with my sweet wife, and all I'm hearing is a bunch of crybabies talking about how busy they are and how difficult it is. I'm like, this is not what this is about. We were saying
Rossi,
goodbye.
tell us-
No
Rossi,
one was
tell us
saying
what
any
the-
of that. You're so judgmental. It's
I know for a
unbelievable.
fact I heard that because I heard
Well, Rossi, that's what people remembered Ed Lowe for. So we're just reminding.
I got you.
Sorry,
Rossi,
I'll
what's
hug you
the
in
real
this
meaning
here,
of
buddy.
Christmas?
I appreciate the people in the chat that are actually
get
playing
this guy
Device
outta here,
Food Trash,
Tom.
by the way.
Yeah, Koff, pick up those DVDs.
I gotta put them away.
Clean up.
Dunce.
Messy.
You would have a Happy Gilmore hockey jersey. Jesus.
Oh my God! Right? That is just so typical.
It's like the most awesome thing ever.
Good.
Also, I gotta say, it is funny. You go away from this thing, Ben's getting a ton of love, Billy's getting love, Samir's getting love. Like,
There's hope for Kenny yet.
I was on the stream like pretty early on.
No, I know. I'm saying like they could give 2 craps about even Koff, Glash, Emerson, Carolyn.
Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
It's really
yeah, it's fine.
I'm
So
getting
hey,
a
we're
lot of love on YouTube. I don't know what you're talking about.
well,
Yeah.
Dude, you get a lot of love.
They're feeling
A
bad for
lot
your
of
lighting. That's why.
You get a lot.
I think they started showing you love when you said I'm depressed and you walked off the camera.
You're like, I don't even care.
It was before that.
I don't want to even be around anymore.
How does coffee make you less depressed though?
It was before that.
Hey, so we're in the final quarter of this sim. We want to be sure to give everyone enough time that if they want things to say. Samir, we'll go to you. Do you have any favorite memory or any final thoughts on this experience?
Any big announcements?
Any big announcements? Any breakups coming? Everything okay?
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe you guys
No.
are
Question.
pressuring me to break up with my girlfriend. It's so
No.
rude.
Well, you're either committed to the DK Sim fam or you're not, pal.
You want to golf
Hey,
this week?
if I could. This is a group of people that either force engagements or they force breakups. So it's
Clearly.
Unicorn
Clash,
tomorrow.
Way out is in the box.
Clash, I'll play Unicorn at 6 a.m. with you tomorrow. You want to go?
Oh.
Bluff called.
Yeah, I'm good.
Flash ain't doing anything.
Literally, clubs are right over here. I got them
Wow,
ready.
look at that. Right on frame.
Flash was
Hey.
meeting me for an 11 o'clock movie.
Free guy?
No, back when
Yeah,
Fast
Free
9
Guy.
came out, we went to
All
see
right,
it.
go ahead, Samir. Sorry.
Heard Free Guy was great, though.
Yeah, me
Crawford. No. Samir, go ahead. Your time.
I didn't have too much experience, interacting during these sims. I was mostly switching the games and everything like that. But it was quite a ride, especially games you were calling, Glash, the buzzwords and all the other words you said. There were just a lot of words overall, and it was quite a ride. I can say that. Always kept us on our toes, and we loved you for that. Maybe, but it was a good time.
I believe Samir was on the game with me, Eric Berg, and you, where you didn't know how to say anything, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. I have so many. I have to find my hard drive. I have so many clips of you just
Crap.
mispronouncing so many things, which is a common theme for you. So,
Mackinnon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's an oldie, but
That's a classic.
Sims.
I'll never forget that.
Will Mackinnon. Got his first name right. Will. Yeah.
I got the Boban one somewhere too.
Boban Marjanovic is an all-timer because now Boban is in commercials. That wasn't even
His first name.
Robin.
Boban has
Who are we
been
talking
famous
about?
for a long time, Glash.
Is this the little dude?
No, he's 7'8".
I didn't know it was this. This is Lyman sends to me all the time.
Dude, I love
That's
Hasbulla.
incredibly creepy.
It's
Yes,
all
I'm
Lyman sends me. This and cereal like memes.
That's true. I mean, would you expect anything else?
No, I enjoy our conversations on Instagram. They're very simple.
Yeah, we can't really say them out loud on the sim.
Family friendly to the end.
Yeah,
Carolyn, how about you? You want to go next?
Honey.
Oh, someone else can go next.
Okay.
Oh, she's too emotional.
I know.
Are we doing best moments here?
Yeah,
I
whatever
thought
you
we
want to say, man. Your final thoughts on this whole thing, man.
So best moment, the biggest honor of my career was working with the great Jeff Ulrich, without a doubt. And then I think the greatest moment, I kind of already talked about it, but I was at home. It's about, 10:30. It was about the halftime of the Madden After Dark game. I got a text from one Tom Glennon who was producing a game, and he said, Glash just topped himself. And this was after you had shaved your eyebrows and innumerable other things. He said, you won't believe what he did. Gave you the time code to go back to. And it was when you were licking the screen. And I laughed so hard. I hyperventilated, and I almost thought I was going. It was the hardest I've laughed probably in 10 years.
And Bill still can't breathe the same because when something happens to Bill, it doesn't go away.
No.
So you've killed him by making him laugh. Way to go, Glash.
That was when Wild Weather Wednesday was like a fun experiment that people looked forward to, and then Emerson Latia got
Emerson killed it.
Yeah, Emerson.
And he also killed The Sims.
Emerson, we're talking to you, dude. Look at us.
Oh my
I
God.
did it for the DK Sim fam. Okay,
That's
I
what
did it for the
happened.
DK Sim fam.
And look what happened.
All the
then.
guys and gals said, "I'm done with Weather Wednesday." I said, "You know what, guys? I'm gonna get it done. I'm a man of the people." It took about a year and a half, but I got it done.
And now we're all gone.
My brother
And
from
then
another
then
mother
stinking
just checked
Sharag
in.
tried to take it. Then Sharag tried to take all the credit for it, and I said, "Sharag, this ain't gonna work." We bumped into each other when I was walking the dogs a few weeks ago in the public garden. I looked at him, tried to come up to me and talk to me. I walked right past him. And then I stopped and I said, "Hey, what's up?" We talked. Good
I will
dude.
say, those
He
snowflakes.
means
were
well.
tasty.
You're a psychopath.
Who wants to go next?
I'll just say since he's here, shout out to Billy. Billy got me into this mess.
Yeah.
I was, very fortunate to get in here through him. He was stalking me day one, whatever it was it like March 26th or whatever day this whole thing kicked off, and Billy forced me to watch on YouTube, smash the like, subscribe. He's like, I knew we need the support. And look at what this son of a gun turned into. I remember watching Emerson and Reed, and I'm like, hey, I know that dude. Emerson, Reed, I didn't know, but God, I'm so lucky to have known him. I just want a selfie with him. But yeah, it was just what a ride. And yeah, I just appreciate, my guy Billy here. We do our podcast outside of here. unlike the unreasonable odds. It's fun. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Subscribe to the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you, Tom Carroll. Great Day Nation's also on there. But yeah, Billy got me in here. Absolute blast getting to joke and mess with all of you guys. It's great. But literally, shout out to Bill for having my back, thinking of me first, or at least second or third. Maybe it might have been fifth. But everybody else declining. And absolute pleasure to be in here for the last year and change, talking about God knows what, and having Obi-Wan absolutely hate me the whole entire time. So I appreciate it.
Billy, great find. Rossi's a hell of a man. He's been a lot of fun to work with.
I like him. I think I'll keep him.
Thank you, Billy.
I mean, I met him once at a Samir, you were there, I think. We went to a WWE event with Rossi and Billy. You were there for that, Samir?
Samir was not there, but I wish he was.
That's the first time I met Rossi. It was a good time.
Yeah. I did go to one WWE event, but neither Rossi or Billy were there.
But
I was there.
Oh, was it Hell in a Cell?
Oh, I was there.
Was it Austin?
Oh, were you? It was
unless
whenever Billy couldn't go.
Mine
I
is so
took
much
his
tickets.
I remember that.
All right, Penny Bandana, any final thoughts before we kick you out of here and come find you in Kaufman's basement? No, we're not kicking you out, but it's whenever you want to leave.
I'll give some, So, like I said, I feel like when this started, it was like just such a, everything was just so blank, like bleak and whatnot, but it like really like lifted everyone's spirits, I feel like, especially mine, like during the pandemic. Because obviously it was tough with no sports going on and it just wasn't a lot to do. But yeah, doing The Sims was a lot of fun. I remember one specifically. I know Kaufman's like muted and I don't know what he's really doing right now, but he'll probably remember. We did a stream. It was early on. It was me and Kaufman, and it was when we got like the most likes in any stream up to that point. Remember? And then we like donated
for charity. Likes for charity.
We donated some money to. I think it was like the Red Cross or
it was United Bank back when DraftKings had the United Bank partnership.
Right, yeah. So we got, I forget how many likes we got, but we got to a certain threshold.
It was near 2,000, I think.
Yeah,
it was
over
big,
2.
Yeah, maybe it was over 2. It was a big number, and because we were doing, I don't know, X number of, however much it was per like. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, it was a sizable donation for each of us. It was that was one of those, like you're probably saying, it was one of those moments that really just spoke to what the community is here and everybody being involved.
No, yeah. So I like, out of all the moments, like I remember the ones I called with Glash and like the crazy games and the crazy sims, but I think that sim that we did where we did some good with the sim. I thought that was pretty special. And it was nice to be a part of something like that, especially when, again, like the times were kind of tough. I think that's the moment that resonates with me the most from these sims.
Love that.
And just like we talked about this before, but like, yeah, the mental state of all this, like for all of us, I'm sure in different ways, like then you just really nailed the head, like bleak, so many ways. And we talked about this, like we hung around with each other more than we hung around with family and friends for some of us. Like Emerson, you talked about like you didn't see, like your family lives plane rides away. You know what I mean? So like it's been wild.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I didn't see him for a whole year. I was like,
but you saw me.
I'll FaceTime. Yeah, exactly. I saw you guys. I talked to the DK Sim fan more than I do like my family.
Yeah.
And that like helped.
Yeah, because
I was like, I'm talking to my mom. She's like, "What's new?" And I'm like, "Well, my buddy Tater Hater made this really creepy video in a basement." And she's like, "His name's Tater."
Yeah, and he hates taters.
You got the tater.
I love taters.
No, but it's
then like my friend grabbed a saxophone.
That was a 4.5-minute video that he sent. It's horrifying.
It's amazing. Oh yeah.
No, but it's true. Like unless you like specifically live with one other person, your significant other or roommate or whatever. Like, I mean,
dolls.
How dolls, like all the bobbleheads behind me. Like, I mean, how often do you spend like talking to one person continuously for an hour in your day-to-day life? And we were, doing this for hours at a time every single day for 17 months. That's a lot of get to know you time with everybody, especially everybody in the chat too. It's wild.
Well, I think a lot of us do talk a lot, but I will, but yeah, I know what you mean. Specifically to one person.
But yeah, no, it's very
that's
true.
what I mean.
Like I got to know a lot of people that I didn't know that well, way better, and it was nice. And I also got to talk to Kopp a lot too. So.
Which doesn't that like Ben Zwyman, for example, I would say hi to him every day I saw him in the office, but like now I'd probably go give you a big hug now, man. Like,
yeah,
we had some.
Oh, but like, I mean, like Emerson I've known for years, you know, through DraftKings or even prior. And I said the first time that he and I did a sim together, you know, we're sitting down to do it. And I said, like, this is without a doubt going to be the longest conversation we've ever had.
Wow.
because
is that an indictment on you guys though, as people? I mean, come on. You guys got to like grab a coffee or something, you know?
Opposite schedules, Tommy.
It's true though. I mean, like very opposite schedules.
Who is one of you guys a tough hang?
Yeah, Emerson.
No. Emerson is the most needy.
I think that's what we're discovering here. One of you guys is just a really tough hang.
Retweet. What are you talking about, Billy?
My favorite thing that Emerson does is he likes his own comments.
Oh, it's amazing.
Individually, he writes a paragraph.
I just attacked him on that the other day.
Single words.
You know what? Be you, Emerson. Be you.
Thank you.
I got in his case for that the other day. Quit liking your own posts.
As he just does it right now.
What do you think he's doing on that phone all day? That's it. Harassing people on Instagram stories and liking his own stuff.
It's like his way of saying, like, well, you haven't liked it yet, so I'm going to.
It's also my way of just telling you guys and gals that I love you. That's all. It's self-love.
Self-love is important.
I'm going to squeeze all of you the next time I see you.
Bry Guy must be working. He'll join us, by the way, at some point tonight. Bry Guy must be working the Sims tomorrow because remember, the Sims still exist and there'll be technical directors and ops and everything.
What?
Bry Guy writes in the chat, if we get to 500 likes, I'll randomly unmute on the Sims tomorrow and just start making animal noises.
That'd be incredible.
That'd be amazing.
Emerson, are you coming back? You are coming back from Madden After Dark, right? So everyone.
Yeah,
needs
I'm
to
gonna come back for.
again.
Yeah. I will come back for a little bit for Madden After Dark.
A little bit. He's about to fall asleep.
No, first off, I have you on a few times. That's okay. It's like I get these random nights off from Nestle, and it's like, man, it'd be really nice to go to bed at 8:00.
Yeah.
Instead of like 2:00. And then there's quiet time. I said on the noon sim, Cough. There's quiet time in the house. There's book reading time. Yeah. So yeah, I'll do it. I probably.
Emerson, you don't read books.
No,
Picture
but
books.
my better half does read books. Again, I'm a big scratch and sniff book guy.
It is nice to just kind of sit on the couch and not watch TV or listen to music or do anything and just sit there in silence sometimes.
Have a sit? Just have a little sit.
Just sit there. I stare at my dogs all day. It's incredible. It's extremely healthy.
Or just people watch. Just open up the blinds and just stare at people on the street. It's a great time.
Yeah, we sit on the stoop of the bench and I'm like, look at this clown.
Morgan and I's favorite hobby.
Terrellyn, how many bouquets are you grabbing this weekend?
I'm diving for every bouquet. I have 2 weddings this weekend. All the girls better watch out. I'm diving. I'm in the middle.
2 in a weekend?
I have two weddings this weekend.
Yeah, I've done that. It's hard. It's hard.
Are either of them yours?
Oh wait, is it Saturday and Sunday?
Billy. I think I would tell you.
Billy.
No, she
all
wouldn't
right.
tell Billy, but
I'm ready to say my thank yous because I don't know if I'm hanging for the next one, but I want to say I'm not going to get emotional, Emerson. So screw. But
let it out. Let it out. We're all friends.
Yeah, let me just say it. All right, this is going to be harder than like all my breakups with like all my past ex-bozos. So let me just talk right now. So I want to say thank you to everybody who has watched us. This has been a wild year. I came to DraftKings 3 years ago from a job that told me I would never have a career in journalism ever again. They said I was cringeworthy to watch. And I came to DraftKings being like, wow, why are these people giving me a shot? And then I went on air and I did my first broadcast and I went up to Glenn and I was like, hey, like, was that okay? He was like, we loved it. Like, you're yourself. You're great. So it was awesome. So basically, I wanted to say that DraftKings really gives you that platform to have your own personality. and to meet so many others. When the pandemic started, I thought I was out of a job. I was so nervous. I think I texted Billy and I was like, oh, I'm screwed. They're not going to keep me. And then the Sims happened, and all of you guys have become brothers that I kind of never wanted, because a lot of you annoy me a lot. But I do love you guys to death. And it's not the end. You'll see me again. But I love you all. And that's what I wanted to say, is that thank you for all keeping that sanity and keeping it so fun. And like, did I ever think I would call a football game? No. I messaged Christian being like, hey, can we talk? Billy, can like you teach me what to do? And like Kaufman and Glash, I say how much I hate them. I love them to death. They are literally my brothers. And Rossi, always with his positivity. Samir, the support system that he's truly always there. And Billy, listening to all of my annoying ideas. The list goes on. Emerson, too, basically making me be humble and always saying his funny jokes to me. But yeah, like ZT said earlier, I never have been in a workplace where I actually got family. And you guys truly are. So thanks.
Aww.
Love
it.
My mic doesn't pick up clapping, but I'm clapping. Clap, clap.
No mic. Look at
I literally just heard you clap. I just heard you clap.
All right, how's that?
Great. Works.
We love it.
Love you, Tara Lynn.
Love you guys.
Love you, Tara Lynn.
All right, Tara Lynn, it's been real.
Kyle,
Rest easy.
You
Drink my
guys.
pie hole.
Who wants to talk now?
TL, I know.
Who wants to hard act to follow?
How do you
It's a
follow
high
that?
deep drive into left by Castellanos.
Oh, Clash, that
Touche.
podcast school's really paying off, buddy. Way to go. Dynamite dropping.
It's going to make it 4-0.
Also, Christian is here. Like, you're on
Yeah.
screen, man. I don't know if you need a light or something. Like, hey, how are you?
Christian been here the whole
I was
time.
trying to creep real hard, but yeah, it turns out I don't need light in any circumstance to do that. That's just something that comes natural to me.
I love Greg Coffin, the mayor, says, Tara Lynn, honestly, awesome to be here. Then he says, DK is a family I never knew I needed. Good stuff. Yeah, that's good. It was a great line. Right from the heart from TL.
Always.
Dude, is Kenny showing up today?
Oh, let's not do
No.
this. Let's just. Who cares?
All right.
He showed up any day.
Yeah.
He said he was going to try and call it.
Let's-
I'm dead serious, from the U.S. Open.
At the U.S. Open, yeah.
We FaceTime
I don't.
or-
I don't think.
No.
Someone said he's working though. I don't think he's working. I think he's just there as a fan.
Yeah.
He got.
I don't know. A lot of people talk about how busy they are today.
He just
Oh,
wanted
he
to be
doesn't
there
have
so
an
he wouldn't have to
iPhone.
be here. I believe that is.
He doesn't have an iPhone. He's a green
One of those
texter.
people.
Oh man.
He is, but he will
The
be here in a few
green
weeks, and
texter.
we're all going to try to golf together. Don't forget that.
Who's we?
Might as well kick him out of the
People who
Twitter
golf.
chat. Am I right, Christian?
I'm not getting my
Tommy, you're getting ratted out in the Twitch chat by Reeves. Did you know? To be fair, I do say that all the time. So it's spot on.
I like this.
Nothing is safe here. You just crap all
Hey,
over.
I realize that you
gonna
say
get
things
kicked
on these streams. They're gonna get back
Oh,
to
they
these
did-
people.
They did the room, man. Dude,
Oh, please. I say like one joke, just one joke, and everybody craps themselves over me. Like, oh, Rossi said that. Oh, Emerson, Rossi said about you cough, Rossi.
Yeah.
It's like, geez
That's right.
Louise, people.
And I
It's
make
called
the same
entertainment.
jokes on par, if not better.
I'm just saying, though,
Christian-
you know.
Christian is a Pilgrim Patriot. I'm a Lincoln Lion. We have kinship. You know, we can say these things to each other, and it's the 401-ness. You know, we get it. It's fine.
Yeah. Come from a tiny state where we know nothing but hatred. There is
Exactly.
there is no kindred here other than just animosity. That's how you get along with fellow Rhode Islanders. You trash talk them to their faces, behind their backs, to their families, and then you go have Thanksgiving dinner together. That's how you do
Exactly.
things. Yeah.
It's in our
Like the
blood.
Pilgrims did.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly like they did.
Did
Christian, I
this
see
sim
your
end?
internet has improved since
Yeah,
last time.
the
I
sim's
did.
over, but we're going,
won our-
right? You go
won our
we're filling
leaving.
in between games.
We ain't
Oh,
leaving.
producer Michael won our internal paid contest.
Actually,
Really?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
There
Pisses
were only-
me off.
There were only
I
six.
was
Mike
unable
on,
to
Mike.
join.
There were only 6 of us in
Me
there.
too.
I was in there.
Michael won. Emerson finished last, and everybody else was in between.
Did I really?
Oh, I
Yeah.
stacked
I am
kickers and I still
pathetic.
didn't lose.
The winning lineup: Tyrell Williams, captain; Gurley, Ruggs, Ridley, Waller, and Jacobs. If anyone's wondering, Atlanta won.
What was the score?
13.
A lot to a little.
No, it's 40. Oh, yeah, 41. That's what is high scoring game?
Oh, and
yeah,
Jimmy B won the
41-13,
free
yeah.
roll cuff.
Wow. Good for
What's
Jimmy
that?
B.
Really?
Jimmy
I love
B
Jimmy
won the
B.
free roll, and Dean Murray came in second.
Hey, nice.
Wow.
Those are 2 day one guys right there.
Yeah.
Was it
love that.
Tyrell
Hashtag Team
Williams?
always here.
The guy who took away your eyebrows, Glash?
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
that guy. He extended the game against Buffalo and got to 1,000 likes and buzz.
40 entries
Really
left.
left in the free roll, by the way,
Yeah.
for Madden After Dark, if we can fill that thing up. And
I think
if
it
any
came in fuller and
commentators
darker.
want to jump into our other one, that exists as well.
Yeah, just
I'm in there,
stack
man.
the tickers.
I'm
All
making
right,
my
so-
$2 donation right now.
Love that.
So the approach we took at noon, this was all Tara Lynn's idea. I think this was a fantastic idea.
Yep.
For our award winners, we pick the Krusty Kaufman commentator of the game. Say, okay, which commentator we think did the best? And then the Not My Kid commentator is the commentator who sucked the most.
I
So
think we could agree that Jules is the babysitter
Julian
Billy.
is the Billy.
It's Edlow, dude. That guy is just a mess.
Just a train wreck of a
Let's go
human
around the
being.
room. Who really shined in this broadcast? Kaufman, you can go ahead and start. Just keep it one
It's
name.
Zwyman.
No explanation. It's a very simple question. Don't answer the question with the question. Just answer the question.
I don't even want to. I want to defer to someone else. I don't even want to.
He's going to everybody. He's going to everyone.
Oh, he's
Billy,
going to
go ahead.
everyone. All right, Zwyman.
Yes.
Zwyman.
I
Zwyman.
won.
He's
Ben,
got a
go
great
ahead.
background.
Well, that's just one vote.
Ben, go ahead. Ben,
Wu-Tang.
Trademarked. Be careful.
that's not a commentator. Who?
Nothing to mess with right there.
I'll give it. I don't know. I'll give it to Tom because he loves me so much.
Okay.
You just met him.
It's not a good compliment, just so you know. Just watch out for
Yeah.
Twitch.
Ben,
Don't go to
one
Twitch.
for Ben, one for Tom. Emerson.
You know what? I'm going Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn. She brought it home.
I like that.
It's how you enter, which she entered with perfection and left with twice the perfection.
I like that. Can I
I'm
change my vote?
I'm
I
emotional.
like that pick.
No, you
Yep.
can't. Too late. Billy,
Yep.
Maryland flip-flopping cough.
Jason Rossi.
It was going to be Tara Lynn.
Okay. Samir.
Yep, it was going to be Tara Lynn for me as well.
Okay. Christian.
I'm basing my awards solely on calf strength, so it's got to be Samir.
What?
Have you seen, dude? The man has gym teacher calves.
I
They're,
know.
Do you know how
dude
badly
does
that
not
just
fit in
hurt?
his
Well,
ski
that was
boots.
great.
It must be hell trying to get those properly fitted.
Dude's
man.
got absolute softballs back there.
Yeah.
Great. Now Emerson's not sleeping tonight.
I was just
Oh,
going
you-
to say, this is hurting Emerson to the core, and I love
Yeah.
it every
I
second.
guarantee
It's like
Emerson.
the Arthur meme with the fist.
I guarantee Emerson is now lifting his toes, doing calf lifts underneath the desk.
Emerson, the next sim starts in 20 minutes. If you need to take a quick ride on the Peloton.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I do need to eat some cereal real quick.
We all get to show up together one last time, and I get to give Emerson body dysmorphia issues. Perfect.
And Christian, remind us, if you were going to eat Emerson, what is the last part you would eat?
Oh, the upper body being the last part. It's all stringy. All the good eating's below the equator, man.
Hey, you ain't wrong about that, kid.
Yeah.
We were talking about this on a sim.
I know. I heard it. I heard it today. Someone.
And there was
What
part of
is
the
it
clip.
Best of.
It's part of the best stuff because
They
me and
made it
Christian were
into the
talking
sizzle
about-
reel. That is what I'm going to send to future employers.
Dude,
what do you do here at DraftKings? Well, let me show you. Well, if I were going to eat Emerson Lazio, I would start with the butt.
I'm just saying
Oh,
that
hi.
because we did Tank Top Tuesday, Emerson, we would always do it,
Yeah.
and you didn't flex. You refused to flex,
I know.
and then it
More?
became. I don't understand. You take a lot of shirtless videos. You just wouldn't flex on the camera.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
have you-
Samir, you saw me shirtless tonight.
What?
Yeah, he said it looked like a melted candle under there.
Yeah.
Is
Who,
it
me?
how
Was I shirtless?
Sweaty I was.
What the hell's
Yeah, it
going
was
on?
weird.
Proceed with caution,
It's
Billy.
getting weird.
What was a FaceTime video?
Yeah,
I was
but-
on the ton.
So are we giving the wooden nickel to
on the
Tara Lynn?
ton.
Yeah,
You
Tara Lynn gets a
lost
wooden
your
nickel.
to call him. What are you
Thank
kidding?
you so much. Finally, I get a wooden nickel.
There you go. Tara Lynn, if you're ever in St. Louis, you get a free mini ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. Congratulations.
What happens to the wooden nickels when you
Up
move?
my pie hole.
I'm donating them.
I feel like you would just have to go and spend them all at once.
Why don't you just
Fresno.
drive over there and hand them out?
I'm
What's up, from
donating
Fresno?
them
Just give them to
to
people.
a food shelter because they can legit go get ice cream with them.
Okay, that's a way better idea. Then.
Could a
Here's
wooden
a
nickel
wooden
be a
nickel.
good door stopper?
No, they're not thick enough.
Yeah.
They're they're thinly sliced wood. I mean, it's really just
they're
handiwork.
Oh.
Look at this. That's
Emerson.
thin, bro.
Someone's asking for a quick one last sack, bro. Sack.
Yeah, it's our dude Buzz. Yeah,
Buzz, do we give it to him? Do we give it to him, or do we want to wait till the game? I don't know.
Yeah, I figure we wait to the game, right? Until we see a big old fat sack.
Yeah, baby. You know them sacks. Big sacks. Big sacks.
Bros.
See, Billy, remember the things you get worried about that I used to say? Now it's just
Hey, I'm not producing this one. It's all good.
Listen.
Well, also, I'm talking about a defense sacking.
Yeah, we're talking about big sacks and the big disc energy that's on Friday night.
Did anyone else pick up their Bad Boys of Pop yellow commemorative cup?
Okay.
Emerson, you were at the office today.
Yep, I certainly was. You know what the story was? I was going to bring those back to my place if Glash agreed to deliver the Chick-fil-A he owes my wife, and he could scoop them up and then take them to everyone's individual homes around here.
Can I just say, and I love Bad Boys of Pop. I like our guy Tommy. I thought when he was sending cups, I thought it was literally going to be for us. Like it was like DK Sim Fam cups or something, like something wild. And it's just his face. I love him. I appreciate it. It's free. And he sent me a very nice message. But Brad Guy, just get in. Get in, Brad Guy. Don't just put your computer on. Get in here.
Yep, Brad Guy, what are you doing, dude? Don't you have the
Let's
passcode?
make sure TP's ready.
Oh,
that's true.
That's
Good
not
point.
what Freeze Pops did. That's why he learned his lesson.
Yeah, Freeze Pops broke the sim.
Hey, I was bullied into joining. I was very okay with
bullied.
just. I was bullied.
If you're wondering where BK is,
I'm not.
He's
not.
He's trying to feed the kids.
I'm personally not. Tom. It's okay.
In the YouTube chat.
I'm not. I'm personally not. I love BK, but I'm not worried about where he is. I want him to text me a picture, and then I'll know.
He'll text you a picture of him feeding your kids, and then.
Shout out to Earl Sparks, who has screenshotted all of us and put out a really funny picture of the 9 of us here.
Also, it was also funny, Billy, you just mentioning about like Glash saying you worried about things in the past, Samir. You know, when we had Madison on earlier, it was funny because she was saying all the things like she would be so concerned about, and then like literally being on for like 13 seconds saying, Samir, you probably feel this way too. It's like this clearly, the things we were worried about 13 months ago clearly doesn't matter anymore.
It's the rules are there are no rules.
Yeah, the rules have been out the window since basically January, I feel.
Fight Club at this point.
Oh, that's baby Brock Lesnar.
Fight
there.
Club had very much established rules, Koff. You
I know,
should
yeah, don't talk about Fight
Yeah,
Club.
but there were like
There
3
he
of them,
is.
and after that, anything went.
I swear, Koff started telling us who
Yes.
was baseball on the nightly. It was weird.
I, for one, have been on the record that Bry Guy is the best looking DK broadcaster.
My God, he
Thank
looks
you for
so
gracing
handsome
us.
on
Thank
those
you.
videos.
You really,
I really appreciate that.
No,
well trimmed.
You gotta be
What kind of
careful
hair?
of the source, Bry Guy. You gotta be careful of the source.
He's
Oh,
what
sorry,
Ricky
sorry.
Fowler tries to be.
Yeah.
great smile too, actually. And now that I'm kind of looking
Whoa.
at you, you have a
Tell me
great- you have a
something
great
I don't
jawline.
know.
Hoffman, I almost blew up your porch.
Oh,
Oh, did you go to the bathroom? on?
Whoa, whoa.
Blew up.
Wait,
he
where
said.
did-
do you want me to come back?
Use the bushes. Clash. You
The
don't
disco
go
lights.
porch.
Well, he just went, and it just almost flamed up, but it broke, so now it doesn't work.
What?
Wow.
Broke your
It's a
disco
disco
lights on
light. I
the
was gonna set it
Oh.
up, and when I plugged it in, it went.
Where'd it go?
just like that.
Yeah, but that could have been bad. I almost lit a
Let's just
fire.
go Lou.
That would have been a little problem. Yeah.
Listen, I also am really gonna miss Koff jumping in the chat during
Wire
this
is hot.
when he's just telling everybody about his contest for the night. That's one thing I'm gonna miss.
Jump in the contest.
We're just doing a great sim, and then it's Koff jumps in, and everybody starts going, "Oh my god, I'm gonna get into Koff's contest! Hurry up, I'm gonna get in! I'm gonna get in!" Koff's like, "Please do."
30 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours and 16 minutes.
We got 20 spots to fill.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite is, I'm really looking forward to competing with all of you.
Sure.
It's not our money.
That's
It's
the
just
reason
for
why.
fun,
I'm
although I
really just
will
looking forward
take
to
your
checking all
money.
Yeah.
competing with all of you and getting on in there. Like, do you actually go through and read each name and go, "Oh yeah, good to see him, good to see her"? Good to
Koff
see him."
hadn't texted me in months, and then he texted me about the price of Madden if it can be real. And $70.
Oh
Is that for
my
real?
God.
Hey, he's just a
Unbelievable.
businessman. That's a businessman right there.
$75. This is outrageous. This can't be right. Yeah, well.
Joker says, "Bry Guy looking like an Ohio State linebacker." Get some right there.
That's the whole point, really.
That's the look I was going for.
Shrugs all day.
Specifically Ohio State.
Yes, not Michigan, Ohio State.
Hey, basically saying like, who do we have here? We could go with AJ Hawk. That's basically, just a tree trunk
like
of
the baby Brock Lesnar. The guy is just killing it.
Good.
What life
He is. F5 us all.
I need to go destroy Kaufman's bathroom for a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh,
I was
Have fun, Glass.
Why you muted the mic?
Tommy.
Yeah.
Why would you mute the mic? I don't understand.
Here comes the heat.
Dropping heat,
Is this
baby.
gonna wake? Is this gonna wake your family up?
Okay, Cuff, here's a good question. Did he ask you which bathroom he should use?
He didn't. And I swear to God,
that's rude.
What about the shoes?
I'm just petrified that he's going to send me a text in 10 minutes. You got a plunger?
Cough, I'm being serious. Do you think does he taking shoes off when he comes in there?
I don't think he took his shoes off. No.
Wow.
But
He's
I'm
gonna
not
pull a Harry from Dumb and Dumber.
I'm not.
Unbelievable.
Justin, we see you in the chat. Thank you. Says you guys have become truly become like a family. I would have you guys on every day and listen while I stayed busy. Feel like I know all of you in a way. Gonna miss you guys.
Aww.
Justin, we appreciate that, and a lot of the comments very similar coming through.
Yeah, there's been some really nice, very touching stuff throughout the entire day. Like this whole, if you just like scroll back on the YouTube chat, my lord.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, not to like totally change the mood, but there's been a lot of these as well. Jeffrey in the chat. I'm legit sad AF right now. Samir, what's that stand for? Don't worry about it. I went through a major.
I'm not Glash.
Yeah, thank you. I went through a major depression being indoors all the time, and this kept me alive. There have just been a lot of really great notes along that same vein from you guys over the last couple of weeks since we announced this thing. Obviously, that the Sims are continuing on, but without commentary. And I've said this so many times before. The fact that that this is just it's been a distraction for you. It's been a distraction for all of us in our own way as well. It's I won't give the same spiel that I've given a bunch of times already, or maybe I will in like 2 hours. But right now, we thank you, and by all means, keep the good comments coming, keep the bad comments coming. We said this during the Nooner Sim earlier when Emerson Glash and I were together. Like, this is also your final opportunity to get the pot shots in. Like, don't write anything that's going to get you banned or put in timeout or whatever. But if it's funny and you just want to rip on us a little bit, like, we'll read those as well. Billy, you need to read that. It's not,
almost Bill.
It was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean the thought was nice, but it was
so close.
Poorly executed.
Relly Rel on the YouTube saying, "I'm really gonna hate when this is over. I look forward to this every day." Well, we look forward to you every day.
Emerson, are we eating dinner right now? Because I've been staring at a taco for a few minutes here.
This is a real Kenny tribute. You guys just sitting here eating on the sim.
Oh,
listen, I thought I was first half. I could leave to have something to eat and come back second half, but I stayed because I thought
were there words mixed in there somewhere
with this girl from. And yeah, so I'm eating the goat cereal, which is French toast crunch.
Samir, is that who you're texting right now? Are you texting your girlfriend?
No, I'm not. I can only get the Twitch chat on my phone, so I'm trying to keep up with the Twitch chat on my phone.
I feel you, bro. I got it on the iPad.
Yeah. Ryan says, Samir, what was it like doing the drive of shame instead of the walk of shame with your girl? I mean, you picked up Emerson on the way to the golf course.
Well, he wouldn't let me not pick him up.
Keep it together, Emerson. Keep it together.
Honestly, I mean,
what
Emerson's
a time
a great guy,
that was.
sure. But this guy, once I dropped her off and we were going to the course, he refused to get in the front seat, which was the most infuriating thing of all time.
Don't blame him one bit.
You don't blame him one bit?
I said drive to dunk in Uber.
Everyone knows if you're getting dropped off first, you don't get in the front seat.
Well, I was going to come back. You're right.
Samir, screw him. Screw him. Don't let him do that. Oh my god!
Is Koff trying to teach good manners right now? Because that's a
sure am.
Something like that.
Anybody timing how long Glash has been gone? By the way,
no, I was just about to do a Mount Rushmore. Hey, Freeze Pops, should we do a Mount Rushmore here for old time's sake? Should we do one?
What is a Mount Rushmore?
It's 4. I think we've used a little bit of the Macangoo. We said 4 pillars of sand that represent the greatest of a certain whatever category, if you will, Bill, if you will, because I believe they're in the Dakotas or somewhere that doesn't really exist. Because does anybody ever seen Mount Rushmore? No.
No, I haven't. I thought it was just a rock formation that was just there, and then that's how they picked the first 4 presidents.
That's correct. Yes, that's
it was
all
like a-
4 of the original 4.
That's it.
Washington, Ben Franklin, Hulk Hogan, and Hector
Teddy
Elizondo.
Roosevelt.
Yeah.
So, freeze pops for you, and everybody
Yes.
can get in on this. Because actually, I'm almost more intrigued to hear Billy, Bry Guy, and Samir from their perspective. And Tara Lynn, when she gets
She's still
herself
here.
I was just gonna ask that.
She
Who
peaced out
knows?
a while ago.
Well, she's
No,
still
dude.
on Zoom though, so maybe she's coming back.
You never know. And maybe even if the girls can talk over there, I'm saying, but top 4 people worked with. Like and it doesn't, you don't have to compliment people here. It's not like, oh my God.
Jeff Ulrich.
Yeah, everyone's
Jeff
saying
Ulrich.
Moose. If anybody doesn't
Jeff
say
Ulrich.
Moose, they're an idiot.
Jeff Ulrich.
Yeah, Moose is literally number one.
Dylon.
What's wrong with you, Billy?
Dylon, and Dylon.
Yeah.
But
So
honestly-
I've done 343 sims
What are you,
since
Kaufman?
starting in late
I
October.
can tell you exactly what the number is.
And to pick 4 would be unfair. So
Good answer.
Howard,
Get off the fence.
I feel bad answering this, but
I'll
here
have
we
the
go.
Spot on the fence.
Here we go. I'm going to do it.
Thank you.
Go
You should
for
name
it.
4 people that aren't here.
Statrick.
In no particular order.
Yeah.
Glash, Rossi, Goff, Emerson.
Oh, come on. You're just saying
How
that
many
'cause
times
it's
do you even
here.
work with Emerson?
That just
And
doesn't
it's
scare.
it's really because he just gave me that little smile right there at the end there. It's such a
Politics.
Yep.
All right, no, Samir, for you, like being here from day one, doing what you've done, being on both sides of this thing, it's nothing but love, free swaps. So who are some of like the best, like you just really enjoyed? Maybe you be behind the scenes. Like there's a whole crew of people that are not visually seen like yourself normally. And my God, look at that chiseled face. I don't know why we didn't put you on camera more, but Samir, who are some of the best you enjoyed working?
I mean, the 2 most handsome people right here are not normally on camera.
Seriously.
True.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about yourself.
Intimidating, really.
No, it's Samir and Brian.
I'm kidding.
Dude,
Stop it.
why,
I have
why
to
are
put-
we in
I have-
front of the camera when we have Greek gods behind it?
I would have to put Brian in my group of 4. Brian helps me out all the time when things get too backed up on my end. I always ask him to help me out, and he's always there. So I sincerely appreciate that. Madison and Michael, who's producing this sim right now, were awesome to work with when I was TDing. Really appreciated just the back and forth with them. They were super easy to work with. And I feel like I have to say Drew now as well, because he did a lot of these sims as well, and he was also very easy to work with. And, behind the scenes, you hear about us a lot, but we don't get to say that much or interact as often as you guys on camera. So it's nice to give those people the shout out and recognition they deserve, because it's a lot. You guys just get up here and talk about movies and cold hot dogs and whatever comes to mind. So it's,
Oh my God.
How dare you, Thomas Freeze Pops?
How
dare you?
I knew it. I'm sorry.
How
Lamarca.
dare you?
Lamarca.
Yes.
But I had to come.
Back off the mic.
That
I was
is
gonna
Matt
say your
Lamarca's
name, but
music.
then Emerson, he just goaded me into
Yeah.
it, man. He kept inching his face closer to the screen and slowly smiling. How do I say
you
no
went
to
with
that?
your heart. You went with your heart, not your head.
How
That's
do
what
I
you're
say no to
supposed
that?
do.
Lamarca has
Dude,
the
we can
fighting.
we can carve your face in and make a 5th face in the mountain. Chill out.
No
There's
5,
no
very
rules
important. There's no 5. We've done it for every football team in the entire league. And they get that out of there.
Lamarca, I'm just going to say the day that you played the saxophone for the first time, and then Rossi, I think, continued it in the one after, right?
Yes. So I thought that was a thing, because you texted me and said you got to get Lamarca to keep going. I thought like he was proud of it and all this stuff. And then next thing you know, he's like, I never played this. I haven't played it in 10 years. Then he sells the sucker.
I know. He sells the sucker, and he sold his mattress to Kenny.
That's still the best. And that was when Kenny got engaged.
The rumors are not true. I still have a mattress. It's right over there. I could show you, but
Joe, we're getting a shout out here for a sexy Christmas too. Like that was a top 5 moment.
Oh, speaking about sexy.
Oh my God.
The squad is just squatting up right now.
Oh my God.
Come
Look at
on,
that, just-
T-Pie. Keep out of the boxes. Keep out of the boxes.
Branding all over the
Done,
place.
man.
I think, when's my shirt coming off? After the 10?
Lamarca, did you write a sim send-off song? Did you have time today in your busy schedule?
Do I have to go get my?
I'm glad that you asked. I'm glad you bring that up.
You knew I would.
Because I did write one.
Oh,
And
let's
I'm
go.
super excited about it.
Wow.
But you're going to have to wait until after the 10 p.m.
I'll wait till
Big
the end
market
of time,
tease.
damn it.
Is it?
We've had
is
good
it just
teases
Boys
today.
to Men, It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday because that song's already been written, Marca.
We've had good teases today.
It's
Emerson.
personal.
Oh
It's
my
heartfelt.
God.
It's funny. Dare I say a little sexy? And
Oh, yes.
I think this is the perfect follow-up to Sexy Christmas that my agents have been asking for 15 years.
You got to fulfill
All right,
the contract.
Zach
Oh.
Thompson is here. Hi, Zach.
What's up?
What's his name?
Oh my God, Lamarca. Lamarca.
Zach? His name is Zach?
That was still one of the greatest, no one talked enough about that because it happened on like a Saturday at 2. Dude, I'm talking about ZT. I'm like, Zach. And he's like, wait, who?
He said Zach. I thought you were talking about the linebacker, Zach Thomas.
Oh, no.
You were like, yeah, well, him too.
Just throwing it way back.
He was a legend.
Not
But
on
the
the
league of
Mount Rushmore.
tackles for like 6 straight years, I believe.
Yeah, but that was
The
unreal.
guy
He was
who
like,
officiated
ZT.
our wedding called me Zach Thomas 3 times during the wedding because he was a Dolphins fan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not great.
That's all they got.
That's
though.
awesome.
That's really
I've
all they
never
had for a long
misspent.
time.
I mean,
after
you
Marino.
get to negotiate a bargain after that, or like, all right, we're gonna knock like $50 off this.
Yeah.
As someone
We
who,
didn't pay him enough. I could have knocked $50 off. He would have been paying me.
ZT, as someone who wears the cloth, that's the one mistake I've not made. I may call every receiver a different name on the Sims, but when it comes to the wedding, I've never made a mistake.
See, what I would have done is I
Keep
would have
that
asked
in
for my
mind.
next one free because you know me. I'm at least 1 or 2 more in the hole.
Yeah, your next
There you
wedding, correct.
So I got you next time.
All right, fair enough.
Who's on deck? I do want to read some of the comments in the chat just while they're coming through. Greg Coffin, the mayor. My kids might actually be on the roof and or lighting fires in their rooms. I'm not going anywhere. Joseph Clark, hope these sims without you guys is because you all found better opportunities. Best of luck in the future, and thank you for the entertaining days. Person Allen, everyone on screen right now is awesome. Thanks for the good times. I'm going to miss the laughs. Justin Cravens, the Batman.
Yeah.
Much love, DK announcer is going to have to hop off soon. Appreciations on full, and feel free to contact about bats.
Love that.
We will get Lamarca his bat, Cravens. We will get Lamarca his bat.
Oh, look at the little doggy.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's
That
my
is
favorite
a
engagement
handsome
photo.
dog.
You got to frame that.
That's amazing.
Terrifying.
Oh, that open mouth smile, something else.
I showed that to Morgan and she didn't understand, and I was like, "You don't need to understand, I guess. No one really does."
No. Hold on a second. Look what I found.
Oh.
Oh, God.
There's no gifts under my tree. No Xbox, no flat screen TV. But when I'm with you, everything's all right.
Hold on.
Let's get together on Christmas night.
Ooh.
I'm just watching
Drinks and
Christian.
eggnog.
That's amazing. Wow.
Unreal. Give it up, Lamarca. Give it up, my man.
Unbelievable.
Can I go use your shower again?
I was gonna say I'm kind of turned on right now.
Go right ahead. Lights on for you, pal.
ZT, I know that a lot of words are going to be shared, but we had Madison on earlier. She gave you a huge shout out for continuing to crush the overall standard you had set for your goals in life. I'll just say she was very taken aback, and she saw
commended that you look like you shed yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was about 80 pounds heavier when we started these things.
Oh, damn, unbelievable, man.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that in a while.
I was
so
about
it's
80
cool.
pounds lighter. I found ZT's weight.
Hey, that's good too. Lamarca, that's good too. Don't worry about
Can
it.
I do my Mount Rushmore real quick?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
Emerson's definitely not.
Oh, yeah, I need to do mine. Don't I?
100% not on it.
My first nomination will be ZT because he helped me out when I was blind one day and we had to put together the Madden rosters for, I believe, 21. And it took about 9 tries.
You couldn't see anything.
No, I couldn't. We were going over the rosters. I lost my
Is that number 88?
I don't know. Christian, because he was the most positive person I've worked with. Loved working with Christian. Definitely Madison was lovely to work with always. And then I'll have to give it to, of course, the Moose, the GOAT, Jeff Ulrich.
What is this obsession?
He's
Moose
a
is
great
the
guy.
best.
Lamarca, you're right off the mountain.
Yeah.
You're right off the
No,
mountain.
listen. I have no
I
I just feel like this is a little overboard on the Moose. I mean,
No, I got
Is he coming on? Is
Look,
Moose
a lot of
joining
Moose.
this?
He
Okay,
said he'd
real-
be on by now.
No,
Where
I
is this?
agree. He is.
Don't you
Billy's
insult
going way too in on Moose. Like,
All
you
right, hold
get
on.
it, dude.
Well, Emerson
Say something
also
about me.
thought when he went to Buffalo he could easily go see Jeff where he lived because he thought Edmonton was right above.
Yeah, he's just in Canada, no problem.
We looked it up. It was like a 19-hour drive.
Right across the water.
Yeah.
No
Emerson's
one
that
told
guy.
me how big Canada was.
Emerson's like that guy who's
America's
like
hat.
all of Europe.
Look at a
can fit
map,
inside
man.
Texas, dude. Like it's basically.
He was
the same
asking
thing.
Jeff like what the text read. What does it say? Like Roger or something like the Roger Network or something like that.
Yeah,
Rogers Sports Network.
Roger, yeah, something like that. But yeah,
yeah.
he really thought Jeff
It's-
was like a half hour from him. It was good.
Yeah. Give Brad guy, who's your Mount Rushmore? You were on it.
See, I think I have to give out 2, one for on camera, one for behind the camera.
That's fair.
You are a Swiss Army knife.
So
I didn't do that, but whatever.
Yeah, put yourself on
I
both.
mean, Samir, go for it. If you want to give out a
Smear's narrowed
second
it
one,
down.
I don't want to just steal your thunder.
Nope.
I mean, I'd say on
Hot
camera.
sauce.
On camera, I think Emerson and Reed is quite the duo to have on any sim. And I have to give it to
Agreed.
Moose as well. And then last but not least, I mean, Glash for all of the costumes that he put on. And he's even wearing, I think, is that eyeliner or something going on? Apparently, I missed something going
It
on
is.
here. So
You
you
look
gotta
like
give it to
Richard
Glash.
Alpert from Lost.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Reference.
Oh, it's
Second
so
reference.
dark. It's like he's
Very
looking into
nice.
my soul.
Lamarca, I feel like one of the dudes from No Vacancy, School of Rock. You know?
Oh, no vacancy.
Yeah.
All right. There's the one guy.
vacancy.
Yeah, Emerson
You
did it,
rock.
man.
It's a good
Brendan,
time for
I
Monsters
feel like I
Conference,
have
by
to
the way.
tell you. I'm sure you know that you have those on upside down.
You could
I don't think you do have to know that.
No, those are not upside down.
No, they're
No
just.
way.
I mean, have you ever
deflated.
seen a moose
think
with
they're
a
just
feather
limp.
that goes
He just
down?
flipped them.
They're just
It's just a
deflated.
sad moose.
Oh, they're deflated. Deflated, Andy.
Oh,
Like Patriots
Deflated.
football.
Yeah.
oh, all right.
It's a good time for Monsters
It's a
comments.
droopy
This is-
antlered
we don't
moose.
have
It's been
Statrick
bothering
on
me all
screen.
night.
Can someone please tell Glash he's cute?
Also, I will say this now that they're both here, we need to give all of us a round of applause to ZT and Billy for all the work that they put in on the depth
Yes.
charts and getting DK Live going and the Madden Streams info page. If it
Come on,
wasn't
Deer,
for
get
them,
up. Get
this
up,
is huge for them. So give it up for ZT and Billy.
Coffins,
Their
deer,
work
deer.
and it is unbelievable.
Howling. What do deer do? What's their?
They
I
graze.
like the last 7 minutes more than the first 2 hours of this thing. I just want to say because this is what it should be like.
ZT
I don't
was
know.
roped into this, by the way. Like
I'm just saying, what's changed over the last 7 minutes? I don't know.
Lamarca.
Maybe
You know, ZT.
update those Mount Rushmores, boys. I don't know.
You know what? I'm officially knocking Cough off my Mount Rushmore and putting Lamarck on.
Oh, you are
There
such
you
a
go.
hell,
man.
That's right. Sorry, Cough. I know that you wouldn't take
He
it
didn't
personally.
knock off Emerson, who forced his way on.
Yeah, you should put Emerson.
It's not like two
I know it
Sims
means.
ever
I know
with
it means.
Emerson.
I know it means more to Emerson.
Listen, I had a
I
six
don't
streak
think-
going
I
for a
don't
while.
think you do. I don't think you do.
I had an Iron Man streak of only noon sims for the longest time, and just
And then
one
that
a
was
day.
it. Remember when Emerson
No
used
one
to do all the
did.
Sims?
the right way.
Remember when Emerson didn't change and he used to do the Sims and like was cool? Oh, he's getting talked to. What happened?
No. It's just we got Housewives now. Really loud.
I don't care.
This is
Whoa,
Housewives
really
in
loud?
New York.
We won The Bachelor.
I did.
Oh,
It was a
Congrats,
mustache, wasn't it?
proud of you.
Blake won the Bachelorette.
Just so you guys know,
Ah,
Zeke
that
getting
was
a lot of love right now. Billy getting a lot of love. Good comment by Brad Guy. SimFam's very, very thankful.
Right, guy. That was well said.
You're
Christian, I have a
welcome.
question.
Yeah.
Where do you keep all your headbands? Like, can you show us your stash?
No, I don't know where half of them are.
Headbands,
I have
Christian.
a 3-year-old running around the house who's like part-time kleptomaniac. So I don't know. I don't know where my license is. Like I've been driving around without a license. I have to like bring my passport with me wherever I go.
Does that double as a driver's license?
I was just
I
gonna say, I don't
but
think that works.
know my
It's the same.
license number and expiration date. So if I get pulled over, I'm gonna have a real good chat with the officer. I'm like, no, it's Rhode Island number blank. And now that I don't have to worry about the Sims anymore, I can take time and go to the Wisconsin DMV and finally change my license over after not having lived in Rhode Island since 2002.
Also, right now, just to Michael and TP for doing this. Like, I can only imagine the headaches.
We're chugging along in the background.
Well, it's going to be a nightmare.
I forgot.
Where'd Wyman go?
Wyman's
Irish exit. Irish exit.
Boot that, dude. Can we just boot that whole picture right out?
I will say,
it may make it easier.
It is 10 p.m. We do technically have a game beginning to get
Thank you for
underway.
getting this back on the rails, Lamar.
There's a sim. We get it.
The moose is here.
Get it ready. Wait.
Jeff.
Wait.
Wow.
Move.
There he is.
There he is.
Jeff, quick, moose player. Give me a moose player.
Wait. That's not the right team.
What?
This is not the right team. That is the Washington football
Oh,
team.
no, you're right. Yeah, we'll restart.
yeah,
we need
San
San
Francisco.
Fran.
It's okay. It's okay.
geez.
Nobody panic.
San Fran in Miami. We'll get it.
Good
We'll
call.
get it. Don't worry.
It's rigged. It's
I
rigged.
was very confused. I was like, no, the sprinkler.
Can't say the R word.
Somebody's paying
Can't say
attention.
the R word.
Come on, we said we were going to ignore the sim tonight, but we still have to put the right one on.
Rigged. The whole thing's rigged.
Dude,
You
my
guys believe
entire
Samir screwed this up?
lineup is like 49ers. I would have donated another $2 to the college.
I never even said a lineup. That's too bad.
100%
says-
Samir's fault. 100%.
Alana Kilgore, one of the mainstays, says, I wish I could stay awake. Cough, thanks for the kick in the pants to make us watch the Marvel timeline. We're up to Endgame. Love this chat, and now I have to go talk to Jared in person.
Ooh.
It's bound to happen eventually.
Oh, marriage.
Sexy Christmas time.
It only comes around once a year. All right, sorry. I'm actually going to. I'll be back at halftime.
Good.
Wait.
All right, we'll see
Where
you
are
in
you
bed.
going?
Just stay.
I just
Hey.
finished like an 8-hour shift. I kind of
Oh,
want to.
here we go.
Take a
All
break.
I know what you want to go do.
I want to get a little
Oh,
shower in.
okay.
Take a break.
Hey, Lamarca, go relax.
Yeah, take a quick 5.
Go relax.
Why are you wearing a shirt, bro? Why are you even wearing a shirt if you just did
You don't even have a mattress.
Lamarca, if you
Hey.
come back and you're not wearing a striped polo, I'll be mad.
Dude,
Tommy.
Lamarca.
come on.
Outfits for the
Come
10
on.
p.m.
Lamarca. Bro, I just retweeted Sexy Christmas. I found it. I retweeted it. I think you should retweet it too.
Wow, 12 people on the stream right now. That's amazing.
Did I ever tell you that someone offered to buy the rights to Sexy Christmas?
What? Yes, you did. And you
How
did
much?
those.
Did we ever say goodbye to Wyman, or did we just kick him out of the Zoom?
He'll be
I
back.
think we just got him out of
I
there.
think he booted himself.
It's okay.
It's been over like 2 years, dude.
Well,
Yeah, dude. Undercover boss Tom says he kicked him out.
Good.
the other day we were trying to get 100 likes to murder Kaufman, but I mean, I
That
guess
worked,
we
and
killed
it
Wyman
happened.
instead.
We got there. Why do you think Glash is on the porch right now? Not inside the house.
Wait it
Coffin's
out.
cautious.
Yeah, and Glash has his disguise on too, so he's
Yeah.
free of fault. I mean,
Yeah.
No,
This could be
I'm
blamed on local
subscribe to the
wildlife.
sketch artist. What he looked like? Well, he had antlers.
And I
They were upside down.
You just blame a deer. I'll blame big deer in the back
The
of the
good
woods.
thing. It's a good thing this moose left gigantic muddy shoe prints leading into Cough Compound.
Thanks
From the
everyone for
filthy
hanging out.
outside
Yeah,
world.
San Fran and Miami is, obviously you'll get the same amount of play-by-play for this one as you got for the last one. We appreciate everyone hanging out.
think Pat tried to call the first touchdown, actually.
oh, Moose player.
Yeah,
Moose
Moose
player is
player.
Albert Wilson. Albert Wilson.
Wilson!
Yes!
Wilson!
Mostert, get to Moose call. We're just going to yell every time Mostert touches the ball.
Flash is
Oh,
here.
that's
Moose,
awesome.
Emerson, Samir. Nothing's broken, but he's here. CDA, Bry Guy, Lamarcus coming back. Zach Thompson, Tara Lynn. We might see her again. I'm not sure.
Okay, we're all here.
Obviously,
Jeff, I'm going to yell into paper
internet
towels.
government.
What? What did Glash just say?
He's gonna go break into Coffin's kitchen and get some paper towels.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting us know.
Paper towels.
Flash, come down here. There's paper towels down here. Walking all around the house.
Oh, you're just gonna get him before he gets you, huh?
Is that Mostart?
Mostart? It is fitting that that all of this wraps up with a Mostert stuff.
I hope this is the first time there's an injury in a game and Mostert just like snaps his leg.
Wow.
That's a horrible thing to say.
Mr. Positivity wishing injury upon our dream stream legend.
Dude.
People
real talk.
It was just like leg to fall off or something. Is that what you just said?
Real talk here.
Did you get toilet paper?
Did you guys ever see the Mostert injury of his arm?
No.
Oh, Google that. That's one of the gnarliest things no one's
Who
talking
was the Bucks player who broke his arm back in the day? Was it Andrew Bogut? Or no, was it Bucks?
Yeah, no, he played for the Bucks.
Pretty nasty elbow dislocation.
The Bucks. Oh, you're talking about the NBA team.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, but dude,
the defending NBA champions.
Yes. If anybody does like looking at injuries and you're weird like that, just Google Mostert injury. It's one of them. It's just gnarly what happens. It's not gross because it's not like
Rossi and I were once doing a podcast when Antetokounmpo broke his leg. And I looked at it the next day and after having several knee dislocations, I was like, he's going to be fine. You know what? He was.
He was fine, Bill. You were right. But the internet made it seem like the dude literally broke his leg.
It looked bad, but like
it looks pretty bad.
It's a hyperextension.
Yeah. I know, but now it is, and now the guy's a Super Bowl champ, rocking.
Or NBA champ. He's one of the.
Hey, Glash, how was Koff's bathroom?
Good.
Gosh, I can't believe you're putting toilet paper to your face, bro.
We have 5
Well, it's not used.
It's soft.
Been touched. It has been touched.
It's been touched.
We're gonna break a
Too
record.
small of a
Randy
slice.
Cristal's popped in to this.
Oh, he's not here yet. Give him a
that we've
second.
got
Give him a
going
second
on.
to adjust. Give him a
BK,
second.
one of your screens is out.
No, it's not. But I like your headwear.
Thank you.
Is that in honor of Moose?
Yeah. Moose Air, more in particular. That's how we all flew here to the
The
zoo.
Antlers are down.
I'm gonna miss Moose
because
Air.
that's where our stock price is too.
Oh.
Has anybody worked on getting Raheem Mostert on tonight?
Yeah.
And we tried that 2
That
years
peaked,
ago.
man. Yeah.
Did we though? I mean, did we really try?
Greg Coffin, is there an image of Brendan Glasheen's brain injury? No. Don't say it. Look at this guy. Next time he's on camera, just stare at him. He's amazing. Look at him.
Send a random message to Raheem Mostert and see if he'll respond.
Do it.
He's currently not available on Cameo. He's there, but he's not taking requests right now.
Too busy?
I'm on Cameo. I am taking requests.
He's too busy like Ed Lowe.
You can get
Lucky in
you
the
guys
chat.
can get
Thanks for the
BK
memories, guys. Been an absolute
guys-
pleasure, except for Koff and his love for the Pats. We can't all be perfect. LMAO, just kidding. You guys are the best.
Yeah,
You can
Koff,
get
what do you
BK.
think of?
You can get BK on Cameo for $2.
$2. Best value out there.
$2?
Good.
Yeah, $2.
He'll put in like 80%
Wait, really?
before his dog runs away. And he has
I
to
don't like
You're
that
on
ROI.
You're on Cameo. Glash has an agent. Like
Flash has an agent.
Lamarcus gonna go platinum here next.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
my
That was
agent
gonna
got me a
happen, whether
deal
or
with
not.
DoorDash in Salt Lake City.
Well,
And
I'm guessing Glash's agent gives him a better shot at replacing Marv than Koff, who said he wouldn't really pursue that job.
BK, I'm actually going to be a clown for your 14-year-old's birthday next week. Yep.
Well, yeah, you got about a month, but okay.
Yep. Big preseason bash. That's what we're going to do. So you can find me there.
Who's your agent?
Emerson Lazio.
You want to continue this conversation off air?
Emerson Lazio.
Take it off air.
Yeah.
But yes, if you guys, if your kids, turning any kind of age soon, email me. My email is in his Twitter bio, and let me know where you want me to send.
I knew it was
my
you.
guy.
This is all you. Us Friday.
No, it was DeAndrea. Where is that guy? Did he leave?
Just left to go, we'll say, not get a drink.
Yeah. Christian was the same guy who also said 100 likes to kill Kaufman. Because someone has to die at the end of this finale.
He killed Zwyman, though.
Right? Good.
Kenny.
Sorry, Samir. Looks like you're going to be the guy.
Oh, wait, this is Frangelico's last sim as well?
There's
Wow.
nothing more.
Yeah.
Wait,
There's
what?
nothing more poetic than killing Kenny.
Yeah, if anything, Kenny got away, so that means we know he's in season 2.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's the cliffhanger. Like we don't know what happened.
He died off screen. That
killed
means he's a horror
Kenny.
movie.
Yeah,
It's like when a movie or a TV character dies and they just have to reference it.
Yeah.
Like John Spencer in The West Wing.
Charlie Sheen. Yeah.
And he's just going to Europe.
That was sad though, BK.
Yeah, sure. Because he died in real life.
Frangelico, we love you, brother.
Oh man.
Charlie Sheen dying on 2.5 Men was also sad but in a different way.
Lamarcus Pokemon collection. Listening to these clowns are giving me a headache.
Hey, turn us off, guy. Like seriously, get out of here.
Oh,
all right. How about that?
Oh,
Get
hey,
him.
easy. That's not. Do you think that's
No,
Julian?
go away.
You think that's Julian's burner? Is that why you're acting like that?
Shut up, you guys. You're stupid.
We're
No,
here
that
to
was-
call
call
each
each
other.
other.
We're here with you guys for a little less than 2 more hours, and by all means, I mean this. As much fun as we all have hanging out, we can do this anytime. We can reach each other. So if anyone has any questions for us about anything as it relates to what we've been doing here the last year and a half, what's coming up next for DraftKings, or any of us personally, YouTube, Twitch. No, not you guys. The chat. I want questions from you about the future. If anyone wants to know anything, by all means, here's a question. Emerson's Peloton. Nice, Emerson, of your Peloton to weigh in. Koff, how were the Sims pitched to you guys to begin with? Do you remember as a group? I mean, many of you weren't part of it at the time, but those that were, the day one people that are in this Zoom, you guys remember what it was like, these first conversations about doing this back when sports stopped?
Yeah, we had about 4 or 5 false starts that we were about to go live, and it was like, nope, wait a minute, not doing it.
Not today.
Not doing it.
I wrote
Happened-
four.
it
I think
probably
4
happened
different
for a
articles.
week straight.
Yep. I had Texans and Bills, Texans and Saints, Bills and Saints. I had them all written up separately, and Billy was adding in Madden lingo into my post, and I was like, I don't even know what X Factor, Superstar, what?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember that.
I didn't know what any, because I hadn't played Madden in at least a decade longer. I didn't know what any of that stuff meant. And Babysitter Billy here, I mean, it's where the nickname came from. He'd just stream the game on Twitch, and me and my kids would just sit and watch, and he would just take us through. He'd just talk us through everything that was, so this is the X Factor, and these are,
I'm gonna go wake them up so they can watch the last sim.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Moose.
Sure they love that on the
That
school
was
night.
I just want to say hey. I haven't said hi to you yet, Moose. Hi.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I love you.
Cough, I just go knock on one of the doors. It's the big moose.
Better put that makeup back on from earlier. But I'm gonna we started doing.
I'm gonna
this.
miss hanging out with Moose.
So Glash and I did the first
I know.
sim internally.
On weekends.
We did the first internal sim, and I remember. I don't know if you remember this, Glash. We got. I don't remember who played. It was maybe like Houston and Tennessee or something like that. We had good feedback. In reality, I mean, it was terrible. It was awful because we were sitting there. Just
I thought I was good. I don't know about you.
we were just sitting there like talking. The running joke of this whole thing, talk about the sim. That's what we were doing. We were sitting there talking about the sim the whole time. Or whoever was evaluating this internally seemed to like, well, yeah, a lot of good Madden talk and whatever. And then first actual sim happens. Emerson and Reed do that to kick off at the time. What was it, 3 a day before we moved to 6 a day, and 6-minute quarters and simulation mode before arcade and the 8-minute quarters and all that stuff. The transition of these things, and it was. Yeah, I mean, just the evolution of where things were versus where we are now is pretty wild.
Eagles
got throwing a bomb.
The thing I remember from the early Sims is you and Glasheen had like copious amounts of notes for each game, and it made me feel so uncomfortable. I'm like,
yeah, that was the worst.
It was really weird, wasn't it, Emerson? Because pros
Yeah,
like
I
us are
hated
able
it.
to just walk in and
Shut
just
up, all
announce
you.
anything. So
I liked my notes. I had fun printing my notes.
Yeah, you do.
And it builds
You try to take a lot of them.
ink.
That expense report is the reason we're gone.
That's right. All the ink.
Yeah, it took me about 2 games.
I just figured out that I could get the stream on my TV behind me
Sure.
for the first time on the
Better
final
late than never.
sim.
Oh, that's a microwave.
You can watch microwaves now starting tomorrow.
One of them new microwaves.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with my DraftKings work shirt that I've worn for 80% of the sims since I got it.
I'm still waiting for mine.
If it's a children's medium, you can send it to Emerson.
Yeah, I'll wear it.
So
bro.
we can belt it and wear it like a dress.
I can wrap it around my quad.
I remember poor BK's first sim comes on trying to describe to him what this thing was, gets a Niners sim. Very first time Mostert ever scores a touchdown.
It was the
Such a
craziest
big
game
deal
still.
in Madden 20. Like the people watching are going nuts. I'm going nuts. He has no idea what's going on or why this is remotely important.
But that wasn't the craziest part. The ending was the craziest part of that game, which I still remember more than any other sim other than that high scoring one Glash and I did with Tom Brady and the Raiders, because the Niners were up 6 and inexplicably went for a fake field goal. And then the Raiders were able to throw a long ball to Tyrell Williams and then a dump off to Jalen Richard. He breaks 3 tackles and they score the game winner with no time. And I'm like, if this is how it's going to be every game, this is going to be amazing. And of course, it has not been. In that regard, it's been amazing in other ways.
One of the most memorable ones for me was when Koff and I did the 7-0 game in the rain between the Cardinals and the Raiders. The only time a team got in the red zone, they fumbled and Chandler Jones took it back for a score the other way. It was the only score of the entire game. Other than that, it was just 1, 2, 3 punt.
7-0 with the defensive touchdown, or the one that Billy and I did that went to 3, maybe 4 overtimes, and it was just missed.
Middle of the field.
Yeah, they were just living between the 40s basically. Missed field goal every time, over and over and over.
I was behind the scenes for that one. I recall it very well, and I don't want to.
I had to pee since the second quarter in that one too. It was awful.
I remember Glash and I did one that was 6-3 with about 5 missed field goals from the fourth quarter on, and I think we literally just about lost our minds. Like it was Madden After Dark, and I remember that one. It was like the Jets and
Jets Patriots. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, Jets. It was the Jets Patriots because it was Ficken.
Freaking Ficken, yeah.
And by the end we were barely even saying Ficken. We were almost saying
something else.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that sticks out to me about the sim with Billy was that it was the only reason I remember is because I was on the next sim. That had to be the longest. That had to be the longest sim we ever did. Like before our guys like Dry Guy and others started, really leaning on the X button, because that sim ended maybe 3 minutes before the start of the
I was on the next one with you. I remember that.
It was unreal because I call it the dead zone, because once they get over like that area in the like over the 50 in like a close game, they play it conservative if they can kick a field goal, and then they never hit the field goal. It was awful.
I love that Billy's still explaining this Sims to us, how this works, the dead zone.
After all this time. So I call it the dead zone.
Yep.
I mean, literally for like 3 months, this was my life.
You miss it?
Yes, I do actually, because if you saw what I was doing now, it's not pretty.
Hey, are you and I doing 22? Like, is that coming?
You know what? Probably. Like the way this works usually is the day before something's due, somebody will be like, "Hey, you got to do this." So
remember, Madden 22 tomorrow, guys.
Can you guys get Le'Veon Bell on the right team?
Hey, I'll tell you what though, the gameplay in Madden 22, chef's kiss. It is fantastic.
Yep, it's true. It's true.
Do you guys?
No, I know Billy plays a lot. I get like the Twitch alerts like 3 a.m. It's like, hey, Billy D's up playing a Madden game right now. Join him. And I'm like, no, I'm going back to bed.
Sorry, Samir, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Do you, Koff and Jeff, remember when Jeff's dog farted into the mic?
Yes.
R.I.P. Wiley, man. That was one of the greatest moments in sim history. It's a top 5.
I got this mic like the day before, and I didn't realize. I was so used to having my mic like attached to here, and so I had him on my lap and the mic was like down here, and it was just
it was so clear on the
I
back
should
end,
know
we don't
he
hear
farted all the time, that dog.
It was
but like for there to be that perfect silence in the crowd noise in the game, for it to, like, it couldn't have happened at a better time.
I'm just glad I acknowledged it, because everyone would have thought it was me. So
how did it smell?
This part smelled horrible.
Describe the boat,
Tommy. Smell like roses.
You would have sworn the dog was like 1,000 pounds and like oh my god, look at this thing.
Yeah, I'm bringing her over because I'm gonna say goodbye. I need to eat food. I'm like crashing hard. I think I'm
just had cereal.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
I need more than that.
Listen, this has been great working with you.
Lamarca just got on. You're gonna leave him
back.
like that?
That means you're not coming back after the sim?
I'm going to be watching. Leave me alone, everybody. God, I'm tired.
It's been great working with you this sim, Emerson.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed our interaction.
I
wish I was that dog.
You're going to text me random insults at 1 a.m. It's fine.
I appreciate Emerson being one of those, like earlier in that first sim. Too busy. I'm tired. Gotta go.
No, that's not true. I'm just going to take him out. I'll be back.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right.
We just
Yeah,
bought
you will.
Sure, you
I'm
will.
in ninth. I'm in ninth place.
Cool.
Good.
I love you guys.
Emerson's in second place.
Emerson, we won't see you later.
Am I really in second place?
You are. You're right behind the West, ahead of Yao
Okay,
Pete.
hold on a
You're,
second.
you're
I'm
leading
hanging out a little longer.
our small internal paid contest.
Yeah, I'm in second
Good on you.
behind you in that one.
How much money am I making right now?
About $1,000.
Oh, it looks like 10
So
bucks
one
there,
still
ladies.
solid
dead. But Emerson, for real,
Hey.
are you coming back or are you leaving?
No, I'm coming back.
Okay.
All right, Emerson, it was nice working with you.
He's not coming back. He's not coming back.
Everybody
He's
say
not
Talking
coming
hard
back.
out at
No,
the
but
end.
I
Or are we
hate-
gonna
I
stick
hate the
around?
way you're treating me right now. This is
He said he
ridiculous.
is, so we
We're
can.
all
Emerson,
gonna
I
get
have
texted
faith in
2
you.
a.m. instead.
Somebody
Oh,
call
sorry,
Smash.
amigos.
No,
My
this is-
chinchillas.
This is
gonna
something
get
Samir
off-
does every time we go out. He
Don't
always
do
Irish
that.
exits.
Don't turn it. Don't turn it.
No,
You
now
go
he's
out with
projecting
friends,
onto me.
Emerson? You go out with friends, Emerson? I haven't been in.
Yeah, my friends will text me back. My friends will text me back. That's one of
Hey,
the
I
things.
just-
He's
back.
gonna
Text
get
you
off
back.
this Zoom call and text all of us, and then start.
Emerson,
liking
who are
it.
you
Say,
golfing with
Bros,
tomorrow?
heart.
I just
I do
got.
have, I have a spot. I have a spot open tomorrow morning. I don't know.
Yeah, I
if
got an
anything
idea.
wants
Let's
in.
let him go. Bye, Emerson.
Bye, Emerson.
I'm
All
just
right, man.
impressed he was here. I mean, honestly, I was.
Look,
I just got.
he's been
I
with
literally
us for
am
2 hours
texting you pictures of Oreos.
Goodbye.
Apple cider. Like
I got a cameo request from Thomas Rosenthal to tell the DK Sim fam hosts I love them. Maybe I'll do it at the halftime break with the
with us all.
Zoom with
Yeah,
the
that's a
Zoom
good
in
way
the
to do it.
background.
Oh, it's happening. Do I get a cut of that,
baby?
Do I get a cut of that?
Yeah, it says I'm going to make. They actually increased it. It says I'm going to make $2.61.
Heck
Whoa,
yeah!
wow.
Let's go.
Do you know people at Cameo? BK?
You mind
they
sending me a
they
couple-
gave you the inside.
They did. Like, this is how you make more money.
Moose, did you buy those cosmic brownies yet?
No.
They still sitting in your cart?
Is anybody actually having an alcoholic beverage to commemorate this?
Whoa.
No, absolutely.
Whoa,
not.
hey, buddy, whoa, slow down.
Hey, calm down.
Why were you? Whoa.
Hey,
Better reread
Absolutely
the notes
not.
list, guy.
Kaufman, I had a brownie. It was very good.
Good, I'm glad. Making his way around the kitchen.
I mean, I just
Was
came
there-
back from the local.
Was there
watering
nuts in the brownie or no nuts?
That counts, Bragg.
I'm nuts, so yes.
hole. I had to partake in trivia, and then I rushed back here.
Did you win?
We came in a gentleman's second place.
Did you get rained out in softball?
Out of how many teams?
There were 7 teams.
All right.
Was it America's Pub Quiz or was it Geeks Who Drink?
It's from a company called Sporkle. It's kind of like Family Feud.
Oh yeah, of course. I used to take Sporkle quizzes because I'm a nerd.
When I used
I've
to be
never
an
heard of
insurance
sport.
agent, I wasted so many company hours on Sporkle.
Dude, that would be a thing like driving back from the 8500. You dial up like one of those like 20-minute quizzes and just give it a shot. Like name the top 200 tag teams in WWF history.
You guys want us to do our pod right now? Is that what you're saying, Christian?
Hey, this week,
You guys want
top
to
11 comebacks of all time.
Yeah. Guess saying. Top 11.
By the way, yes, everybody in chat, I felt like I had to put on the prison whites for you guys. I know how much you love this shirt.
Prison
to.
Nat, Prison Lamarca.
So,
I didn't get the chat fired up. So,
Hey, so-
half of us have to leave at halftime. Is that the rule? Or what's
Nah,
the-
you're good.
what's the rule?
You're
Well,
good.
it's been kind of a floating situation.
Because I'm
here's
here.
a
And
here's a question.
no
I know
one's
a couple.
asleep.
I know a couple of you out there that are in the Zoom know the answers. So refrain from answering, if you would. Really, it's for the people in the chat. So
Take us out.
thanks. Yes, thanks to our ops crew,
False.
and we'll give more thanks to our ops crew coming up. But thanks to our ops crew, we actually know what number sim this is. Since
Oh wow.
Yep.
we actually know what number sim this
I
is.
have no clue anymore.
And do we know who's done the most? Like, it's got to be
It's
you,
high.
then Glass, then Emerson, or vice versa?
I have
Oh,
100%.
don't be sleeping on the weekend Warriors like that. Don't be sleeping
I
on
think
the
I might be top
Sheer
5.
math. Sheer math is going to be on that.
I mean, in actual ones worked on, me, Bry
Freaking
Guy,
Nature
and
says-
Samir. are
Well, yeah,
probably
I mean-
pretty
Oh,
good.
yeah. Yes,
Freaking
good point,
Nature
Billy.
says BK works like BK drinks like Wade Boggs. In my younger days, not with all these
I'm
young
guessing-
kids.
So
I'm
if
guessing-
anybody in the chat, and obviously you guys on Zoom that don't know, wants to guess what number sim this is since they began on March, 28th, 2020, when these began?
Yeah.
What do we got? Who's got a guess?
I'm gonna say 876.
No, higher.
Oh my God,
876, Bill. I bet you
I've
did
been out of commission for a while, my friend.
Billy, I'm going to be
I
honest.
have no idea.
Billy, I think I've done over
Billy,
800 sims.
I have
four digits.
personally done north of 800 sims.
Are we going closest without going over? So if somebody guesses one,
Sure, you want to go prices right rules? Go prices.
Well,
so we got
876 feels like the low bar.
So we got a real range here. Jordan says 3188. This one 1834.
Ooh, Mark Hodgson 24
millions.
Tom is pretty close here. Tom RTD is close.
I was going to ballpark it around.
Andy says 696,969.
This is like buzzword status clash right here in the chat.
Yeah,
we need to discuss that also. We need to pick a word collectively as a group.
Yeah, we can do that. So all these
Thank you, Adam.
guesses are coming in. Wait. Hang on. Oh, Lazia. I see what Emerson's up to in the chat. Still listening. Thank you. I can give you the answer if any of you want to guess. We got plenty of guesses in the chat.
We got a lot of old school folk here. Day one.
Ish.
Yeah, throwing them
Problem is, like, I know.
I don't want to ruin it.
knows.
Give us a
Tell
real
us now.
answer.
Can you
I don't know
tell
who else
us?
knows.
I just
Anyone else,
remember doing
Bruce?
Sim 300 with Flash.
Yeah,
Moose,
Bill, that was
you guys should check
And
out
real
the
quick,
Twitch
There's a
chat.
story behind that. Sim 300. I was
Oh my God.
dressed like the movie 300. And
Are you not entertained?
then our manager noticed it, and
Well, there was also something
That's
going
also
on
from
in the
Gladiator,
world at
by the
moment
way.
that would have made it awkward.
yeah,
So
there
we
was
decided to
something
change.
going on in the real world that was time sensitive, and it wouldn't have been the best look. So we
I
pivoted.
actually noticed it, and we pivoted to you looking like Matt Patricia.
Moose,
Shout out to
you are, you've been part of the Guess the Acting credits game on IMDb that we've done a zillion times over. Do you know the answer? Do you want to guess?
Who are you asking?
You.
Moose.
Oh,
Well,
me.
I'm sorry. One of the
I can't
movies.
hear anything. There's like 11 people talking. I don't know. 1800.
No, 1800.
This-
I'm gonna go north of that. I'm saying
This
north of
right here
2000.
is sim number 2602.
Good Lord.
Thank you, Brad Guy.
Reed Keys, did you know? 2 away. 2600.
And who's won the most crusty Kaufman player of the game?
There's no chance anyone has the answer to that, but it's probably Lamar Jackson.
I mean, if anybody, it's
Dalvin
my,
Cook's
it's
a
my
good
guy.
bet.
Jonathan
Dalvin
Disney
Cook's
on
a good
YouTube.
guess.
Tyreek Hill, maybe.
I appreciate Emerson guessing in the chat by Price is Right rules 2601.
Pretty close.
I would guess. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think who probably did the most. Obviously,
I have done
Cough,
826.
Cough.
I think I did 827.
I've done
probably.
I've done 343.
Wow.
I had a number, but I have to look it back up because at one point I was over 4. But I don't know.
You know what? I probably
Was
figured it
that
out by just
343?
looking at my invoices.
Tom,
That's
you did
what I did, BK.
That's what
Weekend Warrior Tom Carroll over there. Freeze Pops.
I bet I could
Tom-
do it.
Well, me and
pretty
Freeze
quick.
Pops, like, think about this right for a second. Me, Freeze Pops, Lamarca, and Moose literally worked every weekend and did them like out of the 6.
I don't
So
think
that's
I
a
have
weird
eight-
brag.
I don't think I've surpassed Kaufman, but I'm probably only like 100 behind him.
No, you're in the top 4.
Jeff,
I think
you were the original OG color guy.
Yeah.
Like,
True.
always.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
was.
like, I probably did the first like 60 Sims like in a row, and it was like you would read at the first, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, we had like a very small color group at first because like Buchanan would do like one, Julian would work like one every 2 weeks.
And
Waste.
Julian's the worst. So.
That's the worst.
Yeah, that didn't last long.
I didn't want to say it, but it's true.
those guys.
Absolute waste of space.
Yeah. When we
By
first
the way,
went to
Julian,
6 Sims.
Julian does have a he has a place on the Krusty Kaufman menu, which I can go pull up.
Oh, that's right.
His own entree.
That was
I would say-
amazing when we did that. That was just so long ago. My
That was
God.
last June, right? Last June, I think it was.
Oh my God.
The Krusty Kaufman menu.
I think I've been out of regular simming for over a year.
Probably.
Oh, no.
Parachuting.
Lucky you.
Lucky you.
Sucks that you're so talented in other areas, Billy.
If you only knew what I was doing now, you'd feel
I was jealous of that success.
But hey, I do want to shout out the ops team because it was ops that tracked down that number specifically.
That is
who,
nuts.
I couldn't tell you, but it was ops that was able to come up with that. And if I may, while we've got right around our peak viewership, and we'll do this with everybody, but just kind of going department by department, we could talk about ops first. Jeff from Freeze. Jeff, what was the Freeze Pops nickname, Glash, with Jeff from Ops?
It's your restaurant, not mine. Do you not know your restaurant?
I don't remember. No, I don't. Not
bad
well.
honor.
That's why I
By the
rely
way, look
on
at Rossi's
Sarah.
face right now, real quick, Chad.
Jeff from
Yeah, this mustache is insane.
Concerning. Jeff from Ops, Freeze Pops is
Which made it
one of
crazy
the
because then Tom
OG.
Carroll started working with us, and his nickname.
Yeah, screwed up everything in the nickname department. But
Yeah.
Jeff and I don't think we're missing anybody here, but I'm sure you guys will remember most of these people who have all been around going back to the beginning, or many of them. Asher, Brando, Chris, Jarrett, Jim, Glash,
Damn.
Joe, Joel, John,
Really?
Matt, Nate. I'm not shouting out last names just because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to.
You're
Zach, also with an H, like our Zach Thompson.
Right.
Zach, Derek, Frangelico. This is his last sim, so he is going away just like us. So appreciate him. Jared, not to be confused with Jarrett. Kyle, Patrick, P Fry, Tate, Cobra K, June, Bert, Bobo, Michael.
Did you mention Jeff G real quick?
I did. He was the first.
Okay, because he now works in another department, and I work with him.
Oh, I love to hear that. Yeah, love Jeff G. Another Zach, Bailey, Daniel. We got Jack, Michael, Will. These are some of the OGs. Another Michael P,
Bodie
Michael
Barr,
B.
Cliff, Cheeks.
Yeah, Bobby, Alex, JC, Justin, Matt, and Tim. I know that is not the most personal way to deliver all of that, like 30 some odd names, but it just goes to show how many people, that's just the ops department, how many people have been involved in this since it began, 17 months ago. And so I just wanted to make sure we recognized all of them and just everyone that's been part of this thing, because we joke around constantly, like, you don't need us, the commentators, the production crew is incredibly hardworking, but this truly could not exist. All of you are here mainly to make lineups and to make money. This could not exist without the ops department and the manual scoring. So
It's the worst part of this job, I would say, is adding for 42 games a week. That has to be terrible.
I will say in our ops channel that we have in Slack, Jeff reached out and just said he loves getting the shout out, and he wanted to pass this along. He says Billy D is the GOAT. That's what he says.
Take it.
What does that mean?
Billy Goat.
Billy D. Williams is Lando Calrissian's the GOAT.
Billy Goat. That's it. Somebody got it.
I will also say, I don't know if we'll get to them or if Koff was going to get to them. The schedule makers, not who make the Madden schedule, but the people who have staffed this. It's gone through a number of different people.
Yeah.
I think it started with Glennon, Thomas Glennon. Then it went to Slates. Then it went to, I believe, Madison
Correct.
and Drew.
Yep.
Like the amount of, hey, can you do this? Must have been annoying to fill all of these games on weekends, and shout out to the weekend crew for doing it. But to me, that's another unsung job, is filling 42 slots a week.
Yeah, and Madison talked about it in the 6. She was saying that like she really liked doing it, but yeah, there was just a lot of those like random texts or random outs and stuff like that. That does get tough, but hey, yeah, managed. And don't forget, there was never sims that were just like completely uncovered. It's just weird that never happened.
I felt bad because I always forgot to put my availability in when Madison was working, because I knew she would text me. If I didn't do it for Drew just wouldn't book me any game.
Well, can I actually?
Drew didn't have time for that nonsense.
I respect that.
No, Lamarca, this is great. So a bunch of times he would have like an empty spot, like, yeah, man, like I would just take stuff, and he'd be like, hold up, let me check with Lamarca. I haven't heard from him in over a week.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Before we shout out some of the other production people, by the way, because I know we're getting close to halftime here. Anybody in this Zoom crew, is anybody taking off at the half? Not like you're not mandated. Anyone choosing to leave at the half? Because I know not everyone is necessarily interested in sticking around the whole game.
Well, because I want to get my total up. I'm only at 217. This will be 218.
You don't get credit unless you stay for the whole game.
Yeah. So although this one's unpaid, I figured out what my lowest month was, October, when I had a baby.
What?
I only did 4 last October. My wife had the baby. And then
unpaid
4 straight months, February, March, April, May, 27, 26, 26, 27.
Thank you.
Rookie numbers.
There you go. Well, that was my
3 times.
whatever you want to call it, like my power years when I was on steroids.
Well, I know some people are going to be filtering out whether at halftime or later or just stay until the end, whatever. But everyone will get an opportunity before we're out of here. Glash started doing this during the last sim, but ZT, because I don't know how long you're sticking around. Is there?
I don't think I knew ZT was here.
Well,
There he is.
We've been monopolizing the.
He's got his Valley shirt on.
Doesn't have the Valley shirt on.
Yes.
Not
Not
as good
the
as our
knockoff
A-team
one without
shirts,
the
but
Tetris block like me.
he's got the
ZT,
real one.
You know, like Billy shouted out and others have shouted out, you're one of the godfathers of this thing in terms of all the hard work that has gone on, you know, to creating depth charts and getting everything up on DK Playbook and DK Nation, writing articles and not just, you know, putting all the info out there on the Madden Stream info page.
Big shout
Obviously,
out for the articles.
teaching people how this, you know, how they should be constructing lineups for Madden who came in without a clue, including many of us. Any, I don't know, anything you want to shout out for the Sim fam as something of a farewell?
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of this earlier with Rossi and Christian on, what was that, 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
4 o'clock,
whatever
baby.
It was. 4 o'clock. But it has just been a true privilege and honor to get to know all of you guys, to get to know the members of the Sim fam on Twitter and in the chat, and the very difficult time that has been the last 18 months in many of our lives was made a lot better by being able to hang out and get to know all of you guys, all the Sim fam, and even though, I mean, wasn't a good 18 months, right? It's been a mental load for all of us, but to be able to come here and just hang out, talk about Madden football or real football or Emerson's favorite snacks, or if I've seen 2% of Koff's movies or not, whatever it was great to have it as an escape, as an outlet. And I think as we get further away from it, we're only going to realize more how much of a mental help it was for us, because the mental strain, and I know that has kind of become a buzz topic, just, you know, mental wellness. And I think that this was such a huge part of it for me personally, and I know for many of you and for the Sim fam as well. We've heard from so many of them, and it was just such a great place to come together in community when there was no sports to watch. We could watch this, and we could have fun with this, and we could play fantasy football even though there was nobody able to play football because it wasn't smart to be doing that at that time. And it was a lot of fun to be able to do that. It has been great to get to work with and get to meet many of you. I really didn't do much on air, just wrote articles, you know, before this all started. So it's been great to break in and do that and get to know all of you and hang out. And it really does become, I know we talk about it, we call it the Sim fam, but it does become such a community and such a way that you really do feel like you know people, even though we've never met and don't overlap in a lot of our jobs day to day. So I will definitely miss all of that. But stay tuned. There's lots of great things coming, I'm sure, and look forward to overlapping with you guys as well as anybody, you know, from the Sim fam. Hit us up on Twitter. We are not going anywhere. We're all still here. We just won't be in the Sims every day.
All said.
This may also just, it may sound really stupid, but I'm reminded of it by something that Zach just said. The 4.5 months or whatever it is when there were no sports, when, you know, this was born and we were hanging out and doing 3 a day and then 6 a day and just spending so much time together and with all of you out there listening. Personally, like, I never really felt like sports were gone, you know, even though it was simulated football.
It's because you never go to games.
Well, but we're just sitting here like just talking about sports and talking about, but it's not even that. It's, I mean, you can
no, it's a good dig. He's joking, Koff.
Yeah. No, I know, but I'm just saying, like,
just let him have the joke, Koff.
He can have the joke, but like that period, I don't know. It did. I don't think it didn't hit me as hard as it hit a lot of people out there that were just so hungry for sports.
Because you don't go to games.
Thank you.
Nice, Tom. It's a good one.
No, but Koff, I feel what you're saying. It really did. It felt like we were just naturally having sports conversations around a simulated football game, in which obviously we were, but it didn't have that same. It was such an escape to tie ZT and what you're saying together, regardless if you go to games or not. I could care less personally, but
yeah, and this hasn't been
still arguing about Gronk's rating, even though Gronk hadn't played for it. You know, we're still debating the things we love to debate and trying to fill out lineups. Just like
this hasn't been confirmed, but I heard Naomi Osaka started watching these sims, and that's why she's now in the U.S. Open to help her mental health.
Now Kenny gets to watch her in person.
Right. He went to thank her or to congratulate her.
That's gotta be
No,
so
but like,
bad
I mean,
for mental health.
But like, I mean, real former professional like Eric Winalda, like the actual
Is Ronaldo coming by at least? Is he in the chat?
I don't know. I just mean
Ronaldo's
like
a huge coward.
Real people taking notice of this thing, during its peak and throughout. I don't know. It was pretty cool along the way, obviously.
Yeah, Eric Winalda's a coward, but I love him.
Wow.
Why are you calling him a coward? What has he done to you?
Oh yeah, Lamarca.
Yeah,
After
when
the game.
After the game, post game.
Yeah,
Oh,
10
this is
o'clock. He said.
My apologies.
Post
Or 11 o'clock.
No, but while I have the floor,
Please.
serious big respect to ZT for writing those articles. I'll write about anything for the most part, and you could not have paid me enough to do that job. So shout out ZT for carrying the squad in that department.
I did write over 500 articles on
big work.
Sizable.
Well, you had all the ones I wrote together, and that's 500 articles. So glad we could combo on those. ZT.
Yeah, put that on your invoice.
Yeah, well, that on my invoice as
Oh,
well.
he's gonna ask Michael which ones he did though. He's gotta check.
I already got paid. I got paid. Money showed up.
Oh yeah, we did get paid today.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, if you don't send it till the
I've already
day of.
spent it all on fantasy football leagues, but still.
Miss Christian the post route on Substack.
I know. I love
Let them know, baby. Let them know.
Listen, you got one last shot at it, man. It's a great article.
Yeah,
I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot my shot right now, man. We're
gotta.
close. We're close to hitting a milestone with Sim fan members. Like,
Hey, what do we got
from
coming
the Sim
tomorrow? I know you said Mac Jones today. Do you know what's coming tomorrow yet?
Tom Carroll tomorrow at 11.
I don't think we're gonna
Sweat.
have one tomorrow. We're gonna say today's was Wednesdays, and then we're gonna have a fresh piping batch of preseason overreactions, cut down overreactions coming to you on Friday. Or maybe since I don't have a lot going on tomorrow, night, we don't have Sims anymore. I'll just
Christian.
send you an email anyway.
What's your opinion on Detroit not having any field goal kickers?
How dare they?
I
hate
love
them.
it. That is,
Hate 'em.
They are sending their dead off to football Valhalla. That is a flaming Viking ship crossing the river Styx right now, and Dan Campbell is your captain.
They're
You're
just
either
going to
gonna
cut
bite
the
kneecaps,
legs off their
pound
opponents.
Monster Energy drinks, and
those.
project
Watch
no
your
weakness
kneecaps.
on fourth down.
The Broncos just fleeced the Lions today. They traded a guy that's played 0 snaps in the NFL for a 5th and a 7th.
Wait, are we talking football?
No,
Just
it's
for a
just
second.
we're
We don't
talking
have
about
to.
kickers getting
Watch
no
your
respect.
kneecap.
Calm down,
Kaufman.
Kaufman. Just chill out over there, okay? We got enough time for your sentimental rehashing.
Moose,
Okay, you'll
Moose,
like over.
Please.
Okay,
Can
I'm
we
sorry.
talk about Cam
I
Newton?
take my pill this morning.
No.
Can we talk about
Take
Cam
your
Newton?
pill this morning.
Jeff's
What?
just mad because of orientation with the little niece this morning.
I'm hyped.
Unbelievable.
They gave us cupcakes and stuff, man. I'm on a sugar rush.
I think baby moose are still called moose.
Meese.
No, Meese.
All right, I have two things I have to make sure I get to in the next 2 minutes. Number one, shout out to Mac Mama and Sarah. They are in the chat right now. We had
As they
one of
should
the first
Ladies'
ladies'
night.
night. Mac Mama, Robbie Noble. Watch it. Number two, we need a buzzword. Do we have a word? I was thinking Sims. Do we keep it simple and go
Thank
Sims?
you.
Or Sim Fam.
Or
Sim
Mostert.
Fam, Sim Fam, Sim Fam,
Thank
Sim
you.
Fam, Sim Fam.
I like
Sim
that.
Fam's good. Sim
Sim
Fam's
Fam
good.
okay with everybody? Does that work?
What if Fam's
Sure.
good?
Have we picked Sim Fam names for our draft on
Oh,
Thursday?
God,
I know a lot of people have.
I think a
We'll
bunch of us
get
have.
there Thursday. All right, Sim Fam it is. We'll go with Sim Fam.
Oh, cool.
Sim Fam. So all of you are participating. Billy,
What's Sim Fam in Spanish?
Christian,
El Sim Fam. El Sim Fam.
La Familia
El Sim
de
Fam.
Sims.
Yep.
Checks out.
My dad's from Argentina. I can fake it with the best.
Hey, another thing. I know earlier.
Angelico says, nothing stronger than family.
Oh, way to go.
Off Glash. Also,
I don't got
tell me you don't-
friends.
Lamarca, tell
I
me you don't
got
argue on anybody.
family. I never knocked on nobody.
Thank you.
not to bring us back down, but I know we had Dr. Will's wife in the chat and with that situation, but we've also had some other members that people have actually reached out to me. I don't remember the names that they didn't actually reveal, but like some people that chatted with us that we, over the last 18 months that are just no longer with us, whether it's in Simland or with things that have happened and whether they've passed. So maybe I know that they asked for something there if we want to do maybe whether it be a tribute, a quick moment of silence with 13 people in a chat. That's a legit moment of silence. That's like a stadium style. But I know that was asked for too. Maybe we can do that before the sim ends too.
Sure.
I was told to remind you.
Good. Let's make sure we do it.
All right, let's do it. Okay, let's do it right now.
Yeah, now seems like a good
that
time.
mustache like
Let's do it
yesterday.
right now.
What are we doing?
I'll answer that after the moment of silence, Jeff.
Oh, we're having silence? Oh, okay. Go.
That feels good.
Yeah.
Yep. Do I?
Now
So,
imagine
Cough, when you go to games, sometimes I'll have a moment of silence when someone's passed
That works.
or whatever, and so everyone in the crowd is quiet. I know you go to your little kids' soccer games, I get that, but
Not the
like,
same. Yeah. No,
if you ever went to see the Red
Sox,
Sox,
Yeah.
or I know you're on the Boston beat because of the name Celtics beat because the name of the podcast.
Yeah.
But if you actually went to the game,
yeah.
I was
Moose.
just gonna say
Yeah,
if we kept letting Brandon and Kaufman talk, there'd be an awkward moment of silence. So we would get it in there.
Moose, to answer your question, no, I just shaved the beard today. I just brought it down. The mustache was there.
I just don't even recall you having a beard. So okay.
Honestly, I do a podcast with him weekly. I had no idea you had a beard.
It just
either.
seems like you didn't have a beard, right, Billy?
I have a beard I've never not had a beard, except for when I shaved my head. But
Great beard. It's a great beard.
But it's such a thick mustache.
you've definitely had the
don't
most
think your
looks,
beard is that
Rossi,
thick.
right? Rossi's had
Yeah,
more
you look
looks
like
than
you're
anyone.
about-
I
in the
honestly
last-
thought you had just like pasted it on. Like I thought it was
Me
like fake.
too.
That's that Italian blood.
yeah,
Is that right
Yeah.
though? Has Rossi
Yeah.
had the most different looks, the most unique?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
presentation?
Glash is the
Well,
most
other than
costumes.
Glash.
Glash,
Yeah.
of course, has the most
Shaved- yeah.
costumes, but his hair and his face,
Yeah,
I
I
think it
shaved
changed when
my
he lost all that
head.
weight.
I've been Santa Claus. I've been completely shaved bald. I've had a huge beard, medium beard.
Mm.
Lamarca had long hair.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I just had two
Lamarca,
looks.
that was something, man. Yeah.
It was long hair. that
ZT
got
had two
longer
looks as
and
well.
then-
Yeah, see, I shaved my eyebrows and then grew a beard.
Doesn't
I
look any
never
different
had
in
a beard
5 years.
before.
Looks good.
Goff had a beard for a while.
I did.
He had a mustache.
Never
Did
had a
that
beard
Did the
before.
stash
logo in
too?
your head.
What's that?
So he also shaved a Colts logo in the back of his head.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, I
too.
was.
Oh, you forgot about that.
There was a lot of problems in me. Still are.
I will
Still
say,
are.
I heard earlier Billy's favorite moment is when you were licking the screen.
Yeah, you know what? And tell everybody you set me up.
I did not set you up.
Set
So
you
it
up.
it was a wild
How could
weather
you
Wednesday, and
possibly
it was
set up?
snowing, and I put some snowflakes on the screen, but like it was overpowering my computer. Like the CPU usage was like in the 80%. And I was like, my computer's going to crash. So I just took it off, and I just never told anyone because I figured he wasn't going to start licking the screen like that. So
Well,
he just
the best
started
part
licking.
was- Jeff
just kept
saw
licking.
it on the YouTube replay and didn't say anything. So Jeff's really the guy to blame.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Good memory, though. It's good.
I feel like I should know this, but can you message, like, could we message the whole DK Sim fam in the DraftKings app or on the website?
There is a
You just-
chat feature in that DK Sim Fam
Friends
thing
League.
on the app. Yeah.
That
I
would
chat this
send-
morning.
You got
Oh,
to
wait,
remind
if-
them of the
if
podcast.
something- oh, league chat. Look at that. All right, just in case we want to pass anything along or someone wants to pass something along to us and doesn't want to use Twitter
My cameo is
or my
I
cameo.
still think Twitter's the better way. But
BK,
hey,
you're not
subscribe to my podcast at.
I probably am not, but I meant for you guys, and then I'll be like, yes, I support whatever they said. I got your back.
Just like
Then
8
y'all
points
reach
for quarterbacks in our league Thursday.
I didn't advocate for that, but if that's a rule, that's fine. It'll change how I draft.
Okay.
They'll
Billy
make
was
me take
talking about
Zach
the production
Wilson.
crew
They'll take me-
earlier, the
maybe take
schedule
Zach
thing.
Wilson higher.
To highlight some of them real quick, and some are obviously here, whether it's Babysitter Billy, Bry Guy, Chick Pot, obviously Samir. Nothing has gone wrong tonight, knock on wood. So fortunately, nothing to blame Samir with. And let me know by all means if there's anybody I'm forgetting here. I made this list very quickly. We got, Undercover Boss Tom. We got the Drew stack. Drew, producer Drew, who is recently engaged, as opposed to
Oh,
who is,
Mazel Tov.
technical director Drew, who's getting married this coming weekend.
Also,
Holla.
Mazel Tov.
Or
Congrats.
next
Love
weekend,
that
one of
guy.
the
Are any of y'all going?
Nope. Daniel, who's out there listening, I'm sure. Jordan, one of our producers, obviously Madison, who Rossi brought on earlier. Nice surprise. Eamon, who's one of our newer producers. Cody going way back. Cody and Itty Cap, those guys helped us out.
What kind of contract did Eamon get? Did he get like a 30-day contract or something? 10-day contract?
Sure, maybe. I think he's still around.
He's gonna stick around after the.
There was I don't remember if she was a producer. I think she was a producer. Anna was around for a hot minute.
Yeah, she didn't do much. Move on.
Yeah, but I'm just
producer.
just to shout out people that were involved.
Oh, come on! Right? We've been on since.
He brings up a woman. He brings up a woman. Look what Glass got.
Well, I want to mention. I want to mention Sarah, not just because Priv is out there listening, but because we may as well count her in the production crew.
Yeah.
With all the
Sarah or Anna?
Graphic designer.
Yeah, graphic designer, absolutely. And then obviously Michael, who's producing right now. And then our three-headed monster there above, who all
named Tom
at the beginning. Couple of Toms, Pirate and Glennon, and Slates, obviously. This going way back to the beginning of this thing. Everybody has been involved. And
did you miss a Tom there?
I think I managed to get all the Toms. There might have been another one.
Glennon doesn't like his full name being used. I learned that like the second week.
Well, you've mentioned it. I don't think. I don't.
I know that you mentioned the whole name.
Yeah. I don't think I missed anyone, but if I did, I apologize. But yeah,
Cassetti.
No, I said Itty Cap, our guy.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah,